Unexpected acquisition of powers, from a street vendor to a fateful turn. In the antique street of the enchanting city of Shanghai, Xiao Xingyun, a street vendor with over 6 months of experience, was adept at evading the watchful eyes of city officials during an encounter while attempting to elude a city management raid. A middle-aged man, dressed like a rural farmer and clutching a cloth bag, hurried past and stumbled, causing his belongings to scatter. Among them, an ancient jade piece, resembling an eye, struck Xiao Xingyan's eye, causing it to bleed. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the jade shattered, and 2 beams of light penetrated his vision, electrifying him with unbearable pain until he lost consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, the pursuers of the middle-aged man were not city officials but rather police officers. The man was a grave robber, and upon realizing that Xiao Xingyun had shattered his hopes of wealth, he attempted to attack the officers with a knife, only to be fatally shot. When Xiao Xingyun awoke 2 days later, he discovered he possessed the astonishing ability to see through the clothing of those around him, including a nurse and a middle-aged officer. In his astonishment, he realized he had acquired a peculiar power and had begun to grasp a modicum of control over it. Upon his discharge from the hospital, Xiao Xingyun returned to the shared apartment he inhabited with others. His female roommate, Su Qing, a third-year student at a music academy, was stunningly attractive and had gained some fame through her online streaming endeavors. His male roommate worked at an auction house, and their interactions were amicable. Previously, Xiao Xingyun had struggled to make ends meet while selling jade and emeralds at the Chenghuang Temple, facing financial instability in the bustling city. However, upon entering his home, he was startled to hear frantic cries for help emanating from Su Qing's room. What monumental transformations would Xiao Xingyun's newfound powers bring to his life? How would he cleverly leverage this extraordinary ability to seek breakthroughs amidst his challenging circumstances? What was the nature of Su Qing's distress, and would Xiao Xingyun be able to assist her effectively? Thus, a series of gripping tales surrounding Xiao Xingyan's extraordinary new life would soon unfold. Chapter 2. Gratitude from the female streamer. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of urgency. The landlord, an elderly lecher, had a notorious habit of leering at Su Qing and often intruded into her room under the guise of inspections. His comments both unwelcome and offensive. However, he would never have imagined that he would dare to cross the line. "Stop. If you dare lay another hand on her, I will break your legs," Xiao Xingyun bellowed, casting aside his suitcase as he rushed forward. The door to Su Qing's room was ajar, and the landlord had already pinned her to the carpet, intent on committing an unspeakable act. Despite her desperate struggles and cries for help, she was overpowered by the disparity in strength. Fear etched across her face, her cheeks stained with tears. She curled up, trembling in terror. In her moment of despair, she suddenly spotted Xiao Xingyun bursting into the room, kicking the landlord away. Regaining a flicker of strength, she scrambled to her feet and sought refuge behind him. "Quickly, call the police. The landlord is trying to..." "Utter nonsense. You're slandering me. You have no evidence, and the police cannot do anything to me. Instead, you should prepare to move out." The landlord dusted himself off and stood up, darting out of Su Qing's room and into the living room with the swiftness of a startled rabbit. He stood with his hands on his hips, a glimmer of cunning malice returning to his demeanor. An elderly man, in his 50s, was adorned with wrinkles akin to chrysanthemums, his pallid skin bearing the marks of a life steeped in indulgence, exuding an air of decay and grease. "Moving is moving. I refuse to believe that wealth cannot secure a home. But suddenly, a thought strikes me." "What thought?" the landlord inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. "Since you claim there is no evidence, wouldn't it be permissible for me to kick you a few more times without consequence?" With that, Xiao Xingyun delivered a swift kick to the landlord once more. "You think you're clever? Just wait, I won't let you off easily," the landlord retorted, clutching his waist as he fled in disgrace. "Humph, you shan't have it easy either. If there were evidence, I would see you locked away," Xiao Xingyun threatened vehemently, regretting the absence of a recording on his phone in the haste to rescue the individual in distress. If only he had captured the evidence, he could have alerted the authorities. The individual in question, Su Qing, finally wiped away her tears and expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Xingyun. "Thank you so much. I never expected that beneath your seemingly frivolous words, you possess such integrity. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? One act of heroism, and you scarcely utter a word of praise," Xiao Xingyun jested, casting another glance her way, inadvertently activating his ocular abilities and glimpsing what he ought not to see. Su Qing was indeed strikingly beautiful, her skin alabaster, her figure exquisite, and her features finely chiseled, rightfully deemed the goddess of their school. Once hailing from a prosperous family, her fortunes had inexplicably dwindled, leading her to rent a place and embark on a path of live streaming, occasionally dabbling in modeling and automobile sales. I've expressed my gratitude to you countless times in my heart, I just struggle to voice it, Su Qing said, drying her tears and managing a faint smile. Then, with a clear conscience, thank me once more. Bah! I knew you weren't sincere, just as wicked as the landlord, Su Qing retorted, understanding his jest immediately. Enough jesting, let me assist you in tidying the room, and then we shall prepare to seek a new residence. That I cannot bear the thought of you alone in this house with that nefarious landlord lurking about. I'll return to school to sleep tonight. Let us both search for a place. If we find something suitable, we can communicate. Ideally, a 2-bedroom apartment for just the two of us. Ah. Very well, let us seek a 2-bedroom apartment. Xiao Xingyun paused momentarily, then felt a surge of joy. Could this enchanting beauty be hinting at something more? Seeing his expression, Su Qing recognized his misinterpretation, yet recalling his heroic demeanor during her rescue sent a shiver through her heart, prompting her to refrain from further explanation. Finding accommodation necessitates funds. Following his graduation from a mediocre university, Xiao Xingyun had transitioned through 2 short-term jobs, accumulating scant savings. Partnering with a hefty fellow named Luo, he entered the gemstone trade, managing to earn several tens of thousands, though all his earnings were tied up in inventory. Presently, he held just over 20,000 in cash, a sum acquired from the recent sale of a pair of jade pendants. The gemstone industry is not as exaggerated as antiques. It does not boast tales of years without transactions. Generally, one earns a few thousand per deal and counts oneself fortunate. After all, without a storefront, merely possessing a mobile stall, one can only sell mid-range to low-end jade and jadeite. People are unlikely to purchase from your makeshift stand. Firstly, they harbor doubts, and secondly, how high-end can your goods truly be? What expensive items could you possibly offer? However, with newfound abilities, Xiao Xingyun felt that the scope of possibilities had suddenly expanded immensely. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Xingyun began to organize the jade and jadeite in his box. Utilizing his ocular powers, he observed that each piece bore flaws, some even exhibiting dark patterns and injuries. Previously, even seasoned vendors often misjudged items with the naked eye. Especially during the initial procurement phase, he had unwittingly acquired 2 fake jade pieces made from milky glass, as well as an overpriced gray jade bracelet. What on earth? When did I acquire such merchandise? It's all fake. If I hadn't possessed my X-ray vision, I would have remained oblivious to this deception for who knows how long. The appearance was far too similar. Even a strong flashlight failed to reveal the truth. Next time I procure goods, I must utilize my X-ray vision throughout the entire process. After organizing the jade and jadeite in his box, Xiao Xingyun took out his phone to search for rental information. Most listings were posted by agents, rife with falsehoods, with prices ranging from 3 to 5,000. Upon calling, these listings would vanish, only for the agents to recommend other properties priced at 8 to 9,000, or even over 10,000. After a thorough search and several phone calls, he had gleaned no useful information. Just as he contemplated checking the local forum for luck, Su Qing knocked and entered. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner. We've been living here for 3 or 4 months, and while we've chatted a lot, we haven't truly shared a meal together. Su Qing had changed into a new outfit: long dress, knee-high socks, and short boots, rendering her figure enchanting and breathtaking. You're treating me to dinner? Xiao Xingyun was taken aback with pleasant surprise. If it weren't for his timely rescue today, their relationship wouldn't have been so intimate. Previously, he had been far too impoverished to dare flirt with her at most. He exchanged a few teasing words, let alone dining together at tea times. When she donned more revealing attire, he couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze, as her beauty was utterly captivating, and he feared making a misstep. Most he could do was be a regular viewer in her live streams, enthusiastically shouting Lulu and sending a few small gifts. Is there someone else here? Hurry up. Let's go. What if Zhang Hao returns and insists on joining us? At that point, I might not even take you along, Su Qing remarked, casting him a playful yet piercing glance, her charm undeniable. Zhang Hao was the name of another male roommate, who, thanks to a stable job, had repeatedly attempted to court Su Qing, albeit unsuccessfully. Xiao Xingyun slipped on his shoes and accompanied Su Qing out. It had been ages since he had dined with a woman, and he certainly did not wish to bring along Zhang Hao, the unwelcome third wheel. Since graduating from university, he had remained single, and now, with the opportunity to break free from that status, especially with someone as stunning as Su Qing, he felt a flutter of excitement. Chapter 3. Earning thousands after dinner. The two dined at a Chinese restaurant adjacent to their community, casually ordering 2 dishes and a soup, engaging in light conversation to better understand each other's family situations. Su Qing's family resides in the Jiangsu Zhujiang region, where her father, a small real estate developer, found himself ensnared in a predicament, whether by ill fortune or deception remains uncertain. He invested his entire fortune in acquiring a plot of land, only to face unforeseen issues that culminated in overwhelming debts, thereby collapsing this somewhat audacious entrepreneur's endeavors. Currently, her family teeters on the brink of bankruptcy. Su Qing earns a modest income of 50 to 60,000 yuan monthly, which must cover not only her daily expenses but also the debts owed by her parents. In stark contrast, Xiao Xingyun's circumstances are rather straightforward. Hailing from a humble background and graduating from a mediocre university, he has an older sister who is already married. Finding conventional employment unsatisfactory in terms of remuneration, he has turned to the trade of jade and gemstones with the assistance of a benefactor. After dinner, a sense of familiarity blossomed between Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing. What once could only be termed as roommates now barely qualifies as friends. On their way to the music academy, Xiao Xingyun pointed at a lottery store along the roadside and remarked, "It is a pleasure to officially meet you today. I feel incredibly lucky, and am inclined to buy a few lottery tickets to test my fortune." Su Qing retorted playfully, "What are you talking about? I feel utterly unlucky. Where is the fortune in that? However, I have never purchased a lottery ticket before, so shall we give it a try?" As they conversed, they entered the lottery shop. It was already past 8 in the evening, and sales for the day's double chromosphere and super lotto had ceased, though the instant lottery and scratch cards remained available. "How does one play?" "I have no idea," Su Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the shop and whispered her questions. "It's merely a game of luck. There are no real strategies involved. Let's try the scratch cards, as they offer the quickest results. Just pick a few at random, and we can scratch them open immediately," Xiao Xingyun suggested. "Sure. I'll select 2 that catch my eye," Su Qing replied, diligently choosing her preferred scratch cards from the assortment. At that moment, there were 5 or 6 other customers in the shop, and the shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman, glanced at Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing. As long as they did not damage the tickets or scratch them prematurely, she paid them little mind. While Su Qing chose her scratch cards, Xiao Xingyun discreetly utilized his ability to see through objects, scanning every ticket in the store. Indeed, the so-called grand prizes of 100,000, 200,000, or even 300,000 yuan were mere illusions. The highest winning ticket amounted to only 1,000 yuan, with just 3 such tickets in existence. There were, however, over a dozen tickets offering 200 yuan, alongside numerous others featuring winnings of 5 or 10 yuan. Most tickets simply bore the message, "Thank you for participating." Su Qing ultimately selected 2 tickets that appealed to her. Upon inspection, Xiao Xingyun discovered that one bore the "Thank you for participating" message, while the other yielded a 10 yuan win. Given that each scratch card cost 10 yuan, purchasing them would undoubtedly lead to a loss. Thus, he intervened, advising her, "Your luck may be lacking today, but mine is abundant. Trust my judgment and exchange these 2, perhaps fortune will favor you." The alternatives he recommended included 1 ticket with a 200 yuan win and another with a 1,000 yuan win, which were not unreasonable. "I am well educated. Do not attempt to deceive me," Su Qing replied, half skeptical, yet ultimately acquiesced to Xiao Xingyun's persuasion and exchanged her tickets. To enhance the excitement of the lottery experience, she insisted on paying herself, scanning her phone to transfer 20 yuan to the shopkeeper before eagerly commencing to scratch her tickets. As Xiao Xingyun scratched her lottery tickets, she selected 2 others with a prize of 1,000 each. In today's society, winning a sum of 1 or 2,000 is hardly noteworthy and seldom draws attention. However, to play it safe, Xiao Xingyun also picked 3 tickets labeled "Thank you for participating" to balance her selection. "I've won 200 yuan. Xiao Xingyun, come quickly and see." Su Qing's excited exclamation captured the attention of the customers within the store. Coupled with Su Qing's extraordinary beauty, the peculiar uncles and grandfathers who were purchasing tickets approached, showering her with compliments and stealing glances at her. "I told you today was lucky. If If I keep scratching, I might win another grand prize, Xiao Xingyun encouraged, holding the 5 scratch cards she had already paid for. Yes, yes, come help me scratch. My fingers are sore, Su Qing eagerly replied, making space for Xiao Xingyun to join in the scratching process. The revealing outfit she wore caused Xiao Xingyun to momentarily lose her composure as she leaned in. Xiao Xingyun resolved to subtly remind Su Qing in the future to refrain from wearing such revealing attire, ensuring she was properly covered to prevent prying eyes. Oh my, could it be another win? The design is the same as the one for 1,000 yuan. Xiao Xingyun, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. I can't bear to pinch you, that would hurt too much. Just a gentle rub will suffice. How annoying, with so many people around. As an online female streamer, she was accustomed to bold behavior, yet in reality, she maintained a sense of decorum, blushing at her own audacity. After all, with such advanced networking, she understood the nuances. With her seasoned experience, Xiao Xingyun won 2 more 1,000 yuan prizes, and when the next 3 tickets were merely thank you for participating, the curiosity of the onlookers dissipated. Prizes under 1,000 yuan could be redeemed immediately in store. Thus, Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing each exchanged 1,200, while the latter redeemed 2,000, departing in high spirits. What a lucky couple! How strange could it be that today's scratch cards are bursting with grand prizes? Boss, give me 20, I want to try my luck too. Make it 50 for me. If I win just one small prize of 1,000, I'll break even. Su Qing was in jubilant spirits, shaking off her earlier gloom as she laughed heartily until they reached the entrance of the music academy. Thank you, I had a wonderful time today. When you have some free time, remember to visit me at the academy. Also, keep me updated if you find any good housing options. Absolutely. Watching Su Qing's silhouette vanish into the music academy, Xiao Xingyun turned to leave. Seizing the opportunity before nearby lottery shops closed, she swept through each, uncovering 2 or 3 1,000 yuan prizes at every stop, ultimately amassing over 15,000 yuan. Only when her eyes grew weary and slightly blurred with tears did she cease her use of enhanced vision and return to her rented room for rest. Her other roommate, Zhang Hao, had already returned, having just emerged from the public restroom after a shower. Brother, our company is hosting a small jade auction the night after tomorrow. Would you be interested in attending? There will be both open and secret bids, with items ranging from a few thousand to several million. It could be quite the experience. I cannot afford it. I shall speak of it when fortune smiles upon me. My dear brother, your humility is commendable. Yet I have heard it said that those who truly run a shop often fare worse than those who merely set up stalls. To speak plainly, this is a company mandate. We must draw in more people to enliven the occasion. I thought as much. If there were genuine opportunities, how would they fall to me? Unless I were to strike the lottery, what purpose would there be in merely adding to the headcount? Xiao Xingyun replied thus, but in his heart, he resolved that come tomorrow, he would traverse 10 streets in search of a scratch-off lottery prize exceeding 100,000. In order to participate in this auction, with his extraordinary ability of foresight, he might just become fabulously wealthy overnight, win the hand of a fair and affluent maiden, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. I beg of you, do me this favor. If you have any friends in the same line of work, feel free to bring them along. I shall call you again tomorrow at noon to confirm. Very well, seeing your earnestness, I shall acquiesce. Remember, you owe me a favor. Get lost. Chapter 4. The grand prize. The following day, Xiao Xingyun roamed through 12 streets, yet he failed to uncover a single grand prize exceeding 100,000. He found the smaller prizes of 1 or 2,000 unworthy of his attention, fearing that frequent wins might attract undue scrutiny. Could it be that his path to wealth through his perceptive vision was fraught with obstacles? Doubt began to creep into Xiao Xingyun's mind. With half a year's experience in jade and emerald, he was convinced that a plethora of lucrative opportunities lay hidden within, yet he was hampered by the absence of a starting capital. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he stumbled upon a small shop at the entrance of a vegetable market, where he finally laid eyes on a high-value scratch-off ticket boasting a prize of 300,000. While others overlooked it, it lay nestled among a chaotic pile of scratch-off tickets, already coated in a layer of dust, untouched by anyone's hands. Priced at 10 yuan. With a prize of 300,000, it was a golden opportunity. The arduous effort of a day without a stall was vindicated. In a flurry, he seized the scratch card and promptly paid the shopkeeper. Aren't you going to scratch it here? The owner kindly inquired. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a moment before revealing it, you may find the prize increases in magnitude. Without further ado, Xiao Xingyun hailed a taxi and made his way to the lottery center. In the taxi, he scratched the ticket, and true to his visionary insight, the 300,000 prize was confirmed. This lottery allowed for immediate claiming, and anonymity was assured. Thus, upon arriving at the lottery center, he swiftly completed the necessary procedures to claim his reward. For Xiao Xingyun, this was indeed a grand prize, yet for the lottery center, it represented merely another ordinary small win, so much so that even the charitable organizations seeking donations did not bother to approach him. However, taxes were an unavoidable reality. Upon glancing at the balance on his bank card, a smile of elation spread across Xiao Xingyun's face. He finally grasped the sensation of affluence. Although this sum was hardly substantial in the sprawling metropolis of Shanghai, where even the impoverished were numerous, it bestowed upon him an inexplicable courage. He resolved to participate in the gemstone auction the following evening. Ding ding ding! The antiquated and monotonous ringtone of his phone interrupted his thoughts. It was his friend, Luo Depeng, who shared their stall. "What's up, Depeng? Calling me at this hour? Are you planning to treat me? Stop joking. Since you didn't show up today, someone else has taken your spot. If you don't return tomorrow, you might find your stall has changed ownership." Damn it! With my temper, who would dare to seize my stall? Are they courting disaster? Fine. I will be there first thing tomorrow. Anyone who dares to take it will feel my wrath. Stop boasting. I've heard that you got a face full of jade and were knocked unconscious for 2 or 3 days. You're becoming quite the local legend. Let us not dwell on that. We're still good friends. Enough said. I'll be there on time tomorrow morning. See you at the Chenghuang Temple. The Chenghuang Temple was Xiao Xingyun's stronghold. Even after gaining his extraordinary vision and winning the 300,000 prize, he still felt as though it were all a dream. The true source of his earnings, savings, and the funds sent to his family resided within the temple, at that very jade stall. Initially, it was the rather rotund Luo who introduced him into this industry, rendering him something of a mentor. Thus, their relationship is notably strong, unlike that of other peers who often find themselves at odds with one another. Moreover, Luo is a local of Shanghai, hailing from a family of considerable standing. He has assisted Xiao Xingyun in navigating some rather challenging dilemmas, entering the realm of antique jade and stone purely out of personal interest. Had he chosen another path, he would have undoubtedly amassed wealth long ago. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Xiao Xingyun encountered the landlord, who cast a sinister gaze upon him, emanating intense animosity that suggested he could be evicted at any moment. This elderly gentleman, having acquired several properties due to urban redevelopment, divorced his original spouse, and now lives alone with his children abroad. Thus, despite his inappropriate behavior towards Su Qing, the lack of direct evidence renders Xiao Xingyun powerless to take action against him. Dragging the man over for a confrontation is simply not feasible. A moment of impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences. Next month, it is likely that he will move away, and Xiao Xingyun, disinterested in further engagement, reciprocated the landlord's threatening glare before retreating into his room. That evening, Su Qing did not come to the rental for her live broadcast. After a brief exchange on WeChat, she expressed the need for rest and her reluctance to return to the apartment for the time being. Xiao Xingyun understood her predicament and continued searching forums and bulletin boards for a suitable residence, hoping to avoid agency fees in the process. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Xiao Xingyun, with his suitcase in tow, made his way to the antique market at Chenghuang Temple. Given his proximity and early arrival, there were scarcely any vendors setting up stalls at that hour. Once he established his own stall, he ordered breakfast, a cup of soy milk and a basket of soup dumplings, which he savored heartily. Shortly thereafter, Luo Depeng arrived, similarly burdened by a suitcase. His large, corpulent figure raised concerns about his health. "Ah, brother, you've finally made it. Are you all right? It's quite unfortunate. I heard you were knocked unconscious and hospitalized while I managed to escape that day." Luo greeted with a smile. "It was merely a trivial incident. All in the past now, so let us not dwell on it. By the way, there's a gem auction tonight featuring jade and other raw stones. There are no barriers to entry, and I have a few invitation slots from friends. Would you be interested in joining? Gambling on stones? An auction? Goodness, brother, your connections are quite impressive now. We must attend." You see, I, Luo, have long harbored a dream of gambling on stones but have never found the opportunity. Perhaps today marks the turning point in my fortunes. As he spoke, he produced a washed apple from his suitcase, presenting it to Xiao Xingyun as if it were a treasure. Xiao Xingyun graciously accepted it, finding it quite delightful, a genuine Fuji apple. Before long, the other stall owners began to arrive. Since the stalls were free, it was imperative to secure a position early. Arriving late would guarantee a lack of space. He set about polishing the jade stones with oil, enhancing their luster and warm, glossy appearance. At that moment, a burly man approached, his local accent thick as he impatiently shouted at Xiao Xingyun, "You've taken my spot. I set up here yesterday. Get out of my way immediately, or I'll slap you across the face." Upon hearing those words, Xiao Xingyun was immediately incensed. How dare one raise their voice at him? Did they truly believe they could intimidate him? Growing up in a small mountain village, he had faced countless friendly sparring matches with peers. Standing at a height of 1.80 meters with a chiseled physique, could they not see the six-pack abs he possessed? Of course, they lacked the gift of X-ray vision. It was only natural they could not perceive it. Should they utter those insolent words again, he would promptly teach them a lesson in humility. Did they have the audacity to challenge his stall? He had been peddling here for a year. What authority did they hold? Although Xiao Xingyun appeared refined and gentle while seated, upon rising, his formidable stature unnerved the burly man opposite him. "I do not care how long you have been here. I was here yesterday and will be here today. If you do not allow me to operate, I shall disrupt your business, ensuring you fail to make a single sale. Who fears whom? If you obstruct my trade, I shall do the same to you. Come on, let us inflict mutual harm." With a solid foundation of 300,000 and an auction to attend that evening for stone gambling, Xiao Xingyun was not intimidated by threats. He boldly countered the man's aggression. The burly man was equally imposing. Squeezing between Xiao Xingyun and the rotund Luoda, he displayed an array of items, shouting to passers-by, "Massive discounts, everything must go, all authentic Hetian jade, the lowest prices of the day. If you pay even a dime more, I shall slap you." A mere glance at the pile of goods nearly provoked a chuckle from Xiao Xingyun. To his dismay, there were only a few pieces of Qinghai material, a handful of Korean stones, and the rest were fake items made of milky glass. How could these low-quality trinkets dare to claim the title of authentic Hetian jade? Today, he would let them experience the righteous fist of a fine young man from Huaxia. Chapter 5. Your uncle will always be your uncle. The two individuals initiated a challenge, leaving the onlookers in awe. Luo Dapeng and the neighboring vendors rallied to support Xiao Xingyun. Yet the burly outsider remained impervious, clearly intent on overpowering him. Luo Dapeng cast a glance at Xiao Xingyun, silently inquiring whether he would respond. In return, Xiao Xingyun signaled back, reassuring him to remain calm. He would employ legitimate commercial tactics to ensure the man acknowledged him as superior. Before long, an elderly gentleman arrived, resembling a retired official, with white hair yet youthful features and an imposing demeanor. His discerning eyes immediately fell upon the jade guanyin figurine displayed by Xiao Xingyun. This piece, crafted from Russian jade, was palm-sized with exquisite texture and a lustrous, creamy hue, exuding a faint sheen. While it paled in comparison to genuine Hetian jade, it could certainly be regarded as a prized possession among common jade artifacts, a treasure of the street vendor. "Young man, what is the price of this Russian jade guanyin?" the old gentleman inquired, a smile gracing his face. His immediate identification of the jade type indicated his expertise, effectively preventing the vendor from inflating the price arbitrarily. Xiao Xingyun responded with a grin, "Sir, your discerning eye is commendable. You have indeed recognized my prized possession. Although it is Russian jade, it is of the finest quality, a true gem among Russian specimens. Since you appear to be an aficionado, I can offer it to you for 26,000. Ha, that is rather steep. Given the current market, it should be no more than 20,000, the elderly gentleman countered, demonstrating his genuine intent to purchase, as one who is disinterested often refrains from bargaining. This jade guanyin had cost Xiao Xingyun 3,800 half a year ago. Selling it for 20,000 would yield a substantial profit. He intended to negotiate further, perhaps to raise the price a bit before finalizing the sale. However, He had forgotten about the resentful competitor lurking nearby. Sir, why spend 20,000 on that inferior Russian jade? Look at my guanine authentic Hatien jade, with an exquisite white and lustrous sheen. It is devoid of any impurities. I can offer it to you at a wholesale price of 16,000. The burly man with a foreign accent interjected, attempting to usurp the sale. Xiao Xingyun glanced over. The so-called jade guanine was merely a piece made of milky glass, a blatant counterfeit. Nevertheless, it did possess an appealing appearance, enhanced with a faux patina. The elderly gentleman's eyes brightened, and he was drawn to the imitation, examining it in the sunlight for an extended period. He even retrieved a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight to scrutinize the piece thoroughly. Cautiously, he asked, "Why does this jade guanine lack cotton patterns? It doesn't seem like Hatien jade at all." "Oh dear, my esteemed sir, where could one purchase genuine seed jade at this price? Although it has a surface coating, this is authentic Hatien jade mountain material, exhibiting exceptional density, which is why you cannot see any cotton patterns. To be frank, I recently arrived in Shanghai, and in order to establish my business, I am selling at cost. If you wait a month or two, you won't find such quality for 3 or even 5 times this price. 15,000 is the best I can do. If you agree, then let us proceed. If not, then so be it." The elderly gentleman, merely a novice jade enthusiast, was easily swayed by the sales pitch. As the gentleman prepared to pull out his phone to make the transfer, Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of urgency. Just moments ago, his business was on the verge of success, only to be thwarted by a man with an unfamiliar accent, an act that blatantly undermined the established norms. However, the enmity between the two had long been established, making the theft of business quite predictable. Thus, Xiao Xingyun, feeling a surge of urgency, lightly remarked, "Sir, spending such a fortune on a piece of glass would indeed be unwise. If you have any doubts, perhaps you should consult a knowledgeable friend for verification." The man with the foreign accent immediately changed his expression, taken aback by Xiao Xingyun's ability to discern the truth from such a distance. The elderly gentleman, with his head of white hair, brightened at the remark and calmly replied, "Do not jest. In this day and age, who would sell glass masquerading as jade? If caught by the authorities, wouldn't he face ruin?" He continued, "Very well, I shall take this piece of jade. Allow me to scan your WeChat for the transfer." The foreign-accented man, overjoyed, promptly operated his phone, facilitating the elder's transfer, thus securing an income of 15,000 yuan. The white-haired elder, clutching the jade guanine, turned away with satisfaction, while the man with the foreign accent shot a provocative glare at Xiao Xingyun. "What's the matter? Are you envious? Behold, this is true power. If you have the skill, why not sell your own piece of glass at a high price?" Xiao Xingyun frowned and coldly retorted, "A single drop of rat droppings can spoil an entire pot of soup. Prices can be deceiving, but quality cannot lie. By attempting to deceive with emulsified glass, you are violating the very rules of the marketplace. You are in serious trouble." The foreign-accented man, brimming with arrogance, replied, "Who are you threatening? I have set up stalls in major antique markets across the nation. I have encountered all sorts of storms and have never faced consequences. In the realm of antiques and jade, it is all about discernment. If one suffers losses, it is merely due to their own lack of skill and poor judgment. What else can one do but accept their misfortune?" Xiao Xingyun merely smiled silently. The social order in Shanghai over the past 2 years was not something that could be compared to lesser places. If that retired elder had possessed even a modicum of wisdom and had reminded himself that what he was holding was indeed emulsified glass, he would have sought verification. If he failed to do so, it would be a shame for one of his age to be deceived. It would serve him right. As expected, not long after, the elder returned with a group of market regulators and 2 police officers, storming towards them. "Shaoli, it's him. He sold me glass disguised as jade. This is fraud of considerable magnitude, equivalent to my entire month's pension. He must be severely punished. At least 10 times the penalty for counterfeit. Rest assured, we will ensure justice is served. Quickly, apprehend this purveyor of false goods, and seal all merchandise, awaiting the technical department's investigation." The market regulators and police officers surged forward, capturing the man with the foreign accent. He was left bewildered, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why this commotion?" I'm merely selling some crafts. Is that a crime? If you think it's unacceptable, I'll refund. SNT, that's sufficient? The elderly gentleman, who had previously appeared naive, now regained his sagacity, responding with a grave expression, no, you are committing fraud. My name is Wu Qingsheng, and I have always detested deceit, especially in the realm of antiques and jade. Then, without any hesitation, these individuals seized the swindler with the foreign accent. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depang exchanged glances, both recognizing a profound wariness towards the elderly gentleman. A senior will always command respect. This ruse was rather audacious. Just before departing, the old man seemed to recall something. He patted Xiao Xingyun's shoulder with a sense of satisfaction and said, "Young man, you possess a genuine business acumen, but your prices are rather steep. For this exquisite piece of Russian jade guanine, I can offer you 12,000. Will you accept?" Xiao Xingyun's face revealed a bittersweet expression, and he replied softly, "Sir, you truly are a connoisseur, instantly discerning the base price of this guanine. If you could add just a tad more, it would allow me a modest profit for my travel expenses. 13,000, and consider it my service in bringing you this merchandise." "Haha, you are indeed straightforward, young man. Your sincerity is commendable, so I shall not shortchange you. I will give you 13,000. Now come, let us complete the transaction via mobile payment." The elderly gentleman, in high spirits today, seemed aware that the swindler was about to incur significant losses, thus displaying unusual generosity. Xiao Xingyun accepted the 13,000, carefully wrapped the guanine for the old man, and watched his retreating figure with a subtle smile characteristic of a businessman. This transaction yielded nearly 10,000 in profit, which was quite commendable. If such opportunities arose 3 to 5 times a month, one would surely prosper. Chapter 6. The Jade Auction. As Luo Dapeng gazed at the retreating figure of the elderly gentleman, a sense of unease and trepidation lingered within him. He whispered to Xiao Xingyun, "Do you think that old man might return to exploit you? Knowing how formidable he is, you still chose to engage in this deal with him?" Xiao Xingyun replied, "Judging by his demeanor, he appears to be a man of stature. I am selling genuine jade. He cannot possibly intimidate us respectable merchants. Besides, the price I offered him is significantly lower than what one would find in a shop." "Wow, after just a few days, you've even learned to read faces?" Luo Dapeng teased. "Just a little understanding, born of life's necessities," Xiao Xingyun replied modestly. "With this transaction, you must be making at least 10,000 from the old man, right? You're exaggerating. I clearly made just over 9,000. As the two continued their banter, Xiao Xingyun's phone chimed. Ding 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 ding. Zhang Hao's voice came through the line. "Brother, are you certain there are no more? How many people can you gather tonight to help me warm up the scene?" "Just 2, only 2 in total. I will send you their names shortly. You can take care of the entry procedures. 2 seems a bit scarce, but better than none." "All right, send over the information." After ending the call, Xiao Xingyun sent both his and Luo Dapeng's details to Zhang Hao for the necessary arrangements. In truth, Xiao Xingyun could have found a few more individuals. The venue resembled a casino, and he feared someone might gamble away their entire fortune. He turned to Luo Dapeng and said, "I've sent your information over. Let us go broaden our horizons tonight. But let us agree on one thing: we can play a little, but do not place any hefty bets. Rest assured, I only have a modest sum of a few 100,000. I'm reluctant to risk it all. At most, I'll bid on a couple of small raw stones as keepsakes," Luo Dapeng assured him. In the following hours, Xiao Xingyun completed several minor transactions, selling a jade piece pendant, a jade ring, and a jade Buddha pendant from Qinghai, earning only a little over 1,000 yuan, insignificant compared to the substantial deal from the morning. As dusk approached, they finally closed up shop. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Dapeng returned home to store their jade and emerald goods, grabbing a quick bite before heading to the agreed-upon location, the Qin's jewelry auction house. At 7:30 p.m., they arrived punctually. By that time, others had already begun to register for entry. Upon arrival, they presented their identification and provided their phone numbers. The security personnel assigned them a seat number and permitted them entry. Luo Dapeng's real name was Luo Dazhao, but due to his considerable girth, consistently weighing around 200 pounds, he was affectionately dubbed Luo Dapeng or simply the Fatty by acquaintances, with his true name seldom uttered. Xiao Xingyun had a cordial relationship with Luo Dapeng from their time in the antique market, where he had learned how to set up a stall and source goods, thus considering him a semi-mentor. Therefore, whenever there was a favorable opportunity, he would invite Luo Dapeng along. Otherwise, it would be far more profitable for Xiao Xingyun to secretly amass wealth alone in such scenarios. The first-floor auction hall dazzled with brilliant lights, and the auction items were meticulously numbered and displayed in various exhibition areas, with staff on hand to supervise, allowing customers to take photographs and conduct on-site appraisals. The 10 largest jade raw stones were set to be the Pai Siida assistants of this auction, albeit under a sealed bid format. Before each piece of raw jade, there lies a hidden reserve price, accompanied by a semi-enclosed box that permits the insertion of only a slip of paper upon which a bid may be inscribed. Once the open auction concludes, the staff will tally the secret bids, awarding the highest bidder the corresponding item. Oh my, this is indeed a jade raw stone. This one is truly massive, weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds, heavier than myself. Can you guess the reserve price? 35 million. I could not afford it even if I sold my house. Like an astonished countrywoman stepping into a grand garden for the first time, Fat Luo was taken aback by everything he saw. Xiao Xingyun, with a sense of resignation, advised, "Please refrain from shouting. I have eyes and can see. We have no chance with these hidden bids. Let us focus on those open bids that are reasonably priced and choose a few that catch our eye." Activating his keen perception, Xiao Xingyun swiftly assessed the situation among the 10 colossal jade stones. Among them, 2 stood out as exceptionally promising, likely to yield significant returns if cut. 2 others were mediocre but could at least break even, while the remaining 6 appeared rather dubious, unlikely to fetch even 1/10 of the reserve price. The high probability of incurring losses felt reminiscent of a slaughterhouse scheme. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Xingyun entertained such thoughts, yet being a novice at such auctions, he hesitated to draw any conclusions about the typical market conditions. In the open bidding area, he began with item number 1, gradually moving backward, jotting notes and using special symbols to mark the stones with the highest potential for profit in his small notebook. In addition to jade raw stones, there were also some jadeite stones present. While the gamble on jadeite is less pronounced, certain thick-skinned rough materials remain ambiguous, necessitating a high level of skill to ascertain the likelihood of either a surge or a decline. The auction would formally commence at 8:30 and conclude by 9:30, with the remaining half-hour dedicated to processing unsold items, which could be purchased at direct offers. Look over there. A stunning beauty, truly mesmerizing. My goodness, just a glance at her makes this trip worthwhile, Fat Luo exclaimed, eyes wide, nearly drooling at the sight of a certain area. Xiao Xingyun's eyes lit up as well. The woman possessed fair skin, exquisite beauty, and an outstanding presence. Countless men present were entranced at a mere glance, illustrating her formidable allure. Accompanying her were a female assistant and a male bodyguard, all clad in designer attire. Labels Xiao Xingyun had only ever encountered in luxury advertisements, confirming that she was a goddess forever beyond his reach. It seemed she was Gu Qingqing, the beloved daughter of the Gu family from the capital. Rumor had it that the Gu family was transitioning from the antiquities business into the jade and gemstone arena, and it appeared the rumors held truth, as several young members of the Gu family had begun to openly participate in similar auctions. Given the rampant speculation in the antiquities market, which has reached a bottleneck, a foray into jade and gemstone jewelry is understandable. However, the appearance of the Gu family's daughter at the Qin Jewelry Auction House might signify a potential collaboration between the two prominent groups. Gu Qingsheng lingered only briefly in the hidden bid area, and wherever she appeared, throngs of people gathered, much like a celebrity drawing a crowd, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to intrude. Xiao Xingyun was disinterested in joining the commotion, preferring to observe from a distance. He feared that a closer inspection might expose him to embarrassment, especially given the advantage of his newfound ability to see through objects. From item number 1 to item number 500, the auction displayed raw jade and stone, with some pieces weighing several dozen pounds and others a mere 2 or 3. Beyond item 500, however, the auction shifted to finished carvings and ancient jade. The quality of the materials and the craftsmanship of the carvers were typically showcased in high-end jewelry stores, rarely seen at auction. Ancient jade, due to its exorbitant prices, is often subject to severe forgery, with some deceitful individuals burying new jade in soil, animal remains, or even corpses, or submerging them in chemical solutions. Such ancient jade can easily deceive even experts, leading them to unwittingly purchase fakes at great expense. Consequently, as a newcomer, Xiao Xingyun avoided ancient jade, knowing the depths of deception involved. However, ever since he sustained an eye injury from the ancient jade of a grave robber 2 days prior, which granted him an extraordinary ability, he felt an inexplicable affinity towards ancient jade. Utilizing his power of perception, he scanned the ancient jade pieces. Some exuded a lifeless aura, others appeared unremarkable with no anomalies, while a few astonishingly glowed from within, harboring peculiar, mysterious energies. His eyes harbored an insatiable desire for the ancient jade that contained such enigmatic power. Chapter 7. The Ascension of Extraordinary Powers. Xiao Xingyun made a rough estimate and discovered that among nearly 100 ancient jades, only 8 emitted peculiar energy waves. This energy seemed to possess an unusual vitality, captivating his attention. A fervent desire surged within him, compelling him to touch the jades and experience their energy. Under the vigilant gaze of the auction house staff, he cautiously picked up a piece from the exhibition area and scrutinized it closely. As soon as his fingers grazed the jade, a warm energy coursed through his body, ultimately settling into his eyes. The fatigue from earlier overuse was alleviated by this soothing warmth, akin to a parched plant being revitalized by nourishing rain. In a word, it was utterly exhilarating. Upon reopening his eyes, he noticed that the energy from the jade had vanished, leaving behind a web of cracks that rendered it seemingly fragile, as if a mere touch could shatter it. Xiao Xingyun was astonished by the jade's transformation. Had he depleted its energy to the point of vulnerability? He dared not display his astonishment and carefully returned the jade to its original place. He then approached another glowing piece, employing the same method to inspect it, and indeed, he absorbed the energy within once more. The jade, now filled with fissures yet appearing intact on the surface, left Xiao Xingyun feeling guilty. He returned this piece as well. The base price for these jades started at no less than hundreds of thousands. At present, he could not afford to purchase them. He could only borrow the energy for now, planning to buy them later when he had the means to absorb their power. The allure of these energy orbs was particularly addictive, far exceeding the pleasures of drinking or smoking. Each absorption provided a refreshing cleanse to his eyes, enhancing their capabilities. When he had finally absorbed the energy from all 8 ancient jades, he felt a peculiar, heated current coursing through his head and eyes, circulating gently 3 times before coming to a halt. Upon opening his eyes again, he realized that he could see with greater clarity. Even from several dozen meters away, he could discern the tiny text on someone's phone screen. Had his vision truly upgraded? Did the energy within the jades possess the power to enhance his abilities? A wave of elation washed over Xiao Xingyun, granting him newfound insight into his ocular powers. This realization ignited a burning desire to earn more money. For only by acquiring greater wealth could he purchase more ancient jades to further elevate his abilities. Continuing to siphon off others' jade energy would inevitably lead to discovery. Exposing his extraordinary vision would risk him being captured for experimentation and render him a target of suspicion within the jade industry, making it increasingly difficult to amass significant wealth. Simultaneously, he felt curiosity stir within him regarding the changes that might accompany his upgraded vision. With this thought in mind, he directed his newly enhanced gaze toward a female staff member at the auction house. A warm current swept through his eyes, and the images before him startled him. He found himself witnessing a vividly pulsating heart, colorful intestines, and all manner of internal organs laid bare before him. Previously, his X-ray vision could only penetrate the fabric of others' clothing, but now it astonishingly allows him to see through the skin to the very organs beneath. As clear as a CT scan, nay, clearer, akin to the experience of dissecting a body and witnessing its inner workings firsthand. She appeared youthful and healthy, yet within her liver, there resided a growth the size of a fingernail, the nature of which, be it a cyst or a malignant tumor, remained uncertain. "Sir, what are you staring at?" The young and beautiful waitress felt a flicker of annoyance as Xiao Xingyun had been fixated on her body for an extended period, particularly on those areas best left unspoken. Coming to his senses, Xiao Xingyun kindly advised, "Miss, you've been experiencing some discomfort in your liver. particularly in the upper right abdomen haven to you, it would be wise to visit a hospital for a scan at your earliest convenience. The waitress, taken aback, replied, "Oh, how did you know? I thought it was just from strenuous exercise. A mild ache that's been bothering me. Are you perhaps a doctor?" "Indeed, I am a doctor. Trust me. You cannot go wrong with this advice." With her inquiry providing him with an apt justification, Xiao Xingyun saw no reason to hold back. Having said his piece, he turned to leave, indifferent to whether the waitress would heed his counsel. "Xiao Yunzi, you must congratulate your brother. I've fallen in love. My goodness, Gu Qingcheng is breathtaking. I cannot envision a life without her." "Then prepare to remain single, not only in this life but the next as well. You shan't find the opportunity. Could you refrain from being so harsh? Let us set aside the topic of women for now. Allow me to show you several auction numbers I find particularly appealing. I believe they will yield substantial returns when cut. This piece starts at 8,000 yuan, but I estimate it will ultimately sell for around 40,000. This piece has a starting price of 12,000. If it doesn't reach 50,000, it will be difficult to secure." Xiao Xingyun glanced at the auction numbers chosen by the corpulent Luo, comparing them with his own, and noticed that none overlapped. This indicated that Luo's selections were unlikely to be profitable. Thus he gently prodded, "As we are but humble vendors, participating in an auction for the first time, perhaps we should consider purchasing some inexpensive raw stones first, such as number 92, which starts at only 2,000 yuan, or number 167, starting at 900 yuan. Those raw stones are rather small, and the resultant value will be negligible. However, I shall heed your advice. Your luck has always been commendable. If the premium isn't excessive, I might take a chance at bidding." Let us hope so." With that, Xiao Xingyun refrained from further comment, wary of arousing suspicion afterward. At 8:30 p.m., the auction commenced officially, and the participating patrons gradually returned to their designated seats, locating them according to their entry numbers. Following the auctioneer's instructions, they operated a bidding device resembling a mobile phone. Customers wishing to partake in the bidding were required to deposit a security fee of 100,000 yuan. Those not intending to bid could disregard the device altogether. Customers who did not submit a security deposit were barred from participating in the auction, and any last-minute bidding attempts would not connect to the auctioneer's terminal. To participate in the clandestine bidding, a deposit of 10 million must be paid in advance. Failure to do so renders even the highest bid void, passing the opportunity to the next highest bidder who has submitted the requisite deposit. Xiao Xinjian, holding number 421, and Luo Pongzi with number 422, find themselves positioned quite far back, over 400 places, nearly at the very end of the auction hall. Fortunately, we reside in an era of electronic information. A colossal display screen, larger than that of an IMAX cinema, allows even those seated in the last row to see clearly. The enchanting beauty, Gu Qingcheng, whom Luo Pongzi ardently admires, occupies the esteemed front row VIP seat, specifically number 8. The privileges of the affluent are indeed extraordinary. Well, most participants have submitted their deposits, and the time has come. We now formally enter the auction phase. With a resounding call from the host, who also serves as the auctioneer, the main event of the evening commences. Chapter 8. Intense bidding. The initial auction items were all of exceptional quality, yet concealed within them was a chaotic assortment of worthless debris. The jadeite raw stones appeared uniformly green or icy upon inspection, but were riddled with intermittent fissures and coarse varieties that barely qualified as the so-called glutinous type. Spending money to bid on such items was akin to offering wealth to the deity of fortune. The classification of jadeite raw stones ranges from poor to excellent, typically categorized as shattered stones, bean varieties, glutinous types, icy types, and glass types. When classified by color, the most inferior is colorless, while green reigns supreme, followed by red. Yellow and purple can also yield exquisite specimens, whereas gray and black hues are often derided as trash within the industry. The final auction price generally escalates to 3 to 5 times the starting bid. For instance, if an item is listed at a base price of 1,000, it often fetches between 3 and 5,000. In rare cases, Items with exceptionally appealing appearances or those that incite fervent competition may command premiums of 8 to 10 times the base price. Such exorbitant bidding is often the result of either a bidder's folly or sheer capriciousness. Individuals like Xiao Xingyun, who are solely intent on profit, would never engage in such extravagance. The first auction item that captured his attention was numbered 54, with a base price of 9,000 yuan. He advised his companion, Fat Luo, to opt for more affordable choices, as the quality of the latter selections was far too poor, inevitably leading to losses. The jadeite raw stone he had chosen, uninspected, weighed 6.8 kilograms and presented a dark exterior interspersed with brown hues. The appraiser had not been optimistic, hence the modest starting bid of 9,000. Thus, Xiao Xingyun made his move. On the large screen, a three-dimensional image of the jadeite raw stone appeared, accompanied by close-up detail shots. The auctioneer passionately extolled the virtues of this raw stone, highlighting the appraiser's favorable remarks, though the decision to purchase rested solely with the bidders. The starting bid was 9,000, with increments of no less than 1,000 or in whole multiples thereof. The auction commenced, allowing participants to enter their bids directly or press the plus key to increase their bid by 1,000 with each press, or to hold it down for a continuous increase. Xiao Xingyun entered 20,000 for his first bid. Upon confirmation, the relevant information was immediately displayed on the screen. VIP 421 bids 20,000. Shortly thereafter, the price was swiftly surpassed. VIP 19 bids 30,000. VIP 336 bids 33,000. Only the temporary leading bidder's number would appear on the screen, while lower bids were promptly disregarded, though participants could still submit new amounts at any time. Modern auctions were markedly more convenient than the traditional paddle-raising format of yore. Nevertheless, for particularly significant auctions, such as land bidding, the conventional method still predominated. Gradually, more bidders entered the fray, but once the price exceeded 40,000, participation dwindled. Yet, Xiao Xingyun relentlessly pursued the jadeite, determined to secure it. With the current highest bid at 48,000, was there no other esteemed bidder willing to exceed this amount? As the countdown began, 10, 9, 8, his heart raced in tandem with the dwindling seconds. This was his inaugural venture into the bidding of jadeite rough stones, and within this particular stone, the central region shimmered with a vibrant emerald green, translucent and exquisite, undoubtedly of at least the ice-type jadeite quality. Such exceptional green jadeite possesses a distinctive appellation, known as imperial green. Naturally, the perception of jadeite through both enhanced vision and the naked eye may differ, potentially not attaining the caliber of imperial green. Yet it would scarcely be far removed. Given the current market valuation for imperial green quality, should this jadeite rough be cleaved, even with a slightly diminished core area, it would command a value exceeding 20 million. While he could forego competition for other stones, this one compelled him to wager his entire fortune in pursuit. Should he exceed his financial limits, he would find himself at an impasse. Of course, he had marked several other jadeites, a few of which were commendable pieces, yet in comparison to this one, they paled significantly. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to VIP number 421. This jadeite rough is now yours. Upon payment through the bidding apparatus, you may retrieve your stone from the display area at your convenience. Alternatively, you may complete the formalities at the end. We offer complimentary delivery services, limited to the city. Xiao Xingyun completed the payment but did not hasten to collect his prize, as he still had over 200,000 remaining and aimed to expend it all today. This was a gamble of a lifetime, a chance for redemption. Beside him, the anxious Luo Pengzi remarked, "Xiao Yunzi, you truly dare to make such a bid. That rough stone is so dark, resembling coal. It is clearly worthless. How could you take that for nearly 50,000? By instinct, I sensed its potential for significant appreciation, so I made my move," he replied. "Now, it's your turn. I won't be bidding for a while." The stones he had his eye on were numbered in the middle, and it would be some time before they came up for auction. Meanwhile, his recommendations to Luo Pengzi, numbers 92 and 167, would soon be on the block. With a multitude of items on offer today, the auction proceeded at a brisk pace, and the auctioneer energetically promoted 10 secret bid rough stones, which were to be the grand finale of the event. It was rumored that there would also be a live stone deciphering segment, although this remained uncertain, as deciphering stones is a time-consuming endeavor and few could endure until the final act in the dead of night. After a while, number 92 finally arrived. It was a jadeite rough that had been opened, but the revealed color was incorrect, grayish-green, of a bean type with somewhat large cotton-like inclusions. Such quality would struggle to sell for 500 each as bracelets. Thus, even with a weight of 3 to 4 kilograms, the starting bid was merely 8,000 yuan. The auctioneer spoke briefly before initiating the bidding. Luo Jiazi, filled with excitement, made an initial offer of 20,000. The competition was sparse, and after several rounds, he secured the stone for 55,000. In an instant, Luo Pengzi was engulfed by regret. Damn it, Xiao Yunzi, I got carried away. 55,000. That's enough for me to visit the club 50 times. Xiao Xingyun reassured him. Fatty, think positively. Perhaps your usual club has been usurped by others? This few tens of thousands could save you from dire straits. Get lost. I'm not listening to you anymore. Next time, I'll bid according to my own judgment. He chuckled. Xiao Xingyun smiled silently, examining a piece of jadeite rough that appeared to be a blend of gray and green. A few more centimeters of cutting would reveal exquisite ice-red hues within. It was the size of an adult's fist, capable of yielding a bracelet, a pendant, and several ring faces worth at least 3 to 4 million. It wasn't that Xiao Xingyun dismissed this sum. Rather, his available funds were limited as he needed to bid on several other raw stones of even greater value, the costs of which remained uncertain, necessitating a reserve. Lao Peng, acting as Xiao Xingyun's guide and semi-mentor in the realm of jade, offered him a taste of success as a gesture of gratitude. No matter how recklessly Lao Peng gambled his resources, even if he lost everything, the presence of this piece of red jade would prevent him from falling into despair or depression. Indeed, liberated from restraint, Lao Peng impulsively acquired several pieces of jadeite rough that had caught his eye, swiftly depleting his savings. Only then did he reveal a simple, unpretentious smile of contentment, a testament to his newfound happiness despite the extravagance. Chapter 9. Exhausting all savings, I felt that this time I could earn a fortune. The plump man, having squandered his family wealth, was somewhat apprehensive as he boasted to Xiao Xingyun. Patients often believe that success can be achieved without medication, yet reality tends to wield a cruel hand. Bah! Your ambiguous remarks are at least of an 8th grade level. Why haven't you taken the English proficiency test at that level? I am merely humble. I keep a low profile. Do you have any objections? Subsequently, Xiao Xingyun seized the opportunity to acquire 2 jadeite rough stones. The competition was rather fierce, with each averaging nearly 70,000, before finally securing them. To date, he had successfully bid on 3 items, having expended nearly 190,000, with an approximate remaining budget of 110,000. Item number 457 was particularly promising, resulting in a fervent bidding war. Starting at 50,000, it was driven up to 600,000, with 2 affluent bidders still vying for it, one of whom was the esteemed VIP guest in position 8, Gu Qingqing. The external characteristics of this jadeite were quite pronounced, with cracks revealing a white and greenish base color, prompting such fervor among the bidders, far exceeding the initial price. Ultimately, Gu Qingqing secured it for 720,000. At this juncture, the atmosphere was electrified, with the pace of bidding rapid and the excitement palpable. The first 500 items, comprising jadeite and Hetian jade rough stones, were auctioned off in just over 40 minutes. Many items concluded their bidding in mere seconds, while hundreds went unsold, attracting no bids whatsoever. The market for antiquities was evidently lackluster. Too many participants perceived it as fraught with risks, leading to a reluctance to venture forth. Out of dozens of ancient jades, only a few sold while the remainder went unsold. As a grand finale, there were 10 hidden bids, each worth tens of millions. Under the guidance of 10 staff members, each carrying a numbered bidding box, Xiao Xingyun's roommate, Zhang Hao, was among them. Now, beginning with the first bidding box, I shall commence the tally, opening it under the scrutiny of the camera. Upon opening, although the box was substantial, it contained only a handful of bidding papers, merely a dozen or so. I hereby announce that the esteemed Mr. Su has won the bid for the first hidden bid rough stone, with a final effective price of 48 million. I now declare that the esteemed Ms. Gu has secured the second hidden bid rough stone, with a final effective price of 52 million. The results for the 10 hidden bid jadeite rough stones were swiftly disclosed, predominantly secured by guests seated in the front row, with the total price for these 10 surpassing 500 million. It could be stated that the cumulative auction price of the preceding several hundred smaller rough stones paled in comparison to the total for these 10 hidden bids. Xiao Xingyun had been closely observing Gu Qingqing, who acquired both the second and seventh hidden bid rough stones. He had previously examined the second rough stone, which indeed possessed commendable jade quality and was likely to appreciate significantly. However, the seventh hidden bid rough stone was a mere disappointment. Colorless and waxy, and even combined, the weight of the stone yielded scant green. Those tens of millions felt as though they were squandered. Contemplating this, he felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Qingqing. Yet, Xiao Xingyun quickly realized, what concern was it of his? It was not his money at stake. The protagonist, Xiao Xingyun, found himself in a peculiar situation, feeling detached from Gu Qingqing, a figure he had never encountered, not even exchanging a glance. Despite having glimpsed her through his perceptive vision, he bore no obligation to guide her on which obscure bid to place. Indeed, should he offer her any advice, she might deem him insane or worse, summon her bodyguards to expel him. Alas, in this society, the aspiration to be a good person is fraught with difficulty. As he pondered this, he glanced at his companion, the rotund Luo de Peo. If even a close friend harbored doubts about him, how could a stranger possibly believe him? At that moment, the auctioneer, acting as the host, announced to the attendees that they were free to purchase any unsold items, inviting them to acquire whatever caught their fancy at the base price. For those interested in live stone appraisal, there was a designated area featuring 20 small and 10 large stone machines available for customer use, requiring only the submission of an application and the signing of an appraisal agreement. Currently, the exhibition hall was filled solely with unsold items, while those that had been successfully auctioned off were relocated to a warehouse by the staff. Xiao Xingyun, possessing approximately 110,000 in available funds, chose not to rush into observing others as they appraised stones. Instead, he meandered through the collection of over 100 unsold items, seeking treasures of value. Xiao Yun, I'm off to queue for the stone appraisal. Aren't you coming? Luo de Peo exclaimed. Very well, once you're done, don't forget to find me in the appraisal area. Haha. Tonight is the night of fortune. Off I go. With that, he scampered away, brimming with excitement. All right, I shall seek you out later, Xiao Xingyun replied, continuing his quest for hidden gems among the unsold items. He stumbled upon a jadeite rough stone with a base price of 80,000. While its quality was decent, the stone exhibited an unusual blend of green, red, yellow, white, and purple hues which initially deterred him from considering it. Typically, one would need to bid at least 3 to 5 times the base price to secure such a piece, which seemed unwise. However, since it had gone unsold, it was now within reach. This kaleidoscopic jadeite could be fashioned into a decorative piece, which is exceedingly rare and, with the right marketing, could fetch a high price. 3 colors could be classified as tricolor jade, while 5 colors would be termed as multicolor jade. Frankly speaking, tricolor jade is rather common, yet multicolor jade is exceptionally rare, especially in such a substantial piece where all 5 colors are intricately intermingled. Should he proceed to publicly appraise this neglected rough stone, it might very well propel him into the realm of the Millionaires Club. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyun acquired the multicolored jadeite rough stone, completed the payment, and received his purchase receipt. The staff kindly informed him that he could store it alongside his other acquired items. Nodding in agreement, he then hastened toward his next potential find. Why was it referred to as a small find? Because it was a piece of jade weighing several dozen pounds, encased in an excessively thick skin, with colors oscillating between a deep red and a golden sheen, presenting an odd appearance that led many to suspect it was a counterfeit. Beneath the thick, deceptive exterior, the true color of the jade flesh remained a mystery. Was it white, green, black, or yellow? It was utterly indiscernible, leaving no one daring enough to claim it. The base price stands at 50,000. If he wishes to acquire it, Xiao Xingyun's expenditure today will swiftly reach 320,000, exhausting all his savings. He even has to transfer his pocket money from Alipay just to barely make ends meet. Although he possesses a winning amount of 300,000, he must contend with a 20% tax. Once more, he employs his X-ray vision to scrutinize the raw jadeite, confirming that it indeed contains fine, creamy white jade, potentially reaching the coveted level of mutton fat jade. Securing it for 50,000 could yield at least a 100-fold return. This piece of jade he resolves to gamble on, going all in. The deposit from the previous auction has already been refunded, and after transferring his pocket money from Alipay into his bank account, he finally manages to gather the necessary 50,000. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyun promptly acquires this substantial piece of jadeite. The exhilaration of spending over 300,000 in one go is truly invigorating. He begins to understand the sensation of the renowned Luo, yet unlike him, while he has successfully obtained 5 raw stones that all appreciate in value, Luo has not been so fortunate. Apart from the one he guided him to, the rest have all turned out to be worthless. Perhaps it is time for him to publicly unveil one of his raw stones, to gauge the market sentiment, ideally selling it on the spot to alleviate the emptiness of his wallet. Chapter 10. The cut has plummeted. Exquisite ice red when Xiao Xingyun found Fatty Luo in the stone appraisal hall. He was seated amidst a heap of shattered stones, his eyes swollen and red from tears. It is over, utterly over. Even the 4 most coveted raw stones I had chosen have all been ruined. Over 200,000 is all my fortune. I cannot even recover the 20,000 principal. Now, I am left with just that worthless stone you helped me select. I can hardly bear to cut it open. Had I known, I would not have attended this auction. I have suffered a tremendous loss. With more than 200,000, how many visits to the clubs could I have enjoyed? Xiao Xingyun silently praised himself for insisting that Fatty Luo bid on a raw stone he favored. Otherwise, he might have been truly devastated. The raw stone numbered 92, which he urged him to bid on, was bound to surge, allowing him to recoup his losses and potentially multiply his assets by several folds. A man should stand tall. Winning and losing are mere reflections of one's abilities. Why weep? There is no total loss. There remains the final piece, does there not? If I were you, I would cut that one too. You speak lightly of it. When your stone crumbles later, I doubt you will hold back your tears. Enough, I shall accept my fate. I shall cut the remaining worthless stone as well. With a sense of defiance, Fatty Luo picked up the last small raw stone and dashed through the crowd of onlookers, who were jeering, and re-entered the small cutting chamber. How pitiful this fat man is, having squandered hundreds of thousands. Yet, his mindset is terribly fragile. It is evident he is a novice, weeping openly and providing nothing but amusement for others. Indeed, when I lost over 10 million in Myanmar's public stone gambling, I maintained my composure until my wife delivered a few stinging slaps, at which point my tears finally flowed. That fierce woman has quite the strength. The onlookers could hardly muster any words of consolation. Their presence was purely for entertainment, eager to witness the misfortunes of others. Should they see someone profit, their eyes would likely turn green with envy, wishing to snatch the raw stone for themselves. Suddenly, an array of gasps echoed from the large cutting area. Oh my! Come see! The hidden bid of the Gu family's heiress has crumbled. My heavens! She has lost several million in an instant. What a heap of worthless trash! A single cut through the middle revealed not a hint of green. The hidden bids can be quite treacherous. The previous Mr. Su's hidden bid raw stone also fell apart, yet at least it was a massive piece of glutinous jade yielding several bracelets, and he would only lose half. It feels as though this batch of materials is dubious. Not from the old mines. This auction resembles the notorious slaughterhouse, and thus far, no piece of good material has emerged. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Xingyun joined the throng of spectators, now witnessing the cutting of the 7th hidden bid stone, the very piece he had least favored. Gu Qingcheng, true to her aristocratic lineage, remained composed, showing no change in expression despite the collapse of this several million hidden bid raw stone. She quietly instructed her female assistant, who promptly dashed into the cutting chamber to relay the necessary details to the stone cutter. Through the transparent glass walls of the cutting area, one could clearly see the assistant gesturing a new cutting plan, while the stone cutter marked a long line under her guidance. Astonishingly, they were to cut it open once more from the center. The rough jadeite stones, each weighing several hundred to even over 1,000 pounds, were being processed at a rather slow pace. As the crowd anxiously awaited, A jubilant laugh erupted from the small jade cutting area belonging to Mr. Luo. Ah! It has risen, a significant increase. Everyone, come and see. The jadeite rough I purchased has soared in value. I have revealed ice-grade red jade, high ice. This announcement instantly captivated the entire audience, even catching the attention of the auction house manager, who was keenly aware of the necessity for a successful jade reveal to calm the crowd. This was not a scam. Our jadeite quality is exceptional. Those who did not achieve a rise simply had poor luck or lacked vision. Congratulations to Mr. Luo, whose rough stone number 92 has surged in value, currently estimated at several million. He had cut it from the middle, and the extent of the red jade distribution on either side remains unknown. The host of the cutting area, brandishing a microphone, fervently amplified the celebratory atmosphere. Xiao Yunzi, where have you gone? I have achieved a rise. Why can't I see you? You wouldn't abandon your brother to watch others cut jade, would you? Mr. Luo's somewhat distorted voice echoed throughout the venue. That rotund fellow. Must he be so ostentatious? It's merely several million. He ought to exhibit a bit more restraint, Xiao Xingyun thought to himself, yet he hurried over nonetheless. Upon arriving at the cutting station, Xiao Xingyun observed that the stone had been sliced in half, narrowly exposing a thin red jade area which had been divided into even thinner segments. Originally, it could have yielded a standard-sized bracelet and a pendant, but now, it could only be fashioned into 3 or 4 pendants. The disparity in value between a premium jade pendant and bracelet is not merely in multiples but rather in astronomical differences. A top-tier ice jade bracelet, depending on its intricacy and vibrant hue, could command anywhere from hundreds of thousands to several million, even reaching tens of millions. In contrast, a pendant crafted from the same material would fetch at most a few 100,000, if not less. However, as long as the entire stone was not cut open, others would remain oblivious to the distribution of the jade flesh, allowing it to still be sold at a premium. Xiao Yunzi, I am immensely grateful to you. I shall treat you to the club tomorrow, Mr. Luo exclaimed, patting Xiao Xingyun on the shoulder, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent.
Don't odiest.
I am not that kind of person, Xiao Xingyun firmly declined, feeling the weight of integrity in front of so many onlookers. At that moment, the Jade Master inquired, Mr. Luo, shall we continue cutting this stone? Mr. Luo hesitated. Just then, from the throng of newly arrived spectators, a voice emerged with an offer. My friend, perhaps you should not cut it further. Ruining it would detract from its beauty. I bid 2 million to purchase this jade rough. Boss Huang, you are being quite unscrupulous. Such exquisite ice-red jade, and you only offer 2 million? I shall raise the stakes to 3 million. A straightforward offer to demonstrate my sincerity. At that moment, Gu Qingcheng suddenly spoke, her voice sharp and melodious, exceedingly pleasant to the ear. The Gu family offers 4 million. I kindly ask my esteemed colleagues to show understanding. Our family has recently entered the jewelry industry and urgently requires top-quality materials to enhance our reputation. Should I have inadvertently offended anyone, I sincerely seek your forgiveness. Upon hearing her words, even the small and medium-sized jewelers, though somewhat displeased, had no choice but to concede, allowing this opportunity to remain with Gu Qingcheng. Competing against the Gu family was futile. It was wiser to preserve mutual respect for future dealings. A flurry of bids invigorated Fatty Luo, who immediately exclaimed, I wish to make a few more cuts to test it. However, before he could finish, Xiao Xingyun swiftly covered his mouth, insisting, No, you do not wish to. Had he not recklessly made those cuts earlier, exposing the pristine ice-red gem, Xiao Xingyun was confident that it could have fetched a higher price. Yet now, having sliced it in half, the integrity of the piece was irreparably compromised. Anyone offering 4 million should count themselves fortunate. Observing the seriousness, determination, and insistence in Xiao Xingyun's eyes, Fatty Luo quickly acquiesced. He promptly reversed his statement, saying, No more cutting, no more cutting. I shall heed my brother's advice. If no one bids higher, I will gladly sell it to this lovely lady for 4 million. Chapter 11. Do not cut it. I'll offer 5 million. The prestige of the Gu family holds considerable weight in the antique world. With Gu Qingcheng offering a substantial sum and leveraging the family name, competition dissipated. The pivotal factor was that the owner of the jadeite rough consented to this price. Consequently, Gu Qingqing dispatched individuals to procure the rough stone while simultaneously arranging a transfer to Luo de Peo. Soon, the sum of 4 million arrived and Luo de Peo, exhilarated as if intoxicated, began to tally his profits using his fingers. Is he really that foolish? Just use the calculator on your phone, Xiao Xingyun advised. Right. It's good that my brother reminded me. I'll calculate it now. Amid the accolades and congratulations from others, Luo de Peo nestled himself in a corner, using his phone's calculator to determine his earnings. On the other side, Gu Qingqing's secret bid for the number 7 rough stone failed again on the second cut, marking 2 consecutive disappointments, leaving little hope for the remainder. Although the Gu family was substantial, the loss of several million still weighed heavily on her, her demeanor growing increasingly frigid. Xiao Xingyun had intended to forge a closer rapport with her, but upon witnessing her current expression, she decided it prudent to refrain from further engagement. The price Gu Qingqing had set was indeed enticing. Desperately in need of financial support, or rather, with her accounts nearly depleted, Xiao Xingyun sought the nurturing of a super-rich benefactor. Thus, she too applied for on-site stone cutting, bringing forth the small jadeite rough number 54, which held the potential for imperial green. This rough stone, weighing merely 6.8 kilograms, was diminutive, yet beneath its thin outer layer lay a heart of jadeite green. Xiao Xingyun had scrutinized the stone with a powerful flashlight, but its deceptive surface made it impossible to ascertain the exquisite imperial green within. Personally wielding a marker, she delineated several cutting lines on the rough stone for the cutter to follow. With such a thin layer to remove, what can you possibly yield? I believe that for such a small rough, cutting directly through the middle would be more efficient, the cutter suggested, expressing his reluctance to expend unnecessary effort. I do not require your opinion. I require the execution of my design. Cut along the lines I have drawn, and any deviation will be your responsibility. Xiao Xingyun retorted sharply, showing little tolerance for the cutter's unsolicited advice. Very well, you are the boss. I shall heed your wishes, the cutter replied with a hint of sarcasm, turning away to mutter, just buying these small roughs, what kind of boss is that? If you truly had skill, you would engage in secret bids. Xiao Xingyun found no merit in stooping to his level, confident that the revelation of imperial green would dazzle him. At that moment, he would be grateful for not having made a careless cut, lest he face ruin. After all, the premises were under constant surveillance, with every action meticulously recorded. Should any mishap occur, reviewing the footage would clarify everything, unlike in certain places where all the cameras mysteriously malfunction when incidents arise. At this juncture, a complication arose in the large cutting area, as yet another esteemed guest's secret bid collapsed, resulting in a product of exceptionally poor quality, mere refuse. Today, 10 pieces had been auctioned off, each weighing several hundred pounds. However, 4 had already been cut, with one barely breaking even while the other 3 were entirely worthless, lacking the quality expected from genuine old pit materials. The Qin Jewelry Auction House has proven to be quite unscrupulous. Today's proceedings were evidently a slaughterhouse scenario. What a pitiful selection this is, reminiscent of antiquated materials, far inferior to even the new offerings. In the realm of fresh finds, such substantial raw stones rarely yield a plethora of dross. Refunds. I pondered why not a single piece had appreciated today. Alas, yet another stone has plummeted in value. The clandestine bidders are growing impatient. Out of a total of 10 secret bids, 5 have already diminished in worth. This rate of failure is alarmingly high. I cannot help but suspect that perhaps there isn't a single stone among them that has appreciated in value. In this moment, the frustrated secret bidders have congregated, some unable to contain their rising ire. The manager of the auction house hastily arrived on the scene to soothe the esteemed guests as well as the rowdy onlookers. Simultaneously, he contacted the owner, urging him to send a prominent figure to quell the unrest. The seasoned experts among the proprietors are well aware that in the realm of stone gambling, both gains and losses are dictated by fortune. Just moments ago, Mr. Luo, a newcomer to the trade, had the fortune of striking a substantial gain with a piece of ice-red jade. Indeed, the likelihood of significant gains today may be diminished, but that does not imply the absence of quality stones. Perhaps they simply have yet to be revealed. Patience, dear guests. Soon, our young master, Mr. Qin Tianxi, shall arrive to personally oversee the unveiling and witness the miraculous outcomes alongside us. Just as he finished speaking, a wave of exclamations erupted from the small stone unveiling area. My heavens, it has turned green. An exquisite ice green, strikingly close to imperial green. A tremendous surge in value. Come and see. The master gem cutter's enthusiastic shout resonated throughout the room, capturing the attention of all, particularly the auction house's general manager, who reacted as if he had heard a life-saving signal. Behold, I knew there would be stones of great worth. They simply had not yet been revealed. Let us proceed to inspect the quality of this raw piece, as esteemed experts and executives assess its merit personally. The host of the unveiling room dashed ahead, having grasped the situation. Upon the arrival of the general manager and the secret bidders, he commenced his introduction. This auction item, numbered 54, has a starting price of 9,000 yuan and was purchased by Mr. Xiao for 48,000 yuan. Weighing in at 6.8 kilograms, the low price reflects the skepticism of several appraisers regarding its potential, likely due to its rather unremarkable appearance. The lack of fierce competition during the bidding process corroborated the appraisers' judgments. Now, let me take this opportunity to interview Mr. Xiao. What prompted you to bid on this raw stone? The host held the microphone before Mr. Xiao, who glanced at the gathered crowd, unfazed by their presence. The more spectators there are, the fiercer the competition will be, leading to a higher final sale price. Thus, he replied with confidence, "This is my first foray into bidding on raw stones. Truthfully, I know very little. I simply found this stone visually appealing and reasonably priced, so I decided to take a chance. Who would have thought that no one else would value it? I merely raised my bid a few times and it was mine." Mr. Xiao, your fortune is remarkable. This sentiment echoed not only in my mind but surely in the hearts of many present. Wouldn't you agree? In the final remark, the host addressed the crowd of onlookers, exclaiming, "Indeed, I share your sentiment. You, my friend, have stumbled upon extraordinary luck. This icy green gem surpasses the previous icy red in both quality and value, being larger and worth significantly more. You have struck it rich. This piece alone could fetch several million." As we were swept up in the host's exuberant proclamations, it appeared we had momentarily forgotten that the stone cutter was still at work. Was he perhaps planning to cut another window? "Stop cutting. I will offer 5 million. Shouted one prominent jewel merchant, eager to seize the moment. "There's no rush. Now that I have begun, I shall see it through to completion. Halting midway is simply not my style," Xiao Xingyun asserted with unwavering confidence. "Ha, young man, though you may be inexperienced, you certainly possess the wisdom of a seasoned driver, navigating this treacherous road with finesse. I commend you," a portly middle-aged gentleman chuckled, grinning widely. "Spare me your metaphors. I am merely stating the facts." Just then, the stone cutter's voice erupted with excitement. "It has turned green. Once again, it is an icy green, and it has revealed icy green on both sides. This cut is at least 3 times more valuable than the last." Chapter 12. Cut, cut, cut. Rise, rise, rise. The initial bid for the first cut was 5 million. Should the second cut appreciate threefold, it would amount to at least 15 million. Although the master stone cutter may not possess exceptional vision or understanding of jade gambling, his extensive experience with jadeite raw stones has endowed him with a keen awareness of market prices. He is acutely aware of the distinction between single-sided and double-sided green jadeite. The surveillance camera in the cutting room zoomed in, meticulously cleaning the area where the stone was sliced to enhance visibility for all. It was undeniably high-quality icy green jade, barely qualifying as imperial green. However, the color distribution was somewhat uneven, and overall it fell short of the imperial green standard by a tier. "I'll take it for 15 million. Mr. Xiao, what do you think?" Gu Qingcheng interjected suddenly, preemptively offering a high price without waiting for others to bid. Before Xiao Xingyun could respond, other jewelers nearby gasped, exclaiming, "Wow, that price is exorbitantly high," leaving us no opportunity to bid. The double-sided green still harbored significant uncertainty. Who could ascertain the condition of the other two sides, or how substantial the final yield would be? Yet, I believe it remains distant from imperial green, exhibiting slight impurities. Based on current market trends, this state would realistically cap at 12 million. Xiao Xingyun, however, shook his head calmly and replied, I have already marked 4 lines. I must complete cutting the stone before considering a sale. If it appreciates, I will naturally be pleased. If it declines, I shall regard it as tuition in experience. Since Mr. Xiao has made his decision, we shall await the outcome. Gu Qingcheng replied with a cold demeanor, neither insisting nor persuading. The onlookers expressed a myriad of opinions. This bravado deserves a 9 out of 10. The remaining 91 points I shall reserve for my own progeny. To stake such a hefty tuition, he truly dares. Yet, judging by the cost of his attire, it surely does not exceed 1,000. Enough of the chatter. Setting aside other matters, this unflappable demeanor earns my respect. If I were to unveil a piece of icy yang green jadeite worth over 10 million, regardless of its size, I would be over the moon. At that moment, the portly Luo, having just calculated his earnings, finally grasped the unfolding situation. He rushed over and embraced Xiao Xingyun, exclaiming, Brother, from now on, you are my dear elder brother. You are truly remarkable. On our first jade gamble, you've acquired a piece of imperial green. Only a small portion of the area may reach the imperial green level. The majority is icy floating green. Xiao Xingyun corrected Luo's misunderstanding. Indeed, you are handsome. So whatever you say is correct, Luo replied, beaming with delight, swiftly comprehending Xiao Xingyun's intent to maintain a low profile. At that juncture, the master stone cutter excitedly shouted again, It has risen. It has risen. The third side has revealed green, with the same quality and icy green. My heavens! I suspect we may not need to cut the last side. All 4 sides are green. Continue cutting. When I say to cut all 4 sides, that means all 4 sides. Missing even one does not count. Xiao Xingyun was not seeking to flaunt his prowess. He merely wished to observe the tangible jadeite as it was cut, comparing it to what he perceived with his discerning eye. This initial experience was crucial for his accumulation of knowledge. Regardless of others' opinions, he is determined to proceed, and no one can deter him. 20 million. And now the price has risen. I offer 20 million. Mr. Xiao, I believe you should earnestly consider the sincerity of Gu's jewelry. Here is my business card. Should you come across any other exquisite materials in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Gu Qingcheng stepped forward, approached Xiao Xingyun, and gracefully extended her delicate hand, presenting a pink, exquisite business card. The card bore a fragrance, much like her own alluring scent. Xiao Xingyun glanced at it upon receipt. It bore only a name and a phone number. The name, Gu Qingcheng, he already recognized, and the phone number was likely genuine. Xiao Xingyun modestly remarked, I fear this may be my only stroke of luck in this lifetime. However, should fortune favor me again, and if Ms. Gu's price is agreeable, I shall reach out to you. Mr. Xiao is far too humble, Gu Qingcheng politely responded, quietly observing the jade being processed. Moments later, the master cutter finally removed the 4th layer. The green remained vibrant, albeit of slightly lesser quality than the other 3 sides. However, with all 4 sides cut, the jadeite's volume was now fully revealed, weighing approximately 2 kilograms, predominantly in vibrant green with a small portion of pure, true green. This diminutive area nearly met the standards for imperial green. With such a large cross-section, only slight fissures marred the center, allowing for at least 2 flawless bangles to be crafted, which could serve as treasured store pieces. Currently, the premium on icy green bangles is excessively high, making it imprudent to evaluate them based solely on market averages. A small piece of imperial green can be acquired for tens of thousands, yet a small pendant in the same hue often commands prices in the hundreds of thousands, with high-end brands exceeding 1 million. An imperial green bangle, especially one that is entirely green, could easily fetch tens of millions if it captures the heart of an affluent buyer. Of course, even within the realm of imperial green, there exists a hierarchy, categorized by the intensity of the jade's green, the uniformity of its color, and the quality of its texture. The piece in Xiao Xingyun's possession is of a slightly inferior icy variety. Were it of glassy quality in vibrant green, it would command true top-tier prices. For the same volume, this material would be valued at 20 to 30 million, while glassy true green could reach valuations of 2 to 300 million. Recently, at a major auction abroad, a glassy imperial green jade bangle sold for over 100 million huaxia currency. Other exceptional imperial green jade bangles have seen auction prices in the tens of millions, which has become relatively commonplace. Without delving into the intricacies of the auction process, it is tacitly acknowledged among industry insiders that the prices of exquisite imperial green bangles are set. The crowd gathered at the scene gaped in astonishment, some envious, their eyes aflame with jealousy. The fully green jadeite rough stone, with all four sides revealing green, coupled with the now estimable weight and size of the imperial green region, incited even those who had already placed bids, as other jewelers sought to test their luck. I offer 22 million, Mr. Xiao. You might consider our Lao Fengxiang jewelry. How stingy. With all four sides showing green, they only bid 22 million? I from Zhongjin Jewelry bid 23 million. Our esteemed Gu family jewelry has placed a bid of 25 million, with the sincere intention of acquiring this exquisite piece. Thus we shall maintain our highest offer. This is not only the pride of the Gu family but also a testament to the pride and confidence of Gu Qingqing. Our young master has raised the bid to 26 million. At this moment, a representative from the Qin family jewelry firm entered the Jade Stone Hall, accompanied by a dashing young gentleman, none other than young master Qin Tianxi. From a distance, Qin Tianxi called out, "The quality of this jadeite rough stone is commendable. I have just received a report from my staff, and I am quite satisfied. Furthermore, the Qin family is preparing to participate in the international jewelry competition and urgently requires some exceptional materials. Hence, I could not resist competing with all you esteemed guests." Chapter 13. The scheme is too deep, let us not dwell on the worth of this jadeite after it has been fashioned into exquisite jewelry. Its current market value has already surpassed Xiao Xingyun's expectations. However, as the owner of this raw jadeite, being a true pauper, the higher the bids from others, the more it represents an opportunity for him to amass wealth overnight. Qin Tianxi made an initial bid of 26 million, immediately capturing everyone's attention. It seems rather inappropriate for young Master Qin, the owner of the auction house, to play both judge and participant, thought Gu Qingqing, slightly furrowing her brow, surprised to see a member of the Qin family also vying for the item. This is not a matter of judging and competing. I am merely an individual with a fondness for this jadeite, wishing to acquire it for my private collection. Your Gu family cannot obstruct a fellow trader from conducting business simply because you aspire to enter the jewelry industry, Qin Tianxi hinted, indicating that negotiations between the Qin and Gu families had not reached a consensus. In that case, let us adhere to the rules of commerce. I shall secure this jadeite for 30 million, Gu Qingcheng declared, her gentle exterior masking a resolute spirit, a hint of impatience evident as she swiftly pushed the price to this threshold. Gasp! Xiao Xingyun inhaled sharply. This price was exceedingly exhilarating, already exceeding the bounds of typical market value. Even if the money were to be acquired smoothly, it would be a hot potato. 30 million. We could never earn such a sum from our stall in this lifetime. Perhaps we should concede. Fat Luo, even more animated than Xiao Xingyun, excitedly shouted from the sidelines. Xiao Xingyun disregarded the fat man, turning his gaze toward Qin Tianxi. It was said that this young master was the heir of the Qin family, and he indeed presented a remarkable figure, handsome and cheerful, tall yet only slightly shorter than himself. He offered a glance, suggesting that the young master should take note of Mrs. bid of 30 million and respond accordingly. Miss Gu, your generosity is commendable, but I cannot match that price. My pocket money is running low. If no one else bids, this raw jadeite shall belong to you, Qin Tianxi replied, unexpectedly taken aback by the exquisite imperial green jade emerging from what was presumed to be mere warm-up scraps at the Qin auction house. Qin Tianxi's maneuver astonished the crowd. They had anticipated a fierce contest but witnessed him falter as soon as Gu Qingqing made her move. Such tactics were truly cunning, akin to a seasoned trickster. His implications were clear, and many, like Gu Qingqing, were displeased by Qin Tianxi's attempt to absolve the auction house of responsibility. Xiao Xingyun was also taken aback. Where was the promised battle of bids? Where was the anticipated fervor? Nonetheless, 30 million was still quite commendable, surpassing his expectations. I am quite satisfied with this price, Ms. Gu. This jadeite shall belong to your Gu jewelry, Xiao Xingyun concluded, willingly sealing the transaction. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your generosity. Should any fine materials arise in the future, please feel free to contact me, Gu Qingcheng instructed her female assistant to transfer the funds to Xiao Xingyun. Today, the net income reached 30 million, an overnight fortune. Xiao Xinjian refrained from engaging in other materials, fearing the envy it might provoke. Although the 3 jadeite rough stones and 1 seed material stone beneath him were far less valuable than the imperial green he possessed, each was appreciating significantly, leading him to question his own judgment. Caution was imperative. Prudence was the unerring principle for longevity. His phone soon buzzed with a notification of the funds received. A solitary 3, followed by numerous zeros. Xiao Xinjian counted thrice before managing to suppress his excitement, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor as he finalized the transactions for the remaining 4 stones. Subsequently, he and Fat Luo settled into the transport vehicle to return to their residence. The remaining 4 rough stones were not particularly heavy, and with the assistance of the auction house workers, they were smoothly transported into his rented abode. It dawned on him why the prominent figures in the jade and gemstone community resided in villas, often with basements. Moving stones up and down was indeed cumbersome, even with elevators. Naturally, these affluent individuals had another compelling reason for their choice of residence: wealth. Xiao Xinjian mused that had he been in a different locale with his 30 million, he could have purchased a villa, yet in Shanghai, that amount would only afford him a modest flat, if he were fortunate. He dismissed the idea of a flat in Tangshan Yiping, as he could not even afford the smallest unit, with prices starting at over 400 square meters and upwards of 100,000 per square meter, which only served to highlight his relative poverty. 30 million in Shanghai felt woefully inadequate. Brother Yun, you're a millionaire now, yet still in a rental? Shouldn't you buy a place nearby? Fat Luo persisted, refusing to leave even in the dead of night. He ventured to the supermarket downstairs, returning with a case of beer, several packets of peanuts, dried tofu, and spicy chicken feet, insisting they toast to Xiao Xinjian's success. Xiao Xinjian contemplated this. After all, the landlord here was rather unreliable, and he was considering a change of residence should his fortune not hold. Taking a sip of beer, he replied candidly. Fat Luo chuckled. Hey, I recall you mentioning a beautiful co-renter? Why not invite her over to celebrate? I could play wingman, who knows, you might win her heart tonight. She hasn't been here lately. She's at the school dormitory. Don't get any ideas. She's a legitimate streamer. Due to some issues with her family business, she turned to streaming. Her original aspiration was to become a singer. I understand completely. Since her family is facing difficulties, wouldn't it be easier to win her over now? Xiao Xinjian felt that spending too much time with someone as superficial as Fat Luo would lead him astray. He was not merely driven by physical desires. He sought a deeper connection. Children make choices. Adults embrace all aspects. Such profound truths were likely lost on someone like Fat Luo. The conversation shifted to their dealings on the antique street. With newfound opportunities arising, Fat Luo expressed his disinterest in vending anymore. Previously, despite arduous efforts, he could only earn 2,000 to 3,000 a month when luck favored him, and only a few thousand when it did not. Given the profitability of stone gambling, he considered specializing in it, perhaps leading to newfound wealth. There is a saying in the circle: a single cut can lead to poverty, while another can bring wealth, and yet another may reveal the bare essence. Reflecting on the dread of having all your raw stones shattered before you, do you still contemplate dedicating yourself to this trade? Xiao Xingyun has expressed all that needs to be said, hoping that Luo Fatsi remains vigilant. Isn't there still your brother Yun? Luo Fatsi chuckled awkwardly. I too am a novice in the realm of jade and gemstones. It was you who introduced me to this path. Although I have perused several books on stone gambling, in the eyes of true experts, I am but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Today's events were purely a matter of chance. Indeed, chance it is. I understand that. Yet fortune is also a facet of skill. Come, let us raise a glass to fortune and to brother Yun. Undeterred, Luo Fatsi remains intent on pursuing stone gambling. Xiao Xingyun discerned that this fellow is eager to amass great wealth. Having tasted the thrill of overnight riches, he finds it impossible to revert to the arduous toil of a mere street vendor. Chapter 14. Pretentious? I am not that kind of person. Neither of them could recall how much they had imbibed, as they rose late the following afternoon. Upon encountering the blinding sunlight and the 4 rough stones lying in their rental apartment, They confirmed that the previous night's events were indeed not a mere figment of their imagination. "I have made up my mind. Today I shall seek a residence," said Xiao Xingyun, after freshening up, addressing the rotund Luo with gravity. "Brother Yun, your wisdom is unparalleled. Have you decided which district to purchase in? It would be best to acquire something spacious, as I may come to stay at any time just for that remark. I am inclined to procure a modest one-bedroom apartment, leaving you no opportunity to encroach upon my living space. Come now, I will cover the rent and can cook as well at a chef-level proficiency. Should you bring home a lovely lady, I am more than willing to take to the streets, absolutely refusing to play the third wheel. Enough of that. Today, I shall rent a villa with a basement. I intend to acquire a professional stone-cutting machine to learn the craft myself. Relying on others' machines is rather inconvenient. A villa, you say? Those are exorbitantly priced. A row house typically costs 50 to 60,000 a month and often lacks a basement. A standalone villa is exceedingly dear, likely around 100,000 monthly in the surrounding area. We could seek an older, slightly smaller property nearby, as long as it includes a basement. I am not particularly finicky. The search was primarily motivated by proximity to the music academy, facilitating his pursuit of the enchanting Qi-Qing. Even if he were to fail in that endeavor, there were still other charming ladies at the academy. Xiao Xingyun was determined to enter the stone gambling industry, and residing nearby offered the added advantage of being close to the Chenghuang Temple, thus making market visits more convenient. After their meal, the two proceeded to a real estate agency to articulate their rental requirements. Upon hearing that Xiao Xingyun wished to rent a villa, the young lady at the agency's front desk instantly brightened, recognizing a substantial client. If she closed this deal, her commission would be no less than 10,000 yuan. The entire afternoon was spent viewing a dozen villas, both row and standalone types, each presenting some issues. Although Xiao Xingyun could accept one if forced to choose, there remained a lingering dissatisfaction, prompting them to continue their search. The weary young lady at the agency, visibly exasperated yet unable to voice her frustration, wore an adorably pitiful expression. "Dear sirs, there is but one final property available. If this does not meet your approval, I am left with no further options." "Very well. Let us see this last one," Xiao Xingyun acquiesced, displaying an agreeable demeanor, appearing magnanimous with few demands for the residents. This particular house was situated in close proximity to the music academy, often subject to the sounds of practicing musicians, which was why it had been saved for last. Nevertheless, its other amenities were quite commendable, with a rental price of only 58,000 per month, inclusive of all necessary living essentials. Upon arriving at the villa, Xiao Xingyun tenderly addressed the agency lady, saying, "Your toil has not been in vain. You ought to have brought us here first. Consider it settled. This is the one." With its convenient transportation, stunning environment, and adjacency to the music academy, alongside a garage and basement, the price was indeed reasonable. What more could one desire? The agency lady was momentarily taken aback, weakly defending, "But it can be rather noisy here. Previous tenants have expressed similar sentiments. I hesitated to recommend this property right away, as I wanted to be responsible for your interests. No further explanations are needed. Any more discourse may jeopardize the deal at hand. Let's finalize the contract tonight, and I can relocate by tomorrow. Indeed, the keys are already in our possession. Once the contract is signed and the rent is paid, we can move in at any moment." "It is settled." Xiao Xingyun made up his mind. Luo Pengzi made a subtle attempt to assert his presence. "Brother Yun, you are quite modest. With a fortune in the millions, I expected you would indulge in lavish purchases, yet you opted for a modest townhouse. How about we reserve a couple of luxury cars tomorrow to flaunt a little?" "Why luxury cars? Aren't shared bicycles delightful?" Xiao Xingyun firmly declined, prioritizing sending several thousand yuan home to alleviate his parents' anxieties about their financial situation. Living in Shanghai is exhausting. Driving and finding parking is even more cumbersome. Touting wealth? That is not the kind of person I, Xiao Xingyun, am. After signing the contract at the agency, Xiao Xingyun noticed a parallel import car dealership nearby. On a whim, he stepped inside and ended up ordering a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, complete with upgraded options, totaling over 2 million yuan. Luo Pengzi selected a striking red Porsche 911, the vibrant hue reflecting his exuberant spirit. After being escorted out by the sales manager and 2 sales assistants, Xiao Xingyun suddenly came to a realization. Batty, I must have had my intelligence diminished by your influence. How could I possibly buy a car, especially such an expensive one? He shifted the blame. Brother Yun, you were the one who initiated this. Even my Porsche 911 was your recommendation. Initially, I only intended to indulge in a Ford Mustang, and I was contemplating investing the remaining funds in jade raw stones. Nonsense. Just because you are handsome does not exempt you from reason. Xiao Xingyun, suddenly stricken by a pang of conscience, decided to engage in a bit of rationality. Truthfully, the Mercedes G-Class was indeed his dream vehicle. With newfound wealth, he lost control upon seeing the model he had long desired. Yes, he recalled a fragment of memory. It was indeed his own decision to make the purchase. A black Mercedes G550 was conveniently available in the showroom. After placing the order, he would need some time for additional accessories and decorations, with the car ready for collection in 2 days. As for the Porsche 911, it was indeed his recommendation to Luo Pengzi. With his purchase, he could also indulge in the thrill of a sports car, achieving multiple objectives in one stroke. Wasn't that a win-win situation? Absolutely, it certainly was. After dinner, Luo Pengzi was summoned home by a phone call from his parents, likely due to the photo he posted online showcasing his new Porsche 911, anticipating an interrogation. Xiao Xingyun, opting for a more subdued approach, refrained from posting any photos, avoiding a barrage of inquiries from university, high school, and even elementary school classmates, which would undoubtedly be bothersome. Everyone knew he was a university student from a humble background. If he suddenly became wealthy, they would not attribute it to his own efforts but rather speculate that he had succumbed to the allure of a wealthy partner. Just then, the class monitor from university tagged him in a WeChat group, announcing a gathering for their class in 2 days, with all classmates remaining in Shanghai expected to attend. The boys would share expenses, while the girls would be free of charge. In the university class group, there are scarcely any secrets. Everyone has long known about my venture of selling jade. Among them, 2 classmates procured jade pendants for their girlfriends from my collection. Class monitor Hu Guoqiang remarked, Xiao Xingyun, do refrain from setting up your stall the day after tomorrow. Instead, come early to the gathering room. It has been half a year since we last convened. Let us indulge in some card games and conversation to unwind. By the way, if you are short on funds for the gathering, I can cover your share up front. It won't be much, 2,000 yuan each, including the cost of karaoke after the meal, and any excess will be refunded. Brother on the upper bunk, Fu Buki, responded, Hu Guoqiang, since you are so affluent, could you kindly cover my expenses as well? Both Xiao Xingyun and I hail from humble beginnings, and 2,000 yuan is sufficient for our monthly living expenses. Some individuals took offense at Hu Guoqiang's persistent jabs at Xiao Xingyun and spoke out in defense. Upon perusing the chat history and observing Hu Guoqiang's continued antagonism, Xiao Xingyun inwardly scoffed. In my days of poverty, I never asked you for a single cent. Now that I am financially stable, do I require your assistance? However, setting a little trap for you seems quite reasonable. Does it not? Thus, Xiao Xingyun executed his cunning maneuver. Hu Guoqiang, thank you, Brother Chong. I shall depend on you for this expense, and I assure you I will arrive punctually the day after tomorrow. When I was broke, I persevered. Now that I am prosperous, I shall take advantage of your generosity. Do not offer me favors. Those who are wealthy naturally possess an aura of prestige. Chapter 15. A true man never acts prematurely. Hu Guoqiang felt as though he had swallowed a fly, an uncomfortable sensation enveloping him. His mind was flooded with confusion. How had Xiao Xingyun transformed into someone so brazen? Was 2,000 yuan not a considerable sum? Why should he be the one to foot the bill? Did this scoundrel not perceive that he was being deliberately sarcastic? After contemplating, Hu Guoqiang replied, Xiao Xingyun, it appears that my old classmate's business is faltering lately, to the extent that he cannot even afford a meal. Xiao Xingyun remarked in the group. Indeed, it's quite tragic, which is why I implore the class monitor for some assistance. Perhaps you could first issue a generous red envelope to collectively aid our brethren. A brother from the upper bunk, Buqi, promptly chimed in. Hu Guoqiang, yes. Hurry and send a large red envelope to assist us impoverished classmates from the mountainous regions. Other classmates, finding amusement in the situation, began to replicate the sentiment, maintaining a remarkably uniform line of comments. As a notable figure once stated, the essence of humanity is that of a mere parrot. However, as the one being parroted, Hu Guoqiang chose to retreat, silently vanishing from the discourse. Regardless of how many times he was tagged, he feigned ignorance. Ah, what a miser! He cannot even spare a single red envelope. I shall deal with you at the gathering the day after tomorrow, Xiao Xingyun mused inwardly. That evening, Xiao Xingyun exchanged a few messages with Su Qing on WeChat. She was live streaming from her dormitory, too fearful to return to her rented apartment, dreading an encounter with the lecherous landlord. Xiao Xingyun informed her that he had secured a new place and encouraged her to take a look the next day. Su Qing, taken aback by his promptness, could hardly believe it. Yet, with a live stream imminent, she hastily replied with an affirmative and arranged to meet at the east gate of the music academy at 10 a.m. the following day to view the property. Little did she know that Xiao Xingyun had already rented a villa, mistakenly believing he had found a two-bedroom apartment. As Xiao Xingyun set his phone down, he heard the sound of the door opening. His roommate Zhang Hao had returned. Xiao Yun, there was a minor incident at the auction house yesterday. Us lower-tier employees were overwhelmed, working late into the night. I slept at the office and just got back now. I kept forgetting to ask you how things went. Did you enjoy your time at the auction? Zhang Hao called out as he stood at the door, noticing the light in Xiao Xingyun's room. Xiao Xingyun opened the door to let him in, responding, "It was all right. I had a fairly enjoyable time." As Zhang Hao entered, he was taken aback to find 4 uncut stones in Xiao Xingyun's small room, 3 of which were jade and 1 a seed material. You actually spent money bidding? And you won 4 pieces? Let me tell you, last night, due to the inability to cut any high-quality stones, some customers caused a ruckus. Our young master had to personally intervene, but it was all in vain. I've heard that this batch of materials is of particularly poor quality. Our appraisers privately claim it's a scam, Zhang Hao remarked, evidently unaware of Xiao Xingyun's legendary experience in the stone-cutting hall. Really? It sounds serious. Yet I heard that one customer was fortunate enough to cut out an imperial green, which was purchased for 30 million. Xiao Xingyun replied. Hundreds of customers and numerous auction items yielded only a small piece of imperial green and a diminutive slice of ice-type red jade, while the remainder consisted of an assortment of inferior jade types. One cannot help but ponder the improbability of significant price increases in such a scenario. It is only natural that the customers would raise a commotion, particularly with the blind bids where 6 or 7 pieces were cut, yet none appreciated in value. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback. Amidst that plethora of auction items, he had identified a dozen or so pieces, each with the potential for substantial appreciation. Together with the rotund luo, they managed to secure 4 or 5 pieces of jade, alongside a seed material. However, there were at least 10 pieces of rough stone with significant potential left behind, fortuitously snatched away by the customers immediately after the auction without any on-site stone appraisal. This situation exacerbated the misunderstandings. After he and Luo departed, chaos erupted in the stone appraisal hall, with some individuals seizing the opportunity to vandalize various artworks and fixtures. The news was sensational. It was unfortunate that Xiao Xingyun and Luo, being outsiders, were only now learning of the incident. No worries, Xiao Xingyun reassured. I merely purchased for enjoyment. The bidding price was reasonable, and even if no treasures emerge, it will not cause me much distress. That is good to hear. One must maintain a positive mindset when gambling on stones. Since you are unperturbed, I shall retire to my quarters for rest. I have work in the morning, Luo replied. Xiao Xingyun had intended to share his recent housing arrangements, but noticing Luo's fatigue, he decided to postpone the conversation until he moved. Seizing a moment of respite, he called his parents to inquire about their well-being. The remote mountain village remained tranquil, though their old house was in disrepair, and his father wished to build a new home closer to the road. Xiao Xingyun assured him that finances were not an issue. He would transfer several tens of thousands to his father the following day. His hometown was a village in Sichuan, where both parents were humble farmers, having seldom ventured beyond their town and village. Sudden windfalls of tens or hundreds of thousands would undoubtedly shock them. In their simplistic worldview, unexpected wealth was often associated with illicit activities, leading to imprisonment. There was a close uncle in the village who, upon coming into sudden riches, indulged excessively, only for the authorities to uncover his robbery, a cautionary tale his parents often recounted to Xiao Xingyun, imploring him to refrain from wrongdoing, regardless of financial hardship. Understanding his parents' disposition, he chose the frequency and amount of his remittances with great care. Lying in bed, unable to sleep, he entered Xiao Qing's live stream, captivated by her singing. Her voice was enchanting, distinctive, and as a music academy student, her performances were professional. With her beauty, she garnered a legion of genuine fans. Occasionally, she would dance, though never resorting to the lewd antics that she disdained. Yet, truth be told, Xiao Xingyun found joy in her dance. He casually sent a few small gifts, and as her melodic voice enveloped him, he gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he first transferred 50,000 yuan to his father, subsequently calling to advise him not to be frugal. He reiterated that since they were building a house, they should select quality materials, promising another transfer next month of at least 50 to 60,000 as a foundation. The reason my father dares to build a house at this time is that he has saved a bit of money over the years, and with the addition of the funds from Xiao Xingyun, he is quite well off. Suffices, truly it does. My child, it is not easy for you out there. Save your money for the future when you marry. This year for the new year you must return. I have already asked relatives to introduce potential matches for you. The thought of parents worrying about my marriage is daunting. If my assumptions are correct, building a new house is indeed preparation for my own wedding. Father, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle my own courtship without your introductions. Now, I must take my leave to attend to my tasks. Xiao Xingyun decisively ended the conversation. For once the topic of marriage arises, even my reticent father could drone on for half an hour. Upon reaching the eastern gate of the music academy, I found Su Qing waiting there. At this moment, it was precisely 10 o'clock. I have a fondness for punctual and reliable girls, as I pride myself on being timely as well. It seems a fitting match. However, there was a man by Su Qing's side, somewhat bothersome, seemingly vying for her attention. The beauty of a girl brings its own troubles. There are always men pursuing. No, that would be better termed as entangling. Chapter 16. Are we cohabiting? What's the matter, beautiful? Do you require assistance? Xiao Xingyun feigned the demeanor of a stranger, swaying as he approached, embodying the essence of a rebellious youth. Indeed, I do. This person incessantly pesters me, constantly seeking to add me on WeChat. When I refuse, he simply refuses to leave. Su Qing, appearing as though she had encountered a savior, hurriedly rushed to Xiao Xingyun's side, linking her arm with his and sheltering behind him. The man called out with fervor, Su Qing, stop messing around. We are classmates. What's wrong with my desire to add you on WeChat? After 3 years, do you not comprehend my feelings for you? I don't understand, but I have matters to attend to. I truly must leave, so please stop pursuing me. Su Qing firmly rejected him. Young man, heed my words. The lady does not wish for your continued entanglement. Do you comprehend? He then allowed Su Qing to maintain her hold on his arm and turned to depart, adding, beautiful, it seems rather perilous for you to be alone. Why don't we walk together? I shall accompany you wherever you wish to go. You're insufferable. You're intentionally provoking my classmate. He has a terrible temper and could become unhinged. Su Qing shot a reproachful glance at Xiao Xingyun, her charm captivating and irresistible. Convincing him to relent will ensure he no longer bothers you. Wouldn't that be a lasting solution? Xiao Xingyun whispered softly in her ear. Their intimate exchange, filled with hushed murmurs, resembled an affectionate romance, inciting the young man at the entrance to madness. Su Qing, would you rather walk away with a rogue than accept my pursuit? He shouted in desperation. We are simply incompatible. You will surely find someone better suited. Su Qing reiterated her refusal, repeating phrases she had uttered countless times before. Fine. You truly are something. The young man, seemingly humiliated beyond measure, turned and fled toward the school, his retreat marked by disarray. Xiao Xingyun felt a fleeting pang of guilt. Have I perhaps gone too far? No, it's Zhao Kai who is intolerable. I harbor no feelings for him, yet he has relentlessly pursued me for 3 years. You cannot fathom my disdain for him. Recently, he caught wind of issues with my family's business and, upon discovering my live-streaming endeavors, made even more outrageous demands. But enough of that. Let us proceed to view the house. Su Qing elucidated, subtly extricating her hand from Xiao Xingyun's arm, as they returned to a more conventional walking posture. After walking for 3 or 4 minutes, they turned right, arriving at Cuiyuan, the villa district where Xiao Xingyun resided. Upon seeing the community sign for Cuiyuan, Su Qing paused for 3 seconds, cautiously reminding him, while considering Xiao Xingyun's dignity, "Are we perhaps in the wrong place? This area is quite expensive. I have classmates who have been kept by others here." Ahem, you understand. Though the premises featured a facial recognition system for entry, Xiao Xingyun, in Su Qing's presence, swiped his access card, signifying his qualification to enter Cuiyuan. "We have not erred. The house we are renting is indeed here," Xiao Xingyun replied with a smile. Su Qing, with a tone of earnest concern, implored, "Xiao Xingyun, please, this jest is not amusing. In these times, making a living is challenging for everyone. Do not strain yourself to maintain appearances by renting a villa. It is unnecessary." Xiao Xingyun, noticing her unusual expression, fabricated a benign falsehood. "All right, let me be candid with you. This is my friend's residence. He has recently traveled abroad and is uneasy about renting it out to others, so he entrusted me with its upkeep and to manage the utility payments." "That sounds more plausible. I knew you weren't a vain and superficial person. However, I recall you mentioning that your family resides in a mountain village. How did you come to know such affluent friends?" That is a long story. My ancestors were once quite prosperous. But let's not dwell on that. Let us first explore the house." As they spoke, they approached the rented villa. The exterior boasted a distinctive Eastern aesthetic, a classic yet elegant design of the Emerald Garden townhouses, with ample space in front for planting flowers and shrubs. At first glance, it was nearly indistinguishable from a standalone villa. However, the sound of piano practice emanated from the neighboring unit. Despite the excellent soundproofing of the doors and windows, the melodious notes drifted through, showcasing impressive skill. Xiao Xingyun accessed the room via a fingerprint lock. The first floor featured 3 bedrooms accompanied by a spacious living area, while the second floor contained only 3 rooms, suitable for guest accommodations or a study, with 2 sunlit rooms on each level, reflecting a remarkably rational layout. The interior decor, understated yet luxurious, resonated with Xiao Xingyun's tastes. After a tour, Su Qing expressed her delight. "Thank goodness you are watching over your friend's house. Otherwise, renting this villa would cost at least 100,000 a month. Even if we pooled our earnings, it would scarcely cover the rent. What house sitting? You make me sound like a husky. This is merely house care, do you understand? I comprehend your meager male pride must be safeguarded. Look, a woman flourishes with just a hint of sunshine. Had it not been for your fragile ego, I would have revealed my affluent identity long ago." Satisfied with the house, Su Qing was ready to move in that very day. Furthermore, the agency provided complimentary moving services for esteemed clients, with numerous uniformed movers meticulously handling the possessions of the wealthy, allowing for indulgent convenience. Since Su Qing needed to livestream, she opted for the room on the second floor, concerned that her broadcasts might disturb Xiao Xingyun. Yet, he was indifferent. After all, he was now cohabiting with a goddess. Was there much difference between the first and second floors? It was merely a ceiling that separated them. Was there a significant distinction between an ordinary friend and a girlfriend? It was just a layer of something or other. Though their belongings were few, the process of organizing them was quite laborious. After relocating to the villa, they had to rearrange everything, consuming ample time. This flurry of activity surprisingly stretched into the evening. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted and have no desire to move, even to go out for a meal. Shall we order takeout?" Su Qing reclined on the sofa, her chest rising and falling as she gasped for breath, appearing as though she might faint at any moment. Unbeknownst to her, this very demeanor was incredibly alluring. Xiao Xingyun forced himself to regain composure, aware that even a mere glance could be construed as a crime. "All right, we shall order takeout then. My culinary skills are rather lackluster. Even if I were to force myself to cook, it would likely not suit your palate." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and selected 2 meal sets from the bestseller list. At that moment, Luo Depang suddenly called, and as soon as the line connected, he began to lament. Yun Go, I have finally grasped the reason behind your low profile. It is dreadful. I am utterly miserable. What happened? After I posted on Moments, flaunting my acquisition of a Porsche 911, everyone learned of my newfound wealth. My parents interrogated me throughout the night, not to mention the relentless requests for loans from other friends. The reasons are particularly bizarre. Even my ex-girlfriend approached me for financial assistance, claiming that if the child were mine, I must lend her money. Luo Depang feigned anger and retorted, "Go away. If it were mine, would I even consider sharing?" I was so flustered that my face turned pale. But let's not digress. We shan't speak of the ex-girlfriend any longer. By the way, I could not assist with your move today due to my overwhelming schedule. But tomorrow I will specifically arrange a banquet to celebrate your and Su de Zhu Bo's housewarming joy. Chapter 17. Observe how I deceive you. Xiao Xingyun declined politely, stating, "Let us forego pleasantries among brothers. There is a gathering of classmates tomorrow evening, and I must preserve my stamina for drinking. Thus, I cannot accompany you for a drink at noon. No way. I insist on treating you to a meal tomorrow afternoon. My conscience would not allow me to forego such a gesture. How could I ever face you in your home without having reciprocated? Reciprocate? When my female roommate is present, I pretend not to hear your knocks on the door. Ah, you heartless creature. Cannot you show a little leniency? Haha, absolutely not." Xiao Xingyun merely jested. Their camaraderie was strong. Luo Pengzi was akin to a mentor to him, having introduced him to the jade and gemstone business. They were accustomed to their playful banter. "Xiao Yun, you are truly relentless." With no means to counter, Luo Pengzi reluctantly ended the call. Su Qing had been eavesdropping intently on Xiao Xingyun's conversation and, upon his disengagement, inquired, "Who was on the line? Coming over for a meal?" "A business acquaintance, quite a decent fellow. You've met him a couple of times. The hefty one, weighing over 200 pounds. Oh, Luo Pengzi, the one who helped you move your boxes last time? He truly enjoys joking with people. Isn't he a local from Shanghai?" Su Qing asked with curiosity. Xiao Xingyun explained, "Indeed, Luo Pengzi is a local, his home not far from here. His parents are both civil servants. He has assisted me greatly while I was setting up my stall at Chenghuang Temple. He is quite loyal. Since your relationship is so amicable, it is only fitting that we invite him to dine with us now that we have moved into a new home." "Aha, there is no need to invite him. If anything, he should treat us. Recently, with my assistance, he has made a modest fortune and has become somewhat of a local affluent figure." Xiao Xingyun remained steadfast in his stance. "Very well, I shall defer to your judgment on this matter." Su Qing smiled gently, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. Integrating into each other's social circles was a step toward deepening their understanding, and she felt a peculiar joy within. At that moment, the delivery arrived, and as Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing dined, their conversation flowed effortlessly, more relaxed than during their prior dinner together. After all, they were now cohabitating, having transitioned from merely familiar strangers sharing a suite for half a year. This was a significant leap. As they finished their meal, barely having tidied the remnants, a call came through from his former roommate, Zhang Hao. "Wow, Xiao Yun, you and Su Qing have moved out together? Did you not give a single hint beforehand? Are you two an item now?" Zhang Hao's tone was charged with emotion, for he had harbored feelings for Su Qing for quite some time and had made several clandestine attempts to express them. Xiao Xingyun felt a twinge of discomfort. Zhang Hao was a decent fellow, and it was precisely because he feared Zhang Hao's feelings for Su Qing were unusual that he had hesitated to inform him. To his surprise, upon discovering the truth, Zhang Hao was quick to call and confront him. Su Qing, seated across the table, was listening intently, her beauty and charm captivating. "Xiao Hao, please calm down. Allow me to explain. 2 days ago, Su Qing was live streaming in her room when the lecherous landlord abruptly barged in, nearly causing a calamity. Consequently, Su Qing now hesitates to return and has entrusted me with the task of finding a new place. Over the past couple of days, you have been preoccupied with activities at the auction house. Hence, I have not found the opportunity to speak with you." "What? That vile old man dared to assault Su Qing? I am infuriated. If I were to encounter him, I would surely make him pay." Zhang Hao was indeed diverted by this shocking revelation. Xiao Xingyun elaborated further. That lascivious old man has been divorced for quite some time and lives alone, with his children residing abroad. If a commotion were to ensue without concrete evidence, he could only be detained for a few days, while Su Qing's reputation would be tarnished. Therefore, after careful consideration, I opted not to summon the authorities and merely gave him a few kicks. Well, even if such an incident occurred, you should have informed me first, rather than sneaking away and leaving me behind. Sai, I must confess that I am not in the best of spirits today. I had previously mentioned that a girl named Lu from our auction house harbors feelings for me, but my affections lie with Su Qing, hence I have never reciprocated Lu's advances. Today, I learned that she has been diagnosed with early-stage liver cancer, and although it is in its nascent phase, the treatment costs are exorbitant. Liver cancer? Didn't your company provide her with insurance? Xiao Xingyun recalled the previous night during the auction, when he used his special vision to glimpse the condition of that young waitress's liver. Could it be that the young woman was indeed Lu? There is insurance, but subsequent treatments will still amount to a staggering sum. Furthermore, her work will inevitably be affected. Without a source of income in a place like Shanghai, how will she survive? She returned from the hospital in tears, nearly contemplating suicide. I spent the entire day trying to console her and have just returned from her side. Xiao Xingyun advised, as the sage once said, where there is hope, there is life. Encourage her, for in this age of advanced science and technology, and given that it is early stage, the chances of recovery are exceedingly high. She must not engage in rash acts of despair. Which sage uttered such words? Are you fabricating this? Nonsense. What do you mean by fabrication? I crafted this with my own 2 eyes wide open. Ha! I am impressed. Let us dine together when time permits. It feels abrupt to part ways after having lived together for so long. Hold on, what do you mean by parting ways? That sounds rather peculiar. Are you certain you are not speaking in a double entendre? Zhang Hao, feeling disgruntled, chose not to engage further and abruptly ended the call, falling into a deep slumber. Across the dining table, Su Qing observed Xiao Xingyun on the phone, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, and suddenly remarked, so this is how conversations unfold among men. We could engage in such dialogues too, without being overly reserved. Xiao Xingyun shook his head in refusal, stating, that is not feasible. With the narrow-mindedness of women, if I were to speak to you in a manner befitting men, I can assure you that within 3 days, you would sever ties with me. You underestimate me. I possess a remarkably generous spirit, Su Qing retorted defiantly. Xiao Xingyun lowered his gaze, scrutinizing her alluring figure, and earnestly remarked, while you may indeed be ample, whether you are generous is another matter entirely. Pa! You speak nonsense. How vexing, Su Qing said, slightly blushing, as she stood up to ascend the stairs. It was time for her daily live stream. You see, do not even mention 3 days. After just a single remark, you are already agitated. I was merely complimenting you. Cannot you discern that? Unable to discern, nor inclined to listen. With that, she firmly closed the door with a resounding thud. Alas, women, those creatures of contradiction. Xiao Xingyun shook his head with a sigh, exuding an air of profound experience and worldly wisdom. In truth, he had only had one girlfriend during his university years, an exquisite beauty with an enviable figure, yet their relationship ended upon graduation. Class monitor Hu Guoqiang had also harbored aspirations to pursue that same woman, but he could never surpass Xiao Xingyun in the competition, leaving a lingering resentment that had festered for 4 or 5 years, now directed at Xiao Xingyun. Thus, the adage that women are the source of calamity rings true. Yet, every ordinary man, when confronted with such a source of chaos, is inevitably drawn to the allure of their mischief. Chapter 18. Masters of Speed. The following day, Su Qing had classes in the morning and departed for school early, leaving Xiao Xingyun behind as he woke up. The sound of piano music from next door resonated softly, barely audible, so Xiao Xingyun did not find it bothersome. Not wishing to cook, he ordered takeout. While awaiting its arrival, he customized a new stone-cutting machine online, preparing to personally slice open several raw stones. This was not a mere trinket from an online marketplace costing a few hundred yuan. He had ordered a genuine professional stone-cutting machine, complete with all auxiliary accessories, amounting to over 50,000 yuan. This was still a medium-sized machine, The professional large-scale equipment found in the jade market would start at no less than 100,000 yuan. Shortly after finishing his breakfast, Luo Pengzi called. "Brother Yun, are you up yet? I'm already at the entrance of Yuan. Should I wait for you outside? Or come in? I'll come out. Just give me 3 minutes." Xiao Xingyun replied, disposing of his trash in the bin outside before heading to the entrance to meet Luo Pengzi. Luo Pengzi stood at the gate, blocked by security and helplessly smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Xiao Xingyun emerge, he exclaimed, "Brother Yun, your speed is astonishing. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. More like 3 seconds. You fat fool, you really shouldn't dwell on that." Xiao Xingyun chuckled in jest. "Fortunately, I'm not married. Otherwise, I'd have a lot to explain." All men understand," Luo Pengzi replied. "Let us hurry and pick up the car. I've had my old Golf for 3 years now. I've been yearning for a change." "You still drive that old Golf?" "Since I got my license, I've only driven taxis. Who am I supposed to complain to?" Xiao Xingyun retorted. "That's just you being low-key, Brother Yun. If you had ventured into stone gambling earlier, you'd be driving a Ferrari or a Porsche by now. Or I might have gone bankrupt and jumped into the Huangpu River," he mused. Luo Pengzi found it challenging to respond. As if it weren't for the ice-red jade stone Xiao Xingyun had chosen for him, he too might have faced despair. As they took a taxi, they arrived at the Parallel Import Car Company in just over 10 minutes. Due to their prior appointment, the sales manager, accompanied by 2 attractive female sales representatives, was already waiting at the entrance. A client purchasing 2 luxury vehicles, though not individually, indicated a shared wealth that warranted attentive service. Who could predict when these affluent clients would wish to change cars again? If they did, it was essential to ensure they returned to this company. What purpose did the 2 beautiful saleswomen serve? They were merely for public relations, after all. Did they think that standing at the door, greeting with smiles, serving tea, and bowing would secure them substantial commissions? "Mr. Xiao, Mr. Luo, welcome. Your vehicles have been prepared, and the complimentary invisible car film has been applied. Would you prefer to rest in the VIP room first, or shall we proceed to view the cars directly?" asked the sales manager, a woman in her 30s, exuding elegance and charm as she personally welcomed them. "Let us go directly to the cars. We have pressing matters to attend to today," Xiao Xingyun responded. "Very well. Whenever Mr. Xiao has some leisure time, our Xiao Zhu and Xiao Song would be delighted to accompany you for some leisurely activities," the sales manager expertly bantered. Little Zhu and Little Song playfully chided. "Manager Lin, you are quite bothersome. We are respectable individuals. If you wish to take the plunge, please do not involve us." Manager Lin laughed heartily. "If I wish to dive into the depths, the 2 esteemed executives must have an eye for me. With my aging appearance, I fear I have little hope left in this lifetime." Seeing their humility, the corpulent Luo could not contain his eagerness, exclaiming, "There is hope, indeed. I have a penchant for maturity." With a chuckle, Xiao Xingyun could no longer hold back her laughter. Manager Lin was indeed amusing. She bore little resemblance to a sales manager and more to a sophisticated madame from the nightlife scene, guiding her saleswomen, who were equally flirtatious yet poised. It was, however, Luo's impatience that disrupted the playful banter. Soon, the 3 women joined in laughter, likely recognizing Luo's hasty demeanor. The atmosphere had yet to build, and he had already interjected. The ladies had not yet savored the moment, and he was already rushing out. Moreover, with his ample physique, had it not been for the financial backing of Lord Qin, those stunning beauties would not have cast a glance his way on the street. Nonetheless, when it came to serious matters, they were quite adept. A sleek black imported Mercedes G550 awaited Xiao Xingyun, adorned with a large red ribbon for the ceremony. Beside it stood a petite red Porsche 911, dwarfed in comparison. One was a titan of strength, while the other resembled a delicate figurine, presenting a stark contrast that could evoke delight. Xiao Xingyun was not one to seek the limelight. She merely posed for a couple of photos with the sales company before cutting the ribbon. In contrast, Luo exhibited no restraint in flaunting his presence, embracing both beautiful saleswomen for a plethora of photographs, all while savoring the moment before posting to his social media. Eventually, under the gentle urging of the charming saleswomen, he officially made the cut. By this time, Xiao Xingyun had already taken her Mercedes G on a few laps around the street in front of the sales company. Given the urban setting, speed was not feasible, and the sales manager personally accompanied her, detailing operational nuances to prevent any future mishaps. The vehicle not only possesses remarkable power but also offers ample rear space, suitable for intimate gatherings and larger social events. Should you require my assistance in future soirees, feel free to give me a call. The sales manager had already exchanged numbers with Xiao Xingyun. Now, as she drove with more confidence and finesse, it was understandable. Within the private confines of the G, a touch of impulsiveness was permissible, especially considering Zhao's tall and handsome demeanor. Xiao Xingyun glanced at her and replied with a smile. Well said. I extend my gratitude for Manager Lin's generosity in advance. After a few laps, she noted a common flaw shared with the Porsche, a rather serious one at that. Manager Lin raised an eyebrow, inquiring discreetly, what flaw? The air conditioning on the passenger side tends to malfunction. When a woman sits here, it becomes particularly warm. Just look at you, you've already shed your work jacket. Ha! Xiao! You are truly incorrigible. Startled, Manager Lin patted his chest, the area beneath his hand almost glaringly pale. Xiao Xingyun dared not glance around recklessly. After parking in front of the sales company, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He sensed that this imported car dealership lacked legitimacy and felt compelled to investigate its credentials. There lingered an unsettling illusion that the women he encountered were not sales representatives but rather exuberant figures from the nightlife scene. The current vehicle might be in order, as the registration had been successfully arranged, yet the future acquisitions remained uncertain. Vigilance and alertness were paramount. After all, nothing in this world comes without a cost. Meanwhile, Fat Luo, driving a Porsche, completed a lap and called out from the side, Brother Yun, let's hit the highway for a spin before we dine. Should we arrange a meeting with that female host of yours in advance? Chapter 19. The woman wept. Xiao Xingyun nodded and called Su Qing, inviting her to join him for lunch. Su Qing replied that she had a departmental exam in the afternoon and needed to review, politely declining his invitation. Brother Yun, your charm seems insufficient. If I were you, I would simply reveal my affluent identity. Perhaps the ladies would transform into delicate creatures yearning for your attention. Whatever you say would become their reality. Luo Pengzi chuckled from the side. Don't jest. She is not that type of person. Being a student, it is quite normal to have exams occasionally. Let us take a drive on the highway and grab something to eat afterward. I have a university reunion tonight, so I won't be drinking at lunch, Xiao Xingyun replied, restarting the engine and slowly driving forward. All right, I'll follow your lead, Luo Pengzi said without hesitation, driving his Porsche 911 closely behind Xiao Xingyun's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The Mercedes G550 that Xiao Xingyun purchased is not a sports car but a substantial off-road vehicle. The 4MATIC model boasts a wheelbase of 3,075 mm and a maximum ground clearance of 306 mm, equipped with AMG sport components and 21-inch AMG wheels to enhance its sporty appeal. In terms of power, the Mercedes GL550 is fitted with a new 4.6-liter V8 twin-turbocharged gasoline engine, delivering a maximum output of 435 horsepower and a peak torque of 700 Nm, accelerating from a standstill to 100 km/h in just 5 seconds, while also featuring a 4MATIC all-wheel drive system. The maximum speed is electronically limited to 250 km/h, certainly not rivaling professional sports cars, but more than adequate on domestic highways. Exceeding this speed limit would be perilous. Thus, on the bustling Shanghai Ring Expressway, one could observe a striking red Porsche weaving between lanes, overtaking on both the left and right of the black Mercedes G-Class, as Luo Pengzi reveled in his sensation of superiority. Meanwhile, the speed of the Mercedes G-Class remained steady at around 130 km/h, perfectly adhering to the speed limit. After half an hour, the two men exited the highway at a junction near their residence and casually selected a small restaurant to resolve their lunch dilemma. Following their meal, Luo Pengzi suddenly sighed in disappointment. Brother Yun, this is not the life I envisioned. In movies, after acquiring a Porsche, shouldn't there be a throng of beautiful women surrounding the protagonist? Why has my car sat at the restaurant entrance for over an hour without a single woman in sight? Xiao Xingyun gestured towards a middle-aged lady collecting fees by the roadside, giving him an understanding look, urging him to reflect on the reality. Despair washed over Luo Pengzi, nearly bringing him to tears. Xiao Xingyun advised, let us head back. For the next few days, refrain from posting incessantly on social media. It's wise to maintain a low profile. You should consider setting up a stall at the Chenghuang Temple. Regardless, you must sell off your inventory. I have only been in this line of work for a little over 6 months, and my stock is worth over 100,000. Yours must be even more substantial. Cannot be less than mine. To be frank, my inventory also totals over 100,000, as my routine stock consists of those items. Even if I work for another 3 years, I will still possess only this amount of stock. However, I shall heed your advice and visit the city god temple tomorrow to manage the inventory, while also inquiring about locations in Shanghai where one might engage in stone gambling. Xiao Xingyun, having perused numerous documents on the subject, promptly remarked, the places for stone gambling in Shanghai are limited to a handful of jewelry auction houses. The true sanctuaries for stone gamblers in our nation are found in Tiannan Province and Yu Province, while the market for stone gambling in Myanmar is even more untamed. The annual Jade public auction is held exclusively in Myanmar, albeit the environment there poses greater risks. As small merchants, it is generally prudent for us to partake in such ventures within our homeland. Shall we venture southward in a few days to seek our fortune? Proposed the corpulent Luo. Let us defer that discussion until we have concluded our current affairs, replied Xiao Xingyun. Presently, he possessed over 20 million in capital, yet to pursue luck in the south, he must first slice open several raw stones in his possession and sell them at a premium before embarking on such an expedition. Luo, having full faith in Xiao Xingyun's prowess or perhaps his fortune, decided to follow his lead in matters of stone gambling. After departing in his Porsche 911, Xiao Xingyun prepared to return home for a brief respite before attending a class reunion. Although discussions regarding the gathering were already underway in the group chat, with some tagging him, he felt no inclination to respond. There was no red envelope to offer, and idle chatter held little appeal. He parked in the garage and took a moment to register his vehicle's license plate at the property office before returning home, intending to take a short nap to rejuvenate himself for the evening's festivities. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find Su Qing seated on the living room sofa, tears streaming down her face, with tissues strewn about the floor. What happened? Yesterday you seemed fine. Why are you in such distress today? Xiao Xingyun inquired, perplexed as he approached her. Upon seeing him return, Su Qing wept openly, throwing herself into his arms. The creditors are pressing for payment. They have seized our home. I have nowhere to go now. My parents are on the brink of collapse. I don't know how much longer they can endure. I had planned to visit them, but they forbade me from returning, saying those debt collectors could do anything. Xiao Xingyun, enveloping her in warmth yet feeling somewhat overwhelmed, calmly asked, how much does your family owe? I heard from my mother that they had previously borrowed over 200 million in high-interest loans, and now, including principal and interest, it has ballooned to nearly 300 million. That is indeed a substantial sum. Xiao Xingyun inhaled sharply, unsure of how to offer comfort. Having never encountered such vast amounts of money in his life, this burden was one he could scarcely bear. After weeping for a spell, Su Qing gradually released her pent-up emotions, regaining her composure and feeling somewhat embarrassed as she pulled away from his embrace. I apologize for dampening your clothes, she said, wiping her nose and tears, filled with remorse. It is of no consequence. My garments hold little value, he reassured her. Regardless of what transpires in your family, you must remain strong and refrain from making foolish decisions. Let us wait a while longer. Should I acquire sufficient funds, perhaps I can devise a solution for you. Xiao Xingyun offered kindly. Su Qing, managing a smile through her tears, responded, thank you for your kind intentions, but as for your money, let that be. The gaping hole in my family's finances is one I must confront alone. The hard-earned money you've amassed should be reserved for daily expenses. Evidently, she regarded the modest sum of 20,000 yuan that Xiao Xingyun earned each month as merely a drop in the bucket, insufficient even to cover the interest on their debts. Do not underestimate others. With a stroke of good fortune, a single business deal could potentially erase your family's financial woes, Xiao Xingyun remarked half in jest. Honestly, relying on you is far less promising than depending on myself, she replied. I must take my leave now. I am heading upstairs to livestream, hoping to earn a bit more to assist my family. With that, Su Qing hurried upstairs, her figure bearing the weight of fatigue. Chapter 20. The class reunion. Observing Su Qing's retreating figure as she ascended the stairs, Xiao Xingyun let out a quiet sigh within himself. He harbored a fondness for her, yet it had not blossomed into a profound love. He could certainly assist her, yet he was reluctant to underwrite several billion. Their relationship hovered in an awkward realm, teetering between friendship and something more. With a tumult of emotions swirling within, he returned to his room, intending to rest for a while. However, as he lay on his bed, sleep eluded him, his mind persistently conjuring the image of Su Qing collapsing into his arms, weeping bitterly. The turmoil! His thoughts drifted to his university girlfriend, Yang Yudi, with whom he had shared 4 years of companionship, an affinity that encompassed both emotional and physical connections. After graduation, she departed from Shanghai without a word, returning to her hometown, the imperial capital. Regardless of whether through phone, WeChat, or QQ, she ceased all communication, and within days, he found himself blocked on all platforms. Since then, Xiao Xingyun had never mentioned her again, yet during sleepless nights, he could not help but reminisce. It was said she was now employed within the system, having even exited their class group, and news of her rarely circulated, save for through her close friend Song Xiaoxiao, who remained in Shanghai, flourishing in a financial trust company. She too would be attending the gathering, having recently tagged him in their group chat. As he was lost in thought, his phone chimed, bringing news concerning the jadeite carving machine. The merchant had prepared the goods, and they had agreed to a delivery for the following morning, with the merchant responsible for installation and a 5-year warranty on core components. With no timing conflicts, Xiao Xingyun acquiesced. Since sleep was out of the question, he quickly rose to change his attire in preparation for the restaurant gathering. Most of Xiao Xingyun's clothing consisted of economical choices from his school days, with some brand-name items purchased by his ex-girlfriend, Yang Yudi, which he had been reluctant to discard. For certain gatherings, he still donned these garments to maintain appearances. They were not exorbitantly luxurious, merely standard domestic brands such as Chipai, Seven Wolves, and Lilong, with outfits typically priced around 2,000 yuan. He resolved to visit the mall soon to procure several stylish outfits that would better suit his current status. These garments felt somewhat outdated now. It was not that Xiao Xingyun had grown disdainful of his past attire after achieving wealth. Rather, driving a Mercedes G-Class while clad in clothing priced at 1 or 2,000 yuan and sporting counterfeit shoes from Putian created a stark contrast that others might perceive as pretentious. By 4 in the afternoon, impeccably dressed, Xiao Xingyun drove his Mercedes G-Class towards the venue, the Zaikalai Hotel. The establishment boasted a flourishing business, with its cuisine and decor both being of commendable quality. After nearly an hour of driving, he arrived at the hotel entrance, where the parking spots were now scarce. As his vehicle approached, the security personnel perked up, eagerly directing him to a parking space. In truth, he required no assistance. The 360-degree surround view system made parking a breeze. Nevertheless, appreciating their efforts, Xiao Xingyun tossed a pack of hard Zhonghua cigarettes as a token of gratitude. Thank you, dear security guard. This vehicle is quite large and parked at a corner. Please keep an eye on it to ensure that no other cars bump into it. As I handed him a pack of cigarettes, the guard appeared pleased, replying respectfully, "Rest assured, sir, I will watch over it. The vehicle is insured, effective as of yesterday." But Xiao Xingyun's remark was merely to make the guard feel more justified in accepting the cigarettes. Ding 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 ding. Xiao Xingyun's phone rang. It was his bunkmate Fu Buki calling. "Xiao Yunzi, where are you? Hurry to the restaurant's private room. The guys are playing Donyo, and the atmosphere is lively," Fu Buki said over the phone. "I'm at the restaurant entrance. How many people are in the private room?" Xiao Xingyun inquired. "There are 5 of us. Our leader, Hu Dabin, has been waiting for you and urged me to call, saying he wants to teach you how to play Donyo. All right, it's in the Fenghua Tianxia private room, correct? I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, he entered the establishment, where a welcoming attendant guided him to the private room with impeccable service. Upon entering, he found a massive table that could accommodate 17 or 18 people. Behind a screen, 4 men and 1 woman were engaged in a game of poker. Boss Xiao finally decided to join us. We've been waiting for half an hour. Have you struck it rich lately? The only woman present, Meng Yali, who had an ambiguous relationship with class leader Hu Guoqiang, sat beside him, indicating their close connection. Xiao Xingyun felt indifferent towards her and retorted swiftly, "What wealth? Compared to the class leader, I'm far behind. Being able to afford this meal today is entirely thanks to the class leader's generosity." Hu Guoqiang, already having a streak of bad luck, felt even more disheartened by Xiao Xingyun's remark. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly explained, "I merely covered for you. Once you have money, you must repay me." Xiao Xingyun laughed. "What's the need to repay? We're all classmates. Discussing money only complicates our feelings. Come, let me take a seat. I'd like to play for a while. Anzi, sit here. I've had terrible luck today and can't continue." Fu Buki voluntarily relinquished his spot, uninterested in playing anymore. "All right, what are the stakes? If they're too high, I can't afford it," Xiao Xingyun said, instinctively downplaying his capabilities. Hu Guoqiang replied sternly, 10, 20, 30. "We'll use matchsticks for bets, with one stick representing 10 yuan. You know the rules. I remember you played before, but you always lost. Just to clarify, any money lost while playing cards will be distributed as red envelopes in the small group. No debts allowed." As introductions were made, someone had already added Xiao Xingyun to the poker group chat, while Fu Buki had exited. The group still consisted of 5 individuals. "All right, it's just some entertainment before dinner. I can spare a little change," Xiao Xingyun thought, recalling that he had previously played under Hu Guoqiang's guidance, only to lose consistently. Although the losses were not significant, 500 or 600 yuan at a time, it still stung given his income at the time. The game of Donyo, often touted as purely based on luck, indeed involves skill. With fewer players, a single deck of 54 cards is used, while with more players, 2 decks of 108 cards are employed. Players can keep track of cards, calculate probabilities, and adjust their bets accordingly. Betting 1 matchstick amounts to $10, 2 matchsticks to $20, and 3 matchsticks to $30, with the final odds determined by the size of the wager. Habitually, Xiao Xingyun utilized his clairvoyance to scan the cards, confirming their integrity before proceeding to draw the dealer. Hu Guoqiang placed a 5-point bet, coincidentally landing on Xiao Xingyun. Subsequently, the other players began to place their bets. If Xiao Xingyun were not the dealer, the situation would become quite challenging. However, given that the role of the dealer had fallen to him, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Chapter 21. Good fortune, no control. Thus, Xiao Xingyun directly placed 3 matches, signifying a bet of 30 yuan. Upon witnessing Zhao's wager, those who frequented the city god's temple stalls felt compelled to match his stake of 30. Consequently, all participants placed bets of 30 yuan each. Subsequently, as the banker, Xiao Xingyun commenced dealing the cards. In local play of Donyo, there exists a custom allowing the banker to distribute the cards in any order, provided each player receives 5 cards. With the aid of his perceptive vision, Xiao began by distributing 3 cards to each player in the conventional sequence. However, for the final 2 cards, which were crucial, he deviated from the seeding order. If a player lacked a 9 or 10, they could potentially form a winning combination of Nyo 9 or Nyo Nyo, yet Xiao would only grant them an ace, thus reducing their hand to Nyo 1, or a 5, relegating them to Nyo 5. As a result, in the first round, Xiao obtained a Nyo Nyo, nearly the highest possible hand. Locally, there existed 2 exceptional card combinations that surpassed the ordinary Nyo Nyo: 5 cards of the same rank, known as Ziniu, and 5 face cards, termed Wuhua Nyo. These 2 hands boasted odds of 5 to 1. However, in this round, none of the 4 players achieved a special hand, the best being Meng Yali's Nyo 5. This was a deliberate distraction orchestrated by Xiao to create the illusion of a formidable hand for her, yet regardless of its strength, her hand would inevitably fall short of the bankeress. As the players revealed their cards, Xiao calmly declared Nyo Nyo 3 times. "Goodness, your luck is remarkable today. I have Nyo 1, Hu Guoqiang lamented, feeling somewhat vexed. While he had not lost significantly, losing to Xiao was particularly irksome. "I have Nyo 5, such a strong hand, and yet I still lose. It's utterly unjust." Meng Yali pouted, feigning indignation. With each player having wagered 30 yuan, and the Nyo Nyo paying 3 times, Xiao collected a total of 360 yuan from the 4 players. The sum was not substantial, yet it provided a profound sense of satisfaction. The thrill of having an advantage felt exhilarating, akin to experiencing a cheat code in the game. For a fleeting moment, Xiao felt as though he were wielding a hidden power, the exhilaration surpassing even that of gambling on stones. Perhaps having endured bullying from Hu Guoqiang for so long, the subsequent counterattack released an overwhelming tension. In the following rounds, Xiao skillfully orchestrated their fates, including one instance of Wu Huanyo and another of Ziziniu, boasting a five-fold winning rate, each player standing to win 150 yuan, totaling 600 yuan amongst the four. As the sole outsider, Fu Buqi gazed in astonishment. Xiao Yun, your luck today is extraordinary. I've lost only 700 or 800 in total, yet you've recouped it in just 2 rounds. Good fortune is beyond my control, Xiao Xingyun humbly responded. However, to the ears of others, his words ignited a desire to confront him. I refuse to believe this misfortune. Why is it that only the banker holds the high cards, while we mere players are denied even the chance to contend for Nyo 9? Hu Guoqiang's forehead glistened with sweat. He owned a small company, earning hundreds of thousands monthly. Thus, losing this amount was trivial, yet the humiliation was unbearable. I believe Xiao Xingyun is cheating. There is no way he could possess such remarkable luck without foul play. Meng Yali expressed her discontent vehemently. Others harbored suspicions that Xiao Xingyun was cheating, yet it was common practice among them, and the dealer had not shown any mercy, leaving no opportunities for anyone. Moreover, the cards were provided by the restaurant, making it difficult to substantiate claims of deceit. They were all classmates, well acquainted with one another. Xiao Xingyun had previously learned to play Donyo from Hu Guoqiang and had a history of losses. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to win occasionally. Yet, the situation was far from normal, as wallets were rapidly depleting. In mere seconds per round, they had lost track of how much they had wagered over the last half hour. Fortunately, at that moment, other classmates arrived, including Song Xiaoxiao and a group of 5 or 6 female peers, who unexpectedly gathered together and entered the private room. Are you all playing Donyo again? Have you no shame in bullying Xiao Xingyun? Song Xiaoxiao, a Jiangnan beauty with delicate features, fair skin, and a slender yet well-proportioned figure, immediately stepped in to defend him upon entering the room. My dear Miss Song, it's truly unjust. Today, Xiao Xingyun's luck has been extraordinary, and he has been mercilessly tormenting us. We can hardly endure it any longer. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Guoqiang stood up, eager to escape the game, as his hand was dismal, lacking any winning cards. I refuse to believe it, Song Xiaoxiao retorted, disregarding Hu Guoqiang's pride, and approached Xiao Xingyun directly. Upon glancing at the newly revealed cards, she was taken aback. 5 splendid flower cards? Was this a 5-flower Nyo? Xiao Xingyun smiled bashfully. It's merely luck. I am unaware of how this happened, but my fortune has been remarkable of late. He sensed that Hu Guoqiang, Meng Yali, and the others were contemplating leaving the game. We're done. Xiao Xingyun, you are determined to make us miserable today, exclaimed one of them, glancing at the transaction records. In just half an hour, they had lost thousands. Everyone had lost the same amount, as Xiao Xingyun, the dealer, had triumphed over them all. How could I have forgotten to reduce my bets? I concede. I truly concede. If I ever play Donyo with Xiao Xingyun again, I shall be his loyal pup. After settling their final round of payments, they all stood up, no longer daring to remain seated and play cards. Thus, they gathered around a large dining table to share amusing anecdotes, while a few of the losers remained somewhat dejected. Particularly Hu Guoqiang, who was typically frugal and reluctant to spend a dime, was especially unhappy about losing several thousand. Xiao Xingyun, having won today, you won't expect me to cover the cost of our meal and karaoke, will you? Hu Guoqiang publicly lamented this matter. Xiao Xingyun chuckled. You were the one who said you would cover for me, and now you're the one saying you won tea. When will you change this fickle and stingy nature of yours? As the class monitor, you ought to exhibit a bit more generosity. His dorm mate chimed in. Indeed, if you continue this way, perhaps it's time to step down from your position as monitor. You never distribute red envelopes during holidays and even expect everyone to split the bill for meals. Your standards are rather low. We are all classmates. Discussing money can strain our camaraderie. By the way, it seems most of us have arrived. Let us summon the waiter to order food and also urge those who have yet to arrive. Even after graduating, Hu Guoqiang still clung to the title of class leader, swiftly changing the subject to avoid dwelling on the matter. Before long, the table was laden with food and drink, and a total of 14 classmates had gathered, though a few who had promised to attend ultimately could not make it. Among the female classmates, there was a subtle focus on Song Xiaoxiao, while the male classmates gravitated towards Hu Guoqiang. Only Xiao Xingyun and Fu Buqi stood apart, moving in tandem as a distinct entity. Aside from the variations in compliments and toasts, seating arrangements also held significance. Xiao Xingyun, disinterested in the trivialities, remained unfazed. However, after several rounds of drinks, Hu Guoqiang began to stir trouble. Xiao Xingyun, it has been a year since your breakup with Yang Yudi, and since there seems to be no hope of reconciliation, why haven't you found a new girlfriend? Your stall business may not yield high returns, but if you lower your standards a bit and put in some effort, you could certainly find a partner. Chapter 22. A moment in the spotlight. Xiao Xingyun's expression turned cold as he glared at Hu Guoqiang. Is it not enough to be provoked by you online? Must you be so reckless in reality as well? Have I given you too much face? Just as he was about to retort, he heard Song Xiaoxiao's furious rebuke. Who says they don't have a chance of reconciling? What business is it of yours to meddle in the affairs of a couple? Her anger left everyone bewildered, and others stared in shock. While it was understandable for Xiao Xingyun to respond with anger, why was she upset? What did her words imply? Was there a possibility of reconciliation between Xiao Xingyun and Yang Yudi? Hu Guoqiang was intimidated by Song Xiaoxiao's fervor. Stammering, I was merely concerned about Xiao Xingyun's romantic life, as it is my duty as the class monitor. Mind your own business. The matters between Xiao Xingyun and Yang Yudi do not require your concern, Song Xiaoxiao replied, her tone stern and unyielding. All right, I won't interfere. Let us just drink, Hu Guoqiang said, unsure whether he was preserving his dignity or fearing Song Xiaoxiao, and he dared not speak further. Surprisingly, Xiao Xingyun did not interject. He ignored Hu Guoqiang's suggestion to raise a glass and simply gave Song Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. Smiling, you're impressive, Song. I've known you for years, and this is the first time I've seen you so fired up. What's the matter? Have you received news from Yudi? Song Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with panic. No news. I just can't stand others discussing the matters between you and my good friend. I believe Yudi must have her reasons. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left without a word. Reasons? Let us not dwell on her. Let us drink, Xiao Xingyun said, raising his glass in a toast to her. Cheers, Song Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Xiao Xingyun might press for more details. Song Xiaoxiao had clearly expressed her support for Xiao Xingyun, and Hu Guoqiang adjusted his attitude, no longer daring to sow discord. He also recognized that Xiao Xingyun was not someone to be trifled with. His height of nearly 6 feet gave him an imposing presence. However, the weight of his own frustrations only grew, as he longed to continue making Xiao Xingyun uncomfortable. After the meal, Hu Guoqiang suggested going to karaoke to lighten the atmosphere, as the earlier dinner had been rather tense. With 14 people present, all having consumed alcohol, a designated driver was necessary. With 4 people per car, hiring one designated driver would suffice. Yet, in the end, 2 individuals were left without a ride, Xiao Xingyun and Fu Buqi. At the entrance of the restaurant, Hu Guoqiang instructed the designated driver to bring his BMW 5 Series and said in front of everyone, Xiao Xingyun and Fu Buqi, I apologize for having to trouble you two to take a taxi. I can reimburse you for the fare. That's unnecessary. I drove here as well. I can just get a designated driver, Xiao Xingyun replied calmly. Is your car yours or a rental? I must warn you, the rental schemes nowadays can be quite deceitful. Don't let yourself be fooled, Hu Guoqiang cautioned. It's mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a tight spot. Asking the class monitor to cover the meal expenses, Xiao Xingyun deliberately hinted, often bringing it up to provoke Hu Guoqiang. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who will feel awkward. Oh, Xiao Xingyun actually bought a car. What wonderful news. Everyone should come and see Xiao Xingyun's new vehicle. With the influence of alcohol, Hu Guoqiang bellowed loudly to the crowd. Xiao Xingyun called over a designated driver, pressed the car key, and the lights of a nearby Mercedes-Benz G-Class flickered in response, prompting him to request the driver to bring the vehicle closer. Hu Guoqiang was momentarily taken aback. his smile frozen on his face as he pointed at the black Mercedes under the distant glow, exclaiming in disbelief, "That Mercedes is yours? Could it possibly be rented? Have you ever seen a rental car with a temporary license plate?" After enduring a prolonged silence, Fu Qi retorted sharply. The other classmates, unable to contain themselves, expressed their astonishment. "Wow, Xiao Xingyun, you've made it big. Did you just acquire a new Mercedes G-Class? That must cost over 2 million, right? Truly extravagant. Class monitor, are you mistaken? Who said Xiao Xingyun was selling goods at the Chenghuang Temple? What vendor could afford a Mercedes G-Class?" The classmates who had been clustered around Hu Guoqiang just moments ago quickly turned on him, questioning his information sources. Particularly Meng Yali, who had always looked down on Xiao Xingyun, was now in a state of utter shock, even doubting whether Xiao Xingyun's claims of coming from a mountain village were genuine. At this moment, the designated driver had parked the Mercedes G-Class in front of Xiao Xingyun, lowered the window, and respectfully announced, "Boss, please get in the car." Xiao Xingyun nodded and informed the crowd, "All right, Fu Qi and I will head in first. We'll meet you all at the carnival later." As the Mercedes G-Class vanished around the corner, Hu Guoqiang, Meng Yali, and the others were still in a daze, feeling as if they had consumed a basket of lemons, overwhelmed by sourness. Upon arriving at the karaoke room, the demeanor of the group towards Xiao Xingyun had completely transformed. Male and female classmates alike frequently offered him toasts, a stark contrast to their earlier behavior during dinner. Only Song Xiaoxiao remained hidden in a corner of the sofa, secretly messaging, "My dear sister, if you don't resolve your family troubles soon, the man you fancy will truly be taken by someone else. He has struck it rich. Will he ever lack for female company?" After a considerable time, she received no reply. With a sigh, she returned her phone to her bag. The festivities continued until the early hours before dispersing. As they departed, Xiao Xingyun addressed everyone, "Thank you all. I had a wonderful time today, and I must also thank our class monitor for covering the shared expenses. Therefore, I shall send out 2 red envelopes in the class group chat, just a token of appreciation." Subsequently, Xiao Xingyun sent 2 red envelopes of 10,000 each in the class WeChat group. With only 50 individuals in the class, each envelope averaged 200 per person. However, Xiao Xingyun had set them as luck-based envelopes. Some managed to claim over 300, others snagged 700, while a few only got a meager 3. Indeed, one such unfortunate soul was class monitor Hu Guoqiang, who retrieved a mere 3.28 yuan. The second envelope was even less fortunate for him, yielding only 1.69 yuan, illustrating how poorly his luck had fared today. Xiao Xingyun's perceptive vision could not alter his fortune. It was merely fate. "Thank you, boss, you are magnanimous. Wishing you fresh brides daily and to be the groom every night." Fu Qi, the brother from the upper bunk, sincerely praised. The rest echoed in unison, flooding the group chat with this sentiment. In the dead of night, someone ventured to the restroom and unexpectedly stumbled upon a large bundle of cash. After seizing several hundred yuan, they soon realized it belonged to Xiao Xingyun. Puzzled, they inquired, "Has Xiao Xingyun been hacked? Why has he suddenly sent out 20,000 in red envelopes?" "Young one, do you find yourself filled with questions? Allow me to be candid. Xiao Xingyun has struck it rich. He is now a man of considerable means. His chariot is a Mercedes G-Class." A response soon followed, clarifying the situation for those who managed to claim the red envelopes afterward, alleviating any concerns that Xiao Xingyun might reclaim his money due to the hacking incident. Having distributed the envelopes, Xiao Xingyun entered his Mercedes, instructing the designated driver to take him away. Since everyone was headed in different directions, Xiao Xingyun did not feel the need to make a fuss about dropping anyone off. They had all remained sober enough to return home independently. Among this circle of classmates, he held no particular sentiments, not even in the presence of the lovely Song Xiaoxiao, who failed to stir his heart. During their journey, Xiao Xingyun sent Fu Qi a separate transfer of 222 yuan, with a note, "It's time to quit gambling, my young friend." Chapter 23. Arrival of the stone-cutting machine. Fei Buki promptly acknowledged the transfer, expressing gratitude for the generous gift from General Xiao and assuring him that he would heed his advice. The camaraderie among comrades allowed for occasional levity. Xiao Xingyun smiled faintly, pocketing his phone, hoping that Fei would truly refrain from gambling. Otherwise, no amount of money would suffice to offset the losses. As for his own ventures in stone gambling, with the clarity of vision afforded by his perceptive insight, could it still be deemed gambling? It was more akin to picking up money. Upon returning to the villa, the light in Su Qing's room still glowed, with faint melodies escaping into the air, indicating that she was still engaged in her live broadcast. Exhausted, Xiao Xingyun collapsed into bed, only to be roused the next morning by the insistent ringing of his phone. Upon answering, he discovered it was the delivery workers of the stone-cutting machine. Demonstrating commendable professionalism, they informed him they would arrive by 9:30 a.m., having only delayed by 3 minutes, a minor inconvenience. The security guard contacted Xiao Xingyun to confirm the delivery personnel he had summoned before granting them access. A few minutes later, 4 workers entered the basement, carrying an array of equipment to assemble on-site. After approximately an hour of diligent effort, they successfully installed all the components. Subsequently, a middle-aged man, likely the foreman, provided Xiao Xingyun with a live demonstration of the fundamental operations and safety precautions. Given the presence of a comprehensive manual and instructional videos, the workers' explanations focused solely on the most critical aspects. Xiao Xingyun listened attentively, committing every detail to memory. 10 minutes later, after the workers tidied up the debris in the basement, they took their leave. Xiao Xingyun then descended to the first floor, where he brought down 4 uncut stones. After a careful selection, he resolved to cut the seed material stone first. This particular stone was most promising, for beneath its exterior lay jade of the highest quality. Akin to mutton fat jade, any incision made would yield significant results. Based on market value, it could easily fetch between 5 to 6 million, and possibly even more if competition arose. This marked Xiao Xingyun's inaugural operation of the stone-cutting machine. Following the instructions meticulously, he placed the seed stone before the cutting wheel, securing it in place. As the wheel began to rotate, water flowed automatically to prevent overheating. In mere minutes, the stone was cleaved in two. As his perceptive insight had predicted, aside from the thick outer layer, the interior revealed exquisite jade flesh of the finest mutton fat white quality. A substantial gain indeed. Having found his rhythm, Xiao Xingyun proceeded to cut into the jadeite stone. After marking the cutting lines on the vibrant jadeite, he secured it in the cutting frame. Minutes later, he removed the thick outer layer, unveiling a strikingly colorful cross-section. However, this opening was merely insufficient. Since the interior was entirely comprised of vibrant jadeite, the larger the cut, the greater its value. After slicing 3 sides, he deemed further cutting unnecessary. This piece was estimated to be worth between 6 to 10 million in market value, with enthusiasts likely to bid a premium for it, while those less fond of colorful stones would only offer lower prices, adhering strictly to market rates. The colors were vibrant, with the texture reaching a glutinous ice grade in some areas, while others approached an icy quality. However, the predominant nature remained at the glutinous ice level, introducing a degree of uncertainty in its valuation. Among the remaining 2 pieces, one is a jadeite rough stone of glass quality, albeit with a pale green hue and some impurities. Given its slightly smaller size, it is estimated to be worth around 10 million. The other piece, larger in size, is of the milky ice type, predominantly white with green streaks, and remarkably, its core is entirely green, capable of yielding 2 fully green bangles along with several pendants. If cut in half, this piece could only fetch around 4 million in the market. By the time lunch arrived, Xiao Xingyun had finished cutting these 4 rough stones, estimating their combined worth to be approximately 26 million. However, the final outcome would depend on the buyers. Xiao Xingyun's entry into the jade industry was rather humble. He only knew a few small business owners in terminal wholesale markets, lacking connections with any major players. The only significant figure he had encountered at the recent auction was Gu Qingqing, who had placed high bids, preventing him from seeking contact information from other mid-sized jewelers. After lunch, he retrieved Gu Qingqing's business card and, after much contemplation, decided to call her. After all, she had left a strong impression on him as someone who was financially secure and willing to bid without hesitation. "Hello, who is this?" A cool voice answered over the phone. "Is this Ms. Gu? I am Xiao Xingyun, the one who bid on the Imperial Green at the auction the other day." "Oh, Mr. Xiao, I remember you. What can I do for you?" Gu Qingqing replied. Her simple acknowledgement stirred a sense of excitement within Xiao Xingyun. She remembered him. What merit did he possess that she would recall him? After all, he had merely earned her 30 million. If he managed to profit 300 million, would she not remember him indelibly? Lost in thought, he responded, Ms. Gu, I happen to have a few pieces of quality jadeite rough stones, all of which have been cut into clear materials. I wanted to inquire if you might be interested in acquiring them. Oh, what types of clear materials do you have? 1 piece of milky ice multicolored jadeite, 1 piece of glass quality pale green jadeite, 1 piece of milky ice with a white base and green streaks, with a core that is entirely green, and lastly a large piece of mutton fat jade. Xiao Xingyun briefly described the status of his rough stones to Gu Qingqing. Upon hearing about the glass quality and multicolored jadeite, she was intrigued. The latter 2 pieces could serve as mere supplementary offerings and did not capture her particular interest. Alright, our Gu's jewelry flagship store is currently undergoing renovations. You may come to our warehouse, where I have several appraisers available to assist you in assessing the stones and providing a fair price. Sure, I'll add you on WeChat, and you can send me the address. I'll head over right away. Sounds good. After concluding the call, Gu Qingqing sent a location address that was situated in the city center. Xiao Xingyun drove for half an hour to arrive. Although referred to as a warehouse, it was, in fact, a villa estate. Such a residence in the heart of Shanghai City was not merely a matter of wealth. It also signified status and identity. The security personnel at the entrance were of professional caliber. After confirming Xiao Xingyun's identity and inspecting his vehicle, they granted him entry. Within the courtyard, Gu Qingqing's female assistant stood at the entrance, welcoming and guiding Xiao Xingyun to park the car. Afterward, she summoned 2 workers to assist Xiao Xingyun in transporting the jade rough materials indoors. Inside, Gu Qingqing and several elderly masters with graying hair were meticulously examining a colossal piece of jade. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Xingyun realized it was indeed the dark bid that Gu Qingqing had acquired the day before. She promptly cut a segment from it, but hesitated to slice the remaining piece, opting instead to call in several appraisers for further examination before making a final decision on whether to proceed with the cut. If the appraisers deemed it promising, she would continue. If they expressed doubts, she would sell it off, ensuring that at worst, she would neither profit nor incur losses. This was Gu Qingqing's strategy to mitigate her losses, highlighting the significant pressure and scrutiny she faced within the Gu family following the substantial financial setback of several tens of millions incurred the previous night. Madam Gu, I have brought several pieces of jade rough materials for your appraisal, Xiao Xingyun remarked. Very well, please hold on a moment, Gu Qingqing replied, before quietly conferring with the appraisers. She then approached Xiao Xingyun accompanied by the 2 masters. Upon seeing the 4 pieces of raw material beside Xiao Xingyun, Gu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. These specimens exceeded the descriptions provided by Xiao Xingyun. The 2 accompanying masters nodded in agreement, each taking a piece to scrutinize further with magnifying glasses and powerful flashlights. Chapter 24. A novice in the world of stone gambling, Xiao Xingyun had scrutinized the stones with his discerning vision, perceiving every flaw and impurity from within, rendering him utterly unperturbed by expert evaluations. The quality was commendable. Both the interior and exterior were consistent. Observing the traces of powder along the edges suggested that the stone had just been cut. Although jadeite was indeed rare, what astonished him even more was the sheer size and pristine whiteness of this particular seed material, coupled with its exquisite fineness and luster, which were of the highest caliber. One of the experts remarked, since Master Luo has thoroughly appraised everything, I shall refrain from displaying my own skills. As for the pricing, allow me to share my personal insights. Summarizing, he stated the total price for these items, as proposed by Gu's Jewelry, is 28 million. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback, his mouth agape. He had not anticipated that the offer would surpass his own valuation. He had appraised the stones at 26 million, yet Gu's Jewelry was proposing 28 million. Goodness, could it be that he had underestimated their value? As a newcomer in the realm of stone gambling, had he been overly modest? Was his estimate excessively conservative? Noticing the peculiar expression on Xiao Xingyun's face, Gu Qingqing promptly interjected, Mr. Xiao, we are exceedingly pleased with your original stones, and our valuation aligns with the market rate. Should you find our offer unsatisfactory, We are open to negotiation. Actually, I have invested considerable time in procuring these materials, acquiring a plethora of inferior stones before finally unearthing these exceptional pieces. Since this is our first collaboration, could we possibly increase the price? A second collaboration. Gu Qingcheng corrected his misunderstanding. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, initially, I would not alter the price set by our master. However, Gu's jewelry is currently in a preparatory phase and requires a substantial quantity of premium materials, thus we can offer a slight premium. Our final offer is 29 million. If you agree, we can proceed with the transaction immediately. Xiao Xingyun was surprised to learn that his astonished countenance had been misinterpreted by Gu Qingcheng, prompting her to increase her offer by 100,000. Goodness, that S like a Porsche 911 appearing out of nowhere. Seizing the opportunity, he composedly nodded and replied, very well. Ms. Gu is generous and straightforward. I shan't be stingy. Let us settle on 29 million, and we can proceed with the transaction. Before long, Gu Qingcheng arranged for her female assistant to transfer the funds to Xiao Xingyun. While awaiting the transfer, she invited him to observe the jadeite she had secured at auction 2 days prior. The other two experts were still occupied with measuring the data using their instruments. Miss, we both believe that this original stone should not be cut. The risk of it collapsing is too high. Look at this black vein and this fissure. Through spectral analysis, we conclude that there is unlikely to be any high-quality jadeite within. After a thorough analysis, the two experts reached their conclusion. However, Master Luo, who had previously appraised Xiao Xingyun's stones, shook his head in disagreement, asserting, I do not concur with your assessment. I believe this black vein is indicative of high-quality jadeite, similar to the surface coloration that ancient jade exhibits. It can be cut, and while I do not guarantee a significant profit, at the very least, one can expect to break even. For experts, evidently unfamiliar with one another, erupted into a cacophony of discord. Some suggested selling it off, while others advocated for an immediate incision. A few, however, expressed reservations, claiming their judgment was uncertain. Gu Qingcheng, beleaguered by their clamor, suddenly caught sight of Xiao Xingyun's expression through the ornate mirror of the hall, a smile reminiscent of someone watching a monkey show, subtly furrowing her brow. This smile was somewhat irksome, yet it exuded an air of mysterious confidence, as if everything lay within his grasp. Mr. Xiao, what do you think of this raw stone? Will it rise or fall? Gu Qingcheng inquired abruptly. Ah, you're asking me? Xiao Xingyun replied, feigning humility. I'm merely a novice in the world of stone gambling, knowing nothing but relying on luck. I cannot predict. Mr. Xiao is too modest. How about this? If you can provide an accurate prediction, I shall reward you with 1 million as consulting fees, regardless of the outcome. What do you say? 1 million in consulting fees? Xiao Xingyun was taken aback. Was the life of the affluent truly so unadorned? A mere phrase seemed to carry a weight of 1 million. Yes, but the condition is that you must be precise. Regardless of whether it rises or falls, Gu Qingcheng reiterated her terms. Very well, I believe it will rise. I cannot guarantee how much, but it will certainly exceed your purchase price. Xiao Xingyun blurted out. Why do you think so, young man? Enlighten us with your reasoning, inquired the appraisal master who had suggested a downturn, his countenance darkening. I am simply going by my intuition. After all, I am but a novice in this realm of stone gambling, and my theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to that of the esteemed masters here. Xiao Xingyun responded with calm composure. How amusing! We have spent a lifetime appraising jade, and yet you think your youthful intuition surpasses ours? How absurd! How laughable! One of the masters retorted, his ire ignited. Master Luo interjected, when it comes to appraising jadeite, one relies on vision, experience, and luck. Age has no bearing. If we discuss age, I am older than all of you, yet I have not seen you heed my counsel. The other two masters found themselves at a loss for words, silenced by Master Luo's rebuttal. They could scorn the youthful Xiao Xingyun, yet they dared not utter disrespectful words towards the esteemed Master Luo. Masters, please, let us not quarrel. The skin of the stone is as daunting as a mountain. Regardless of the outcome, I am grateful for your efforts. I have asked Mr. Xiao to assist in the appraisal not for technical expertise, but simply to find another reason to cut the stone. Now that I have my reason, Let us proceed with the incision. Very well, since Miss Gu insists. Let us cut it. We have done our utmost. Even if it turns out poorly, we cannot be blamed for not forewarning you. The two masters who had opposed the cut side in resignation. With the decision made to cut, the method and location of the incision now posed a pressing question. Mr. Xiao, what do you think? I believe this method of cutting is most prudent, Xiao Xingyun replied. Having secured his million, he decided to share his insights. He drew a line on the upper right corner of the jadeite raw stone, precisely along its natural fissure, ensuring that the stone's virtues would be fully revealed. Several experienced masters inhaled sharply, perplexed by Xiao Xingyun's unconventional cutting technique. They contemplated in silence, hesitant to voice their inquiries due to their pride. Gu Qingcheng, sensing their curiosity, bravely posed the question on their behalf. Mr. Xiao, may I inquire why you choose to cut in this manner? Is there a particular reason? I believe there exists a natural fissure here, a continuation of the surface crack's depth. By cutting in this manner, we can effectively eliminate an unnecessary incision while minimizing material waste. Very well, I trust your judgment. Let us proceed with this approach. Gu Qingcheng nodded slightly, in that fleeting moment, sealing the fate of this raw stone valued at tens of millions. Chapter 25. I am merely fortunate. A group of workers received orders to hoist the massive jadeite rough stone onto the large disintegration machine using a pulley system. As the machine roared to life, a low rumble filled the room. Despite the machine's impressive noise reduction capabilities, the sound was still loud enough to cause discomfort, making conversation difficult. The professional disintegration room must be completed as soon as possible, particularly in terms of soundproofing. Gu Qingcheng instructed her female assistant with a raised voice. Yes, Ms. Gu, it will be taken care of by tomorrow, the assistant assured her. After a brief conversation, over 20 minutes had passed when the master gem cutter gestured to the crowd, signaling that the first corner had been cut. He rinsed the cut surface, inviting everyone to come and observe the jadeite rough stone. Gu Qingcheng felt a surge of anxiety, for this was her inaugural significant transaction since assuming control of Gu's jewelry. If the first piece had failed, a second failure would not only disappoint the elderly patriarch but also draw the ire of the entire family. How is it? Is it rising? Gu Qingcheng inquired impatiently, even before arriving at the optimal vantage point. In truth, everyone was rushing towards the disintegration machine, and no one had yet glimpsed the cut. Perhaps only the master gem cutter had seen it. Understanding the young lady's apprehension, he refrained from commenting, even if he had discerned the jade's color and clarity. As the water washed away the debris from the cut, Gu Qingcheng had not yet reached an appropriate position when Master Luo exuberantly shouted, "It's rising! A significant rise! Congratulations, Miss Gu!" Before her eyes lay a sea of icy green, interspersed with ample milky white. While the green was not contiguous, the sheer size of the jadeite rough suggested a wealth of material could be extracted. Purchased for around 50 million, this piece promised at least double that based on its current quality. If another cut succeeded without mishap, the value could increase even further. Xiao Xingyun strolled over leisurely, choosing not to join the frenzy, as he had already perceived the cutting outcome through his X-ray vision. What you see is what you get, he mused. The jadeite had indeed risen in value? The nameless jadeite appraiser exhibited a flicker of complex emotions. Perhaps embarrassment, jealousy, or regret. Regret for not having declared it a rise earlier. Indeed, there is a vast difference between mere surface examination and true insight. No matter how experienced we are, there are times we misjudge. Otherwise, we would all be wealthy by now, another nameless appraiser rationalized to himself. Xiao Xingyun, displaying humility, consoled, "I am merely fortunate. Dear masters, please do not take offense. Your knowledge and experience are invaluable treasures, while my stroke of luck is worth merely 1,000,000. The two nameless appraisers nearly choked, feeling as if salt had been rubbed into their wounds. Young man, is this supposed to be consolation? You are merely twisting the knife. With innocence and kindness, Xiao Xingyun flashed an unassuming smile, oblivious to the offense he had caused. His intention was simply to remind Gu Qingcheng that his prediction had proven correct, indicating it was time to proceed with payment. Gu Qingcheng, perceptive as ever, grasped the implication and, amidst her excitement, allowed a rare smile to illuminate her face. Transfer 1 million to Mr. Xiao, noting it as a consultation fee upon receipt. She instructed her assistant. Yes, Mr. Gu, I will take care of it right away. The assistant responded, moving to the adjacent desk to swiftly process the transaction, transferring 1 million yuan to Xiao Xingyun. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Xingyun received the consulting fee, and the 30 million yuan from the jadeite raw stones had already been credited to his account. Currently, he possessed over 50 million yuan in cash. With such a substantial sum, it was time to venture south and seek fortune. In Shanghai, the minor dealings comprised merely the leftover scraps of others, while the truly valuable materials had long been seized in the large jade gambling markets of the south. Just 2 days prior, at the Qin jewelry auction house, out of 500 items, only a handful saw significant price surges, with the rest being mere refuse, indicating the poor quality of those materials. Even among the 10 jadeite raw stones that were prominently featured, only 2 experienced substantial increases. Fortunately, Gu Qingcheng had good fortune, acquiring one of them. Otherwise, the losses would have been dire, adversely affecting her standing within the Gu family. With matters here concluding, Xiao Xingyun took his leave. To his surprise, the frosty beauty, Gu Qingcheng, took the initiative to escort him to his vehicle. Mr. Xiao, please remember Gu's jewelry for any future quality materials. Should you have any other collaborative projects, feel free to contact me at any time. I am honored by your regard, Ms. Gu. I shall prioritize collaboration whenever the opportunity arises, Xiao Xingyun replied before driving away. Gu Qingcheng watched the distant Mercedes G-Class fade from view, her thoughts lingering. Mr. Gu, there is something peculiar about Xiao Xingyun. I have never heard of anyone like him in the jade gambling circuit, and his attire hardly resembles that of a wealthy individual. The recently purchased Mercedes G-Class still lacks a proper license plate, indicating it is newly acquired, likely purchased with the winnings from the other day's jade gamble. If he possesses true skill, why has his fortune only just emerged? Conversely, if he lacks genuine talent, how does he consistently select exceptional jadeite? Reflecting on the transaction amounts, Gu Qingcheng solemnly warned, everyone harbors their own secrets. As business partners, it is prudent not to pry into one another's mysteries. We must maintain a certain respect for collaborators who can yield us benefits, unless a falling out occurs, when investigation may become justifiable. Yes, Mr. Gu, I was merely pondering in my mind, the female assistant softly clarified. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Focus on your tasks, Gu Qingcheng gestured, returning to her office to attend to her work. While driving home, Xiao Xingyun received a call from Luo Pengzi. Brother Yun, what are you up to? Today, I set up a stall at the Changhuang Temple, clearing out my stock at unbelievably low prices, and sales have soared. Unfortunately, a few competitors nearby are berating me for undermining the value system, claiming I will ruin the entire antique streets business. I couldn't help but confront them. If I want to sell at my price, I shall. If they disagree, they can buy all my stock. Listening intently, Xiao Xingyun frowned and advised, if the market price for a jade pendant is 5,000 yuan, selling it for 1,000 even at your cost price, undeniably disrupts the entire antique street's pricing structure. Avoid trouble. Gradually clear your stock without collapsing the prices. I understand completely, although I remain unconvinced in my heart. I acquiesce to your wishes, for you are my elder brother. By the way, when shall we venture south to indulge in the art of stone gambling? Luo Fadi has uttered a plethora of trivialities, primarily to lead to his concluding remark. It shall be in the next few days. I will arrange matters concerning Shanghai and then set forth towards the south. I have heard that several grand jadeite rough stone exhibitions are to be held in the southern region soon, and there should be a wealth of exquisite materials to behold. Xiao Xingyun mused that, possessing the gift of clairvoyance, it would be entirely reasonable to amass fortune at the stone gambling grounds. Chapter 26. The Jadeite Exhibition and Sales Conference 2 days later, Xiao Xingyun and the corpulent Luo boarded a flight bound for the vicinity of Sihui City in Guangdong Province, where a grand jadeite exhibition was taking place. Such exhibitions are held several times each year, organized by the local Jadeite Association, various jewelry firms in collaboration, and a few private stone gambling institutions. The scale of these events varies, catering to both tourists and professional gamblers, thereby enhancing the vibrancy of Sihui City. Consequently, local authorities are quite supportive of such activities. Xiao Xingyun and Luo traveled in economy class. Although they had accumulated some wealth, their ingrained frugality led them to opt for more economical seats. Faced with Luo's incessant chatter, Xiao could only respond, "If we return without having lost all our money, we shall fly business class." This startled Luo, who was reminded of his past misfortune of picking 3 worthless stones, quickly succumbing to fear. Indeed, he knew nothing about the trade, and Xiao relied solely on luck. Should their gamble fail, they would soon find themselves impoverished, unable to afford even an economy-class ticket. This tactic proved effective as Luo quickly fell silent. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man passing by on his way to the restroom noticed them and exclaimed, "Are you Mr. Xiao and Mr. Luo? I did not expect to see you here. We spoke briefly the other day at the Qin jewelry firm." "And you are?" Xiao inquired, unsure. The middle-aged man, beaming broadly, replied, "Zhu Zhongjiu, but you can call me Brother Jiu. I own my own jewelry firm and carving studio. I once bid for your imperial greenstone, but I could not compete with Gu's family. It's a small business, you know." "Ah, Brother Zhu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Xiao said, wishing to remain inconspicuous and avoid mingling too much with those in the stone gambling circle, especially those who were aware of his past. Thus he jested, "It's Brother Jiu, not Zhu, ha. We shall converse later. I must attend to nature's call." Zhu Zhongjiu, in urgent need, hurried towards the restroom at the rear of the plane. Once Zhu entered, Luo leaned in and whispered, "Brother Yun, this man's overt friendliness is suspect. He may not be trustworthy. I have heard tales of unscrupulous merchants in the gambling stone industry who prey on newcomers, using fake jadeite stones to deceive. Surely it cannot be that exaggerated. Perhaps he is merely acting in accordance with the instincts of a businessman. We are not familiar with him. Let us keep our distance and focus on our own affairs." Xiao established a cautious tone. It is prudent to be wary when in unfamiliar territory. Before long, Zhu Zhongjiu emerged from the restroom and had swapped seats, now sitting beside Xiao with only an aisle between them. "You both are attending the Sihue Jadeite exhibition, I presume? This year's event is unlike any other, with a significant number of Burmese jadeite merchants participating, resulting in a marked improvement in quality. It is hailed as a grand event in the stone gambling industry. I own a jewelry firm and a carving studio. Gambling stones is merely a personal hobby for me. When I encounter promising materials at reasonable prices, I do not hesitate to make a purchase. If the two of you are able to procure fine materials, I kindly ask you to consider me. My prices are most reasonable. I am not particular about the goods. I will accept both jadeite and icy varieties." Zhu Chongjiu, ever loquacious, appeared eager to engage with every potential business partner. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Xingyun inquired about the nuances of the jade gambling industry, to which Zhu Chongjiu simply advised him to be wary of theft, neglecting to mention any scams. This instilled a slight wariness in Xiao Xingyun, yet they exchanged contact information, agreeing to collaborate should the opportunity arise. When the time for such an opportunity would present itself was entirely at Xiao Xingyun's discretion. Upon disembarking from the plane, Zhu Chongjiu offered to introduce Xiao Xingyun to accommodations, but Xiao Xingyun, citing a prearranged hotel booking, departed with Fatty Luo instead. The duo made their way directly to the Sihue City Exhibition Center, where they secured lodging at a nearby 5-star hotel. The choice of a 5-star establishment was primarily for security, with comfort being a secondary consideration. Once settled, Xiao Xingyun and Fatty Luo promptly attended the Jade exhibition, which had commenced the previous day. Today marked its second day, and the atmosphere was vibrant. Every moment was precious. What a spectacle! Fatty Luo gazed vacantly at the throng outside the exhibition, reminiscent of a bustling market during a clearance sale, teeming with people. A vast plaza stretched endlessly, filled with jade display booths. Though termed booths, most of the raw stones lay scattered on the ground, piled high like cabbages and radishes. Excited cheers occasionally erupted from the stone analysis area, where some had struck it rich, while anguished cries echoed from those who had suffered losses. The myriad facets of life were vividly illustrated in this small stone analysis zone. "Brother Yun, where should we begin?" Fatty Luo eagerly inquired. "We'll start from the first row at the entrance. Observe, inquire, listen, and refrain from purchasing excessively. Only buy if something suitable catches your eye. Use your discernment and luck to select a few, but regardless, ensure you retain at least 500,000 yuan as capital. Xiao Xingyun's intention was merely to accompany Fatty Luo in exploring the jade gambling scene, not to engage in it jointly. This distinction was crucial. In the jade gambling realm, partnerships were particularly fraught with risks, as disparities in profit distribution could arise whether the outcomes were favorable or otherwise. Thus, Fatty Luo, displaying considerable wisdom, sought only to accompany Xiao Xingyun in seeking fortune, never suggesting a shared investment in the stones. His modest funds were neither needed nor desired by Xiao Xingyun. Moreover, Fatty Luo believed he shared a similar novice status with Xiao Xingyun, albeit with slightly less luck. Being in the company of a fortunate individual might bestow some of that good fortune upon him. Very well, I shall heed Brother Yun's guidance. Feel free to call me any time, Fatty Luo responded, already racing toward the first booth. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun ambled slowly behind the crowd, listening to their conversations and observing their negotiations with jade merchants. As a standard newcomer to the jade gambling world, he had only perused a few books on the subject, books that were largely ineffectual, containing only the information that industry veterans deemed fit for novices. Should one place faith in the written word, they would surely face a dismal fate in 9 out of 10 endeavors. This was merely one of the methods they employed to handle the waste from jade roughstones. The valuation information that Xiao Xingyun possessed was merely speculative, derived from his scrutiny of foreign materials, and was, in truth, rather imprecise. In actual trading interactions, he had already communicated that his estimations were somewhat understated, as the offers he received frequently surpassed his own assessments. While listening to others discuss the matter, Xiao Xingyun employed his discerning gaze to scrutinize the quality of jadeite raw stones at various stalls. To his surprise, the probability of a price increase exceeded 20, with a likelihood of remaining stable at approximately 30, and a chance of crossing boundaries around 50. This pertained to the realm of pure gambling materials. As for the semi-gambling materials, those that had been partially revealed with an opening or a window, the chances of appreciation were even greater, albeit at a higher initial cost. Chapter 27. Greener still a few days ago, Xiao Xingyun observed that the base prices for the raw jade stones auctioned by the Qin Jewelry Company were surprisingly low. For jade stones of equivalent weight from the same mine, the starting bid was around 50,000, while the final transaction prices ranged from 150,000 to 200,000. However, when inquiring at the stalls, vendors quoted prices as high as 250 to 350,000, or even more. Walking from the first stall in the front row to the last, there were approximately 60 to 70 booths, showcasing thousands of jade stones of varying sizes. Among them, at least a dozen stones displayed significant increases in value. Yet Xiao Xingyun refrained from making any hasty purchases. He pondered how he could most safely and swiftly acquire these exquisite jades without drawing any attention. Publicly unearthing stones and inviting bids is the fastest way to make money. However, if one repeatedly reveals exceptional jade, even a fool would begin to suspect something amiss. Would the local magnates of the jade gambling world not investigate him? Would they not take action? The hidden darkness beneath the veneer of light is often more terrifying than one might imagine. It seems that bringing along the corpulent Luo was indeed of profound significance. With him shielding me from scrutiny, at least some of the pressure could be alleviated. Regardless, the priority was to secure the first pot of gold from this exhibition. A man must possess wealth to stand firm. Indeed, it was not long before Xiao Xingyun received a call from Luo. Brother Yun, can you guess how many jade stones I've purchased and how much I've spent? Luo exclaimed excitedly over the phone. Xiao Xingyun replied, I can't guess how many you've bought, but I assume you've spent all your funds. I advised you to keep at least 500,000 as capital. If you can maintain 200,000, I will regard you with greater respect. Ha ha! You know me well, Brother Yun. I still have 100,000 left as capital, and the stones I bought are truly remarkable. I have a strong feeling they will appreciate significantly. Come to the free unearthing point in Zone C. I'm currently in line. Alright, I'll head over right away and bring along 2 raw stones to cut alongside yours to save time. Great, I'll be waiting for you, Luo said. Xiao Xingyun promptly turned back, rented a hand truck, and purchased a piece of waste stone from a new pit for 200,000, and an old pit jade stone for 1,600,000. In terms of size, both jade stones were similar, each weighing several dozen kilograms. yet their price differed by a factor of 8. However, once cut, the disparity in value could reach thousands of times. The waste stone was intentionally acquired by Xiao Xingyun to create a smokescreen, even confusing Luo in the process. The old pit jade stone was his true objective, chosen from thousands of stones as the most valuable piece. Before long, he found Luo, who had 4 jade stones of varying sizes in his small cart. Xiao Xingyun, using his trained eye, discerned that among the 4, only one possessed decent quality, albeit slightly smaller, with an estimated market value of around 1 million. The other stones were somewhat disappointing, collectively worth less than 100,000 once cut. Therefore, if Mr. Luo has exhausted his entire fortune, he is indeed destined for ruin this time. With a purchase price exceeding 2 million, the value of the jadeite, once carved, amounts to merely around 110,000. Should he continue gambling through 2 rounds, he would find himself utterly destitute. Unbeknownst to him regarding his fate, upon spotting Xiao Xingyun, he exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Yun, your timing is impeccable. I am next in line. Are those 2 pieces ahead of me or behind?" "Last in line," replied Xiao Xingyun, as he meticulously marked the cutting line with a felt-tip pen, fearful that the gemstone cutter might err and ruin the highly valuable jadeite. As the 2 engaged in conversation, the stone worker called out Mr. Luo's number. He promptly responded, pushing his small cart into the cutting room. This area housed 3 complementary cutting machines, capable of processing stones simultaneously. Mr. Luo initially selected 3 jadeite stones that piqued his interest. Mere minutes later, all 3 crumbled, causing his complexion to drain of color, and his body trembled slightly. "Shall we proceed with the cuts?" The cutter, accustomed to such despondent individuals, inquired casually. "Yes. Cut them all," Mr. Luo replied, as he had only 1 stone remaining. The other 2 belonged to Xiao Xingyun, rendering any retention futile. The remaining piece, slightly smaller, was the first to be cut. The cutter announced, "Congratulations, it should appreciate in value. By the way, may I ask how much you purchased this rough stone for?" "I bought it for 900,000. "Why do you ask?" Mr. Luo responded, urgency etched on his face. "How much will it appreciate? Please tell me quickly. I am anxious," he urged, his brow glistening with perspiration. "For 900,000, it likely won't appreciate significantly. You may assess it yourself," the cutter remarked, as he rinsed the cut surface to enhance visibility. In every cutting area, there were jewelers and jade carving studio owners lurking, ready to bid upon the emergence of quality materials. The icy green jade, marred by slight cotton-like inclusions that detracted from its aesthetic appeal, coupled with a modest cross-section, prompted immediate bids. 1 million. At least you can secure your investment and earn a modest profit. Mr. Luo hesitated, glancing at the surrounding onlookers, hoping for competitive bids, yet after 10 seconds of silence he found none. Xiao Xingyun quietly advised, "That is sufficient. If no one raises the bid, accept his offer." After another 10 seconds, still no bids emerged. Mr. Luo resigned himself, muttering, 1 million it is. At least I am making a profit of 100,000. Those 3 worthless pieces might yield something. Add a bit more, and let us bundle it together." The owner of the jade carving studio readily agreed, accepting the pile of refuse and adding 80,000, promptly transferring the funds to Mr. Luo after inspection. Just then, the cutting of Xiao Xingyun's stone was completed, revealing it to be of poor quality, bean variety oil green, lacking full color, insufficient even for a bracelet's labor costs. Yet, at its center there were some translucent sections, barely sufficient for crafting 2 decent bracelets and a pendant. Alas, yet another failure. This man's luck seems utterly wretched. In the blink of an eye, several million have vanished. Truly lamentable. Such is the nature of stone gambling. One cut brings wealth, another brings poverty, and yet another yields mere rags. Having grown accustomed to this unpredictability, I would not be surprised if, by some miracle, the final piece yielded imperial green. However, this stone's cutting trajectory appears rather conservative. Why resort to a marginal cut? Could it be that the stout fellow holds the highest regard for this stone? All the onlookers regarded Fat Luo as the rightful owner of this raw gemstone, which was precisely the strategy employed by Xiao Xingyun, a correct method of utilizing Fat Luo's potential. With a grimace, Fat Luo's expression brightened slightly upon seeing the incoming transaction notifications. At that moment, he noticed that the rough stone purchased by Xiao Xingyun had also yielded a disappointing segment, leading him to suddenly realize the unreliability of relying on luck in the stone gambling game. In a state of extreme anxiety, Fat Luo began to contemplate retreat. Alas, had I known better, I would not have ventured here to gamble on stones. With those few millions saved, I could have comfortably lived off the interest for several years. Brother Yun, if we lose everything, perhaps we should return to our original profession. Sure, if we truly lose it all, what else can we do besides setting up a stall? Xiao Xingyun replied, though his gaze remained fixated on the final piece of jade rough. At last, they uncovered this thick-edged stone, revealing a captivating, intoxicating imperial green that illuminated the chaotic stone analysis room and dazzled the eyes of all present. Chapter 28. Premium bidding. As Xiao Xingyun was meticulously carving jade, a lively discussion was unfolding in his class group. During the last class gathering, Hu Guoqiang had lost face, feeling utterly humiliated by Xiao Xingyun's superior demeanor, and had no avenue to voice his grievances. Now, having secured a contract for reporting on the jade exhibition in Sihui City through his small media company, he eagerly showcased a plethora of exquisite jade pieces, boasting, "Let me tell you, this imperial green jade pendant is worth millions, far exceeding the price of some people's Benz G-Class. Soon, I will take you all to the rough stone area for a live broadcast so you can witness what true wealth looks like. Do you even own a Benz G-Class? How can you mock those who do? Aren't you embarrassed?" chimed in his upper bunkmate, Fu Buqi, who regularly took jabs at Hu Guoqiang. Ignoring the remarks, Hu Guoqiang pushed into the bustling rough stone area. Before he could assess the situation, he was met with fervent shouts from the crowd. "My goodness, imperial green. Genuine imperial green. I haven't seen such a sizable piece in 3 or 4 years. 100 million just for this cut. At least this rough stone is worth 100 million. This chubby fellow is incredibly lucky. I admit, I'm envious. I came to this exhibition and witnessed the transformation of a nearly bankrupt man into a billionaire in mere moments." As a media professional, Hu Guoqiang was invigorated by the news, propelling himself to the forefront, capturing frantic images with his phone. In his haste, he sent the photos without discerning whether it was to the class group or the work group. Nearby, someone shouted, "I offer 80 million. Don't cut it. Just this slice has revealed the entire green face." Stop joking. Where can you buy such a large piece of imperial green for 80 million? Representing the Qin Jewelry Company, bid 100 million. Wait a moment. Our young master will be here shortly. Hu Guoqiang's excitement escalated as he feverishly photographed the already carved jade stone, capturing even Xiao Xingyun in the frame, though his focus remained solely on the stone. After snapping an ample number of pictures, he finally took a moment to post in the group. "Do you see? This is what true wealth looks like. A rough jade stone worth 100 million, and those who treat their Benz G-Class as treasures are at least 10 streets away from this." At that moment, someone tagged Hu Guoqiang, alerting him that Xiao Xingyun was standing next to the jade stone. Hu Guoqiang was taken aback, finally realizing that indeed, Xiao Xingyun was present. "Xiao Xingyun, what are you doing here?" he demanded as he approached. "I came with friends to purchase some rough jade," Xiao Xingyun replied, as the jade cutter made the second incision, seemingly indifferent to the bidding merchants. "Is this 100 million jade stone yours?" Hu Guoqiang's jealousy was palpable, a sentiment even the onlooking chubby man could discern. "And if it is, or if it isn't, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs," Xiao Xingyun replied coolly, offering no warmth to such a person. "We are classmates. I am merely expressing concern for you." "What is the matter?" Hu Guoqiang awkwardly inquired. On the sidelines, Luo Pengzi discerned the underlying tension and, feeling irritable, retorted, "Get lost. You're just a nuisance here. Can't you see that Yun Gu and I are busy?" At Luo Pengzi's fierce admonition, Hu Guoqiang immediately fell silent. By this time, the crowd had swelled, drawn by the rumor of a piece of imperial green jade being unearthed, eager to witness the spectacle. Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brow, contemplating that even with Luo Pengzi serving as a shield, public stone cutting could no longer be an option due to the heightened risk of exposure. Acquiring rough stones and transporting them back to Shanghai for cutting? The safety of such transportation raised concerns, but if it came to that, there would be no choice but to proceed. Qin Tianzi, the young heir of Qin's jewelry, was already attending the trade fair when he received word of the exceptional imperial green discovery and promptly arrived at the scene. On that day, Xiao Xingyun had cut a smaller piece of imperial green in Shanghai, which, while inferior in quality to the true imperial green, was still sought after due to the new jewelry store's urgent need for fine materials, leading to a premium purchase. At that time, Qin Tianzi refrained from competing with Gu Qinsheng, deeming the premium too steep. However, upon witnessing today's larger and higher quality piece of imperial green, he sought out Luo Pengzi, expressing his desire to purchase the jadeite. Luo Pengzi, having received Xiao Xingyun's instructions, was prepared to negotiate, indicating that after the second cut, the total price could be around 140 million. Thus, when faced with the olive branch extended by Qin Tianzi, Luo Pengzi dismissively replied, "President Qin, you'll have to wait until the second cut is made. I won't sell to anyone. Aren't you afraid of ruining it? If I were afraid, why would I engage in gambling stones?" In terms of bravado, Luo Pengzi was undeterred. After all, the jadeite did not belong to him, and he reveled in the opportunity to showcase his bravado. Xiao Xingyun observed like an outsider, arms crossed, fixated on the jadeite being cut. With a decisive crack, the second cut was made, revealing a pristine edge. The green remained a stunning imperial green, vivid in hue, translucent in quality, and substantial in thickness. The first cut established the area, while the second confirmed the thickness, and no further cuts were necessary. The value was poised to soar. Qin Tianzi's expression shifted slightly, yet he confidently made an offer excellent with this cut. "I will offer 120 million from Qin's jewelry." 120 million for such material? Has the Qin family been entrenched in the low-end market to the point of forgetting the high-end market's dynamics? Defu Jewelry will offer 140 million. A refined gentleman in his 30s suddenly entered the bidding fray. Upon recognizing him, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's the purchasing department manager from Defu Jewelry. He has personally come to bid on this piece of imperial green jadeite?" In a market where exceptional materials were exceedingly scarce, the presence of such a prominent figure from Defu Jewelry, which dominated half of the national jewelry industry, rendered Qin's jewelry almost subordinate in stature. With Zhou, the manager, personally involved, it was clear that their intent to bid was formidable. Upon encountering the newly emerged middle-aged gentleman who participated in the bidding, Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of excitement. The general manager of the procurement department at Defu Jewelry is undoubtedly a figure of immense stature within the jadeite industry, akin to a deity of wealth. Today promises to be prosperous. The same piece could fetch a staggering 100 million. If there were fierce competition, could easily sell for several tens of millions more. Zhou Jiqing, your sudden price increase seems somewhat against the rules. Such excessive premiums are bound to trigger a new wave of price hikes in the raw stone market. If the raw material prices soar, it will be impossible for us to turn a profit, Qin Tianzi remarked, his brows furrowed in concern. Zhou Jiqing responded with a dismissive smile. "Is this really a premium?" No, Qin Xiaodong, your understanding of Defu Jewelry is rather limited. I firmly believe this jadeite is worth its price. It is indeed valued as such, without a hint of inflation. If you doubt me, I can transform it into a finished product for you to see the final price. Qin Tianzi retorted angrily, "You are merely arguing semantics. I am referring to the raw stone price. Who is discussing the finished product with you? If you are intent on bidding, then I shall match you to the end. 150 million. Chapter 29. Wealth brings authority. Zhou Jiqi maintained his composure, a calm smile gracing his lips. Well then, let us commence. 160 million. You are quite ruthless, Qin Tianzi uttered with a sharp retort before turning to leave. This fellow was employing the same tactic again, feigning a confrontation only to retreat. Xiao Xingyun stood dumbfounded. How could this young Master Qin be so fragile? Unable to endure for even 3 seconds, he surrendered within a mere second. This was reminiscent of their previous encounter. Zhou Jiqi from Defu Jewelry seemed equally taken aback, having prepared himself for a fierce battle, only to have his efforts swiftly thwarted. Is he truly departing? It appears that Qin's jewelry dares not venture into the high-end market. If that is the case, Defu Jewelry shall gladly take the reins. Sir, what is your opinion on this price? Zhou Jiqi inquired, casting a glance toward Fatty Luo, who instinctively looked to Xiao Xingyun for guidance. Not impressive. I bid 180 million. Suddenly, another voice broke through, and the offer surged by 20 million. It was a cool, aloof woman's voice. The crowd turned to see an exquisite beauty, flanked by assistants and bodyguards, confidently making her way through the throng to stand beside Zhou Ziqi. Xiao Xingyun recognized her, as did Fatty Luo, and it was evident that Zhou Ziqi was familiar with her as well. She was none other than Gu Qingcheng from Gu's jewelry. Xiao Xingyun was astonished. How could Gu Qingcheng appear everywhere? Was it true that Gu's jewelry was determined to penetrate the jade market, leaving no significant exhibition or quality material unturned? To raise the price by 20 million so effortlessly, was she truly that affluent? Xiao Xingyun had originally estimated that upon being cut, this jade rough would fetch a maximum of just over 100 million, perhaps selling for 140 million. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the bid had soared to 180 million, and judging by the competitive atmosphere, it seemed there was room for further escalation. As a newcomer in the jade industry, Gu's jewelry faced off against the seasoned Titan Dafu jewelry. The clash of emerging and established powers promised to be fierce. Zhou Ziqi of Dafu jewelry was surprised by Gu Qingcheng's appearance, yet remained unperturbed. How could she, with her firm yet unestablished business, dare to compete for high-quality materials? Was she in earnest? Gu Qingcheng maintained her aloof demeanor. The name of the store is inconsequential. It is all part of the Gu enterprise. I merely wish to bid on materials I desire, and I am indifferent to who my competitors may be. Zhou Ziqi nodded, confidence radiating from him as he declared, "Excellent. At Dafu Jewelry, we welcome such fearless newcomers. This imperial green rough is ours for 200 million. 220 million. Gu Qingcheng's eyes did not flinch as she raised the bid instantaneously. 230 million. Zhou Ziqi, however, felt the strain, gritting his teeth as he incremented by 10 million. For this price approached the limits of his psychological threshold. Any higher would yield no profit. 240 million. Gu Qingcheng countered with lightning speed, her increments remaining relentless. Yet the increments had diminished to 10 million, clearly indicating that the price had already surpassed market value significantly. 245 million. Zhou Ziqi hesitated for a moment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 260 million. Gu Qingcheng continued to raise the stakes without a moment's pause, suddenly increasing her bid increment. Madman, truly a madman. You, who are oblivious to the market, have set such an exorbitant price that profitability is utterly unattainable. Zhou Ziqi, filled with indignation, chastised his counterpart for their lack of market understanding. Yet, he appeared to forget that Qin Tianxi had just remarked similarly upon him, criticizing his inflated bids that rendered profit impossible. Profit mattered little. What was paramount was my fondness for this material, and I possessed the means to acquire it, Gu Qingcheng declared with an air of confidence and pride. Zhou Ziqi turned on his heel and departed without uttering a single harsh word. He was merely the general manager of the procurement department, not the chairman of Dafu Jewelry. Should he overpay for a piece of rough stone, he would face reprimand from the board and might even be subjected to an investigation, jeopardizing his position. For the sake of this imperial green jadeite rough stone, simply was not worth it. Zhou Ziqi of Dafu Jewelry had been disqualified from bidding, and the other small to medium-sized jewelers lacked the courage to step forward. The premium was indeed rather steep. "Mr. Xiao, what do you think of this price?" Gu Qingcheng inquired, bypassing the rotund Mr. Luo and approaching Xiao Xingyun directly. Xiao Xingyun, feeling awkward, chuckled nervously. "Ah, this is Mr. Luo's jadeite. You should discuss specifics with him. However, I believe the price is quite reasonable and worthy of a transaction." He then winked at Gu Qingcheng, signaling her to cooperate. "Indeed, this is my jadeite," Mr. Luo stammered, feeling flustered in Gu Qingcheng's presence. Ignoring his words, Gu Qingcheng continued to address Xiao Xingyun. "Is it still the industrial and commercial bank account ending in 1384? Very well, I shall arrange for a transfer right away." Xiao Xingyun was puzzled. How did she know this was his jade rough? Everyone had claimed it belonged to Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo, equally perplexed, wondered why Gu Qingcheng did not believe that the stone was his, not even granting him a second glance. However, those observing from a distance could not hear the conversation among the three. Gu Qingqing made a phone call to the company's finance department. Such a substantial transfer was no trivial matter. It required significant authorization and multiple verifications to proceed. Indeed, after hanging up, she received a confirmation call, followed by her assistant receiving a similar confirmation, before the transfer was executed to Xiao Xingyun's provided account. Once the funds were received, Gu Qingqing summoned an armored transport vehicle, with professional security personnel lifting the Imperial Green Jade onto the truck. Mr. Xiao, I shall be at this exhibition for the next few days. Should you come across any quality materials, I hope you will contact me directly for private transactions. Engaging in public bidding at the free rough stone area could attract undue attention, which would not be beneficial for either of us. You have the funds. You call the shots. Xiao Xingyun could say nothing further, completely unable to resist in the face of such true affluence. He also agreed with Gu Qingqing's assessment. Trading in the open was too ostentatious and potentially problematic. As Gu Qingqing departed, Xiao Xingyun and Mr. Luo followed suit, with a piece of waste material still valued at around 10,000, which they decided to gift to the rough stone expert as a token of appreciation. Hu Guoqiang had refrained from approaching, as Mr. Luo's imposing 200-plus-pound frame appeared somewhat intimidating. In the class group, someone persistently tagged Hu Guoqiang, urging him to provide a detailed report on the unfolding situation. Others also tagged Xiao Xingyun, inquiring about his involvement in the Jade exhibition in Sihui City, specifically questioning whether the freshly cut Imperial Green Jadeite truly belonged to him. Glancing through the earlier chat records without offering any explanation, Xiao Xingyun simply dispatched a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan in the group. Having earned a modest profit with friends at the Jade exhibition, he noticed that class leader who still had a sharp tongue, nearly provoking a confrontation. By sending the red envelope, he hoped to encourage everyone to persuade the class leader to maintain a regular dental hygiene routine, lest he truly find himself in trouble in the future. It was amusing to witness the class leader misjudge his target. He had just remarked that driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class could not compete with a piece of Imperial Green Jadeite pendant, only for Xiao Xingyun to reveal that he had a raw piece of Imperial Green Jadeite, sufficient to craft 100 pendants without issue. The laughter was infectious, as the class leader was swiftly put in his place. Hu Guoqiang, how does it feel? I exclaimed, having snatched a 500 yuan packet, grateful to Boss Xiao for his generosity. Classmates eagerly seized Xiao Xingyun's substantial red envelope, their remarks clearly favoring him, proving the adage that money can indeed sway opinions. Furthermore, whispers circulated that Xiao Xingyun and his friends had participated in a stone gambling venture, unveiling a piece of Imperial Green Jadeite valued at over 100 million, a true display of wealth. However, this remained mere rumor, yet to be substantiated, leaving uncertainty about the Jadeite's connection to Xiao Xingyun. Someone, do not get too carried away. That piece of Imperial Green Jadeite belongs to the plump boss next door, having no relation to you. What does it matter if you send out a 10,000 yuan red envelope? I only managed to grab 2 yuan. Thus I owe you no favors. Hu Guoqiang, still oblivious to the situation, remained obstinate, mistakenly believing the Imperial Green Jadeite belonged to the rotund boss. Chapter 30. Enough with the bluster. Do you believe me now? In the dining area of the hotel within an ordinary booth, the corpulent Luo sighed in regret while sipping his drink. Brother Yun, I can only blame my excitement today. Otherwise, I would never have squandered over 2 million in one go. What a disaster. Brother Yun, am I really unsuited for gambling on Jade? Why is my luck so abysmal, while you consistently unveil Imperial Greens? Last time you profited 30 million, this time over 200 million. And then you could retire comfortably. Brother Yun, lend me a hand. If I can just break even, I promise to return to my humble stall and never step into the world of Jade gambling again. It's too brutal. Xiao Xingyun gazed calmly at Luo until he fell silent, then spoke. The risks of Jade gambling are immense. Relying solely on luck is not a sustainable endeavor. Today you may win, but tomorrow you could lose everything. I can only say that I will do my utmost to assist you, but I cannot guarantee profit.
I understand. I truly do.
Here's to you. May tomorrow bring good fortune, Luo said humbly. Alas, I will do my best, Xiao Xingyun replied, drinking the bittersweet toast, suddenly regretting his initial decision to introduce Luo to the Jade auction arena. At that moment, a man's voice rang out with a laugh. Ah, what a coincidence. ISNT this Mr. Xiao and Mr. Luo? It's delightful to see you again. Zhu Chongjiu, accompanied by a middle-aged man from Myanmar, happened to pass by and spotted Xiao Xingyun and Luo within the booth. Ah, it's Boss Zhu. Have you dined yet? My friends and I are nearly finished, Xiao Xingyun remarked, aiming to limit interaction with Zhu Chongjiu, feigning an inclination to leave. Not at all. Even if we had eaten, we could still sit down for a chat. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Dan Tao from Myanmar, a renowned jade merchant with his own mining operations. Pleasure to meet you. Xiao Xingyun offered a polite handshake, yet felt indifferent towards the jade merchant with mining interests, knowing that if he so desired, he could access the finest jade raw stones from around the globe. Greetings. I also own a jade raw stone shop in Shihui City. If you're interested in a few rounds, I can offer you a discount, Dan Tao stated candidly, his straightforwardness appearing refreshingly honest. Thank you. I will certainly drop by if the opportunity arises. Well, we've finished our meal. Feel free to linger. My friend and I will retire to our room now. With that, Xiao Xingyun exchanged a knowing glance with Luo, who understood and rose to leave alongside him. As they departed, Zhu Chongjiu turned to Dan Tao and remarked, "That man is quite guarded. However, he possesses wealth and is a newcomer. With a well-laid trap, we can surely extract all his money. Deceiving these newcomers isn't particularly thrilling. My mine is nearly exhausted, and I can no longer unearth jade raw stones. I need a few fat sheep to take over. Assist me with this, and you shall not suffer a loss," Dan Tao replied. "Rest assured, I will handle it," Zhu Chongjiu promised with a grin. Xiao Xingyun and Luo had already returned to their room. "Brother Yun, what does it mean that Boss Zhu's ghost lingers? Should I take care of him? Don't underestimate me. Despite my size, I come from a lineage of formidable martial arts." As he spoke, Fatty Luo struck a pose reminiscent of the 8 Extremes fist, managing to look somewhat convincing. "Please, with your physique, you'd struggle to walk, let alone fight," Xiao Xingyun scoffed, laughing dismissively. Fatty boasted, "I suffered a severe injury during my service in the military. The medication I took was laden with hormones, causing uncontrollable weight gain. That's why I reluctantly retired, but my martial foundation remains intact, and I can easily handle 3 to 5 opponents of my level. All right, I acknowledge your prowess, but we are here to seek fortune. Fighting 1T resolve our issues. Besides, Boss Zhu is merely peculiar. He has not acted against us. Fine, I'll heed your advice, Brother Yun." Fatty Luo, clearly still reeling from his losses, sat dejectedly on the bed, his martial stance abandoned. After indulging in some drink, Fatty quickly succumbed to slumber. Xiao Xingyun, meanwhile, reclined at the head of the bed, perusing a book on gambling stones before finally drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Fatty Luo eagerly urged Xiao Xingyun to attend the jade exhibition. It was the 3rd day of the exhibition, historically the most bustling, as attendees would have already scouted and negotiated prices, ready to make purchases. Upon arriving, Xiao Xingyun noticed a growing crowd, with some patrons pushing carts filled with purchased jade roughs to the complimentary cutting area for on-site analysis. Concerned that valuable pieces might be snatched away, Xiao Xingyun promptly spent 450,000 yuan on a piece of glass-grade jade rough for Fatty Luo, characterized by its transparency and lack of color, which, once cut, was estimated to be worth around 8 million yuan. Subsequently, he deliberately concealed his skill and purchased several low-priced scraps, depleting Fatty Luo's funds entirely. Fatty, nervously rubbing his hands, incessantly inquired, "Brother Yun, will I be able to recoup my losses this time? As long as I break even, I'm done with this. This line of work is more exhausting than my days on the battlefield." "Wow, I didn't know you had seen combat. Is that true?" Xiao Xingyun expressed surprise. "Indeed, I was a special forces soldier, having participated in many small-scale battles. I received 2 second-class merits, and in my last engagement, I was gravely injured and nearly lost my life." "Stop bragging. I believe you already. Seriously, you still doubt me?" Fatty Luo protested in a wounded tone. Their light-hearted banter eased Fatty's anxiety. Xiao Xingyun casually selected a few inexpensive jade roughs, intentionally picking scraps, while also choosing a medium-sized piece that could yield a full-colored old oil green material, which would sufficiently balance the losses incurred from the other materials. He had noticed someone shadowing him discreetly, possibly intrigued by the previous day's unveiling of a piece of imperial green jade. The duo filled a cart with jade roughs, only 2 of which held substantial value, necessitating immediate on-site cutting for convenience's sake, as transporting them all back would be unnecessarily cumbersome. Thus, Xiao Xingyun and Fatty Luo proceeded to the cutting area to queue for complimentary analysis. 2 pieces of jade rough were placed in a cart, each marked distinctly to avoid any mix-up. This time, Xiao Xingyun refrained from drawing any lines and opted to let the gem cutter rely solely on his expertise. The approach was casual. How the stone was cut mattered little, as none of them held significant value. Due to an increase in customers today, the free cutting area had expanded to accommodate 5 cutting machines operating in tandem. 1 piece crumbled, merely a bean-grade stone without any color, fetching hardly a few thousand. Another also failed, riddled with cracks and an overpowering stone texture. With each announcement of failure from the cutter, beads of sweat cascaded down the corpulent man like a torrential waterfall. It was over, truly over. Brother Yun, if I end up losing everything, I won't even have the face to return to the antique street to set up my stall. Just accept me as your driver. A little pocket money each month would suffice. Luo Fatty began to contemplate his future. Well, rather, the matters ahead. Xiao Xingyun chuckled. All right, given our bond, I will employ you as my driver at a generous salary. Rest assured, it will be sufficient to sustain your Porsche 911. Just as he spoke, a gem cutter suddenly exclaimed, "It's rising, truly rising. A splendid piece of glass-grade material has been revealed." Chapter 31. Under scrutiny, I've hit the jackpot. I've hit the jackpot, exclaimed the exuberant Mr. Luo, embracing Xiao Xingyun tightly and then letting out a primal roar, reminiscent of Fan Jin's triumphant moment. Xiao Xingyun discreetly distanced himself from the exuberant man, for his loud exclamation had drawn the attention of those in the vicinity. Had this rotund fellow struck it rich again? Just yesterday, he had unearthed a piece of imperial green jade, reaping over 200 million. This fortunate man's luck seemed boundless. This piece of glassy jade, while devoid of color and categorized as transparent jade, was still worth at least several million. I recognized this man. He had also enjoyed a windfall yesterday. I resolved to follow him closely and observe his selections, hoping to share in his fortune. As Mr. Luo captured the attention of all, Xiao Xingyun found himself in the shadows, unnoticed. This was precisely the effect he desired. A small piece of glassy jade was quickly purchased, fetching only 7 million due to its lack of color and limited competition. After receiving a nod from Xiao Xingyun, Mr. Luo consented to the sale. Shortly thereafter, several pieces of inferior jade were cut, leading to a decline in excitement. As the event neared its conclusion, Xiao Xingyun's piece of old oil green jade was finally revealed, selling for 1.3 million. The discarded jade stones were generously gifted to the stone-cutting master as tokens of appreciation. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Mr. Luo departed with Xiao Xingyun, who appeared more like a mere attendant in the eyes of onlookers. Thank you, Brother Yun, for giving me a second chance. I truly wish to abstain from gambling. Witnessing the losses earlier was utterly terrifying, Mr. Luo remarked, his voice tinged with lingering anxiety. I sincerely hope you can indeed quit gambling, Xiao Xingyun replied, engaging him in conversation while continuing to explore the market, ensuring he covered areas he had yet to visit. There was indeed a plethora of exquisite jade, but there were also many individuals trailing him, more accurately, followers of Mr. Luo, to purchase jade stones in peace. It was imperative to divert these onlookers. Thus, Xiao Xingyun proposed, Fatty, let us split up. You feign an interest in purchasing more raw stones, inquiring about prices and meandering about, but do not make any actual purchases. I will select a few pieces for cutting back in Shanghai. Mr. Luo, having already sensed he was being followed, swiftly grasped Xiao Xingyun's intention. He nodded in agreement and turned to depart in the opposite direction. Indeed, the throng followed Mr. Luo, leaving Xiao Xingyun free to act without scrutiny. Even the earlier mysterious followers vanished into thin air. With the path clear, Xiao Xingyun wasted no time, pushing his cart and making a fervent spree of purchases, acquiring all the high-quality raw jade stones he had been eyeing. In total, he secured 12 pieces of varying sizes, all rich in color and quality, spending 390,000, an average of just over 30,000 per piece, an exceptional bargain. He then proceeded to a logistics company near the exhibition entrance to arrange for packaging and shipping, ensuring the entire process was recorded on video, and purchased substantial insurance. Should any of these items be lost or swapped, the insurance alone would yield him a handsome profit. However, the cost was not trivial, with shipping and insurance fees nearing 100,000. Shortly after completing these arrangements, he received a call from Mr. Luo. "Brother Yun, how have you been? I have been wandering around with this bunch of kids and I am utterly exhausted. Just as you predicted, whatever I wish to purchase, they scramble to buy it. If I linger for even a second longer on a particular raw stone, it is snatched away in an instant." Xiao Xingyun praised. "Well done. Once I uncover a modestly appreciating raw stone, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast, and a late-night snack will be on the house as well." The jovial Mr. Xiao chuckled as he concluded the call. After securing the finest materials, Xiao Xingyun felt an unparalleled sense of relief, unperturbed by the fear of being followed or coveted. Seizing the opportunity, he engaged in a spree of purchasing and cutting, all while remaining inconspicuous. He envisioned amassing several million in pocket money, perhaps even venturing to Tiannan province, where the raw stone market might be even more vibrant than here. The 12 raw stones he had just selected represented only the highest potential gains. It did not imply that the remaining stones lacked promise for significant appreciation. Some were prohibitively priced, and Xiao Xingyun was wary of depleting too much of his capital, while others were excessively large and inconvenient to transport. Thus, with a resolute heart focused on profit, he resolved to purchase and cut without excessive hesitation. He first chose a raw stone weighing over 500 pounds, so heavy that his small cart could not budge it. He required the shopkeeper to assist with a forklift to transport it to a free cutting point. Xiao Xingyun invested over 8 million in this raw stone, characterized by the old Muna pit's typical features. A commendable exterior with white sand skin, black spots, and a few sporadic green specks, albeit not continuous, marred by a central crack. Had it not been for that crack, the stone would have fetched a price beyond 8 million. However, with his keen vision, he discerned that the fissure was shallow, disappearing upon reaching the emerald green core. This raw stone, though merely icy and glutinous, showcased a white base adorned with vibrant green, with the green hues prominent, nearly enveloping the entire jade surface. Xiao Xingyun conservatively estimated at least a 5- to 6-fold increase in value. The prospect of such an increase in this raw jade stone made him reluctant to transport it, hinting at the exponential rise of the jade stones he would bring back. While en route to the cutting point with the forklift, Xiao Xingyun suddenly recalled the request from Gu Qingcheng, prompting him to place a call. "Ms. Gu, I have acquired another raw jade stone of commendable quality. It remains uncut, yet the likelihood of appreciation is substantial. Do you possess any private cutting locations?" Mr. Xiao, regarding my previous remarks, I certainly have access to private cutting points. Where are you currently? I will send someone to fetch you. By the way, how much does this jade stone weigh? Over 500 pounds, I believe. Very well, I have a jade carving studio adjacent to the exhibition, and I will have someone drive to collect you. Upon arriving at the free cutting point, Xiao Xingyun instructed that the raw stone be set aside, opting not to request free cutting, instead waiting for Gu Qingcheng's personnel to arrive. 5 minutes later, 2 robust men drove up in a pickup truck. After confirming their identities via phone, they utilized the truck's built-in hoist and pulley system to load the raw jade stone onto the vehicle. Xiao Xingyun sat in the back seat of the pickup truck, and after a few minutes under the driver's guidance, he arrived at Gu Qingcheng's jade carving studio. Upon his arrival, he found Gu Qingcheng and Master Luo examining the materials. These materials were sourced from Gu's own expert in gambling stones, also known as a raw stone appraiser, who had a remarkably high success rate in their acquisitions. Master Luo, with a warm demeanor, smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, it is a pleasure to see you again. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. I have heard from General Manager Gu that recently you have successfully wagered on several exceptional jadeite raw stones." Chapter 32. The invitation from Gu Qingcheng. Upon hearing Master Luo's words, Xiao Xingyun resolved that, regardless of how high Gu Qingcheng might offer next time, he would seek another avenue for selling the jadeite. This situation could no longer be attributed to mere luck, as the frequency of price surges had become alarmingly frequent. With this thought in mind, he chuckled heartily and remarked to Master Luo, "Master, you jest. I have only just begun to present a few pieces of jadeite. In comparison to you esteemed veterans, I am still far behind. As for the raw stones that have collapsed, there are even more of those. Now let us examine Mr. Zhao's material," Gu Qingcheng stated directly, addressing Master Luo. Master Luo employed a powerful flashlight alongside a magnifying glass, meticulously inspecting the jadeite raw stone and pointing out several crucial areas to Gu Qingcheng, generously imparting his knowledge on how to discern jadeite raw stones. In summary, this raw stone bore significant risk. While some green could be observed, its extent remained uncertain. It could manifest as a mere line or a vast expanse. Furthermore, the presence of cracks meant that the price would not be excessively high. Upon reaching this conclusion, Master Luo inquired of Xiao Xingyun, "Mr. Xiao, how much did you procure this raw stone for?" The owner initially quoted 10 million, but I negotiated it down to 8. 8 million for good fortune. Xiao Xingyun replied with a smile. "You are quite the negotiator. The owner's asking price of 10 million is not particularly high, yet I must admit, were I to encounter this raw stone, I would hesitate to commit. Its potential for both gain and loss is equally matched. It would be wiser to invest in other, more assured raw stones." Xiao Xingyun chuckled. Indeed, in the realm of gambling on stones, until one cuts them open, no one can ascertain their fate. Nevertheless, based on the continuity of the several green specks, the likelihood of encountering green is quite substantial. Let us proceed to cut it open. You are the master of this raw stone. The decision lies with you, Gu Qingcheng commanded, summoning the stone-cutting machine. Given the raw stone size and the presence of a fissure, it was quite common to commence the cutting at the location of the crack. While awaiting the cutting process, Gu Qingcheng personally brewed tea and poured a cup for Xiao Xingyun, leaving him pleasantly astonished, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Gu Qingcheng smiled gently. "Mr. Xiao, you are too courteous. I am grateful for your trust. The jadeite pieces you sold to Gu's jewelry have been greatly favored by the carvers. We can certainly enhance our collaboration in the future. As long as the materials are of high quality, Gu's jewelry welcomes all. Mutual benefit and assistance, indeed. We shall strengthen our cooperation henceforth." While Xiao Xingyun articulated such sentiments, he remained steadfast in his commitment to humility, ensuring a careful management of the time intervals, lest others begin to harbor doubts. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and listening to Master Luo recount amusing industry anecdotes, time passed swiftly. Within a mere 10 minutes, the sizable raw stone had been sliced open in half. The stone cutter was rather taciturn. Upon completing the cut, he merely presented the two halves of the raw stone, cleaning them before beckoning them to take a closer look. One half revealed a delicate white base, adorned with a profusion of green floral patterns. The green was a vibrant emerald hue. The texture was akin to glutinous ice, with splendid clarity, devoid of blemishes or coarse cotton. Master Luo was left agape, muttering to himself, "How peculiar, to unveil such an extensive display of green floral patterns. Truly a rarity. Mr. Zhao's fortune leaves me speechless." The cracks seemed to vanish upon reaching the green flesh. Gu Qingcheng gazed intently at the jadeite raw stone, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light. Women have always been irresistibly drawn to exquisite gems. Truly exquisite. Such pure and uniform floating flowers are indeed a rarity. Their beauty lies in their consistency, brilliance, and luster. Gu Qingcheng exclaimed. "Ah, Ms. Gu, this is merely the first cut. Shall we not slice the other two edges to assess the situation?" Master Luo inquired, astonished. "There's no need. I trust Mr. Zhao's discerning eye. The materials he selects are almost always thin-skinned and rich in quality, embodying perfection inside and out." Gu Qingcheng, captivated by the stunning emerald floating flowers, found herself speaking of trust. This was also a strategic maneuver to strengthen her collaboration with Xiao Xingyun, signaling her confidence in his judgment. Xiao Xingyun, however, remained unfazed, refusing to fall for her tactics. "There's no rush. Let us make 2 more cuts. Each piece should have an additional 2 centimeters of skin sliced from the edges." "Very well, we shall proceed as Mr. Xiao advises, but that will not hinder our initial valuation," Gu Qingcheng replied. Master Luo chuckled. "In that case, I shall provide my opinion based on market prices. If the overall quality is uniform, with the skin seamlessly blending into the flesh, considering weight, volume, color, and water quality. This jadeite rough can be valued at approximately 50 million. However, due to its exceptional water quality and lack of impurities, we might justifiably add a little more. This price aligned with Xiao Xingyun's expectations. Yet he added, most importantly, it is sufficiently large and flat, allowing for the extraction of numerous bangles with minimal waste. At that moment, the other two small edges were also cut, revealing identical quality and color to the previously sliced piece. Gu Qingcheng decisively stated, I shall provide you with an additional valuation, along with our friendship from the Gu family, totaling 60 million. What do you think, Mr. Xiao? Ms. Gu, how generous. Your offer leaves me with almost no room for negotiation. I agree to your terms, Xiao Xingyun concurred, realizing that Gu Jewelry was indeed affluent and urgently in need of quality materials, spending without hesitation. Gu Qingcheng was pleased with Xiao Xingyun's response. She called her assistant to facilitate the transfer for him. Mr. Xiao, if you are available the day after tomorrow, would you accompany me to a large jadeite auction? At that time, you and Master Luo will act as my stone consultants, and for any successfully bid rough, I will have it all cut within 3 days, sharing 10 of the profit from the increased value with you and Master Luo. Xiao Xingyun's eyes lit up with curiosity. How much capital are you prepared to invest in this auction? How will the 10 profit be divided? Will it be based on the stones chosen by each person or divided equally? Gu Qingcheng responded, Our Gu Jewelry has allocated 1 billion in funds, along with an additional 500 million as a backup for this auction. As for the division of the profit, we can discuss that further. Totaling 1.5 billion? With such resources, why not participate in Myanmar's jadeite public auction? Aren't the prices there lower than those of domestic middlemen? Xiao Xingyun expressed his confusion. Gu's Jewelry is on the verge of its grand opening. Having missed this year's auction, and with next year's public auction too far on the horizon, we are left with no choice but to reluctantly participate in the domestic private bidding. The raw stones provided by several multinational jade trading companies are assured of quality within the industry. Thus, we at Gu's are willing to take the risk. Xiao Xingyun hesitated to give an immediate response. As a newcomer in the realm of stone gambling, he was reluctant to entangle himself too deeply with these affluent families. Gu Qingcheng remarked, I understand, but I urge Mr. Xiao to consider the sincerity of Gu's Jewelry. Should you come to a decision, please feel free to call me at any time. At that moment, Xiao Xingyun received a message on his phone, notifying him that 60 million had been credited to his account. His current bank balance had exceeded 300 million, an astronomical sum that an ordinary person could scarcely hope to amass in a lifetime. Just then, Zhu Chongjiu, accompanied by Dan Tuo, arrived at the door and immediately stated, President Gu, I have heard that Gu's Jewelry is in urgent need of high-quality jadeite raw stones. I can introduce you to a businessman from Myanmar who possesses a batch of old pit materials. If you engage in a large transaction, it will undoubtedly be cheaper than the market price. Chapter 33. Samples. Xiao Xingyun never anticipated encountering Zhu Chongjiu in this place. His wariness toward this individual was growing, for not only did he associate with someone of his humble status, but he also maintained connections with affluent figures like Gu Qingcheng. Evidently, Zhu Chongjiu was equally surprised to see Xiao Xingyun here, yet he nonchalantly nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, Brother Xiao is also present. What a coincidence! I am merely strolling about and happened to run into General Gu, hence my visit to explore. Xiao Xingyun responded with a casual remark and took 2 steps back, wishing to limit their interaction. After all, Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tuo were not there to seek him out. Gu Qingcheng, clearly familiar with Zhu Chongjiu, expressed interest in the high-quality jadeite rough stones in Dan Tuo's possession, stating, Since you are a friend introduced by Boss Zhu, let us converse in the tea room. Mr. Xiao, if you have no pressing matters, do join us to hear their quotations. It would be beneficial for you to gain insight into the jade market. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xingyun acquiesced. Very well. Thank you. In the tea room, Xiao Xingyun accompanied Gu Qingcheng, while Master Luo sat to one side, and across from them sat Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tuo. Although they were engaged in tea, the atmosphere was one of business negotiation, with seating arrangements symbolizing their respective positions. Since entering the gambling stone circle, Gu Qingcheng had been his most prominent buyer, and sitting alongside her was mutually satisfactory. Gu Qingcheng felt her expenditure was justified, while Xiao Xingyun found his earnings to be well-deserved. At this juncture, Zhu Chongjiu, acting as the intermediary, began to introduce Dan Tuo. Mr. Dan Tuo is a renowned jadeite merchant from Myanmar. He possesses a collection of exquisite jadeite rough stones from the Pakong mine, which are genuine old pit materials of exceptionally high quality. The urgency to sell arises from issues at one of Mr. Dan's jade mines that necessitate substantial funds for new equipment, and the local competitors have taken advantage of this situation to drive down prices. Therefore, Mr. Dan has come to Huaxia in search of well-capitalized jewelry merchants for comprehensive collaboration to address his financial shortfall. Upon hearing Zhu Chongjiu's explanation, Gu Qingcheng exchanged a knowing glance with Master Luo. Master Luo immediately inquired, "May I ask where Mr. Dan's mine is located?" "To my knowledge, the Pakong mine has long been depleted." A flicker of appropriate arrogance crossed Dan Tuo's face as he calmly elucidated, "I previously owned a mine at the Pakong site, which is why I have a substantial inventory of Pakong jadeite rough stones. My current mine is located at the Duomo site. While the new materials are not as fine as those from the old pit, if you are interested in the Duomo materials, I can provide them in large quantities." Master Luo nodded slightly and whispered something to Gu Qingcheng. Only then did Gu Qingcheng inquire, "Did you bring samples? Let us see the sample quotations." "Yes, I have samples. I will have them brought in from the vehicle outside," Dan Tuo replied, placing a call. Shortly thereafter, two young men, characteristic of Myanmar, entered the tea room, each carrying a metallic suitcase. At Dan Tuo's gesture, the two young men opened the suitcases and placed them on the table, revealing jadeite rough stones of varying sizes within. Master Luo promptly produced a magnifying glass and examined a block of raw jade weighing around 4 to 5 kilograms with great scrutiny. Gu Qingcheng turned to Xiao Xingyun and said, "Mr. Xiao, please lend me your discerning eye and assess the quality of this batch of old pit jade from Pakong. I'm merely an observer here. With an expert like Master Luo present, my role is solely to learn, as I lack the capability to judge," Xiao Xingyun humbly replied, though his hands were not idle as he casually picked up a smaller piece weighing 3 to 4 kilograms for examination. Since setting up a stall at the Chenghuang Temple in Shanghai, Xiao Xingyun had perused numerous texts on identifying jadeite, initially out of mere curiosity, never truly considering participating in the gamble of stone. Given his previous monthly income of around 20,000, the prospect of gambling on jade seemed far beyond his reach. Now, before him lay a plethora of jade raw stones, an opportunity he had once only dared to dream of. He did not rush to employ his X-ray vision. After days of continuous use, his eyes had grown particularly weary. Instead, he relied on his accumulated knowledge to judge the quality of the stones based on their exteriors. The Pakong site is historically renowned, ranking among the top 10 jadeite sources, with the earliest mining undertaken. The raw stones typically feature thin skins, predominantly in gray-white and yellow-white hues, with fine crystallization, excellent quality, high transparency, and considerable size, ranging from a few kilograms to several hundred. The quality of the cuts varies immensely, encompassing everything from the lowest grade bean type to the highest quality ice and glass types, thus presenting a significant gamble. With a stroke of luck, one might unveil an imperial green, potentially reaping billions. Conversely, a poor outcome could yield nothing but loss. After scrutinizing over a dozen pieces, Xiao Xingyun confirmed that this batch indeed matched the descriptions in the books. The surfaces primarily exhibited gray-white and yellow-white, with some pieces displaying a pitch-black, coal-like exterior. Illuminating the stones with a strong flashlight revealed a deep light absorption, indicating a promising water content within, and thus a high probability of quality upon cutting. However, observing through the outer layer felt akin to scratching an itch through a boot, and in his impatience, Xiao Xingyun resorted to using his X-ray vision. This one is a bean type, that one is a glutinous type, though the color is vibrant. Cutting it would surely yield significant returns. This piece is ice type, albeit too many impurities and cracks render it unworthy. These nearby pieces are all refuse. Suddenly, he spotted a fist-sized imperial green. Should the preceding pieces all fail, this solitary piece could at least recoup some losses. As he continued to scrutinize, his eyes began to ache painfully, tears welling up, a clear sign of overexertion from his X-ray vision. Gu Qingcheng inquired, "Mr. Xiao, Master Luo believes this batch of old pit jade from Pakong is quite decent. What is your opinion?" momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xingyun reflected on the 20 or so raw stones, of which only 3 promised significant returns. Was that truly commendable? If purchased at a low price for resale, it might be worthwhile. However, if Gu's jewelry intended to cut the stones themselves, even breaking even would yield minimal profit. What then was the purpose of acquiring this batch? Moreover, these were merely samples. If the samples were of such poor quality, how subpar would the bulk supply be? I cannot discern much. Since Master Luo deems it satisfactory, it must be acceptable, he replied. Regardless, I am hesitant to make a purchase, as I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Xiao Xingyun could only offer this subtle reminder, preserving Master Luo's dignity while alerting Gu Qingcheng to the potential issue at hand. Should she fail to grasp the implication or doubt his warning, it would no longer concern him. Oh! A flicker of doubt crossed Gu Qingcheng's eyes as she suppressed her urge to buy, stating to Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu that she needed to deliberate further, as this transaction represented a significant sum, necessitating careful consideration. Certainly, here is my business card. Please contact me when you are certain about proceeding with the collaboration, Dan Tuo said, extending a card before politely taking his leave, without any excessive entanglement or persuasion. Once Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu departed, Master Luo eagerly inquired, Xiao, do you believe there is an issue with this batch of materials? Xiao Xingyun clarified, the materials themselves are sound. They are indeed from the old pit of the Pekin mine. Yet, I cannot shake a sense of unease, a lack of that exhilarating feeling. As you all know, my approach to stone gambling relies on intuition. If the feeling is off, I cannot bring myself to make a purchase. What do we really know? Who understands your methods of gambling? Gu Qingcheng and Master Luo exchanged glances, feeling that relying solely on intuition seemed rather dubious. I will make a call to investigate Dan Tuo's background in Myanmar. Furthermore, Zhu Chongjiu has been operating his jewelry store in Shanghai for too short a time to inspire confidence. He too requires scrutiny, Gu Qingcheng declared. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xingyun excused himself, saying, Then I shall let you be, Miss Gu. I will return to the hotel for some rest. Meanwhile, the black business vehicle carrying Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu traversed the streets. A flash of anger crossed Dan Tuo's face as he exclaimed, What does that Xiao Xingyun mean? He dares to dismiss our selection of samples? These were painstakingly chosen. If he finds these lacking, what must he think of the other materials? Zhu Chongjiu responded with a sinister smirk. As long as we can lure him to our warehouse, I will devise a means to extract every last penny from him, then have someone caution him against further indiscretion. Chapter 34. The underground gambling stone market to obstruct one's means of livelihood is akin to taking the life of one's parents. A mere few words of caution from Xiao Xingyun were sufficient to stir murderous intent in both Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu. Unbeknownst to Xiao Xingyun, the perilous nature of this industry was profound. Anything associated with gambling could drive individuals to madness, stripping away their humanity. Upon returning to their hotel room, he discovered Luo de Peo, battered and bruised, nursing his wounds while seated on the bed. Xiao Xingyun's expression shifted as he inquired, What transpired? Fatty? With a tone of despair, Luo de Peo replied, Do not even mention it. You asked me to divert those pursuers, so I roamed about examining raw stones. Whichever piece I showed interest in, they hastened to purchase it. I am no expert in stone gambling, and the outcome was predictable. The stones they hastily acquired were nearly all worthless. They then altered their approach, attempting to entice me and corner me in a secluded spot devoid of surveillance to discuss collaboration. How could I possibly consider such an alliance? I refused, and as a result I was beaten. Xiao Xingyun frowned. The nonchalance of his words belied the complexity of the situation. Had it not been for the crowded jade market and the daylight, who knows what dangers might have ensued. Ever since acquiring the ability of X-ray vision, Xiao Xingyun believed he had maintained a low profile, exercised caution, and remained vigilant. This had allowed him to emerge in the jade market. Yet there were those with ill intentions who began to take notice. If he were to acquire several more raw stones, he might not escape unscathed. Today, however, Luo de Peo had acted as a shield for Xiao Xingyun. Had he not drawn attention to himself, it would have surely been Xiao Xingyun enduring the assault. Fortunately, they were in Shihui City. Had they ventured to the border of Rueli, the dangers would have multiplied. As newcomers in this field, with no acquaintances in this city, they must exercise even greater caution. Otherwise, should they suffer misfortune, there would be no means for retribution. As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he took the medicine from Luo Depeo's hands and began to apply it. Luckily, the injuries were merely superficial, and Luo Depeo's tough skin meant he would suffer no significant harm. However, Xiao Xingyun did notice several old gunshot scars on his chest. Could it be that he had indeed seen the battlefield? It is well known that even in peacetime, the borders are often rife with minor skirmishes. I shall remain low-key from now on. No more arrogance, Luo Depeo murmured incessantly. Sighing, Xiao Xingyun replied, "Tomorrow, I will purchase a few small raw stones, and then we shall return to Shanghai. After all, the money we have earned thus far is sufficient. Indeed, let us return to Shanghai. I feel utterly unsafe here," Luo Depeo concurred. Initially contemplating whether to become an advisor for Gu's Jewelry to earn a 10% commission, it now seemed prudent to forego that opportunity for the sake of safety. Too risky. Ying Yong, Ying Yong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depeo exchanged wary glances, their faces betraying a sense of tension. Approaching the door, Xiao Xingyun peered through the peephole and saw a hotel waitress standing calmly outside, pushing a food cart. "Who is it?" Xiao Xingyun inquired. "Good evening, sir. I am a hotel staff member. Today is Saturday, and our establishment is offering complimentary late-night snacks. No need, we are not hungry. Sir, this is our duty. We need to collect feedback on the late-night delivery. Please do not make it difficult for us. Could you kindly open the door?" Xiao Xingyun hesitated, his inherent kindness preventing him from causing distress to anyone. Consequently, he forcefully activated his X-ray vision to glance outside the door and the area around the server, confirming that no one was present. Only then did he feel at ease. However, he had overexerted his X-ray vision today, leaving his eyes sore and his body drenched in sweat, utterly weakened. His stomach growled incessantly, the energy expenditure far exceeding what a regular meal could replenish. Rather than eat, he yearned to absorb the mystical energy from the ancient jade. Yet, if he could savor a few bites of delectable food, it would alleviate his physical frailty. Thus, Xiao Xingyun opened the door. The female server pushed a food cart, wedging it in the doorway. Just as she lifted the lid of the food container, 6 or 7 tattooed men burst in from the corner of the emergency exit, storming into Xiao Xingyun's room. Both Xiao Xingyun and the rotund man were taken aback. Having previously been mere honest vendors, they had never witnessed such an intimidating scene. The rotund man's claim of being a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier was likely a mere fabrication. The female server was evidently an imposter, swiftly retreating with the food cart, her mission accomplished. "Who are you? What do you want?" Xiao Xingyun shouted, simultaneously gesturing to the rotund man behind his back to call the police. One of the burly men brandished a dagger and rushed forward, snatching the rotund man's phone. Threatening fiercely, "Behave yourselves. Our boss wishes to meet you. We merely need your assistance with gambling on stones. As long as you don't act foolishly, your lives will be spared." "Who is your boss?" Xiao Xingyun inquired. "You'll find out when we arrive. If you ask now, we won't tell you. Save your breath," another man retorted, also drawing a dagger and menacingly speaking. Xiao Xingyun quickly surveyed the surroundings, seeking an escape route. "What if we refuse to go?" "Ha! Then we'll knock you out and carry you away in a sack. This is a high-end hotel. Do you think our boss could enter and seize people if he weren't powerful? Be sensible, we don't wish to resort to murder." Xiao Xingyun fell silent. Though he possessed X-ray vision, it presently did not grant him formidable combat prowess. He might seize a moment of distraction to utilize his mesmerizing ability to flee, but with the rotund man injured, escape was unlikely. He glanced at the rotund man, who recoiled slightly, a look of helplessness on his face, seemingly wanting to explain, "I used to be quite the fighter, but now my body is failing. Gentlemen, let us discuss this amicably. We are willing to cooperate." The rotund man limped forward, donning his clothes and bravely standing in front of Xiao Xingyun. Seeing the rotund man's actions, Xiao Xingyun felt at a loss for words. Escaping was no longer an option. If they encountered the mastermind behind this, he could always resort to hypnosis with his mental prowess. Soon, both of their phones were seized, rendering them unable to call for help or alert anyone. due to the dagger pressed against his back. He ceased all attempts at resistance and obediently followed the group into the underground parking garage of a hotel, where they boarded a luxury van. Inside the vehicle, both Xiao Xingyun and the rotund man Luo had their eyes covered. "This is for your own good. Avert your gaze from what should not be seen and cooperate. It will benefit us all," one of the assailants remarked. Xiao Xingyun and Luo remained silent, yet no one anticipated that Xiao possessed the ability to see through objects. Each time the vehicle made a turn, he utilized his unique gift to peer through the fabric, observing the route they took. Xiao had presumed they would be taken to a desolate area, but to his surprise, they arrived at a wholesale market for finished jadeite products near the Jade Market. The vehicle entered an underground parking lot, where the group escorted Xiao and Luo to a secluded elevator, conspicuously devoid of any signage. Upon entering, the elevator's indicator surprisingly pointed downward rather than upward, sublevel 2. Upon exiting the elevator, Xiao expected to find a chilling interrogation room, but instead, he was met with a bustling atmosphere, filled with intermittent cheers of excitement. "Haha, I hit the jackpot. The number 7 raw stone has skyrocketed. I've tripled my investment," exclaimed one voice. "Damn it, how could I be so blind to bet on number 1? I just lost over 100,000. Another lamented. "Let us go again. I refuse to lose this time." Meanwhile, several high-stakes gamblers were suffering significant losses, betting millions, rendering their smaller wagers of mere tens of thousands insignificant. Through the fabric covering his eyes, Xiao could discern that the expansive basement was filled with at least several hundred people, lively as an underground boxing arena. Hundreds waved their betting slips around a brightly lit platform, where a row of jade raw stones displayed numbers. Various stone gambling experts, of differing ages, stood beside the raw stones, nervously scrutinizing their surfaces with magnifying glasses and powerful flashlights. A scantily clad female host animatedly presented the current situation, urging guests to place their bets. The imposing figures escorting Xiao and Luo drew no attention from the crowd. They led the pair deep into a corridor to an office, where an elderly man in a wheelchair, approximately in his 50s or 60s, sat before a multitude of monitors, leisurely sipping tea. The screens displayed the gambling scene and the betting activities of the surrounding gamblers. "Boss, I have brought the individuals you requested," reported the man in black. The elderly gentleman smiled. "Ah, so these are the ones who have recently cut several lucrative jade stones at the exhibition? Truly promising young talents. In the jade gambling circle, they refer to me as Master Ma. You may address me as such as well. By the way, out of courtesy, please introduce yourselves. You bind us and still speak of courtesy?" Xiao thought to himself, suppressing his frustration while maintaining an outwardly cooperative demeanor. "Greetings, Master Ma. I am Xiao Xingyun, visiting from Shanghai." "Hello, Master, I am Luo Dazhao, commonly known as Luo the Fat," Luo added, equally compliant. Due to the ability to perceive the surroundings through his unique sight, Xiao Xingyun found his fear considerably diminished. Master Ma chuckled, stating, "Your names are of little consequence. What truly matters is your proficiency in gambling with stones. Assist me in winning 3 rounds, and I shall ensure your safe departure. Should you lose a single round, however, one of your legs will be broken." Xiao Xingyun stared blankly in the direction of Master Ma, observing his figure seated in a wheelchair, and silently speculating that it was likely his losses in gambling that had led to his current predicament. Upon hearing this, Fatty Luo grew anxious, exclaiming, "Master Ma, we are not adept at gambling with stones. We are merely guessing. We have purchased numerous raw stones these past few days, and they have only appreciated a little. Indeed, you may have only made slight gains, but your companions have enjoyed considerably greater fortune. Initially, I intended to capture only Xiao Xingyun, and you merely happened to be in his company," Master Ma candidly confessed. Fatty Luo was left dumbfounded. Had he unwittingly become collateral damage? Realizing that the adversary had conducted thorough investigations, Xiao Xingyun felt no need for further concealment. "It is true, Fatty Luo indeed lacks knowledge in stone gambling, while I have merely relied on fortunate circumstances to achieve modest profits. The gods may find it hard to discern jade. You may inquire further, but I have won a few times, and my losses far outweigh them. Luck, too, is a form of skill. Regardless of how you achieved your victories, I have laid out the rules. Lose a round and 1 leg will be broken. Win 6 rounds and I shall arrange for your departure. Xiao Xingyun inwardly cursed, deeming this old cripple unreasonable. You best hope to never fall into my hands. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise. Perhaps he would draw closer soon, utilizing his extraordinary vision to hypnotically control the opponent, and then it would be uncertain who would break whose leg. Chapter 35. Scene 1. Thus, the matter was settled, with no regard for Xiao Xingyun's consent. His only stipulation was to be well-fed prior to the stone gambling event. In a small chamber, a bowl of instant noodles accompanied by 2 sausages was prepared for him. Meanwhile, Fat Luo sat in a corner, incessantly chattering about the need for discretion and the imperative to amend his ways. Within that room, no one paid him any heed, yet he felt too intimidated to remove the blindfold covering his eyes. Upon finishing his meager meal, insufficient to satiate his appetite given his current condition, Xiao Xingyun no longer felt the faintness that had previously threatened to overwhelm him. As he ate, his thoughts were consumed with the urgent question of how to escape and the likelihood of survival. He had not anticipated the immense risks associated with gambling on stones. In his naivete, he envisioned that with his newfound ability to see through objects, the jade market would become his personal cash cow, a quick fix whenever he found himself short on funds. He dreamt of using his earnings to acquire ancient jade, harnessing their energy to enhance his powers. However, the harsh realities of the stone gambling world had swiftly dawned upon him. Survival was the first step toward any future prospects. It was evident that the small room was under surveillance, for as soon as he finished eating, a tattooed man entered. 10 minutes later, Xiao Xingyun was ushered to the gambling stage, while Fat Luo remained behind, muttering ominously about breaking a leg should they lose a round. Silence enveloped both Xiao Xingyun and Fat Luo until the man departed, prompting Fat Luo to plead, his voice tinged with desperation. "Brother, I implore you, you must win. I am no deity. Winning is not a certainty," Xiao Xingyun retorted. "What then shall we do?" Fat Luo asked anxiously. "If I manage to emerge alive, I shall procure a fine wheelchair for you," Xiao Xingyun replied wryly. As he was led away, the blindfold was removed upon reaching the edge of the gambling arena. Before him lay 10 raw jade stones, and alongside him were 4 other gambling masters. A number 1 placard was affixed to his front and back. The provocatively dressed female host addressed the eager crowd below, announcing, "All gambling masters have taken their positions. The betting window will close in 3 minutes. For those yet to place their wagers, please do so promptly." From the audience, a voice cried out, "Goodness! The number 1 gambling master is far too young. Can he handle this? I think I'll choose an older master. At least they possess experience," another chimed in. "I'll put my money on number 5. Number 1 looks unreliable. Too young, perhaps still in diapers. Ha ha!" Unbeknownst to them, the stakes for each betting round began at no less than 10 million. Losing meant forfeiting a fortune. Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu were present in the audience, drawn to these underground gambling events in search of easy prey. What is Xiao Xingyun doing here? What connection does he have with Master Ma? Dan Tuo inquired, his tone apprehensive. Zhu Chongjiu's expression turned grave as he replied, "This individual appears rather enigmatic, having suddenly risen to prominence in the stone gambling scene. Let us hold off on any traps aimed at him until I ascertain his true nature." At that moment, the 5 gambling masters on stage were allowed to scrutinize the 10 jade stones laid before them. The 10 rough stones, each weighing approximately 6 to 7 kilograms, exhibit a variety of textures. Some bear dark skins, others white or yellow, while some display mottled mossy surfaces or foggy patterns. These stones originate from both new and old mining sites. Among these 10 jadeite rough stones, one may select any piece to claim it for oneself, thereby precluding others from making a choice. Thus, swiftness becomes a pivotal factor in determining success. Xiao Xingyun, wary of overexerting his ocular abilities, approached cautiously, employing his power for a brief 2 seconds to assess the general quality and value of the stones. After scrutinizing the 10 pieces, he found himself utterly fatigued. It dawned on him that relying on his eye abilities to recuperate through time or sustenance was unreliable. The most efficient method was to absorb energy from the ancient jade. Among the 10 rough stones, only one held significant value, a white base with green icy glutinous jade, appraised at around 5 million in the market. Upon making his determination, Xiao Xingyun promptly embraced the chosen stone, raising it as a signal to indicate that he had made his selection. Just as the female host was about to announce the cessation of betting, urging the jade dealers to finalize their choices within the 3-minute time frame, Xiao Xingyun raised his hand, indicating he was ready. The other dealers grew anxious, questioning Xiao Xingyun's haste, exclaiming that they had not yet comprehended their selections. An elderly dealer, over 60, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Young man, choosing quickly does not guarantee a wise choice. If you lose later, do not come crying to us." Xiao Xingyun, sensing an opportunity, provocatively responded, "What tears? I was brought here by Master Ma. Losing means a broken leg for me." The elderly man was taken aback, exclaiming, "Break your leg? Surely, cannot come to that, we are in a different era. The worst that could happen is losing the bonus. Though the underground jade market is illegal, it is not strictly criminal. It falls within the realm of a local gray industry. Breaking legs would constitute a criminal offense." Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of relief. Perhaps he and Fatty Luo were not in such peril after all. Perhaps they were merely victims of intimidation, a false alarm. Just as he contemplated asking more questions, the host announced, "There is 1 minute remaining. All jade dealers, please finalize your selections." The elderly dealer, upon hearing this, became anxious, disregarding Xiao Xingyun, and began his final assessment of 2 stones using a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight. Time was called. As the host declared the conclusion, all 5 jade dealers had made their selections. Without further ado, they marked their stones with numbers and proceeded to unveil them. Due to the small size of these rough stones and the aggressive method of extraction employed, cutting directly through the middle, the results emerged within minutes. Upon seeing the outcome, the audience erupted in exclamations of discontent, as those present were seasoned gamblers well versed in the jade world. They could discern quality and value at a glance. "Are you kidding me?" Number 1 actually revealed icy glutinous jade with a white base and green. "What sheer luck!" Someone shouted. "Ha! I placed my bet right. It's a 3-fold payout for me. That handsome young man is unbeatable. Regrettably, I wagered only 100,000. Had I known of his remarkable skill, I would have staked 1 million. Damn it, I initially placed my bet on number 1, but after some fool suggested that the youth were unreliable, I shifted my bet to number 5, resulting in a loss of 200,000. Amidst the tumultuous cacophony of insults from the audience, the referee announced that the jade raw stone selected by the first gambler had triumphed. Only the first is chosen, with no subsequent rankings. This implies that among the 5 gamblers on stage, only 1 emerges victorious. While the odds for the audience may vary, the odds on stage are determined by a wager among 5 proprietors. At that moment, seated in the monitoring room, Master Ma displayed a flicker of astonishment. What began as a mere gamble to assess the capabilities of the newly emerged gamblers unexpectedly led to an actual victory. Was it mere fortune, or genuine skill? "Boss, in the second round, Mr. Who demands the provision of raw stones. She is in her monitoring room, cursing and claiming we are cheating. Ha! If it were possible to cheat in gambling, I would simply return to the public auction in Myanmar, rather than engage in this underground betting. Acquiesce to her demand. Understood, boss." The man then departed. Chapter 36. The Three-Eyed Evil Buddha. During a brief respite offstage, Xiao Xingyun found himself confined within a solitary chamber, devoid of any means to communicate with the outside world. He pondered the words of the elderly man from earlier. Was Master Ma's threat merely a fade? Would he truly refrain from taking lives, or even breaking limbs? Unsure of the veracity of these assertions, Xiao realized that should he continue to triumph in every round, it would render his escape from the city an impossibility. Therefore, he resolved to lose the next round, keen to gauge Master Ma's reaction. "Apologies, my rotund companion." As the second round commenced, Xiao selected an exceedingly poor stone, and upon cutting it, he lost immediately. He faced defeat again in the third round. Meanwhile, Master Ma, stationed in the monitoring room, could not contain his expletives. Indeed, sheer luck. Betting on stones is not so simple. Teach that fat man a lesson and instill some fear in Xiao Xingyun. "Yes, boss." In the fourth round, as Xiao was led out of the small room, he beheld the sight of Fat Luo, whose legs were swathed in white bandages, seated in a wheelchair and pushed forward by another. His mouth was stuffed with rags. and he shook his head frantically, emitting muffled whimpers, unable to convey his thoughts. Zhao's eyes narrowed. Was Fat Luo truly so unfortunate, having had his legs broken so swiftly? Xiao Xingyun, if you lose again, that fat man won't be able to keep his arms, threatened a heavily tattooed brute coldly. Scanning Fat Luo's legs, Xiao noticed, had the bones not been shattered? They were merely wrapped in bandages? The threat of losing a limb indeed seemed to be just that, a threat. A sigh of relief washed over Xiao, though he masked his true feelings with an act of profound fear, explaining, I wish to win as well, but even deities cannot sever jade. Who can guarantee victory in every match? The onlookers disregarded his explanation, and after issuing their threats, they departed with Fat Luo. The guards urged Xiao to take the stage once more and continue gambling on stones. In the fourth round, Xiao experienced a rise in fortune, as the raw stone revealed itself to be of decent quality, yet the profit was not the highest, leading to yet another loss. In the fifth round, however, fortune smiled upon him, and he emerged victorious. Yet, in the sixth he faced defeat again. With a total of 6 rounds, winning 2 was a commendable success. Subsequently, Xiao was escorted back to the small room, blindfolded once more alongside Fat Luo, and brought to a surveillance-laden chamber. Master Ma, seated in his wheelchair, addressed them. Your stone betting skills are passable. 2 wins out of 6 rounds yield a win rate of 33. With an additional decade or so of practice, your technique may stabilize enough to try your luck at the public auctions in Myanmar. I shall now release you, but remember to keep your mouth sealed. Should you speak carelessly after leaving, you will bear the consequences. With a dismissive wave, Master Ma signaled for their departure. Xiao Xingyun and Fat Luo appeared momentarily stunned, lacking the opportunity to utter a word before being ushered away. Upon reaching the parking garage, they switched to a different van that returned them to the vicinity of the 5-star hotel. In a secluded corner of the street, their captors unceremoniously expelled Xiao and Fat Luo from the vehicle, returning their phones with a warning. Be wise. If you wish to live, do not speak indiscreetly. Once the vehicle had receded into the distance, Xiao and Fat Luo finally removed the blindfolds, revealing expressions of relief from their harrowing ordeal. I was utterly terrified, genuinely believing I might never return. Luo Pongzi rose, patting his chest as he spoke. Is your leg all right? Did they not injure it just moments ago? Xiao Xingyun feigned surprise as he inquired. They deceived me. They merely struck my leg a couple of times and wrapped it in bandages, compelling me to feign a broken limb. As long as it's not broken, let us return to the hotel immediately and pack our belongings. We must hasten back to Shanghai. It is no longer safe to remain here. Xiao Xingyun had begun to see the truth. Without any background or influence, engaging in the jade gambling market would inevitably lead to trouble, especially with the recent surge in stone betting. Despite having kept a low profile in recent days, he found himself targeted, narrowly escaping with his life. Henceforth, should he continue with stone betting, he wished to refrain from publicly revealing his findings, opting instead to purchase raw stones and cut them slowly in the seclusion of his basement. Meanwhile, the 5th stone gambler took a break and returned to Boss Hu's office. Boss Hu, a woman named Hu Lily, was ageless, appearing to be in her 30s, with a remarkable physique and an elegant aura that made her immensely captivating. Her office, much like Master Ma's chamber, was equipped with numerous surveillance screens, allowing her to observe every corner of the gambling arena. Master Qi, did the 1st stone gambler claim he was brought here by Master Ma? Indeed, that is the case. He seemed to be under considerable pressure while gambling and quietly informed me that he was staying at room 1908 in the Fengyuan Hotel, asking me to assist in reporting to the police should any disappearances occur. That old scoundrel, Master Ma, thrives on intimidating novice gamblers, exploiting each one without so much as a share of the profits. He may appear audacious now, but he is destined to face dire consequences. A 33 win rate is not insignificant. With a few more years of experience in the gambling market, one might even attain a master-level win rate of around 50. The 5th stone gambler side, Boss Hu, you jest. There are countless gamblers, yet how many achieve a master-level win rate of 50? At my age, nearing 60, my lifetime win rate is only about 41. This profession ultimately hinges on luck. At that moment, Hu Lily's phone rang. She glanced at it and promptly answered. Mr. Wang, calling me at this hour, Are you not concerned about disturbing my dreams? I dare to call you at this hour because I know you are awake. Mr. Wang's network of informants spans the globe. It is indeed formidable. Ha ha ha. She chuckled, her laughter devoid of mockery, instead imbued with a hint of alluring charm. I am not jesting. The case of the three-eyed evil Buddha has concluded, and Shanghai has transferred the seized artifacts to the Imperial Capital Museum. However, the evil Buddha is missing the central jade eye, claimed to have shattered during the pursuit. What a pity. I never had the chance to behold this legendary and enigmatic artifact. So many lives were lost, so many minds shattered, just to excavate the three-eyed evil Buddha from its tomb, only for it to end up in the Imperial Capital Museum. I have photographs. I can send them to you. Since it has been returned to the Imperial Capital Museum, I find myself unable to retrieve it. Thus our collaboration may come to an end. Please remember to erase all traces. It must be this way. After concluding the conversation, both parties hung up, and Hu Lily's WeChat received 2 photographs. The first image depicted a half-life-sized golden Buddha, adorned with 3 eyes. The third eye, situated at the center of the forehead, was embedded with a piece of exquisite jade, intricately inscribed with mysterious symbols. The left and right eyes were unremarkable, seemingly crafted from obsidian. However, the central vertical eye exuded an eerie aura, inducing a sense of dizziness upon a prolonged gaze at the photograph. The second image showcased the same golden Buddha, but without the central white jade vertical eye. Devoid of this particular feature, it appeared entirely normal, lacking the disorienting sensation. Chapter 37. The depths of the antique trade. Hu Lily closed her eyes, yet the visage of the three-eyed evil Buddha lingered in her mind, as if 3 piercing eyes were fixated upon her. Suddenly, a notification chimed on her phone, startling her into opening her eyes, only to find her face drenched in perspiration. It was no wonder that those who had encountered the three-eyed evil Buddha either went mad or met their demise. Merely gazing upon a photograph had nearly overwhelmed her. Regaining her composure, she patted her elevated chest before checking the message. Boss Hu, I hear you are interested in this item. Please take a look at the photo and provide me with an estimate. A message from an unfamiliar sender accompanied by a vivid image revealed fragments of jade arranged in the shape of an eye. It was indeed the shattered third eye of the three-eyed evil Buddha, consisting of approximately 100 scattered pieces. Upon seeing this photo, Hu Lily's heart trembled, and she promptly returned the call. Boss Hu? A raspy voice resonated through the line. Who are you? How did you come into possession of these jade fragments? Are they authentic? Hu Lily inquired. Just call me Big Gold Tooth. The third eye of the three-eyed evil Buddha is the talk of the town. It was meant to be sent to the museum in the capital alongside the statue, but now it has fallen into my hands. Do you think its origins are legitimate? Indeed, if its origins were legitimate, it wouldn't be so clandestine, she replied. Enough small talk. Name your price. 10 million and we shall transact at the Panjiayuan market. Are you foolish, or am I? There are a total of 108 fragments. That amounts to 100 million. When you arrive in Shanghai, I shall disclose the trading location.
Impossible.
What is the total worth of the three-eyed evil Buddha? With its third eye shattered in such a manner, what use does it serve? I can offer you at most 20 million, not a penny less. I will await you in Shanghai for 1 day. After that, I shall reach out to other buyers. With that, Big Gold Tooth abruptly ended the call. Holding her phone, Hu Lily pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. Big Gold Tooth? There are at least 10 individuals known as Big Gold Tooth in the tomb raiding circle. Who knows which one you are? Nevertheless, the fact that he obtained my number likely ties back to Wang Banjian. How amusing, he just urged me to erase traces, only to sell me out moments later. With this thought, Hu Lily retrieved her phone and made several calls, arranging for a flight to Shanghai that very night. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Hu Lily's assistant opened it to find a muscular man adorned with tattoos, who politely inquired, Our boss asks if you are still gambling? Why haven't we seen boss who place any bets? From within, Hu Lily's voice resonated. No more gambling. It has lost its charm. Tell Ma Laosi that henceforth, when it comes to gambling on stones, he should properly invite a stone gambling master. Randomly recruiting free labor can lead to disaster. Understood. I shall convey your message to the boss, the man replied before departing quietly. After Hu Lily had her belongings gathered, her phone rang once more. "I apologize, boss, but due to the time constraints, we were unable to secure a first-class or business-class ticket. Only an economy seat is available." "Very well, I can make do," she replied, and with that, she hurriedly departed with her team, making her way to the airport. At the same time, Xiao Xingyun and the plump Luo hurriedly boarded a taxi, racing towards the airport. When confronted with unforeseen dangers, the instinct of an ordinary person is to flee, seeking refuge in a place of safety before contemplating further actions. Xiao Xingyun was, after all, an ordinary individual, at least until he acquired his extraordinary ability of X-ray vision. Having emerged from a rural village in Sichuan to attend a modest university in Shanghai, he found himself dissatisfied with his salary upon graduation. In search of a better fortune, he ventured into the jade market, but lacking the means to rent a storefront, he resorted to setting up a stall. By a stroke of fate, he obtained the ability of X-ray vision, yet he chose not to flaunt it with arrogance or ostentation. Instead, he remained as low-key and cautious as possible while accumulating wealth. After earning some money, his most significant expenditure was the purchase of his dream car, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. He was too timid to disclose his newfound wealth to his family, cautiously giving them a few tens of thousands of yuan at a time. While gambling for jade stones in the market, he employed numerous smokescreens, buying 10 stones yet only seeing a rise in value for 2 or 3 of them. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous, he still attracted unwanted attention and nearly lost his life. As he sped towards the airport, a furrow creased his brow. He pondered the absurdity of the world. Why was it so difficult for honest individuals to earn a modest living? Had he offended anyone? Gambling for stones was not akin to gambling in a detrimental sense. Winning meant personal gain, while losing would only lead to his own financial ruin, without dragging others down with him. Having been reduced to such a humble state, he found himself kidnapped by Master Ma, who coerced him into betting on stones, threatening to break his legs should he lose. "I shall remember you, Master Ma of Shihui City," he silently vowed to himself until he finally boarded the plane safely. Due to the haste of their ticket purchase, Xiao Xingyun and Luo found themselves seated in economy class, their earlier aspirations of upgrading to first class dashed. As they settled into their seats, 2 women approached from the front. One, in her 30s, was tall and alluring, with a captivating beauty and porcelain skin that exuded a charming maturity. The other appeared to be a bodyguard, tall and robust, with dark skin, revealing well-defined muscles as she hoisted a suitcase overhead. Upon reaching her seat, Hu Lily caught sight of Xiao Xingyun in the rear and was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected to encounter the jade betting master in such a setting. Her impression of him was quite profound, having learned from the hired 5th betting master that this handsome young man seemed utterly oblivious to the rules of the underground betting scene and was continuously plagued by fears for his safety. The individual seated beside Xiao Xingyun was presumably his companion, and judging by his battered appearance, he had indeed been threatened. In an instant, she pieced together the unfolding narrative from the snippets of information she had gathered. "Mr. Xiao, I've seen you in the jade market. You are quite remarkable," Hu Lily said with a gentle smile, extending her delicate, fair hand for a handshake. While Xiao Xingyun was preoccupied with contemplating his future survival strategies, he was momentarily dazed as he grasped her soft hand. "Hello, do we know each other?" he asked, only to realize how foolish that sounded. After all, if she knew his surname, she must have heard it while he was engaged in the cutting of raw stones in the market. "Even if we were strangers before, we are acquainted now. My name is Hu Lily." With a flourish akin to magic, she revealed a pink, gilded classical business card. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Treasure Pavilion Hu Lily," accompanied by 2 mobile numbers from the imperial capital, both ending with auspicious digits. Just the presence of these numbers exuded an overwhelming air of affluence, or rather, the essence of a wealthy lady. "Xiao Xingyun, a pleasure to meet you," he responded, finally regaining his composure. "Are you in Shanghai? I have a branch at the city god temple, and there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future." With that, Hu Lily settled back into her seat as the aircraft prepared for takeoff. The flight attendant was already reminding passengers to fasten their seatbelts and outlining essential safety instructions. Xiao Xingyun perused the business card, its background adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of antique porcelain. Having entered the jade industry for less than a year, He possessed scant knowledge of the deeper waters of antiques. The stout man, resembling a pig, felt invigorated upon seeing the enchanting and alluring Hu Lily. Fears and pains became trivial. The owner of the treasure pavilion? Goodness, that is the largest antique shop at our city god temple, known for its exquisite jadeite, reaping fortunes beyond compare, far more lucrative than our stone gambling, whispered Fatty Luo excitedly into Xiao Xingyun's ear. However, his naturally loud voice rendered his hushed tones audible to the passengers in the front and back rows. Xiao Xingyun felt embarrassed, wishing he could burrow into the plane's floor. Fortunately, as the plane ascended, a momentary ringing in the ears silenced many conversations. Once the aircraft reached a stable altitude, Hu Lily turned and smiled. Are you interested in the antique trade? I could have the masters at my shop mentor you. Xiao Xingyun shook his head politely, declining. The depths of your industry are too profound. Us ordinary folks cannot grasp them without risking misfortune. The depth of the water can only be discerned through personal experience. What others say is not necessarily true. It ultimately depends on your own skill. Hu Lily's smile held a hint of playful intrigue, utterly captivating. Xiao Xingyun felt as if he were not aboard a plane, but rather on a highway, with a vehicle racing past his face in a blur. Chapter 38. The purchase of ancient jade. Upon disembarking from the plane, as dawn approached, Xiao Xingyun and the corpulent Luo observed Hu Lily accompanied by her assistant, stepping into a luxurious Rolls-Royce, while they were left to hail a taxi, each returning to their respective abodes. Their vehicles remained parked at home, not at the airport, and they were devoid of bodyguards or assistants to greet them. Their recent excursion to Guangdong province for stone gambling had left a profound impression on both men, having witnessed both prosperity and peril. At present, all they yearned for was to return home, indulge in a restful slumber, and subsequently contemplate the path that lay ahead. Upon returning to the Cuiyuan villa, Xiao Xingyun found Su Qing impeccably dressed and preparing to head to school. Brother Yun, you're back. I've had the rough stones you sent over moved into the basement. They have been examined, and there are 12 pieces in total identical to the photos you sent. Su Qing, clad in denim jeans and a white patterned t-shirt, with her hair styled in a high ponytail, radiated youthful exuberance, her figure accentuated by a slender waist and curvaceous hips, undeniably alluring. Very well, Xiao Qing, have you had breakfast? You're off to school this early? Xiao Xingyun placed his suitcase aside and slipped into his slippers. I'll eat at school. The cafeteria food is inexpensive. We have a performance rehearsal in our class today, so I must leave early. No more time to chat. Goodbye. With that, Su Qing hurriedly departed. Goodbye. Xiao Xingyun settled onto the sofa in the living room, closing his eyes, remaining still for an extended period. Exhausted, sleepy, and famished, he felt no inclination to move. Only nestled within the familiarity of his home did he find a semblance of long-lost security. If only my X-ray vision possessed offensive capabilities, I could ensure my own safety. With such a supernatural ability, I would not need to gamble on stones. What avenues could I pursue to earn wealth? Perhaps venture into foreign casinos? That would be far more perilous. Winning tens of millions or even billions in a single bet might prevent me from ever leaving the venue. My X-ray vision craves enhancement, which necessitates an abundance of ancient jade. Acquiring jade would undoubtedly require substantial financial resources. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his emotions became. Unable to find solace in sleep, Xiao Xingyun casually turned on the television. The screen displayed a segment from Shanghai News. Recently, the Shanghai police dismantled a tomb-robbing gang involved in the trafficking of antiques. After extensive investigation, the case has been closed. However, during the transfer of related artifacts to the Imperial Capitol Museum, several precious items were stolen from the transport vehicle. Viewers with any relevant information are encouraged to come forward, as the police are offering a reward of 100,000 yuan. Images of the stolen antiques flashed across the screen. A bronze incense burner, a plain porcelain vase, and a bizarre eye constructed from fragments of jade. Upon glimpsing the peculiar eye, Xiao Xingyun's heart raced. A wave of avaricious fervor surged within him, as if he yearned to absorb those jade fragments through his very eyes. Indeed, not into his stomach, but into his eyes, as if those jade shards contained a substance exceedingly rare for his vision. Is this the jade eye that injured my sight at the city god temple? What secrets does it hold? Xiao Xingyun was no longer weary. Instead, he prepared to make himself something to eat when he noticed a flurry of messages in the city god temple jade enthusiast group. Have you all seen the news? The jade eye of the three-eyed evil Buddha has been stolen again. I wonder, are the constables merely idle? They can't even protect such a significant artifact. The three-eyed evil Buddha? Is it that golden Buddha unearthed from Qianling? It is said that since its discovery, over 100 individuals associated with the malevolent Buddha have met their demise. Are you jesting? Qianling is the tomb of Empress Wu Zetian. How could such a peculiar and sinister Buddha reside within her mausoleum? Moreover, there have been no reports of theft from Qianling within the community. This group of jade enthusiasts mostly comprises vendors selling jade and jadeite at the Changhuang Temple, along with some small-time merchants dealing in counterfeit antiques. Their sources of information are varied. Although lacking depth, Xiao Xingyun is aware that this jade eye originates from the three-eyed malevolent Buddha. Whether it was excavated from Qianling is of little consequence, at least for the time being. After breakfast, he descended to the basement to inspect the jadeite rough stones that had been mailed back to him. 12 pieces in total. Upon confirming the markings were accurate, he refrained from using his X-ray vision for further inspection, as his eyes were fatigued, and he wished to conserve his energy. Returning to his bedroom, he succumbed to sleep until the afternoon. After a light meal, he made his way to the Changhuang Temple, intending to purchase a few pieces of ancient jade, hoping to discover something that might enhance his X-ray vision. Xiao boss, we haven't seen you and Fatty Luo at the stall these past few days, inquired an acquaintance from the market. I have some family matters to attend to. I shall return to the stall once they are resolved, replied Xiao Xingyun. He perused the stalls, but all the antiques and ancient jades were mere facsimiles. His X-ray vision detected no trace of energy among them. With no other recourse, he opted to explore the shops, hoping to encounter a few genuine items. The first shop he entered was Shuyuzhai. Welcome, sir. The modern antique shop had begun employing saleswomen, each tall, fair, and strikingly beautiful. Do you have any authentic ancient jade? Xiao Xingyun inquired directly. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's smile grew even more radiant. A customer who enters stating they are merely browsing is likely to be sincere, but one who inquires about a specific item indicates a targeted interest, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of a transaction. Indeed, please follow me to this counter, she said, leading Xiao Xingyun to a glass display filled with ancient jade. At that moment, the shop was bustling with business, with 7 or 8 customers in various sections, accompanied by different saleswomen, selecting items of their liking. Xiao Xingyun scanned the contents of the jade display. Among dozens of pieces, only 4 were authentic, radiating a rich and mysterious energy. The rest, despite their superficial resemblance in color, patina, craftsmanship, and blemishes, lacked that enigmatic energy. Xiao Xingyun could discern new jade and jadeite, but he had little knowledge of ancient jade and antiques, relying solely on his X-ray vision for selection. Each piece in the display bore a price tag, and astonishingly, the prices of the 4 genuine jades were quite comparable to those of the fakes. 400, 000, 260, 000, 150, 000, and 390, 000 respectively. The pricing of ancient jade is influenced by numerous factors. Since they were openly displayed with marked prices, there must be a rationale behind it, at least aligning with market trends. Please bring those few pieces to me. If I find them appealing, I shall purchase 4 or 5. Xiao Xingyun casually indicated several pieces, including the 4 authentic ones and 3 fakes. The sales assistant, without much thought, complied with the request and brought out the 7 pieces of ancient jade. With a feigned air of scrutiny, Xiao Xingyun selected 4 genuine pieces, declaring, I shall take these 4. No need for wrapping, I will pay directly. Surprised, the sales assistant responded, oh certainly, right this way. A surge of delight filled her heart. These 4 pieces amounted to a staggering 1.2 million, purchased without a hint of haggling. Now that was true wealth. Although the prices were clearly marked, negotiations could occur during purchases. As a semi-insider in this realm, Xiao Xingyun was undoubtedly aware of such nuances, yet he chose not to haggle for reasons of his own. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and Xiao Xingyun slipped the 4 pieces of jade into his pocket, feeling the mysterious energy within them swiftly deplete. His once weary eyes, now half exhausted, experienced a rush of warmth, akin to the soothing effects of an eye care exercise. While absorbing the enigmatic energy, he meandered through the store until he arrived at the antique shelf, where he pointed to a ceramic vase about half a foot tall and inquired, "May I hold this vase to examine it?" The sales assistant hesitated briefly before responding, "Certainly, let me retrieve it from the counter for you." "Perfect," Xiao Xingyun replied, familiar with the unspoken rule that antiques should not be handled without care. Donning white gloves, she laid down a layer of velvet cloth on the counter before presenting the vase. "What dynasty does this vase belong to, and what is its price?" he asked, already beginning to draw upon the mysterious energy emanating from it. Indeed, the allure of ancient energy was not confined to jade alone. Other authentic antiques also bore similar energies. Xiao Xingyun speculated that this might be a special substance, a historical essence, with the energy varying in intensity, older antiques harboring greater reservoirs of power. "This is a Song Dynasty Yaozhou carved celadon vase, priced at 4.8 million. That is exorbitant, far beyond my expectations," Xiao Xingyun remarked, returning the vase to the counter. He had fully absorbed its energy, though the exterior remained intact. Fine cracks had begun to appear within. "What price do you consider appropriate? We can discuss it," the sales assistant proposed, possessing some leeway for negotiation. She sensed Xiao Xingyun's affluence and anticipated a lucrative commission should a deal be struck. "No negotiations. I cannot afford it," Xiao Xingyun stated, turning to leave. Astonishingly, apart from this vase and the 4 pieces of jade, the entire store was filled with counterfeit items. Truly a den of deceit. Securing the Song Dynasty vase from this fraudulent establishment felt like a small act of righteous justice. Across the way stood the Treasure Pavilion, a branch owned by Hu Lily, whose main store was reputedly located in the capital's Panjiayuan, with a larger scale and esteemed reputation within the community. Contemplating this, Xiao Xingyun decided to venture inside. At that moment, he noticed a shifty old man, slung with a black leather bag, entering the Treasure Pavilion. A trafficker, perhaps? During his time selling at the city god temple, he often encountered similar individuals peddling dubious antiques to larger antique shops. Xiao Xingyun had no desire to get entangled in such matters. He merely wished to peruse the Treasure Pavilion at his leisure. As he entered the shop, he noticed an elderly man, his face adorned with a broad smile that revealed a prominent golden tooth, inquiring with a sales assistant about the direction to the manager's office. Claiming to have made an appointment, another saleswoman, available at the moment, approached Xiao Xingyun and inquired, "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" "I'm just browsing," replied Xiao Xingyun, as he began to meander from the front counter. The saleswoman did not leave his side, trailing him closely. Meanwhile, the sales assistant attending to the golden-toothed man was on the phone, verifying the existence of his appointment. In this grand antique emporium, the regulations were stringent. The manager held a position of considerable authority and was typically exceedingly busy, making him not easily accessible to just anyone. In the porcelain section nearby, 2 men had entered unnoticed, seemingly meandering until they found themselves directly behind the golden-toothed elder. They exchanged furtive glances, and suddenly, one of them drew a baton from his pocket and swung it violently, shattering the nearby surveillance cameras. The other man charged at the golden-toothed elder, attempting to seize the black leather bag he clutched tightly. "Help! Help! Someone is stealing my treasure!" the elder cried desperately, fiercely guarding his bag. The assailant, taken aback by the elder's tenacity, hastily produced a knife and slashed the bag's strap, even cutting into the elder's hand until it bled profusely. Yet he still refused to relinquish his grip. "Call the police. Where are the security guards?" The store descended into chaos, and with no fighting skills, Xiao Xingyun did not attempt to intervene. Instead, he took out his phone to call for help. Suddenly, after several cuts from the knife, the black bag was torn apart, revealing a bundle of jade fragments wrapped in newspaper, scattering across the floor. Among them, several larger pieces of jade landed right before Xiao Xingyun. His eyes ignited with fervor as an overwhelming sense of hunger and greed surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped one of the jade shards, noticing the incomplete yet mysterious patterns etched upon its surface. Before he could further contemplate, he felt an immense energy coursing through his palm and into his eyes. Chapter 39. The origin of the three-eyed being. As energy surged into his eyes, a multitude of fragmented images flickered through his mind. Within a grand palace, a tall and alluring man with 3 eyes, radiating a captivating glow, seduced a gathering of beautiful women, indulging in his hedonistic pleasures. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing 2 three-eyed men engaged in a fierce battle, their eyes emitting a terrifying brilliance that reduced pyramid-like structures to rubble. These visions were but fleeting glimpses, vanishing completely from his palm as Xiao Xingyun absorbed the shard of jade-like eye stone. He resembled a famished traveler in a desert, where the eye stone served as sustenance and fresh water. After consuming one piece, he swiftly disregarded the visions that had flashed through his mind, reaching for another shard to continue his absorption. The images resumed their relentless flickering. Several three-eyed beings pursued the wounded and beguiling three-eyed man. The enchanting figure emitted a complex array of colorful light from his eyes, momentarily freezing his pursuers in midair. In that suspended moment, he leapt into the sea and vanished from sight. The subsequent scene featured a new cohort of aged three-eyed beings relentlessly chasing the charming three-eyed man amidst towering snow-capped mountains. Utilizing his eyes, the beguiling figure conjured a spatial portal and leapt through it, instantaneously disappearing from the mountain range. Once again, the shard of eye stone in Xiao Xingyun's grasp was drained and vanished. Entranced, he paid no heed to the robbery unfolding in the treasure hall, instead seeking out a larger shard of eye stone to clutch in his hand. The visions in his mind flickered anew. A golden spear imbued with destructive power pierced the heart of the alluring three-eyed man. Before collapsing, he managed to extract the third eye from his brow, a luminous form resembling a soul enveloping the eye, which then slipped into a newly formed spatial portal, disappearing without a trace. The subsequent images became increasingly distorted, offering a perspective of the world that was difficult to comprehend. The third eye affixed itself to a golden Buddha, elevated high above, surrounded daily by countless devotees clad in ancient Chinese attire, kneeling in prayer. Over time, the eye gradually transformed into jade, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, ultimately manifesting on the Buddha's brow. This three-eyed golden Buddha gained immense renown, later transported to the White Horse Temple, where it became a revered idol for many dignitaries. Worshippers, if granted sufficient fortune, could glimpse their past and future lives before the statue. Xiao Xingyun inhaled deeply, absorbing 8 shards of eye stone in one go. The subsequent fragments revealed visions steeped in darkness, an abyss of endless black. When a flicker of light returned, the figures glimpsed appeared to be tomb raiders. Following this, an unrelenting wave of slaughter ensued. The third eye seemed maddened, thriving only on bloodshed, reveling in vengeful delight. With a thunderous crash, a shelf in the treasure hall collapsed, striking Xiao Xingyun and jolting him from the hallucinatory visions within his mind. Quick! Gather the shards of jade from the ground, or I shall slay you all. The others complied obediently. We are brothers. We do not kill. Xiao Xingyun, in a state of bewilderment, raised his gaze, only to behold the old man with golden teeth lying in a pool of blood nearby. The 2 young robbers, one wielding a knife and the other gathering shards of jade-like eyes from the ground, were the perpetrators. A beautiful saleswoman, overcome with terror, collided with a nearby shelf, tumbling down alongside Xiao Xingyun. "Brother, I'm scared," she implored, her eyes brimming with tears, even contemplating seeking refuge in his embrace. "Strangely, I too am frightened," Xiao Xingyun thought, casting her not a glance, his focus solely on retrieving another shard of jade-like eye from the ground. The distraught saleswoman, nearly forgetting her tears in her frustration, was fully aware of the rarity of the moment. Missing this opportunity might mean never encountering those precious shards again. Crawling forward half a meter, he finally found a piece the size of a fingernail. This time, Xiao Xingyun did not hastily absorb it but examined it closely. Though it resembled jade, it bore no resemblance to the varieties commonly found in the market. It lacked the characteristic veining of jade. Instead, the surface revealed a mysterious, intricate pattern that seemed to emanate from within the eye itself. This meant that whatever complex design adorned the surface The interior of the jade-like eye mirrored the same patterns, an occurrence that could not be naturally formed. Having experienced the earlier illusion, Xiao Xingyun understood that this was the formidable and terrifying eye, transformed by the passage of time into its current state. It was not jade. To an expert, it was evidently distinct from ordinary jade. Despite holding it in his hand, even without hastily absorbing it, the shard vanished from his grasp after his observation. "Ah, can you perform magic? Where did the shard go?" The agitated saleswoman, now no longer crying, inquired in astonishment. Startled, Xiao Xingyun turned to glare at her, responding, "You are mistaken." It disintegrated into powder and vanished. As he spoke, a faint glimmer flickered in his eyes, causing the saleswoman's consciousness to blur, and she drowsily echoed, "I was mistaken." It disintegrated into powder and vanished. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback, puzzled by her strange expression. Just then, urgent sirens blared from outside. The two robbers, sensing the imminent danger, shouted, "Put all the jade-like eye shards you have into my bag." One robber, brandishing a blood-stained, tattered bag, thrust it before the crouching salespeople and customers who were assisting in gathering the shards. Among them, one robber spotted Xiao Xingyun, thrusting a knife before him while extending his other hand, which held a dozen shards. With a fierce shout, he demanded, "Where are the jade-like eye shards you collected? Hand them over or I will end you." Startled, Xiao Xingyun quickly replied, "I have not gathered any jade-like eye shards. You are mistaken." In the throes of fear and tension, the glimmer in his eyes flickered once more. Instantly, the robber's mind clouded, and he muttered, "Right. You have not gathered any jade-like eye shards. It is I who was mistaken. Brother, we must flee. The police are arriving. What are you waiting for?" "Oh yes, what am I waiting for?" The robber, still somewhat disoriented, repeated a phrase before attempting to flee. However, he forgot to notice the fallen shelves on the ground, and with a thud, he stumbled, scattering a multitude of jade fragments across the floor. "What on earth has happened to me?" he exclaimed, realizing he had no time to collect the shards as he cursed and dashed out. At that moment, the security personnel finally rushed down from the upper floor, wielding rubber batons and electric rods, in pursuit of the two robbers who had just escaped through the door. The timing of their descent was remarkably fortuitous, akin to that of a police patrol. Xiao Xingyun mused to himself, seizing the opportunity to pick up a piece of jade and absorb its essence in his palm. Mere seconds later, a commanding voice resonated at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. "We are the police. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately." Chapter 40. The intricate deception. The female sales associates were utterly distressed, tears streaming down their faces as they lamented, "Two robbers have escaped, and our store's security personnel have pursued them." Despite their claims, the officers proceeded with utmost caution into the treasure vault to conduct their investigation. Simultaneously, several officers were dispatched to chase after the robbers, following the directions indicated by the sales associates. Both the staff and customers within the store were subjected to inquiries, with designated personnel gathering testimonies and collecting fragments of jade that had fallen to the ground. Xiao Xingyun was also questioned by an officer. "I had just purchased 4 pieces of ancient jade from the Shiuzhai across the street for a sum of 1.2 million. Hearing that the treasures in the vault were of superior quality, I came here to acquire a few more pieces. However, shortly after entering, I witnessed the robbery unfold and was so frightened that I crouched down on the floor. In fact, I was struck by a shelf, and my body still aches from it," Xiao Xingyun recounted, eager to produce the ancient jade as evidence. Yet, upon reaching into his pocket, he discovered that the 4 pieces had shattered. Perhaps he had inadvertently drained them of their mysterious energy, rendering the jade brittle, so that a slight jolt or fall would lead to their demise. After all, he had opted for a simple velvet pouch instead of a box, and within it lay the receipt from Shiuzhai. Holding the shattered pieces of jade, Xiao Xingyun winced in pain and addressed the officer. "Look here, I have incurred a loss of 1.2 million. Who shall compensate me for this?" The young officer hesitated before responding. "This should fall under the robber's responsibility. I will file a separate case for you. Once the robbers are apprehended, if they possess any assets, they will be liable for compensation." A beautiful sales associate standing nearby instinctively took 2 steps back, recalling that she had inadvertently knocked over the shelf that had crashed onto Xiao Xingyun. She feared he might hold her accountable for the shattered jade. However, Xiao Xingyun was not one to act in poor taste and would not harass a lovely sales associate. He merely displayed the broken jade in hopes of finding a scapegoat to recover his losses. At that moment, a 50-something shopkeeper descended from the second floor to attend to the officers. Surveillance cameras were abundant throughout the store, and it was essential to review the footage to understand the entire incident. However, prior to the robbery, the assailants had damaged several cameras, resulting in blind spots, particularly in the area where Xiao Xingyun had crouched, rendering it invisible. Just then, voices from the entrance caught their attention. Security and officers conversing. We managed to apprehend one, but the other got away. The items they stole are in that black leather bag, though we have no idea what it contains. That bag belonged to an elderly man who brought it to our store intending to sell it. A security officer explained at the entrance. A robber, beaten and barely conscious, was tightly bound and discarded at the roadside near the entrance. The officers promptly called for an ambulance. Capturing one robber was already a significant achievement, promising to yield valuable testimonies. Alongside the barely alive assailant lay the deceased elderly man with golden teeth, both requiring transport by ambulance. The officers quickly recorded the testimonies and collected contact information from everyone present, opting not to bring anyone back to the station. After the shopkeeper sent away the patrol officer, he addressed the still shaken crowd. I sincerely apologize for the events that transpired today, and as a gesture of goodwill, I have prepared a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan for each of you to alleviate your distress. This applies to both our staff and our esteemed customers. Upon hearing this, a wave of cheers and applause erupted. Thank you, shopkeeper. This is truly commendable. It is indeed appropriate to receive a red envelope to dispel the shock. I was nearly frightened to death. I may not be short of money, but receiving a red envelope can certainly help ward off bad luck. Xiao Xingyun observed as the shopkeeper, accompanied by several security personnel, ascended the stairs amidst the chatter of the crowd. His eyes narrowed as he sensed something unusual in one security guard's pocket. Activating his X-ray vision, he discovered a plethora of jade fragments within, numbering at least 70 or 80 pieces. Hadn't that guard claimed that the robbers had taken the stolen items in a black leather bag? How could they possibly be in this guard's possession? This was too coincidental. Could it be a trap? Was the deceased golden-toothed elder merely a pawn in this scheme? Pondering this, Xiao Xingyun recalled that he had only absorbed 10 fragments while this guard possessed approximately 80. The remnants on the ground had been collected by the police as evidence. Altogether, these fragments amounted to around 100 pieces. Soon, the shopkeeper and the guards descended the stairs, one of whom was carrying a box filled with bundles of cash, each containing 10,000 yuan. With a warm smile, the shopkeeper distributed the bundles to everyone, apologizing as he did so. I am sorry for the fright you experienced. Both customers and sales staff expressed their gratitude toward the shopkeeper. Had Xiao Xingyun not suspected something amiss, he too would have been immensely thankful. However, witnessing the shopkeeper's affable demeanor only sent a chill down his spine. The world was indeed terrifying, fraught with traps. One misstep could lead to a fate as abrupt as that of the golden-toothed elder, who had perished without understanding how. After collecting his money, Xiao Xingyun turned to leave, eager to avoid drawing attention to the secrets he carried, fearing an ambiguous demise. In his haste, he collided with something soft and elastic, akin to a cotton ball. Ouch! How do you walk? Hu Lily exclaimed, clutching her chest with a frown. The tall female bodyguard beside her felt a sense of duty compromised and raised her fist, ready to strike Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun, caught off guard, intended to apologize but sensed the threat emanating from the bodyguard. He glared at her, thinking to himself, "You dare to hit me in Shanghai? I would simply lie down and contemplate whether to purchase a spacious flat or a duplex. You won't escape unscathed." The bodyguard, poised to strike, was momentarily unsettled by his gaze, as if that punch would herald her doom. In an instant, she became disoriented, fear enveloping her heart, and she dared not let her fist fall. Stop! After initially feeling annoyed, Hu Lily found herself momentarily dazed upon realizing that the person who had collided with her was Xiao Xingyun, someone she had just encountered on the plane the previous night, thus rendering him a familiar face, making it awkward for her to express her displeasure. "Yes, boss." The female bodyguard exhaled in relief, stepping back to Lily's side. Xiao Xingyun sincerely apologized. "Oh, it is you, General Manager Hu. I sincerely apologize. I just experienced a robbery at your establishment, which frightened me terribly, and I accidentally bumped into you." "Oh, you were at the store just now? I just received a call from the manager informing me of the robbery, and even a homicide occurred. I rushed over to the store in haste. Alas, I must leave it at that for today. We'll reconnect later." As Lily spoke, she hurriedly entered the treasure pavilion. Xiao Xingyun, with a gaze full of suspicion, scrutinized her retreating figure, feeling that the timing of it all was too coincidental. Just as he had resolved the incident, Lily arrived at the store. Could it be that she was in a rush to inspect those jade shards? Was everything that transpired today orchestrated by her? Chapter 41. The Three-Eyed Legacy. While en route, Xiao Xingyun received a call from Gu Qingcheng, inquiring if he had made a decision about serving as a gambling stone consultant for Gu's jewelry. Regrettably, Xiao Xingyun had to decline, explaining to Gu Qingcheng that due to unforeseen circumstances, he had returned to Shanghai and hoped for future opportunities for collaboration. Gu Qingcheng expressed a hint of disappointment, yet their acquaintance was still nascent, prompting no further discussion. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Sighing as he put down the phone, Xiao Xingyun found himself increasingly perplexed by the world around him. What constitutes good and evil? What is true and what is false? Living in a realm governed by science, yet suddenly confronted with a plethora of fantastical occurrences. The phantoms of the three-eyed divine clan danced chaotically in his mind, blurring the lines between past events and the possibility of his own madness. This singular eye was terrifying. It possessed the power to see through, scan the human form, enchant souls, emit lethal rays, move mountains and seas, construct spatial gateways, and halt the flow of time. One glance could seal fate, another could reverse the cosmos. Would his own eyes, upon reaching a certain pinnacle, wield abilities akin to those of the three-eyed divine clan in his visions? As he returned to the villa, lost in thought, he found Su Qing on the balcony engrossed in a phone call. "You cannot do this. I am merely a student. How can I repay you? Please do not push us too far. Just grant my parents a little more time. They will certainly repay you. No, you cannot come to my school. I will never acquiesce to your demands." As she hung up, her voice trembled with tears. Xiao Xingyun sighed. Every family grapples with its own struggles. Life is not easy for anyone. "Brother Yun, you're back." Su Qing wiped her tears away and forced a smile. "Have the debt collectors found you?" Xiao Xingyun inquired. "Indeed, my parents warned me that this day would come, but while I'm at school, I'm not particularly afraid of them." "What are your parents planning to do about the debt?" he pressed. "Procrastination is not a viable solution. I can help with some of the smaller debts, but the two largest ones are insurmountable, a bank loan and a loan shark. Even selling me off would not suffice to clear them. At home, the only asset we have in question is that piece of problematic land. Everything else has been temporarily seized by the court." Previously, Xiao Xingyun had contemplated aiding Su Qing's family with their debts, but he soon realized that gambling stones were not a guaranteed source of profit and carried the risk of life-threatening danger. Thus, he cherished his substantial fortune, earned through perilous endeavors. He would not foolishly squander his hard-earned billions to fill the gaps in Su Qing's family's finances without any expectation of return. That would be an act of foolish devotion, one he could not bring himself to commit. If he could invest and gain returns while also alleviating her family's debt and perhaps earning a touch of romance, that would be his ideal outcome. Alas, such perfection rarely exists in this world, and it is improbable that fortune would favor him entirely. During their conversation, Su Qing found herself captivated by Xiao Xingyun's enchanting eyes. She was inclined to answer any question he posed. Beauty begets fascination. When a woman is alluring, men are entranced. Likewise, when a man possesses striking features, women often find themselves irresistibly drawn to him. In his previous appearance, Xiao Xingyun, without any embellishment, would have scored around 80 points, deemed a handsome man among the ordinary. Coupled with his robust and tall physique, he could easily captivate the affections of many young women. However, after absorbing the enigmatic energy from the jade eye fragments today, his eyes became extraordinarily enchanting, resembling an unfathomable ocean that drew one in with its depth. If one were to reassess him now, many would find themselves blushing and their hearts racing, rating him above 95. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they settled on the living room sofa, where Su Qing elaborated on her family's circumstances. It turned out that the riverside property her father had purchased encountered a significant setback during the foundation excavation, as vast amounts of quicksand were discovered, rendering the land virtually worthless. Not only was it impossible to secure a loan for construction, but both the bank and loan sharks were simultaneously demanding repayment, leading to the collapse of the entire financial chain. Although the debt amounted to around 300 million, revitalizing the land could instantly resolve all financial issues, incurring merely a few tens of millions more in interest. How could the government, which sold the land, not assist in resolving such a predicament? I do not know. Since the issue remains unresolved to this day, it may be that they have been deceived. Otherwise, my parents' connections should have been sufficient to find a solution. Xiao Xingyun, lacking knowledge of the construction industry, struggled to find appropriate words of comfort. After dinner, Su Qing changed into a cool black silk outfit and performed singing and dancing in her live stream. Xiao Xingyun entered, sent a few gifts, listened to several songs, and then exited the stream to read in the study. In the vast history of Huaxia spanning 5,000 years, there was no record of the three-eyed divine race, suggesting it belonged to an obscure prehistoric civilization. However, during the Tang dynasty, he stumbled upon intriguing historical events, notably during the reign of Empress Wu Zetian, where several licentious monks hailed from the White Horse Temple. Yet, official historical accounts bore no mention of the three-eyed evil Buddha. Rather, peculiar anecdotes persisted in the form of romantic novels. Those influenced by the three-eyed evil Buddha were often associated with depravity and lasciviousness.
What ist?
Having inherited the three-eyed supernatural powers, he had not strayed from the righteous path. He remained upright, innocent, kind, and gentle. Around midnight, as Xiao Xingyun returned to his bedroom, preparing for a shower and sleep, he received a phone call from the plump Luo. "Brother Yun, I am unwilling to concede," he exclaimed nonsensically. "And what of your unwillingness?" "Endure it," Xiao Xingyun replied. "I do not wish to exit the jade and gemstone industry. If given the chance, I will gamble on stones again. As for that Master Ma, I am currently asking old friends from Guangdong for information about him. I will repay him with interest for all that he has inflicted upon us." "Well, that's ambitious. Be sure to inform me if you uncover anything." "Absolutely. By the way, what shall we do recently? We cannot just laze around at home forever. Focus on your recovery first. Once you are healed, let's visit the city god temple. I am considering opening a jade and gemstone shop. Even without gambling, wholesale and retail can sustain us in Shanghai," Xiao Xingyun reassured him. After conversing for a few moments, the two ended the call. After finishing his bath, Xiao Xingyun lay on the bed, feeling an overwhelming fatigue consuming his spirit, while countless phantoms flickered in his mind. Clearly, the fragments from earlier were merely the most vivid experiences etched in the mind of the master of the Jade Eye, amidst which lay a vast array of cultivation and growth experiences. Drowsy and disoriented, Xiao Xingyun soon drifted into a deep slumber. Yet, even as he slept, his tightly shut eyes sparkled with an intense glow, powerful and fierce energy radiating from within, causing the lights of the entire villa to flicker erratically and the electrical current to spiral out of control. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Su Qing, who was singing and dancing, suddenly found herself engulfed in darkness as the power went out. Goodness, how could such an upscale villa area as Tsuiyuan experience a blackout? Su Qing was in the midst of a competition with a female streamer, and this disruption would undoubtedly lead to her defeat. It was not just a matter of money. She might also face unique penalties in the streaming room. Anxious, she descended the stairs in search of Xiao Xingyun, hoping he could assist in uncovering the cause of the power outage. Upon entering his room, she found Xiao Xingyun's eyes shimmering with a radiant light, and a vague eye was forming in the center of his forehead, intricately outlined by a mysterious glow and complex patterns. Just as Su Qing was about to scream, she was entranced by the brilliance in Xiao Xingyun's eyes, her mind becoming dazed as she approached the bedside. Chapter 42. Opening a store in a state of bewilderment, Xiao Xingyun transformed into a member of the three-eyed divine clan, experiencing his growth. However, after suffering from romantic disappointments, he descended into a life of debauchery, often ravaging unfamiliar beauties, as well as the maids and servants within his family. This dream was so vivid, so lifelike, that he felt as if he were truly embodying the actions that men are often inclined to pursue. Upon awakening, Xiao Xingyun suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why did he feel so heavy? And why was he entangled with a woman? A closer inspection revealed it was Su Qing. In an instant, he was completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What transpired? Beside him, Su Qing was still clad in the black silk ensemble from yesterday's livestream, albeit torn and tattered, the cause of which remained a mystery. As Xiao Xingyun contemplated sneaking away to ponder the events of the previous night, Su Qing stirred awake at that very moment. Their eyes met, and Su Qing let out a terrified shriek. Upon noticing the precarious situation, Xiao Xingyun quickly seized the initiative. Xiao Qinger, are you coveting my beauty? Why are you in my bed? I don't know, Su Qing stammered, utterly at a loss. She recalled the power outage and her intention to seek his help in restoring the electricity. But the events that followed eluded her memory. In truth, it wasn't that she had completely forgotten. Rather, she was too afraid to confront the implications and had no desire to reminisce. She fled from Xiao Xingyun's room, too apprehensive to delve deeper into the situation. Could she honestly convey to him that it was her own volition that led her there? Fortunately, her body bore no pain, indicating that nothing had escalated to the final stage. Returning to her own room on the second floor, she pondered the bizarre events while bathing. How could she have lost control upon seeing Xiao Xingyun approaching him so willingly? The black silk outfit she had purchased for several hundred yuan was now reduced to mere scraps. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun surveyed the disheveled bed and lamented, "What a misfortune!" With no other choice, he tossed the sheets into the washing machine and only then discovered the power outage. Locating the fuse box, he found it had tripped and, upon resetting it, electricity flowed once more. After showering and changing, he took the initiative to prepare breakfast. Gradually, he began to grasp the nature of the previous night's events. It was undoubtedly his ocular abilities that had enchanted Su Qing, compounded by the surreal experiences he had undergone as a member of the Three-Eyed Divine Clan. Having traversed the journey from birth to maturity, he now recognized the remarkable effects of his powers. Should he ever encounter nefarious individuals attempting to abduct him, he felt confident in his ability to deal with them decisively. As Xiao Xingyun called Su Qing down for breakfast, he noticed she kept her head lowered, her cheeks flushed, clearly still reeling from the earlier intimate incident. In a moment of shared hesitation, they both began to speak simultaneously, then abruptly fell silent. "Please, you go first," Xiao Xingyun urged. Su Qing bit her lip. "Last night, I may have had too much to drink. I intended to check on why the power was out, but somehow I ended up in your bed. However, please don't overthink it. There should be nothing between us. I'm still a virgin." Xiao Xingyun patted his chest in relief, exclaiming, "What a coincidence. I am as well." "Ha! I don't believe you. If you doubt it, you may as well give it a try. You are insufferable, and I no longer wish to engage in conversation with you." Su Qing nibbled on a few morsels before hastily retreating to the second floor to pack her belongings, preparing to head to school. Xiao Xingyun let out a sigh of relief, having finally navigated through the situation. Moreover, it was Su Qing who had initiated the pretext. Alas, it is prudent to exercise restraint with the art of temptation. Otherwise, one risks becoming a beast. Xiao Xingyun silently admonished himself. After Su Qing departed, he called Fatty Luo, and they arranged to meet at the Chenghuang Temple. Given their ambition to delve into the jade and emerald business, and with several hundred million in capital at hand, it was untenable to continue with a stall. They needed a storefront. Fatty Luo bore the marks of his injuries, still bruised, yet his spirit had markedly improved since his time in Guangdong province. "Brother Yun, how large of a storefront are we considering? The rent for a shop at Chenghuang Temple is not inexpensive. A larger space could easily command an annual rent in the millions. Let us first visit the management office to inquire about any suitable storefronts for rent, regardless of size. A prime location is paramount. If nothing is available, we shall have to wait patiently. Of course, we can also engage a broker to ascertain the situation." Fortune smiled upon Xiao Xingyun. Upon inquiring at the management office, he discovered that a struggling antique shop had vacated 2 spaces. After assessing the location and the size of the stores, he was thoroughly satisfied and promptly finalized the agreement, signing the lease. Once the business was settled, he noticed Fatty Luo gazing at him with a conflicted expression. "What are you staring at?" "I'm not a beauty," Xiao Xingyun remarked tersely. "Brother Yun, will you consider bringing me along for this shop?" Fatty Luo inquired, aware that Xiao Xingyun had ample funds and did not require his modest investment. "Of course I will include you. Otherwise, why would I have called you over? You were my entry into this field and, as my half-master, I will not forget your contribution. Our initial total investment will be 10 million. I will contribute 7 million for a 70% stake, leaving you with 3 million for a 30% share." Xiao Xingyun laid out the terms. "Thank you. I am entirely at your discretion. I have no objections." Fatty Luo recognized that with Xiao Xingyun's discerning eye, their partnership was bound to be lucrative. Naturally, he would not be idle but would diligently manage the shop and leverage his network to attract customers. Once they had established the framework for their collaboration and signed the contract, both parties would deposit their funds into the shop's joint account before procuring inventory. The shop would be named Golden Jade Good Fortune, a rather cliché title in the jade and emerald industry. However, Xiao Xingyun was indifferent, as his intent was merely to experiment with this venture. His primary focus remained in the realm of stone gambling. After 3 to 4 days of bustling activity, he finally completed various trivial matters. The remaining decorations were relatively straightforward since the antique shop was already renovated. Only a slight alteration in style was necessary, which could be overseen by Fatty Luo. However, he deemed it essential to personally oversee the hiring process, as he did not trust Fatty Luo's aesthetic judgment. The store is seeking to hire at least 2 sales associates, along with 1 cashier and 2 security personnel. These past few days have been so hectic that I haven't had the opportunity to meet with Su Qing, let alone send her gifts during her live broadcasts. If one were unaware, they might assume I was avoiding her. Ding ding ding, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the moment. "Who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Xiao. My name is Zhang Ting. I am here to apply for the sales associate position. Has your jewelry store filled all the vacancies? The recruitment information was just released, and we haven't filled all positions yet. The compensation details are clearly stated on the job platform. If you are interested, you may come to our store for a discussion." "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I am near the city god temple and can arrive in about 10 minutes. "All right, I will be waiting for you at the store." After hanging up, Xiao Xingyun felt that the woman's voice was somewhat familiar, soft and magnetic, well suited for a telephone operator. After waiting approximately 6 or 7 minutes, a tall and voluptuous beauty clad in an elegant black uniform entered. Upon seeing her, Xiao Xingyun recognized her immediately. She was the sales associate from the treasure pavilion who had accidentally knocked over a shelf, causing it to fall upon herself. "It's you?" Xiao Xingyun inquired directly. Zhang Ting also recognized Xiao Xingyun, as their encounter during the robbery had left a profound impression. Moreover, the man had shown no gentlemanly concern when she expressed her fear, which lingered in her mind. "You are Mr. Xiao? What a coincidence." Zhang Ting hesitated, clearly perturbed by his lack of comfort during her moment of distress. "It is indeed quite a coincidence. Why are you no longer working at the treasure pavilion?" With a hint of grievance, Zhang Ting replied, "The manager dismissed me, saying I was clumsy and that I had knocked over a shelf containing 6 porcelain pieces, all of which shattered. The store incurred at least 1 million in losses. Although I wasn't required to compensate for the damage, I was not allowed to continue working there." Chapter 43. Saving a life. Xiao Xingyun couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. It was rather foolish of him, but fortunately, his shop did not have any shelves. Only a few glass counters, ensuring safety against potential accidents. "Well, since you have experience in sales, I shall hire you. The compensation will consist of a base salary plus commissions, along with the provision of 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Do you have any further requests?" Xiao Xingyun inquired. Zhang Ting pondered for a moment before asking, "If we were to encounter a robbery, would you protect me?" "What an absurd question. I am not your boyfriend." "Nevertheless," Xiao Xingyun solemnly replied, "I will certainly protect you, for from this moment onward, you are an employee of my establishment. It is the inherent duty of an employer to safeguard their staff." "Then I have no concerns," Zhang Ting said, her face lighting up with a smile as if she had vanquished a great inner demon. All right, let's proceed with this. Please submit the relevant documents within the next couple of days, and you should be able to officially commence work in about 7 days. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Zhang Ting expressed her gratitude before taking her leave. Just as Xiao Xingyun was about to close the door behind her, he noticed a man in his 50s approaching, coughing and striking his chest vigorously. Initially, the man seemed capable of walking, but as he reached the entrance of Xiao Xingyun's shop, he suddenly collapsed, his face turning crimson as he clutched his throat, evidently choking on something. Bystanders were horrified, hastily stepping aside to gawk, some dialing emergency services while others speculated. Oh my, what has happened to this old man? Could it be a stroke or a heart attack? Is there a doctor present? Quick, someone help. Even if I were a doctor, I wouldn't dare intervene. What if I were to be blamed? Another bystander lamented. Let's just wait for the ambulance. I certainly don't have the funds to deal with this. Alas, is this a manifestation of moral decay or a distortion of the human spirit? An elderly man collapses in public, yet no one dares to assist. The virtues of our culture have regressed by millennia. Who bears the responsibility for this? Xiao Xingyun instinctively activated his X-ray vision, discerning that a mass resembling sticky rice was lodged in the man's throat, likely the result of an accidental inhalation while eating. If he were to wait for the ambulance, it would be too late. Recalling the Heimlich maneuver he had learned in the past, he rushed over, lifted the man, and applied pressure to his upper abdomen, executing several forceful thrusts. Cough, cough, cough. With a series of violent coughs, the man expelled a mass of food, subsequently collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, tears and mucus streaming down his face. He had been perilously close to death. How do you feel? Xiao Xingyun inquired, scanning the man's body with his X-ray vision, relieved to find no significant internal injuries. Young man, thank you for saving my life. I was on the brink of choking to death. The man, now somewhat recovered, expressed his gratitude with palpable relief. He retrieved a tissue from his bag, wiping his face clean before formally introducing himself. I am Lu Chang, hailing from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Let us connect on WeChat. I am indebted to you and will certainly assist you in any way I can in the future. This man appeared to be of refined taste, as suggested by his attire and demeanor, indicating he was likely of considerable means. Xiao Xingyun had added many customers on WeChat for the convenience of conducting his business. Thus, he promptly added Lu Chang and introduced himself, saying, I am Xiao Xingyun, the owner of this jade shop behind me, specializing in the sale of jade and precious stones. If you or your friends are ever in need, do not hesitate to refer them to me. Lu Chang inquired, do you have any Hetian jade piece pendants? I've been wandering around the city god temple, primarily looking to purchase one for myself, but I have yet to find something suitable and nearly choked in the process. That master was quite accurate, claiming that I am destined to face a calamity this year. Haha, I digress. Indeed, we have them. Please come inside and take a look. Our shop is still under renovation, so we currently have only a limited selection available. If nothing catches your eye, feel free to return in 10 days or so, at which point we will have a substantial stock of high-quality jade and precious stones. Xiao Xingyun replied as he ushered Lu Chang into the store. The jade and stones displayed in the counter were remnants from the merchandise Xiao Xingyun and his partner, Luo Pengzi, had procured during their previous street vendor days, and the quality could only be deemed mediocre, with just a few exquisite pieces scattered among them. The piece pendant, a popular item, had fine stock available in both jade and Hetian jade. Upon entering the shop, Lu Chang glanced at the disordered counter but bore no animosity, pointing at a gold-flecked piece pendant made from raw material and asking, what is the price for this one? Please take it out for me to examine. The genuine raw material is priced at 16,800, Xiao Xingyun stated, revealing the item. Lu Chang did not express any objections regarding the price. After inspecting it in the light and feeling its surface, he exclaimed, this is quite reasonably priced and it's authentic. Boss Xiao is a straightforward person. I will take this piece pendant. To express his gratitude for Xiao Xingyun's timely assistance, Lu Chang would have purchased the pendant even if it had been quoted at 168,000. However, Xiao Xingyun's price was surprisingly lower than that of other shops, which greatly pleased Lu Chang. He immediately intended to wear it around his neck. Xiao Xingyun, taken aback by Lu Cheng's lack of negotiation. Recalled that during his days as a street vendor, when he quoted 16,800, customers typically haggled down to around 9,000. After all, he had procured this peace pendant for just over 3,000. Seeing Lu Cheng about to wear it, Xiao Xingyun quickly stopped him, saying, "Generally, newly purchased jade items should be rinsed with clean water before wearing to signify a fresh start and the establishment of a new bond." With that, Xiao Xingyun opened a new bottle of purified water, rinsed the peace pendant, and dried it with a paper towel before handing it back to Lu Cheng. "Is there such a custom?" "How intriguing," Lu Cheng remarked, feeling elated. Having just narrowly escaped a calamity, he found great significance in such peculiar traditions. Once donned, Lu Cheng immediately sensed a difference, as if an unseen force were safeguarding him. This was a psychological suggestion. Anyone wearing a pendant or ornament often experiences a similar feeling at first. Feeling reassured, Lu Cheng promptly retrieved 2,000 yuan in cash from his bag and placed it in Xiao Xingyun's hands. "Boss Xiao, no need for change. Consider the remaining amount a treat from me. Due to an event organized by our unit, I cannot stray from the group for too long. When time permits in the future, I shall return to treat you to a meal. How could I impose upon you? While personal connections are one matter, business is another, and I must seek reimbursement from you. Alas, Mr. Lu, do take care and slow your pace, lest you stumble." Just as Xiao Xingyun intended to provide him with change, Lu Cheng dashed away. With 2 stacks of crisp banknotes in hand, Xiao Xingyun found himself unable to pursue him. In this era, mobile payments have become exceedingly convenient, and aside from the elderly, few people still rely on cash. Consequently, Xiao Xingyun reluctantly accepted the cash and stowed it in his bag. He then retrieved his phone and scrutinized the content of Lu Cheng's WeChat moments, surmising that he must be a leader within the Jiangsu and Zhejiang Water Resources Department, as his photographs frequently appeared alongside shared news links. So he is a public servant. No wonder he prefers cash. At that moment, a call from Fat Luo interrupted his thoughts, who excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Yun, I have gathered some information about Master Ma from Guangdong Province. He is merely a gambler who operates an underground stone betting ring. I had presumed him to be a significant figure in the underworld. There is an emerald stone exhibition in Rueli next week, where he will also have his betting ring." Chapter 44. Are you not able to play? Upon hearing the report from Brother Luo, Xiao Xingyun felt no excitement. Instead, he doused him with a bucket of cold water. "Since the valiant Commander Luo has uncovered the target's information, let us take action. Shall we sever his limbs or annihilate his entire family?" I certainly lack the strength for such endeavors. Am I not merely urging you to devise a means of vengeance? Very well. I shall immediately summon 100,000 subordinates to march on Rueli tonight, to break Ma Laoxi's limbs and eradicate his entire lineage. Are you satisfied with this plan? Luo de Zhao was taken aback, and after a long pause, he replied, "I do not care. I have sent his pertinent information to your WeChat. Whether you seek an assassin or an old subordinate is entirely up to you." With that, Luo abruptly ended the call. On the surface, Xiao Xingyun displayed no interest in revenge, yet after hanging up, he promptly opened WeChat and located the information sent by Luo. Ma Laoxi, whose real name is Ma Donghua, is a professional gambler who previously worked as a stake dealer in Australia. After crossing paths with the wrong individuals and suffering a broken leg, he fled back to Guangdong Province. He later entered the gambling stone circle, employing cunning and ruthless tactics, deceiving many novices. As his stakes grew larger, he became active in the public auctions of Myanmar. Ultimately, his lack of skill led to his ruin, resulting in another broken leg. Recently, he has been operating underground gambling stone venues in Shihui City and Rueli, frequently kidnapping skilled gamblers, which has earned him disdain within the community. The dossier included 2 addresses of Ma Donghua's underground gambling stone operations, along with his phone number and recent photographs. The fact that such information could be procured speaks volumes about the formidable connections Luo has in Guangdong Province. Ma Laoxi, Ma Donghua, He Rueli, here I come. While Xiao Xingyun had yet to devise a specific plan for retribution, ensuring that his limbs were broken once more seemed to be the minimum requirement. In the afternoon, Xiao Xingyun interviewed several prospective employees before calling Luo to oversee the construction of the store. During the handover, He recounted the sale of a piece of jadeite pendant that morning. Although the business had not yet officially commenced and no profits had been recorded, Luo would not be deprived of his rightful share. On his way home, passing by the treasure pavilion, Xiao Xingyun was astonished to discover that the glass doors and walls were plastered with phrases like "vengeance will be exacted upon the unscrupulous merchants." Although the staff at the treasure pavilion had attempted to obscure some of it with different colors, a discerning eye could easily discern the words. Indeed, the robbery of the jadeite fragments was far from simple. Was it a case of black eating black? Xiao merely cast a cursory glance and had no interest in entering to inquire about the situation, as he was not well acquainted with the proprietor of the treasure pavilion. His sole interest lay in the jadeite fragments. Should news of their circulation emerge within the community, he would purchase them at a premium. Today, the jade enthusiast group was abuzz with excitement. Upon checking, Xiao Xingyun found that he had a staggering 999 unread messages. The astonishing revelation was that the owner of the treasure pavilion had fallen victim to black eating black, entangled with a tomb raiding syndicate that had issued a death warrant, demanding blood for blood in return from the treasure pavilion. Do you know who the leader of this tomb raiding gang is? The person known as Wang Banxian is indeed a remarkable figure. It is said that with a mere glance at the geomantic signs in the wild, he can discern the locations of ancient tombs. This matter is, in fact, intricately linked to the three-eyed evil Buddha. A fragment of the Buddha's third jade eye was stolen, and someone approached the owner of the treasure pavilion, only to be robbed and murdered within the shop. The victim, a man with golden teeth, was one of Wang Banxian's subordinates. Xiao Xingyun was astonished. He had not anticipated that this small vendor WeChat group, primarily focused on street stalls, would harbor such hidden talents, capable of uncovering such secretive information. Upon seeing these messages and reflecting on the robbery scene, along with the large quantity of jade eye fragments found in the security guard's pocket upon his return, many of Xiao Xingyun's confusions were clarified. The jade eye fragments, had others also discovered their mysterious efficacy? A veil of worry enveloped Xiao Xingyun's heart. Upon returning to the villa, he found Su Qing had prepared dinner. She sat at the dining table, phone in hand, wrestling with the decision of whether to call Xiao Xingyun. Days had passed since that incident, and she had thought a simple explanation would suffice. Yet, after several days without seeing him, she found herself longing to see him again, even questioning whether he was deliberately avoiding her. What could possibly be the meaning behind such behavior? "Ah, Yungo, you're back. I just finished dinner and was about to call you to come eat," she exclaimed upon spotting Xiao Xingyun. Memories of her bold and impulsive actions from that night flooded back into her mind. Xiao Xingyun glanced at Su Qing, her cheeks slightly flushed, surprised to see that she could cook, and had prepared a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, clearly enough for 2. "Wow, your skills are impressive. I was just feeling hungry," he remarked, not pondering much further. That night, his memories were muddled, overshadowed by the deep allure of illusions. The three-eyed divine clan in his dreams had been shockingly depraved, and the sordidness of that existence was something he felt embarrassed to recall. The food tasted delightful, and as they dined, Su Qing took the initiative to serve him more dishes. "Yungo, what have you been busy with these past few days? Coming and going at odd hours?" she inquired. "I opened a jade shop with some friends. There are so many trivial matters to attend to, but once the renovations are complete and the stock is filled, things will settle down," he replied. "Opening a jade shop? Yungo, your business is growing." Su Qing expressed with mild surprise, as her impression had always been that Xiao Xingyun merely sold goods at the Chenghuang temple. "It's just a small venture, nothing worth mentioning," he modestly replied. "Do tell me when you officially open. I would like to lend my modest support," she insisted. "Absolutely." Their conversation flowed pleasantly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. If only Su Qing's occasionally seductive glances toward Xiao Xingyun did not disrupt the perfection of the moment. Ever since that night, their relationship could never return to its previous innocence. After dinner, Xiao Xingyun washed the dishes while Su Qing ascended the stairs to shower and prepare for her evening live stream. Just as he finished washing the dishes, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the upstairs bathroom, followed by the sound of something crashing to the floor. Xiao Xingyun hurried upstairs and inquired, "What is the matter? Xiao Qing, are you all right?" After a pause of several seconds, a tearful voice belonging to Su Qing responded, "I have fallen and it hurts so much. I cannot stand up. Please come in and assist me. Chapter 45. Taking on the responsibilities of a man as Xiao Xingyun entered the bathroom, he beheld Su Qing reclining in the shower, her eyes closed, a vision of ethereal beauty that could rival the most exquisite dreams. This sight left him utterly flustered. What young man could remain composed in such a predicament? He yearned to lift Su Qing, yet found himself unable to bend his waist, frozen in place as he gazed at her for a prolonged moment. "Ah, it hurts. Please help me put on a bathrobe," Su Qing murmured, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her half-closed eyes gesturing towards the robe on the vanity. "Right, I'll fetch it at once," Xiao Xingyun replied, awkwardness overtaking him as he hurriedly retrieved the towel and draped it over her. This scene was one of unparalleled beauty, beyond what even his enhanced vision could fully appreciate. After a struggle, he finally managed to envelop Su Qing in the bathrobe, lifting her in a princess carry with surprising ease, as if she weighed no more than a feather, thanks to his enhanced physical abilities. Su Qing nestled into bed, still whimpering from the pain. "Where does it hurt?" Xiao Xingyun inquired, now regaining his composure as he sat at the edge of the bed. "I fell. I hurt my back and my waist, and I twisted my right ankle," she replied. "I have some ointment. Shall I apply it?" Thank you." Su Qing's voice barely rose above a whisper, her usual confidence evaporating in the face of her embarrassment. As Xiao Xingyun retrieved the ointment, he found Su Qing lying face down on the bed. Upon lifting the covers, he was met with a breathtaking sight, and he summoned all his willpower to maintain his composure, carefully applying the ointment to her bruised waist and hips using gentle massage techniques. Regarding her ankle, he discerned through his enhanced vision that it was merely a sprain. After a few careful adjustments, it seemed to return to its proper place. Yet, during the treatment, Su Qing's pained gasps were a torment to him, igniting visions of the bizarre. As their gazes met, Su Qing was inexplicably drawn to his eyes, like a moth to a flame, drawn closer by an irresistible allure. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Xingyun asked, taken aback as Su Qing leaned in closer while he attended to her ankle. In that moment, his eyes flickered with a strange light, exuding an irresistible charm that beckoned Su Qing irresistibly. Without a response, she suddenly lunged forward. In all sincerity, while Xiao Xingyun harbored certain desires towards Su Qing, he had intended to pursue her gradually. Little did he know that beneath her seemingly aloof exterior lay a fervent heart. This was their second encounter. The first had been a secretive intrusion into his room, where she had engaged in actions even she could not fully comprehend. Now, despite the absence of alcohol and the simple act of applying ointment, her advances caught him off guard. Since graduating from university, Xiao Xingyun had not experienced romantic companionship, and the prolonged solitude had left him yearning for connection. That night, the two individuals completely lost control, erupting like a volcano, their passion igniting the entire bedroom. Meanwhile, in Su Qing's streaming room, numerous devoted fans, along with the leaderboard champion, awaited her arrival. Something felt amiss. It was already 8 o'clock, and where was little Qing? Typically, she would commence her warm-up by 7:50. "My goddess Qing, you simply must grace us with your singing and dancing today. I have just received my salary of 3,000 yuan, leaving 500 for living expenses, with the remaining 2,500 reserved for your generous gifts. Oh, how I adore black stockings. If you perform a daring dance tonight, I shall reward you with 1,000 using my father's phone." However, these loyal fans waited for half an hour in the streaming room, yet Su Qing was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Su Qing was in her bedroom, singing and dancing exclusively for Xiao Xingyun, performing the horse dance while belting out melodies, nearly straining her voice. The night passed in silence, and the following day, they awoke as the sun reached its zenith. How had it come to this? Xiao Xingyun could not fathom how their relationship, barely on the cusp of ambiguity, had suddenly transcended boundaries. Meanwhile, Su Qing pondered her own transformation. Why, upon encountering Xiao Xingyun, had she cast aside decorum and propriety, embracing such fervor and initiative? Was it possible that, at her core, she was truly a woman of such abandon? She felt she ought to be indignant, to voice her thoughts. Yet last night's clarity lingered in her mind, each moment etched vividly in her memory. Since her actions had been voluntary, how could she chastise Xiao Xingyun? With this realization, She discreetly glanced at Xiao Xingyun, who happened to be gazing back at her. In that exchange of glances, Su Qing felt her resolve wane, her voice softening as she murmured, "Darling, are you tired? Allow me to prepare breakfast for you." All harsh words vanished. This endearment had been introduced the previous night, and after uttering it so many times, it had rolled off her tongue effortlessly. "You've been injured and are unable to move freely. Let me handle breakfast," Xiao Xingyun asserted, embracing the responsibilities of a man. After showering and changing clothes, he ventured into the kitchen to prepare fried eggs, warm milk, and toasted bread. As he busied himself cooking, Su Qing buried her face in her pillow, overwhelmed by embarrassment, struggling to comprehend how events had unfolded so. It was utterly mortifying. Her feet no longer ached, though the bruises on her waist and hips still throbbed, and bathing had proven somewhat challenging for her legs. During breakfast, Xiao Xingyun, in his naivety, felt a flicker of joy. After a year of solitude, he had inadvertently stepped into a relationship. Conversely, Su Qing experienced a blend of confusion and shyness. While she could not quite grasp the reasons behind this turn of events, she distinctly recalled that it had been her choice. The man before her grew increasingly appealing. His physique was robust, and his eyes exuded charm. If it were not for the burdensome debts plaguing her family, she might have felt even happier at this moment. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Xingyun announced, "I may head to Rueli today for supplies. Should you have any concerns, feel free to call me at any time. Once I complete this busy period, I will come home to visit you. I will look into your parents' debt situation and see if I can be of assistance." Su Qing obediently replied, "I am fine. A man's career is of utmost importance. Please remember to call or message me when you have some free time in the evening." "All right," Xiao Xingyun responded before retreating to his room to pack his belongings. Su Qing then returned to her room to rest. Xiao Xingyun entrusted the store's affairs to Fatty Luo and boarded a flight directly to Rueli. This time he traveled alone, not only to procure goods but also to engage in stone gambling. As for the matter concerning Ma Donghua, Xiao Xingyun would not let it slip away. He was determined to seize any opportunity, for it was Ma Donghua who had cast a shadow over his gambling career. Chapter 46. The tormented boss who by the jade eyes in the bustling hall of the Rueli No. 2 Comprehensive Market, Xiao Xingyun meticulously scoured the stalls, selecting exquisite jade and gemstone products of commendable quality for his new shop. From delicate rings and pendants to bracelets and decorative pieces, under Xiao Xingyun's discerning gaze, every counterfeit was laid bare. As he purchased in bulk, the shopkeepers, devoid of their usual tricks, offered him generous prices. Their inflated rates typically targeted tourists or naive newcomers to the market. Individuals like Xiao Xingyun, seasoned in the business, were never subjected to arbitrary pricing, even if their expertise was lacking. Commerce thrives on trust. A tarnished reputation makes survival in the industry exceedingly challenging. This principle applied to new jade and emeralds, while gambling on raw stones and antiques was an entirely different realm, one governed solely by skill, where fortunes were won or lost at one's own peril. Xiao Xingyun's selections amounted to several 100,000 from one shop, and similarly from another, culminating in expenditures of millions throughout the day. In truth, given his substantial purchasing volume, he could have partnered with a jade processing factory for even lower prices. However, his quaint shop required a variety of unique pieces, and the craftsmanship of each sculptor varied, resulting in a diverse array of finished products. Thus, Xiao Xingyun resolved to embrace a multitude of sources, even if it meant higher costs, in order to diversify his acquisitions. Before nightfall, he sought out a reputable logistics company within the industry. After securing hefty insurance, he felt assured in dispatching this shipment of jade and gemstones to Shanghai. He forwarded the inventory list, along with photographs, to his associate, Fatty Luo, instructing him to meticulously check the items upon receipt to prevent any loss or substitution. Once all matters were settled, Xiao Xingyun dined out and then meandered through a nearby supermarket, preparing to stock up on snacks and beer for his room. This time, having learned from his previous hotel experience, he resolutely declined any free takeout deliveries. Simultaneously, in the vicinity's largest antique appraisal center, Hu Lily, the proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion, sat in the VIP room, her countenance weary as she awaited the arrival of the renowned domestic jade expert, Ji Chang'an. Two formidable female bodyguards stood vigil behind her, their expressions alert, despite the emptiness of the room. Since the robbery incident at the Shanghai Treasure Pavilion, Hu Lily had heightened her security measures, now accompanied not only by 2 female bodyguards but also by a dedicated male driver and an undercover protector. Hu Lily's fatigue stemmed not from fear but from sleepless nights plagued by bizarre dreams, vivid and alluring scenes that even a woman of her seductive nature found overwhelming. She attributed this turmoil to the shards of jade eyes she had encountered, as numerous supernatural incidents had already transpired concerning the 3-eyed evil Buddha's jade eyes. Consequently, she had brought several pieces of these jade eyes for Ji Cheng'an to appraise, hoping to discern their true nature. Before long, an elderly man with silvery hair, thick black-rimmed glasses, and clad in traditional attire hurriedly entered the VIP room. "I apologize for my tardiness, Madame Hu. I was delayed by unexpected matters," Ji Cheng'an stated warmly, embodying the amiable disposition of a man who, despite his expertise, bore no airs of superiority. "Professor Ji, you are too courteous. It is I who have been abrupt," Hu Lily said, instructing her female bodyguard to open a small metallic box, from which she retrieved a transparent bag containing 5 pieces of jade eye fragments. "Is this the renowned jade eye fragments of the 3-eyed evil Buddha that have recently circulated within our circle?" "Yes. I have already briefed you on the general situation over the phone. Ever since I acquired these jade eye fragments, I have been experiencing peculiar dreams. Regardless of when I sleep, whether near or far from these jade shards, dreams ensue." "What kind of dreams? Are they varied, or do they repeat?" Hu Lily pondered for a moment, then in her uniquely enchanting voice, narrated. "The scenario is as follows. There is a strikingly handsome 3-eyed man who incessantly engages with various women. There are also scenes of combat, though I cannot recall them vividly. I cannot even distinctly remember his visage, but I sensed his eyes possess an alluring charm, profoundly captivating, rendering me unable to resist the allure. The dream sequences differ, yet every fragment relates to that 3-eyed man. In the dream, he appears as a deity, omnipotent, with every woman bowing at his feet." Ji Cheng'an examined one of the jade eye fragments through a magnifying glass, his expression grave. "I have devoted my life to the study of jade and jadeite, and there are numerous supernatural events associated with ancient jades. Many of my peers prefer to interpret these occurrences through scientific knowledge, asserting that ancient jades are imbued with a certain spiritual magnetic field, which, upon encountering spiritually sensitive collectors, manifests in dreams that replay specific narrative fragments. However, I do not subscribe to the belief in science, for there are far too many cases that defy scientific explanation. Numerous ancient jade collectors have experiences akin to yours, dreaming of various dreamscapes. Some dreams are enchanting, while others are nightmares, instilling such terror in collectors that it drives them to despair, even to the point of suicide." Upon hearing this, Hu Lily's expression shifted slightly, her concern evident. "Professor Ji, are you implying that I have attracted something unclean?" Professor Ji chuckled. "I did not say that at all." With that, he set down the magnifying glass and the jade eye fragments. "Did Professor Ji discover anything?" Hu Lily asked, her anxiety palpable. "Ms. Hu is also a well-known expert in our circle. She must discern that these fragments are not Hetian jade, correct?" Hu Lily replied. "Indeed, everything appears to be exquisite jade, yet it lacks the structure of Hetian jade. Moreover, I had it carbon dated, yet its age exceeds 100,000 years, which means that carbon dating cannot ascertain its true age." Carbon dating is accurate for a range of approximately 45,000 years. Beyond that, can only be considered a conjecture. Professor Ji picked up a slightly larger jade-eye fragment, pointing to the mysterious patterns on its surface. "Look at these patterns. They are not carved. No craftsmanship could produce such naturally occurring textures. Observe its interior as well. The patterns are consistent both inside and out, harmonious and natural, as if they grew from within." "Professor Ji, are you suggesting?" "It is highly probable that this is a fossilized piece of jade, suggesting that this eye may have once belonged to a genuine creature, having undergone an extraordinary transformation into a fossil and perfectly jadeized. This is my assessment. However, I shall not issue any certification." Hu Lily calmly accepted this evaluation, remarking, "Indeed, the esteemed Mr. Gu from the imperial capital holds a similar opinion. believing it to be a fossilized jade. Yet, I am continually plagued by peculiar dreams. What should I do? So, Mr. Gu shares the same viewpoint? Aha, it seems you have sought the expertise of several professionals in this field. By the way, have you conducted tests for radioactive elements and energy fluctuations? Yes, I have. No radioactive elements were detected, but the energy fluctuation device indicated an unusual response, with high-frequency energy waves, yet no existing energy reference could be identified. Ji Chang'an's eyes lit up as he said, "Now that is intriguing. Hear us the deal. If you trust this old man, leave a fragment with me for further testing. If I uncover any results, I shall inform you promptly. Whenever you require the jade eye fragment, you may send someone to retrieve it." Hu Lili replied, "Given Professor Ji's esteemed reputation in the industry, I naturally place my trust in you. However, Professor Ji, you must keep this confidential and not disclose that the jade eye sample was obtained from me." Chapter 47. The Dream of Boss Who in the realm of antique collecting. The news had long spread that Dijinya had been robbed and murdered while attempting to sell his jade eye fragments at the treasure pavilion. Although the police announcement indicated that one robber had escaped with a significant quantity of jade eye fragments, the proprietor of the pavilion, Hu Lili, appeared to be in a state of mental distress, still possessing a substantial amount of the jade pieces. This circumstance inevitably cast doubt on the true nature of the robbery. This incident revealed Hu Lili's ruthless and malevolent tactics, causing many to shy away from collaborating with her, tarnishing her reputation within the circle. However, Professor Ji was merely interested in the jade eye fragments and did not intend to engage in deeper negotiations with her. Thus, when she requested confidentiality, Ji Chang'an readily acquiesced. "Very well, it is settled then. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you," he stated, taking one of the jade eye fragments and turning to leave the VIP room. Hu Lili, her countenance weary, rubbed her temples and instructed her bodyguards to collect the remaining jade eye fragments. The robbery of Dijinya had been executed with excessive zeal. Who could have anticipated that they would ultimately decide to transact at the treasure pavilion? Those two fools, despite my repeated warnings to avoid causing any fatalities, had still led to a loss of life. The jade eye fragments were far too sinister. Had I known I could not control these bizarre objects, I should have refrained from taking them on and allowed my subordinates to sell them to other collectors. Never mind, I shall return to the hotel to rest, perhaps indulge in a few rounds of gambling with rough stones in Rueli to clear my mind, and then visit a temple to light incense, hoping to dispel those chaotic nightmares. With this thought, Hu Lili stood, stretching her alluring figure, gracefully twisting her body and swaying her voluptuous hips as she departed the VIP room. She moved like a ripe peach, leaving a trail of enchanting fragrance in her wake. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun, carrying a bag of convenient snacks, returned to the five-star hotel and caught sight of an elevator door that was just halfway closed. Acting swiftly, he pressed the button for the upper floors, causing the elevator door to open once more. Upon entering, he was immediately met with several vigilant and fierce gazes directed at him. In the center stood Hu Lili, flanked by two female bodyguards behind her and two male bodyguards in front, providing her with formidable protection. "Ah, it's you, President Hu. What a coincidence to meet again in Rueli," Xiao Xingyun greeted, disregarding the bodyguard's watchful eyes. Upon noticing the brightness in Xiao Xingyun's eyes, Hu Lili felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. How had she never realized before how handsome he was, and how captivating his eyes could be? Additionally, she sensed a peculiar allure emanating from him, stirring her long-dormant emotions into a flurry of confusion. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. Are you here to make a fortune in Rueli?" Hu Lili said with a charming smile, her tone warm and inviting. In this context, making a fortune referred to gambling on stones within their circle. Xiao Xingyun humbly replied, "I'm merely here to take a casual look. I've only recently entered the field and do not have much capital to spare. I've heard that you have an affinity for ancient jade. The last time you visited my treasure pavilion, an unfortunate incident occurred. When the opportunity arises, I shall have the manager prepare a selection of high-quality antique jade pieces for your appraisal." "Thank you. I will certainly drop by for a chat when the chance presents itself." In the elevator, two individuals exchanged a few words before arriving at the 16th floor. By a stroke of coincidence, they not only shared the same level but also had adjacent rooms, one in room 1606 and the other in room 1608. Xiao Xingyun harbored profound wariness and vigilance towards Hu Lili, and their acquaintance was rather shallow. Upon reaching their respective doorsteps, he nodded slightly and entered his own room, devoid of any impulse to engage in conversation within hers or to invite her into his. Xiao Xingyun was acutely aware of their disparate standings and deemed it unnecessary to cultivate a deeper relationship. Furthermore, he was keenly cognizant of the notorious robbery case at the treasure house, which left a lasting impression on him. He recognized that Hu Lili's methods were excessively audacious and perilous, prompting him to remind himself to limit his interactions with her. Exhausted from the day's events, Xiao Xingyun took a shower and placed a brief call to Su Qing, engaging in light conversation before extinguishing the lights and surrendering to slumber. He intended to scout out the underground gambling den run by Lao Si the following night. Just as he drifted into sleep, dreams began to unfold, his eyes faintly shimmering as the ethereal outline of a third eye formed at his brow. However, this night's dreams diverged from the familiar social environment of the three-eyed deity. He found himself in a dimly lit basement, where the harsh sounds of a man's furious shouts clashed with the sobs of a young girl. Crack, crack. The whip lashed against the body of a well-proportioned girl, clad only in a black lace lingerie set, her fair and delicate skin marked with crimson welts, thankfully unbroken. A burly man, his face marred by excess flesh, wielded the whip with ferocity against the girl. Your father owes me hundreds of thousands and has fled, leaving me no choice but to capture you for clients. You are audacious indeed to injure one of my esteemed guests. Had I not seen your innocence, I would have already had several men take their turns with you. The girl, her hands bound and suspended, could barely touch the ground with her toes. She writhed and struggled, pleading, "Please, let me go. I have graduated from university and will work hard to repay every cent of my father's debt." "Ha! Relying on your honest labor to repay me? You'll never manage to pay off my hundreds of thousands. You'll be in debt for life, and tonight another esteemed guest is arriving. If you dare to harm anyone again, I will have you killed." The menacing man cursed before discarding the whip and answering a phone call. "Please, no. Help. I refuse to sell myself. I will repay the money." The girl continued to struggle, her hair swirling around her as her enchanting and delicate visage was revealed. It was indeed Hu Lili, around 20 years of age. Xiao Xingyun stood at the entrance of the basement, bewildered and unable to comprehend how he had come to dream of such a scene. The imagery shifted to a filthy hotel room, where Hu Lili lay half-reclined on the bed, her hands and feet bound. A corpulent man approached her with a lecherous grin. "Please, I beg you, spare me," she implored. The overweight man struck her sharply in the abdomen, seized her hair, and dragged her to the edge of the bed, snarling, "I paid 10,000 for your first time. The owner here has stated that if you do not provide adequate service, I can dispose of you tonight without anyone being the wiser." Hu Lili possessed a fierce temperament, preferring death over submission. Despite enduring a brutal beating from the hefty assailant, she managed to free herself from the ropes binding her. Having already been cast to the ground, her body battered and immobile, she sensed the imminent attack. Yet, in a moment of desperate resolve, she retrieved a spring knife from the pocket of the discarded trousers and plunged it into the assailant's abdomen. This time, it was he who screamed in agony, clutching his midsection and calling for help. Terrified, Hu Lili shrank into a corner, gripping the knife tightly as she gazed anxiously at the doorway. There, the menacing boss stormed in, flanked by several thugs, shouting furiously at Hu Lili. "You lot, break her legs. Tonight, she will be ours." Soon, the room echoed with Hu Lili's harrowing cries. Yet, she too was fierce. Amidst the chaos, she managed to stab the ruthless boss in the neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Let me go, or I will kill him." Hu Lili's face contorted with rage as she pressed the blade against the boss's throat. At that moment, the once formidable boss was rendered meek, blood loss sapping his strength to stand. In this surreal dreamscape, Xiao Xingyun remained a mere observer, akin to watching a 3D film, shrouded in a haze that prevented him from engaging with the unfolding drama. He glanced at his hands and then into the mirror, seeing not the visage of the three-eyed clan but his own true self. What did this signify? Was it my dream, or Hu Lili's? If it belonged to her, what concern was it of mine? If it was mine, Why could I not exert control over the unfolding events? Xiao Xingyun's frustration mounted, particularly at the cacophony of screams and chaos within the dream's confines. The fallen boss lay motionless, and the thugs surrounded Hu Lili once more, their clubs raining down upon her. Enough! Let them all perish. Xiao Xingyun's rage erupted, and with a thunderous roar, a beam of light emanated from his forehead, shattering the barrier of the dream. In an instant, he transformed from Xiao Xingyun into a member of the Three-Eyed Clan, and the figures within the dream, startled, turned to face the sudden appearance of the three-eyed being. D. Xiao Xingyun hissed through clenched teeth, his eyes radiating divine light, obliterating the men before him into ash, leaving Hu Lili wide-eyed and astonished. Are you a god? The injured Hu Lili knelt before Xiao Xingyun, her voice reverent and humble. Chapter 48. Show him a bit of color in the adjacent room, though it was a suite. Hu Lili's sleeping position was merely separated from Xiao Xingyun's bed by a single wall. As she lay in slumber, her emotions ran high, tossing and turning as if haunted by a terrifying spectacle. Upon awakening, she recalled the events of her dream and instinctively covered her face in shame. Ah, how utterly shameless! He is no god. He is a devil. She longed to scream and curse the handsome, three-eyed man who had rescued her in the dream, only to pounce upon her, worse than any villain, mercilessly tormenting her before callously kicking her off the bed. Yes, it was such an affront to her dignity, treating her as if she were less than human, discarding her once he had his fill. The first half of that dream was, in fact, a nightmarish reality that Hu Lili had lived through. After she had wounded the ruthless lone shark, his henchman had nearly beaten her to death. The situation escalated to such a degree that an ambulance and the police had arrived, ultimately saving her from further degradation. However, the latter half of the dream took a sinister turn once that three-eyed deity appeared. The villains had not marred her body, but rather, it was that sinisterly handsome man who had wreaked havoc instead. No, a sudden realization struck Hu Lili as she bolted upright in bed. She recalled that she had never been able to remember the visage of that three-eyed man until tonight, only to discover that he bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Xingyun. The very man who had tormented her in her dream was none other than Xiao Xingyun. At this thought, her heart raced uncontrollably, not from fear, but from shame. Oh, cunning fox, you who have long been labeled a femme fatale, merciless to men. How is it that you find yourself stirred by that youthful heartthrob? Having encountered Xiao Xingyun merely 2 or 3 times, to dream of him so vividly is truly shameless. All those who had once tormented her are now gone. Yet she shall not spare this man who dared to trouble her in her dreams. After all, he is undeniably wicked. With this thought, Hu Lili's breathing gradually returned to normal as she headed to the bathroom to wash away the remnants of the night. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Xiao Xingyun also awakened, troubled by the chaotic scenes from his dream, rubbing his temples in frustration. What nonsense is this? He had only seen Hu Lili once upon returning, yet in his dream, he had crossed a line with her. This three-eyed race is utterly despicable. The original him would never engage in such behavior. His temperament had shifted drastically of late, and the chaotic malevolence of his dreams was undoubtedly influenced by the three-eyed lineage. Sighing, he noted the time, 3:30 in the morning, and decided to take a shower before returning to sleep. The following day, Xiao Xingyun ventured to the restaurant of the 5-star hotel for breakfast. Aside from the chaotic dream, he had slept reasonably well. Today, he intended to visit the raw stone market to select several promising pieces and arrange for their transport. Additionally, he aimed to inquire about how to access the underground gambling den run by Ma Laosi. Now, equipped with certain ocular abilities, he was capable of defending himself. If his plans were sound, dealing with a man like Ma Laosi should prove to be a manageable endeavor. Xiao Xingyun was pondering over his meal when a fragrant breeze brushed by him. Hu Lili, accompanied by 2 female bodyguards, took a seat directly across from him. Her makeup was exquisite, her demeanor seemingly vibrant, and her complexion appeared more rosy and delicate compared to the previous day. Today, she donned a black lace low-cut camisole paired with a white women's blazer, exuding an air of competence while retaining a feminine allure. Mr. Xiao, it's a pleasure to see you again. I hope my presence here does not disturb your meal, Hu Lili said in a sultry tone. Though phrased as a question, it was more of a polite formality, as she had already taken her seat regardless of Xiao Xingyun's consent. In a public dining hall with a self-service breakfast, where one could sit anywhere, who could truly disturb whom? Xiao Xingyun glanced at her before returning to his meal.
What a predicament.
This woman resembled a ripe melon, even more enticing than she had been in her youth at 20. If she had scored an 85 then, her mature charm now elevated her to a 95. She was indeed a thorny, poisonous rose. Xiao Xingyun had attempted to avoid her, yet she persistently lingered in his vicinity, flaunting her low-cut camisole. Who was she trying to entice? Nevertheless, he had to admit, she was indeed fair-skinned. Hu Lily took the initiative to engage in conversation. Mr. Xiao, you make a valid point. By the way, from whom did you learn your stone gambling skills? I have been in this circle for over a decade and have encountered many renowned masters. Perhaps I know your mentor. I have no mentor. I learned on my own through books, Xiao Xingyun replied. Hu Lily shot him a flirtatious glance, finding his response rather harsh and stinging. Even without a mentor, couldn't he express himself more gently? For some reason, despite her sharp nature, she felt no anger towards him. Instead, she feigned surprise. Oh my, to be so skilled without a mentor. If you were to receive guidance from a famous master, you could surely become a leading figure in the stone gambling world. Her implication was clear. Please, ask me for help, and I shall introduce you to a master. Yet, Xiao Xingyun calmly declined. You flatter me, Ms. Hu. I have little interest in stone gambling, nor do I possess much talent. It's merely luck that allows me to earn a bit of pocket change. His message was clear. He had no desire for mentorship, lacked interest in stone gambling, and was not motivated by wealth. Hu Lily was infuriated, her teeth grinding in frustration. Here she was, genuinely wanting to assist him, and yet he continuously rebuffed her. But wait, why did she wish to help him? He had been so wicked in her dreams. She should be intent on teaching him a lesson. No, every time she saw him, her heart was thrown into disarray. This was decidedly abnormal. When had she become so infatuated? Taking a deep breath, she tried to suppress her emotions. Her low-cut top barely containing her burgeoning feelings, transforming her anger into an appetite as she focused on her meal. Bacon was savagely bitten, steak was devoured, eggs were attacked, and sausages were torn into. She bit into anything she could find, as if she were gnawing on Xiao Xingyun himself. Xiao Xingyun's lips twitched. What was wrong with this woman? Did she have a vendetta against sausages? Ms. Hu, please continue your meal. I must take my leave. He hurriedly finished his food and fled as if escaping. Hu Lily glared at the retreating figure of Xiao Xingyun, seething with indignation. While other men rush towards me like flies drawn to fresh meat, you choose to avoid me as if I were a venomous serpent. Very well, this matter is far from over. Let us see where you can hide. At that moment, a female bodyguard seized the opportunity to inquire, Boss, shall I teach him a lesson to make him aware of the intricacies of this industry? Hu Lily shot her a cold glare and admonished, This is my affair. It is not your place to meddle. Does he truly remain oblivious to my prowess? The bodyguard sensed something amiss, yet she could not articulate her thoughts. Chapter 49. Infiltrating the underground jade gambling arena. The Jade Rough Stone exhibition in Ruili is far more vibrant and extensive than that of the Sihui city in Guangdong province. Upon entering the market, Xiao Xingyun was greeted by a sea of people. This venue not only attracts genuine jade merchants and adept rough stone gamblers, but also hosts a multitude of online streamers and tourists. Numerous areas within the market offer complimentary jade cutting services, and large rough stone shops provide similar services free of charge. There are also specialized cutting shops catering to tourists and casual visitors, albeit for a fee. After the stones are cut, design, carving, and polishing services are available, allowing visitors to adorn their pieces with decorative cords for immediate wear. In summary, this market offers a comprehensive one-stop service for all things related to jade rough stones. After entering the market, Xiao Xingyun promptly rented an electric tricycle, ready to acquire promising materials and load them onto his vehicle. Once the tricycle was filled, he would ride it to a professional logistics company within the market, capturing photographs, purchasing high insurance, packing, sealing, and shipping the stones. This entire process was second nature to him. A tricycle brimming with jade rough stones could perfectly fill a sealed logistics box. Xiao Xingyun purchased 10 tricycles in one go, and only after completing the shipping did he feel the strain in his eyes, seeking refuge in a tea house to rest. The selection of exquisite jade rough stones seemed endless. Despite possessing a discerning eye and utilizing aids, the endeavor required significant energy and time to sift through heaps of waste to find the desired high-value stones. One piece was worth 300,000, another 80,000, while a larger stone in the corner was priced at 5 million. As he indulged in his purchases, Xiao Xingyun, with over 300 million in cash assets, had expended 100 million in merely half a day's exploration of the market. By afternoon, if his vision did not fail him, he hoped to complete the other half of his quest. Seated in the tea house's main hall, he ordered a pot of premium Tiguanyin tea, sipping leisurely while eavesdropping on the conversations of fellow tea patrons. Most of those taking respite in the tea house were jade and gemstone merchants, pausing to rest, calculate their accounts, and inquire about which vendors offered high-quality jade rough stones that were easy to cut. Did you hear? While I was shipping rough stones today, the packing staff mentioned a young jade merchant who bought 4 or 5 tricycles of jade rough stones this morning, all packed for shipping. I heard differently. It was 7 or 8 tricycles. Just like the ones we rented, that person bought 7 or 8, spending at least 100 million. Ha! I suspect he's just a wealthy second-generation heir with too much money to burn, treating this as a game. Who selects rough stones as if they're purchasing cabbages? One moment a tricycle, the next another. That's the folly of a foolish landlord's son. At this, the group erupted in laughter, clearly in disagreement with such a frivolous approach to selecting jade rough stones. They then shifted their discussion to the several jade rough stones that had dramatically increased in value today. Originally worth hundreds of thousands, they skyrocketed to tens of millions after being cut, eliciting excitement comparable to winning the lottery. The ostentatious methods of certain individuals were once employed by Xiao Xingyun when he faced financial hardship. However, now he seeks to maintain a low profile and discreetly amass wealth. Thus he refrains from publicly revealing stones. Upon returning to Shanghai, he intends to cut the jadeite stones in the seclusion of his basement and subsequently sell the processed gems to suitable buyers. Observing others unveil stones in the market holds little interest for him, as the probability of significant gains is rather slim. If one wishes to partake, it is preferable to engage in underground stone gambling. The individuals selected to choose stones on stage are adept gamblers. Watching their craft is exhilarating, and one can even place bets. With a stroke of fortune, one might earn millions or even tens of millions overnight. Suddenly, someone interjected, "Underground stone gambling? Who runs such establishments, and are they safe?" A nearby individual inquired with curiosity. The man replied boastfully, "Have you heard of Master Ma? He operates underground stone gambling venues in Sihui City and Ruili, renowned for their reputable standing within the community. At his establishments, no incidents have ever occurred." A nearby jade dealer, seemingly acting as a sycophant, responded smoothly, "Ah, so it's Master Ma's venue. That assures me. By the way, how does one gain entry? Is a ticket required?" The man responded, "No tickets are necessary. Today, merchants who purchase over 10 million worth of jade at the jade market can gain entry by simply providing relevant transaction records or receipts. This evening at 8 o'clock. At this tea house, there will be dedicated transportation. The owner of the tea house can vouch for its safety." Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of excitement. Earlier that morning, he had inquired about the underground venues at several jadeite shops, all of which claimed ignorance, likely out of fear of complications. Just when he was troubled about how to infiltrate Master Ma's underground gambling arena, he inadvertently discovered that this tea house served as a contact point. Tonight's plans were solidified. After lunch, Xiao Xingyun visited a nearby antique shop, purchasing several ancient jades and taking the opportunity to touch a few authentic antiques. Absorbing the mysterious energy from these artifacts alleviated the fatigue in his eyes, providing much-needed relief. In the afternoon, he ventured to other shops and stalls across the market, engaging in a shopping spree and acquiring another 10 trucks of jadeite. This time, however, he opted for a different logistics company to ship all the jadeite, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention. It was not that he did not wish to utilize multiple logistics firms. Rather, the trustworthy ones for valuable items were limited, and he simply selected the 2 closest. Before nightfall, Xiao Xingyun successfully scoured the entire market, only selecting the finest jadeite stones, dismissing those of ordinary or mediocre quality. After a long day of labor, he was nearly unable to straighten his back. While waiting for his meal at a nearby restaurant, he discreetly absorbed the energy from a few unused ancient jades in his pocket to alleviate the strain in his eyes. At 8 o'clock that evening, Xiao Xingyun, donning a mask and a baseball cap, arrived at the tea house, where a dozen or so jade merchants had already gathered. Their attire mirrored his, as each one was carefully bundled up, anxious about being recognized by acquaintances. The embarrassment of losing money at an underground stone gambling venue, should it become public, was a concern they all shared. Soon, a coaster bus arrived. Before boarding, someone verified the consumption evidence from the Emerald Market, allowing everyone to enter the vehicle. Names, appearances, and blindfolds were all irrelevant. It was then that Xiao Xingyun realized that the kidnapping incident in Sihui City involving him and Fat Luo was merely a deliberate act of intimidation orchestrated by Ma Laosi and his gang. Before long, the coaster reached a commercial building several miles away. The first floor housed a supermarket, while the upper levels boasted a cinema and gourmet eateries, bustling with activity. Their coaster entered an underground parking garage, attracting little attention. Similar to the previous encounter in Sihui City, there was a concealed area in a corner of the basement where an elevator led down to the B2 level. The decor and layout there were strikingly similar to the underground gambling den in Sihui City. Aside from Xiao Xingyun and his companions, over 100 people were already seated at the gambling tables below, with many vacant spots awaiting other gamblers. Xiao Xingyun found a corner position and discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, not far from the elevator, he spotted Ma Laosie's office. He was seated in a wheelchair, being escorted into the office by 2 bodyguards as he exited the elevator. Chapter 50. The 3-number bet with quintuple rewards. Xiao Xingyun located the office of old Ma Si and discovered that the plan for the day had already achieved partial success, allowing him to gamble with assurance and perhaps earn a small fortune. In the underground gambling arena, Xiao Xingyun had gained a preliminary understanding of the betting mechanics. There were 5 dealers on stage, each taking bets of 10 million, with the first place winning all. The audience could place bets on 5 options with a 3-fold return. Thus, a wager of 10,000 would yield a reward of 30,000 upon victory. Alternatively, one could bet on the precise order of the top 3, earning a 5-fold return. For instance, a wager of 10,000 would result in a profit of 50,000. Such gambling methods were exceedingly dubious. The competition among the 5 dealers was based on their ability to discern the quality of jadeite stones and a stroke of luck, making it relatively fair. However, the odds set for the audience, while seemingly reasonable, ultimately favored the dealers. In a typical match, with 100 spectators betting a total of 1 million, each dealer would receive an average of 200,000 in wagers. If, for example, dealer number 3 emerged victorious, the 200,000 bet on them would pay out 60,000 to the audience, allowing the dealer to net a profit of 40,000. In practice, the stakes often soared into the millions, permitting dealers to earn substantial sums each round. At this moment, the 5 jadeite experts had selected their stones and placed them before themselves, allowing the audience 3 minutes to place their bets. The betting process was remarkably swift and convenient. There was no longer a need to exchange for paper tickets at service windows. Spectators merely needed to scan the QR code at their seats with their smartphones, which opened a betting page for seamless online payment. Xiao Xingyun placed a bet on the 3-number sequence, wagering 1 million with the order 531. If the judges were not lacking in discernment, the sequence Xiao Xingyun had chosen would correspond to the pricing order of the jadeite stones in this round. Soon, the betting concluded, and the judges invited everyone to the stage for the stone unveiling. As the stones were revealed, a group of stunning jadeite unveilers performed on stage, their provocative dances eliciting enthusiastic whistles from the audience. With the final jadeite stone unveiled, revealing its mysterious jade flesh, the atmosphere surged to an exhilarating climax, accentuated by the unveiler's lack of attire. As the judges assessed the cut jadeite stones, cameras zoomed in closely on the stones, and a massive screen ensured that even those with less than perfect vision could see clearly. Alas, I miscalculated. Had I chosen the 5th option, I would have struck it rich, discovering it was of ice type. Why did I foolishly select the 3rd? What a disaster! Why was the 2nd option of the bean type? I've lost it all. Those 20,000 are gone. So I picked the first one, believing it to be the largest, only to find it was of the glutinous type, dark in color with cracks. When the high-definition cameras displayed the 5-cut jadeite stones to the audience, the seasoned jade merchants already knew the outcome without the judges needing to announce it. Consequently, the judges publicly declared the order and briefly stated their valuations, ensuring that everyone accepted their losses with equanimity. The prices for the gambling stones are arranged from high to low as follows: 5, 3, and 1. Congratulations to the fortunate audience members. During the intermission, everyone can redeem their bets on the betting page, and we shall present an exhilarating dance for your enjoyment. As the alluring gambling stones make their appearance, dedicated workers will remove the jade stones from the stage, replacing them with a new batch displayed on the racks. At this moment, within the office of the dealer number 5, the triumphant laughter of Hu Lily resonates. It is often said that one may find success in gambling even when love falters, and this holds true. I have emerged victorious in the first round. How delightful! 2 female bodyguards stand silently behind Hu Lily, exchanging discreet glances, refraining from uttering a word. These bodyguards have loyally accompanied Hu Lily for many years. When have they ever witnessed her suffer in matters of the heart? Oh no, when has she ever even contemplated men? She claims to be disheartened in romance today. Could it possibly be that Xiao Xingyun, the steadfast man who once left the boss rolling her eyes, has caused her distress? At that moment, an assistant presents a summary of the critical data for the event. President Hu, for this session, each of the 5 dealers has wagered 10 million, resulting in a total profit of 40 million after deducting our capital. The audience has wagered 26.8 million, and after accounting for 16 million in payout bonuses, we have netted 10.8 million. Excluding the house's cut, our gross profit for this session reaches 50.8 million. The audience seems to have won quite a bit today, Hu Lily remarks, her brow furrowing with a hint of skepticism and dissatisfaction. Indeed, several individuals have successfully predicted the arrangement of 3 numbers, with the highest winner claiming a staggering 5 million. What is their seat number? I just checked. It's in that corner at the back, number 99. Hu Lily immediately operates the surveillance equipment, directing several cameras to focus on seat 99. Although Xiao Xingyun is wearing a mask and a baseball cap, his tall and robust figure, along with the identical attire he wore during breakfast, allows Hu Lily to recognize him at once. Oh, it's him? He. Initially vexed, Hu Lily's mood lightens upon seeing that Xiao Xingyun has won 5 times the prize amount. It seems that a man who stirs her heart possesses remarkable abilities. However, a fleeting thought crosses her mind. Xiao Xingyun has appeared once more in Ma Laoxi's establishment, having been brought here against his will the first time. Is he here today to cause trouble? Hu Lily's brow furrows slightly. Ma Laoxi is not to be trifled with, as his bodyguards are seasoned fighters. Engaging with Ma Laoxi could jeopardize even Xiao Xingyun's safety. Xiao Xingyun suddenly feels an unsettling sensation, as if being scrutinized from the shadows. As he feigns a stretch, he glances upward and notices several cameras aimed in his direction. Just as he is filled with uncertainty, the cameras swiftly pivot away, as if resuming their ordinary patrol. Has winning the arrangement of 3 numbers drawn the deliberate attention of the behind-the-scenes dealers? He chuckles. Surely, they are not so petty as to take offense? Yet my intention is to draw your gaze upon me. At the entrance to Ma Laoxi's office hangs a sign marked number 1. He is indeed the primary dealer and the mastermind behind the underground betting scheme. As the first stone gambler secured a victory, I plan to increase my stakes on the lottery. In the second round, the 3rd dealer emerged triumphant, yet Xinjian casually placed a bet of 1 million on the lottery, treating it as a mere pastime. Finally, in the 3rd round, the 1st dealer won, prompting Xinjian to wager a staggering 10 million, which yielded a prize of 50 million, resulting in a net profit of 40 million, an amount rivaling the dealer's earnings. Xinjian aimed to inflict a sting on Ma Laoxi, compelling him to pay attention to this situation. Indeed, upon receiving the summary of the 3rd round, Ma Laoxi slammed his hand on the table in fury. I struggled to win a single round, only to gain this meager profit? Call in number 99. Isn't his vision exceptional? Humph, having earned my money, he must return it on the field, or I shall ensure he does not leave here. Ma Laoxi's anger was justified, for the 40 million he had won from the other 4 dealers was entirely lost to Xinjian. Meanwhile, the bets from the audience had only netted him a little over 8 million. With losses of 10 million in each of the first 2 rounds, totaling 20 million, and continuing to lose that night, his anxiety was palpable. "Yes, boss, leave it to us," replied 2 of his bodyguards as they exited Ma Laoxi's office, seeking out Xinjian. "Sir, our boss wishes to speak with you. It would be wise to cooperate." As they spoke, they deliberately displayed the high-voltage tasers in their possession. Xinjian feigned fear, appearing powerless against them, yet a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, momentarily disorienting the bodyguards as an authoritative voice echoed in their minds. "I am your master. You shall do as I command, without disobedience." Chapter 51. What are you laughing at? 2 bodyguards clad in black received the command, staring blankly as they replied, "Yes, master. Call me Dad." Xiao Xingyun tested the efficacy of the command. "Dad." The 2 bodyguards did not hesitate. They called out as naturally as if addressing their own father. Only then did Xiao Xingyun feel reassured and commanded, "Lead the way to office number 1. The bodyguards complied respectfully and guided him into office number 1. Meanwhile, in office number 5, Hu Lili kept a watchful eye on Xiao Xingyun through a surveillance camera. Upon seeing him being escorted away by Ma Laoxi's bodyguards, she felt a twinge of concern and thought to herself, "This Ma Laoxi is indeed pathetic. Losing a small amount of money and he resorts to underhanded tactics to evade responsibility. I hope he doesn't go too far." While contemplating, she adjusted another camera aimed at the entrance of Ma Laoxi's office. If Xiao Xingyun were to emerge, she would see it immediately. If he remained inside for more than 10 minutes, she would enter to have a chat with Ma Laoxi, seizing the opportunity to rescue Xiao Xingyun. At this moment, Xiao Xingyun had already entered Ma Laoxi's office. One of the bodyguards announced, "Boss, I have brought in Dad." Xiao Xingyun nearly burst out laughing. The charm skill was utterly lacking, with no finesse whatsoever. "What did you say?" Ma Laoxi paused, wondering if he had misheard. As the charm skill took effect, it felt as though Xiao Xingyun's mind was connected by 2 threads, enabling him to continuously adjust and control the target's thoughts. Thus, he hastily issued a revised command, "Just call me number 99. "Boss, I have brought in number 99, the bodyguard reiterated. Ma Laoxi found this much more acceptable. "Please pour me a cup of tea. I wish to have a good chat with number 99. He felt an odd discomfort with this designation, akin to the embarrassment of requesting a technician for an extended session. "Yes, boss," the bodyguard replied and went to prepare the tea. Seizing the moment, Xiao Xingyun surveyed the room and noted the abundance of surveillance cameras. It seemed he could not take direct action, which was somewhat regrettable. "Number 99, you have quite an eye, managing to hit the trifecta every time. Come up here and help me with some gambling. If you win, I'll give you 100,000. If you lose, I'll break a leg." Xiao Xingyun inquired, "What if I refuse?" "Ha, then I'll kill you and toss your body into the river to feed the fish," Ma Laoxi sneered, threatening him. "Ha ha," Xiao Xingyun chuckled, as if amused by a fool. "What are you laughing at?" Ma Laoxi sensed something was amiss. He had threatened many before, but none had remained as composed as No. 99. At that moment, a bodyguard approached with a freshly poured cup of hot tea, but as he delivered it, his hand trembled, spilling the entire cup onto Ma Laoxi's lap. Seated in his wheelchair, Ma Laoxi yelped in pain but could not rise. "Xiao Song, you clumsy fool! Are you trying to scald me to death?" Ma Laoxi raged, seething with pain and fury, as he grabbed an ashtray from the table and smashed it onto Xiao Song's head. Blood immediately streamed down Xiao Song's face. Another bodyguard, Xiao Wang, received an order from Xiao Xingyun and stepped forward to grasp Ma Laoxi's hand, sternly advising, "Boss, please remain calm. Violence is unwarranted. What do you know about it? I am the one taking action, so who are you to instruct me?" Ma Laoxi, in a fit of rage, seemed to forget his pain, his mind consumed by indignation at the perceived humiliation, feeling compelled to vanquish these insolent bodyguards. Thus, he broke free from Xiao Wang's grasp, seizing a sandalwood incense burner from the table and crashing it upon his head. Ma Laoxi's aim was precise. The blow left Xiao Wang's head bloodied and broken. The sight of blood seemed to awaken a ferocity in the other 2 bodyguards, who shouted, "How dare you? We toil tirelessly for you, and yet you strike me? I will end you." They withdrew electric shock devices and pressed them against Ma Laozi. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. The powerful current coursed through Ma Laozi's body. With a pained shriek, he convulsed and collapsed, unconscious. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The two bodyguards were now consumed by a singular thought: to eliminate Ma Laozi. They retrieved two baseball bats from a corner of the room and struck fiercely at Ma Laozi's legs and arms. Awakening in agony, Ma Laozi beheld the bloodied faces of his once trusted bodyguards mercilessly assaulting him, terror seizing him. "What are you doing? Are you two rebelling? Have you forgotten who pays your wages?" he cried, only to be met with a sharp crack. His right leg, already broken, shattered anew. Crack. His left leg met the same fate. Both arms were similarly broken. Ma Laozi writhed in pain, rolling on the ground, feeling a level of suffering he had not experienced in years, particularly at the hands of those he had trusted the most. Why was this happening? What could possibly provoke them to turn against him? He had struck them before, and after each encounter, they had humbly knelt and acknowledged their faults, seeking his forgiveness. Why was this time different? Xiao Xingyun, suppressing his inner excitement and exhilaration, relished the moment of revenge. How dare Ma Laozi kidnap him? Having recently acquired the ability to utilize his ocular powers after absorbing fragments of jade over the past few days and experiencing the growth of the three-eyed god clan in his dreams, he had learned many small skills related to sight. If you do not perish, who will? Though exhilarated, Xiao Xingyun remained lucid, acutely aware that the room was under surveillance and that he must not reveal any signs of his true feelings. Modern surveillance systems primarily relied on cloud storage, making it incredibly difficult to erase recorded footage. Thus, Xiao Xingyun feigned the demeanor of a startled ordinary person, retreating slowly as he witnessed the chaos. Upon reaching the door, he issued a final command to the two bodyguards: "Kill Ma Laozi, then confess and surrender." With that thought conveyed through his mind, he turned and departed. Inside, the echoes of Ma Laozi's desperate wails and the frenetic yells and blows of the bodyguards filled the air. The moment Xiao Xingyun stepped outside, Hu Lili caught sight of him. 5 minutes? The man I admire has emerged so soon? Hu Lili initially believed that he could endure for 10 minutes. However, it became evident that only Xiao Xingyun emerged, devoid of any companions, which contradicted Ma Laozi's usual modus operandi. Xiao Xingyun consistently predicted the outcome of the lottery with remarkable accuracy. During a time when Ma Laozi was raking in substantial profits, he placed a staggering wager of 10 million, thereby seizing all of Ma Laozi's earnings. Could Ma Laozi possibly tolerate such an affront? Clearly, something peculiar had transpired, otherwise, the current circumstances would be inexplicable. Hu Lili reached a decisive conclusion in his mind. Xiao Xingyun returned to seat 99, not in a hurry to depart, appearing as if nothing had transpired, eager to continue placing bets. However, due to the customary gambling structure of the underground scene, which typically involved 5 players, the game had commenced without Ma Laozi making a wager, causing the other 4 players to grow impatient. Someone promptly called Ma Laozi, urging him to place his bet. Yet, the phone rang interminably, unanswered. Without his participation, the game could not continue. Thus, the referee on stage found himself powerless to act. Upon receiving the notification, he regrettably had to pause the game. The other players convened outside their offices, determined to visit Ma Laozi's office to ascertain the situation. At that moment, Ma Laozi's subordinates apprehended a visiting gambling stone expert, blindfolding him as they exited the elevator. This mirrored Xiao Xingyun's earlier experience, albeit this particular expert was far more timid, having already soiled himself in fear, emanating a foul odor. The group of players remarked, "Boss Ma has yet to place his bet, and he is not answering calls. We were just about to knock and inquire. You have returned at the perfect time. Let us enter together and investigate." Upon hearing this, a tattooed man's expression shifted, and he refrained from opening the door, instead listening to the strange sounds emanating from within, akin to the dull thuds of a wooden stick striking a sandbag. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He immediately rushed inside, only to be confronted with a gruesome scene in the office, leaving him paralyzed with terror. Chapter 52. Whom do we care for? At this moment, Ma Laozi had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by 2 frenzied bodyguards wielding baseball bats. Yet, in their rage, their eyes bloodshot, They continued to rain blows upon him without pause. Ma Laosi had long since ceased to breathe. His death was absolute, and the flesh used for dumplings could scarcely compare. Xiao Wang, Xiao Song, how dare you murder Boss Ma? Call the police, immediately. A life has been lost. We cannot afford to remain silent. I believe we should first apprehend Xiao Wang and Xiao Song, and only after the gamblers have departed should we notify the authorities. The loyal subordinates of Boss Ma exchanged fervent words, quickly formulating a strategy. The other 4 dealers at the entrance, witnessing the gruesome demise of Ma Laosi, were understandably shaken and eager to avoid trouble. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hastily departed. Meanwhile, someone announced, due to unforeseen circumstances, today's gambling event is hereby concluded. Please exit in an orderly fashion. Do not crowd. As Xiao Xingyun blended into the crowd and began to leave, he observed the tattooed men had already pounced upon the deranged Xiao Wang and Xiao Song, binding them. One tattooed man, seething with anger, interrogated, Xiao Wang, Xiao Song, why have you slain Boss Ma? Were you incited by someone else? Xiao Wang and Xiao Song defiantly retorted, Boss Ma attacked us. We were incensed. Is it not entirely reasonable to kill him? No one incited us. I merely desired to slay him. Go ahead, report it. We are willing to confess. All right, you certainly possess audacity. But now that you have killed Boss Ma, who will we brothers rely on for our livelihood? Whom do we care for? Xiao Wang and Xiao Song, invigorated as if by an elixir, remained unfazed and brazenly defiant. You are remarkably brave, brothers. Give them a thorough beating. The tattooed man, with a grim expression, gestured, wanting to leave Xiao Wang and Xiao Song with indelible memories before the police arrived. Xiao Xingyun followed the other gamblers out of the underground gambling den. Upon reaching the street and preparing to hail a cab back to the hotel, he was unexpectedly confronted by a black Rolls-Royce that came to a halt before him. As the window slid down, Hu Lily's alluring and exquisite visage emerged. Mr. Xiao, it seems our fates are intertwined. We meet again here. It is difficult to find a taxi in this area. Where are you headed? I can have my driver take you. Thank you, but I am not going anywhere. I just overindulged and wished to take a leisurely stroll to digest. How coincidental. I too was contemplating a walk. Let us go together. With that, Hu Lily exited the vehicle and approached Xiao Xingyun. Hu Lily had changed into an entirely different ensemble, contrasting sharply with her morning attire. The tight black camisole accentuated her curves, presenting a perilous allure that captivated adventurous men. Over it, she donned a white casual women's suit, the exaggeratedly puffy trousers accentuating her form. The red high heels served as a striking finishing touch, swaying gracefully with each step. Her presence was magnetic. Wherever she went, she effortlessly became the center of attention. Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brow. Although he had left her in a state of disarray in his dreams, he found himself reluctant to engage with her in reality. She was far too perilous, akin to a toxic rose. Even the slightest provocation could prove fatal. After walking for a while, he suddenly recalled that he was wearing a cap and a mask. How could she possibly recognize him? Moreover, had she been at the underground gambling venue of Old Ma Si? Given the fatal incident there, would she suspect him? Perhaps he was overthinking it. With Xiao Wang and Xiao Song, his 2 bodyguards, taking the blame, the police would hardly summon him, especially since surveillance footage clearly showed he had done nothing wrong. Not reporting a danger he perceived was not illegal, merely unethical. Why are you so quiet? Hu Lily initiated the conversation. I am merely taking a stroll. Why must I speak? Xiao Xingyun replied curtly. Hey, you're quite intriguing. Is it acceptable if I initiate a conversation with you? Today has been exhausting. I prefer silence. Hu Lily pouted slightly, her feminine charm accentuated as she shot him a glance. What kind of man are you? Last night in my dreams you nearly wore me out, yet you didn't mention feeling tired then. Now when I approach you for a walk and a chat you claim exhaustion. At that moment, several police cars whizzed past them, indicating that the underlings from the gambling den had alerted the authorities. Hu Lily remarked suddenly, Old Ma Si is a man who disregards rules. Trouble was bound to arise, but I didn't expect it to happen so abruptly. Who is Old Ma Si? Xiao Xingyun feigned ignorance, astonished by her words. Hu Lily's smile turned more mischievous, He is the proprietor of an underground gambling venue. Since you claim not to know him, let's leave it at that. If Xiao Xingyun had not pretended to be oblivious, Hu Lili would not have harbored any suspicions. She had witnessed him interact with old Ma Si at least twice through surveillance footage. Now, him denying any acquaintance suggested he was concealing something, perhaps regarding Ma Si's demise. It seemed this handsome young man, seemingly harmless, also had a ruthless side. Hu Lili's lips curled upwards. A formidable character was far more intriguing. If he were a mere innocent lamb, she would have had no interest in pursuing him. Recalling his arrogant and domineering demeanor in her dreams, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. She found him genuinely appealing. Xiao Xingyun discreetly assessed Hu Lili. The fact that this woman bore a starry-eyed smile at him was perplexing. Had she truly seen him at old Ma Si's establishment? He had been careless. In his haste to distance himself from Ma Si, he had overlooked this crucial detail. This woman was undeniably dangerous. He could not afford to engage with her too closely. Thus, Xiao Xingyun expressed, the night is quite late, and this border town is not particularly safe. I believe I shall return to the hotel to rest. All right, we can return together. No, I meant we should both head back. As she spoke, Hu Lili waved to a Rolls-Royce that had been following them, and the vehicle came to a stop beside them. Xiao Xingyun found it difficult to refuse any further and reluctantly entered the car, accompanying her back to the hotel. Aside from the dedicated driver, there were 2 female bodyguards present. The journey was silent, as Xiao Xingyun understood that too many words could lead to mistakes. Thus, he feigned sleep. Hu Lili, unfazed by his demeanor, occasionally cast him sidelong glances with her captivating eyes, leaving one to wonder what thoughts lingered in her mind. Upon arriving at the hotel room door, they exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective quarters. Concerned about the possibility of being sought by the authorities for assistance in their investigation, Xiao Xingyun did not hasten his return to Shanghai. When dawn broke, he made a special trip to have breakfast outside the hotel, deliberately avoiding Hu Lili. The morning was spent wandering through the jade raw stone market. In truth, he had already scoured the market for exquisite jade stones, and his visit today was primarily motivated by a sense of unease. He lingered there, hoping to evade any inquiries from the police. With time to spare, he rented a tricycle, casually selecting a few medium-quality jade stones, intending to cut them open in the market's free cutting area to earn a little extra money. Upon arriving at the cutting area, he heard a voice filled with surprise exclaim, "Mr. Xiao, have you come to Ruele to seek your fortune as well?" Turning around, he saw Gu Qingqing alongside Master Luo, observing the cutting process from a prime location. "What a coincidence, Ms. Gu. Have you not found suitable jade stones in Yu province? We have acquired some, but it is far from sufficient. Moreover, I have arranged to meet with Mr. Dantua to inspect the goods here. Several masters believe the quality of his jade stones is commendable, and I wish to purchase a portion first." Xiao Xingyun was rendered speechless. He had explicitly cautioned Gu Qingqing about the inferior quality of the jade stones in Dantua's possession, yet she seemed unheeding of his warning. Chapter 53. I spent 3 million to find you, and you only need 3 minutes? Could it be that this affluent beauty before me is truly naive and wealthy? Knowing full well there is a pitfall, she still chooses to leap into it? If that is the case, it would be wiser to benefit oneself rather than Dantua. No, that is not right. It lacks moral integrity. Xiao Xingyun restrained his nefarious thoughts. Gu Qingqing, observing his expression, seemed to discern his musings and explained, "During the second negotiation, Dantua requested that I seek out additional appraisers to assess the probability of the sample's value through on-site analysis." Xiao Xingyun raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So, the probability of profit is quite high?" "Indeed, the profit rate exceeds 60%. Do you find this probability to be reasonable?" "This." Gu Qingqing hesitated for a moment, glancing at Master Luo beside her. Master Luo smiled and remarked, "Initially, my impression of the surface was merely acceptable, but upon further slicing through a batch of samples, the profit rate proved remarkably high. Hence, we have come to Ruele for a more thorough examination. If everything checks out and the price is favorable, we have no reason to decline this shipment." Xiao Xingyun sensed that there was undoubtedly a trap involved. Yet he was too new to the industry to identify its location. However, since he was not well acquainted with Gu Qingqing, and she had already made her decision, he felt it unnecessary to voice further opinions. After all, His modest means were aimed solely at earning a living. At that moment, Zhu Chongzhou and Dan Tuo arrived, both appearing travel-worn. Apologies for our tardiness. We just received a shipment from Myanmar, and I have just directed the workers to unload it. Currently, everything is in disarray within the warehouse, and we have yet to organize it, Zhu Chongzhou explained. Dan Tuo then suggested, let us proceed to the warehouse together. We can select some pieces to cut on site. Xiao Xingyun, uninterested in their affairs, was contemplating cutting a few jade stones from his tricycle for profit, when Gu Qingcheng interjected, Mr. Xiao, let us go together. I will compensate you for your consultation. I have already expressed my stance, yet you choose not to heed it. I feel unworthy of the consultation fee. Perhaps you should seek someone more skilled. Xiao Xingyun politely declined. Perceiving his impatience, Gu Qingcheng earnestly stated, listen, I will certainly heed your counsel. Otherwise, I would not have conducted multiple appraisals and tests. I can offer 1 million, and it will only take up to an hour of your time. This is the final evaluation. Am I in such dire need of that 1 million? Xiao Xingyun resolutely rejected her offer, without a moment's hesitation. 2 million. I apologize, Ms. Gu, but I truly lack the time. Xiao Xingyun's demeanor softened slightly. 3 million. Sigh. Considering your earnestness, I shall assist you once more, Xiao Xingyun declared with righteous conviction. There was no way around it. Gu Qingcheng's offer was too generous for him to decline. Earning the price of a Mercedes G-Class in just an hour was something he had never dared to dream of before. As for the 5 large jade stones on the tricycle, riding them into the warehouse would suffice. This hour was of no consequence. After all, for a man, one's capabilities are of utmost importance. The instant Xiao Xingyun agreed, Zhu Chongzhou and Dan Tuo exchanged a subtle glance. They both remained wary of Xiao Xingyun's skill in stone gambling and appraisal. Zhu Chongzhou, with a complex smile, remarked, Mr. Xiao is indeed an old friend of ours. We welcome you to visit our warehouse, but the matter of assessing the raw stones is one where opinions vary greatly. I hope you can understand the rules of our trade. This statement was laden with meaning. It could be interpreted as a veiled threat, a counsel, or an attempt at bribery. However, one could also dismiss it as devoid of significance. Xiao Xingyun, with an innocent smile, replied, Thank you, I merely wish to take a casual look. The quality of good stones or bad stones will not change simply because I glance at them. This was indeed a fair point, eliciting a chuckle from Zhu Chongzhou, who gestured invitingly and proceeded ahead with Dan Tuo, leading the group. Gu Qingcheng appeared oblivious to the underlying tension in their exchange. With her graceful stature, she strolled alongside Xiao Xingyun and the tricycle, maintaining a level alignment. Shall I join you? She inquired. Is that permissible? A few rough stones can easily fit in the cart. With such a beautiful lady as yourself, what could possibly be amiss? These are hardly mere rough stones. Gu Qingcheng laughed, gracefully taking a seat beside Xiao Xingyun. Having worn high heels for most of the day, she was utterly fatigued. Resting on the electric tricycle was indeed a rare indulgence. This marked Gu Qingcheng's first experience riding an electric tricycle, and she felt no shame in it, just as she had no qualms about spending 3 million to have Xiao Xingyun assist her in evaluating the jade raw stones. Dan Tuo's warehouse was situated at the corner of the jade market, an unloading area bustling with large trucks. He indicated a truckload of new goods stacked in a spacious building, which at first glance appeared modest. Xiao Xingyun drove the tricycle directly into the warehouse, where several workers were cleaning up debris and dust. A heap of jade raw stones occupied the center of the warehouse, obstructing the path, leaving only a narrow section near the entrance accessible. Xiao Xingyun noticed a detail. The entrance side was nearly filled with hundreds of pounds of large stones, with only a few small stones, weighing around 10 to 30 pounds, that an average person could lift. Dan Tuo introduced, Lady Gu, please feel free to choose. These are high-quality raw stones just transported from Myanmar's warehouse, old pit materials that have been stored for years, with a high probability of appreciation. Zhu Chongzhou added, let us adhere to the old custom. True gold fears no fire. You may select a few raw stones, and we will take them to the market for on-the-spot cutting. Gu Qingcheng nodded and addressed Xiao Xingyun and Master Luo. I would appreciate your assistance in selecting a total of 10 stones for us to evaluate at the market. You are too kind, Mississippi. It is my duty, Master Luo replied, producing his tools. a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight, and selected a small stone weighing around 10 pounds for careful examination. Xiao Xingyun, however, was empty-handed, casually rummaging through the pile of stones. He overlooked the smaller stones and instead scrutinized the larger ones that were beyond his capacity to lift. Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu exchanged wary glances, both sensing an undercurrent of concern. Xiao Xingyun quickly surveyed several large stones before raising his head to assess the lighting around him, commenting, "Why is the lighting in the warehouse so dim? Everything is unclear. How am I to make a selection?" Zhu Chongjiu explained, "I apologize, Mr. Xiao. Today has been exceedingly hectic, and the warehouse's electrical circuit has been malfunctioning, leaving me unable to arrange for repairs. However, it is broad daylight now, and there is no need for illumination. One can see clearly indoors. Oh, perhaps your eyesight is superior. I, on the other hand, cannot discern anything without light." As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he attempted to lift a stone weighing 500 to 600 pounds. Despite the mysterious energy that had enhanced his physique, he was unable to move the hefty jade boulder. After all, his abilities were predominantly concentrated in his eyes, while his body served merely as an adjunct enhancement, offering little more strength than an average person. In a fit of frustration, Xiao Xingyun clapped his hands, disregarding everything around him, and returned to Gu Qingqing's side. "Have you finished?" Gu Qingqing asked, astonished. "Indeed, I have," Xiao Xingyun replied. "I spent 3 million to hire you, and you take merely 3 minutes? In truth, the duration of a man's performance was not the crux of the matter. Efficacy was what truly mattered. What you deem excellent is the only standard to uphold, rendering the opinions of others inconsequential." Gu Qingqing's cheeks flushed, as if the wheels of a vehicle had just rolled over her face, and the tires were unbearably hot. Chapter 54. Unveiling the deception of faux gemstones. Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tuo, upon observing Xiao Xingyun for a brief moment, relinquished their interest and instead engaged in flirtation with Gu Qingqing, which allowed them to feel at ease. At this juncture, their attention was solely captivated by Master Luo. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qingqing leaned in close to Xiao Xingyun's ear and whispered, "Is there an issue?" The fragrant whisper sent a shiver down Xiao Xingyun's spine. He was taken aback by the closeness of Gu Qingqing, a young lady from a wealthy family, who was so eager to ascertain the quality of the batch of jadeite rough stones. In response, Xiao Xingyun leaned closer to her delicate ear, inhaling her alluring scent, and murmured, "The problem is quite grave. All the sizable rough stones have been cut and reassembled or are hollowed-out waste stones filled with lead or resin." Gu Qingqing, overly sensitive to the intimacy of his words, felt her earlobes, resembling jade pearls, flush with crimson. Yet, she disregarded her embarrassment, utterly shaken by the implications of Xiao Xingyun's revelation. Could it be that all the sizable rough stones were counterfeit? This dilemma was far too serious. Should they proceed with the earlier plan to purchase the entirety of the jadeite rough stones in the warehouse, it would likely cost over 2 billion Chinese yuan. Once the payment was made, the sum would vanish into thin air. Not only would the operations of Gu's jewelry come to a standstill, but the entire financial chain of the Gu family would also face severe repercussions, potentially leading to a complete rupture. How can we ascertain this with certainty? Gu Qingqing inquired once more in hushed tones. When it comes time to select a large rough stone, insist on a stone test. They will undoubtedly resist. In the ensuing dispute, deliberately drop it. The reassembled stones will likely shatter, exposing any deceit. Very well, I shall follow your lead. The two conspired quietly before distancing themselves. Xiao Xingyun maintained his composure, while Gu Qingqing's ears and cheeks flushed, as if she had just been playfully teased by him. Feeling somewhat weak in the knees, she urged, "Master Luo, have you made your selection? No need to be overly meticulous. After all, it is merely a sampling, not a gamble." "Oh hikt ding. I shall select these 5 and let Xiao pick the rest." Master Luo, a man of integrity, intended to afford Xiao Xingyun a chance to demonstrate his skills. Nonchalantly, Xiao Xingyun pointed to 2 large rough stones and stated, "I do not wish to choose too many. These 2 will suffice." Zhu Chongjiu, growing anxious, interjected, "Such large stones come at a high price. If they crumble, who will bear the cost? Therefore, large rough stones are unsuitable for testing samples." Dan Tuo added, "In fact, there is no established rule in the industry regarding this. opportunities for sample testing are scarce. I am sincerely interested in collaborating with Gu's Jewelry, and that is why I am offering you this chance for testing, but you must not push your luck. Xiao Xingyun, taken aback, seemed to be hearing such regulations for the first time, feeling somewhat at a loss as he glanced at Gu Qingqing. Madam Gu, what do you think? He deferred to her. Gu Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. Indeed, Xiao Xingyun was correct. Attempting to test the large rough stones would be met with refusal. The more they resisted, the more she was compelled to expose the ruse. How much do these 2 rough stones cost? I shall purchase them and proceed with the testing, Gu Qingqing stated calmly. What? Zhu Zhongjiu and Dan Tuo exchanged frantic glances, their expressions fraught with anxiety. What's the matter? Is this not acceptable? Gu Qingqing had already placed her trust in Xiao Xingyun's judgment. It's not that it's unacceptable, but a raw stone of this magnitude has a market value of at least 10 million. Using it for testing is simply not worthwhile. Zhu Zhongjiu was already sweating profusely, realizing that their carefully laid plans were on the verge of being unraveled. I am not short on funds. Name your price, Gu Qingqing asserted confidently. Very well. These 2 stones are priced at 30 million in total. Pay the sum and you may take them away. Dan Tuo gritted his teeth, deciding to salvage what he could. Unable to swindle 30 billion, he reasoned that 30 million was ample for a lifetime of indulgence. He resolved that when Gu Qingqing arranged for the transport of the stones to the testing center, they would make their escape. As for the warehouse and the stones within, they were mere decoys, assets registered under someone else's name. By the time Gu Qingqing attempted to claim the warehouse, she would find herself unable to take even a single stone, not even a counterfeit. All right, Mr. Xiao, Master Luo, please remove these 2 large stones, she commanded. Master Luo was taken aback, unable to comprehend how a sample intended for testing had morphed into a cash purchase. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun had already pried open a corner of the massive stone, straining with effort, his face turning crimson and veins bulging. Boss Zhu, come lend me a hand, he called out. Zhu Zhongjiu, startled, shouted back, if you cannot lift it, don't force it, what if you break it? He attempted to intervene, but just as his hand brushed against Xiao Xingyun's arm, Xiao released his grip on the stone. Ouch! Don't touch my arm. I can't hold on, he exclaimed. With a resounding crash, the enormous jade stone, which had been precariously tilted at half a person's height, fell heavily back to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. The stone had been hastily glued together, revealing a seam of strong adhesive and embedded faux skin particles. The fissure between the halves displayed smooth cutting marks, with extensive hollowed areas filled with a mixture of resin and lead blocks, designed to mimic the weight and tactile sensation of a genuine stone. Master Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he shone a bright flashlight upon the fragments, furiously declaring, "This is a spliced fake stone? Have you been deceiving us?" Gu Qingqing felt as though she had emerged from a near catastrophe. Had it not been for Xiao Xingyun's final verification, she would have surely fallen victim to this ruse. After all, they had come prepared to finalize a transaction, with funds already mobilized. She cast a brief glance at the shattered jade before shifting her gaze to Xiao Xingyun, who appeared utterly stunned, fixating on the broken stone, repeatedly muttering, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Gu Qingqing struggled to suppress a laugh. His performance, somewhat theatrical, was nonetheless perfectly timed in that moment. Both Zhu Zhongjiu and Dan Tuo stood there, as if turned to stone, their expressions contorted and shifting. Gu Qingqing had never witnessed such rapid and complex transformations of emotion on a person's face. Our raw stones must have been swapped by someone. I shall confront the freight driver. I will accompany you. We must demand an explanation from the shipping party. After Zhu Zhongjiu and Dan Tuo uttered these words, they turned and fled, hastening to their car and speeding away in a cloud of dust. The workers, who had been tidying up moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Have we fallen victim to fraud? Master Luo finally grasped the situation. Xiao Xingyun, still enraptured by the unfolding drama, exclaimed in bewilderment, "They are indeed swindlers? Thankfully, I accidentally shattered a piece of raw stone." Gu Qingqing, striving to quell her tumultuous emotions, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao and Master Luo, for unmasking the true identity of the deceivers. But what shall we do now? Should we report this to the authorities?" Master Luo, still seething with indignation, insisted. We must report this, indeed. Otherwise, these fraudsters will continue to harm others. Master Luo was right. A report must be made. As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he noticed the warehouse lacked surveillance cameras. He then gathered several genuine jade raw stones and loaded them onto the tricycle. The quality of these small stones was commendable. Among the 20 or so, 6 were poised for a significant increase in value. Xiao, why are you taking someone else's raw stones? Master Luo asked, utterly astonished. Those swindlers deceived us. Taking a few of their raw stones to compensate for the psychological distress seems quite reasonable. Does it not? Xiao Xingyun replied with conviction. That does seem to hold some merit, but... Very well, let us leave matters as they are for the moment. You all wait here for the police. I shall head to the stone-cutting area to alleviate my tension. With that, Xiao Xingyun rode off on the electric tricycle. Watching him depart, Gu Qingcheng felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Spending 3 million to hire this stone gambling consultant was indeed a remarkable bargain. Moreover, he was a genuine expert in the art of stone gambling, far surpassing Master Luo. He could discern the authenticity of these raw stones with just a glance. Chapter 55. A satisfied smile. Xiao Xingyun did not dwell too much on the matter. Having received a consultation fee of 3 million from Gu Qingcheng, he felt a sense of responsibility to inform her that this was indeed a deception. The possibility of offending Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tuo, or facing their retribution, was far from his concerns. In the past, when he lacked the means of self-defense, he would endure danger with a heavy heart. Now, having discovered pathways to both offensive and defensive capabilities through his ocular abilities, he would retaliate without hesitation should he encounter peril again. If Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tuo dared to send someone to enact harm, Xiao Xingyun would dare to counterattack. Upon arriving at the stone appraisal area, he queued for his turn, marking the cutting lines with a marker for the stone cutter to follow. Tonight, he would be departing from Rueli, and he could no longer suppress his desire to show off. While waiting, Xiao Xingyun noticed several individuals from the previous night's underground betting session on stone gambling. A balding middle-aged jade merchant, with a furrowed brow, sighed heavily. Alas, I lost over 10 million last night and encountered those troublesome matters. I truly suffered a great loss. If I don't uncover a few quality pieces today, my jade workshop in the capital will run out of materials. His companion consoled him. Perhaps it's best to refrain from betting. If others reveal good materials later and the prices are right, we can acquire them then. The balding man despondently agreed. At that moment, Xiao Xingyun's first piece of jade rough was being cut open. The stone cutter joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations to this esteemed gentleman. It has yielded a fine result, a glutinous white base with green, with only minor cracks, valued at no less than several million." This stone cutter was knowledgeable enough to provide an immediate appraisal. Following the customary practice, after the joyous reveal, the owner would offer a red envelope to the cutter, the amount being at the owner's discretion. "I'll offer 5 million. Sell it to me." The balding middle-aged merchant did not shy away from this mid-tier glutinous material, as its ample size and minimal cracks promised the potential for many bangles. "I'll bid 5,500,000. 5,600,000. Are you all out of your minds? Fighting over a piece of glutinous white base green, as if it were the last stone available. I bid 5,800,000. The balding man, gritting his teeth, decided to make one final increase. 6 million. This price was already quite high, resulting in minimal further bids, and with the announcement of 6 million, the competition swiftly evaporated. The balding man approached Xiao Xingyun, handing him a business card. "Brother, your luck is quite good. Do you agree to my price? If so, I can transfer the funds to you right now." The jade rough Xiao Xingyun had selected today was predominantly of average quality or slightly above, and its opening would not incite overwhelming enthusiasm. He had purchased this piece for just over 1 million. The truly remarkable stones were the 6 he had extracted from Zhu Chongjiu's warehouse. The name on the balding man's business card read Hualiui, with his workshop and shop located in the Panjiayuan area of the capital. Xiao Xingyun shook hands with Hua. "Hello, Boss Hua. Your offer is generous, and I am not one to haggle excessively. Let us proceed with the transaction at your stated price." "Thank you, let's connect on WeChat. In the future, if I have suitable materials to sell, you can contact me," Hualui said with delight. Xiao Xingyun was indeed contemplating this matter, for in the realm of stone gambling, it was impractical to sell exclusively to a single buyer. Occasionally switching between merchants would aid in concealing his brilliance. Regardless of the size of the jade merchants, Xiao Xingyun was open to interactions, as his future inventory for the jade shop would heavily rely on these small to medium-sized dealers. After adding each other on WeChat and exchanging phone numbers, Hua Lu-yi promptly transferred 6 million to Xiao Xingyun. At that moment, the second piece of jade material was unveiled, a piece of glutinous oil green jade, with a moderate level of delicacy, sold for 4.5 million. When the third raw stone was cut and prices surged, the surrounding jade merchants erupted in excitement. Although the increase was modest, who could consistently predict rising fortunes in stone gambling? One must either possess extraordinary luck or unparalleled gambling skills. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback by the fervor of the crowd. Regardless of the amount of increase, there were always those keenly observing him. He collected a stack of business cards and added numerous WeChat contacts, with some even inviting him into various stone gambling groups. Xiao Xingyun understood that he could not cut the remaining pieces of jade. Further cutting would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Even with the demise of Ma Laosi, there remained Zhao Laosi, Zhang Laosi, and others. One could never be certain when they might come seeking him. As he pondered how to excuse himself from further cutting, Gu Qingqing arrived. Mr. Xiao, there is no need to cut the remaining raw stones. My Gu family's jewelry will purchase them all. Every time Gu Qingqing made an appearance, she seemed to radiate a golden glow, constantly reminding Xiao Xingyun that she was a wealthy woman. Is everything settled? Xiao Xingyun inquired. Yes, I have signed the documents. The remaining matters can be explained by Master Luo, Gu Qingqing replied. And how will you acquire these raw stones? Xiao Xingyun was not distrustful of her, but the price difference between uncut and cut stones could be substantial, and he needed to clarify. Gu Qingqing elucidated. My Gu family previously operated an antique shop. Before transitioning to jade and jadeite, we established our workshop and store in the 4 major jade capitals, so these raw stones can be processed at my shop. Excellent. Xiao Xingyun, having long since revealed his capabilities before her, no longer sought to conceal his talents. Allowing her to witness his true prowess would surely increase the likelihood of future lucrative opportunities. Thus, Xiao Xingyun rode his electric tricycle, accompanied by Gu Qingqing, out of the jade market. Although the jade merchants in the cutting area felt a tinge of regret, they did not dwell on it. 2 hours later, Xiao Xingyun returned to the jade raw stone market, wearing a satisfied smile akin to that of a delivery person, after returning the tricycle to the rental shop. Meanwhile, his bank card reflected an increase of over 100 million in earnings. At the Gu family's jade processing workshop, Gu Qingqing remained in a state of shock and admiration. Incredible! Everything surged, and not a single piece was ruined? Xiao Xingyun is truly remarkable. He surpasses any jade gambling master I've ever encountered. On the day of the clandestine meeting, I should have taken the initiative to invite Xiao Xingyun to attend. Surely it was due to my lack of respect towards him that he declined my invitation. Reflecting upon this, I was filled with both regret and trepidation. Regretful for not having sought him out in the days prior, and apprehensive that if I had not insisted on hiring Xiao Xingyun as a consultant for the stone gambling venture at a high price, I would undoubtedly have fallen victim to Zhu Chongzhou's deceit. Thank the heavens! Gu Qingqing patted her chest, akin to a mountain, silently acknowledging her fortunate escape. After dinner, Xiao Xingyun returned to his hotel room and promptly booked a flight back to Shanghai. The absence of any inquiries from the authorities regarding the death of Ma Laosi throughout the day indicated that those involved in the underground stone gambling arena had not divulged any information about the gamblers. Another significant reason might be that the 2 bodyguards had confessed, entirely oblivious to the role Xiao Xingyun had played. He had merely donned a hat and mask, standing in Ma Laosi's office for mere moments, witnessing the security personnel resorting to violence before retreating in fear. The investigators could never fathom the part he had played in this convoluted affair. As Xiao Xingyun was packing his belongings and preparing to depart, he was suddenly startled by 2 muffled gunshots emanating from the adjacent room occupied by Hu Lili. Instinctively, he jolted and activated his X-ray vision, peering into the neighboring room. Chapter 56. The young man of virtue who has never committed a wrongdoing. As Xiao Xingyun glanced over, he beheld 3 individuals sprawled on the floor of the adjacent room, two of which were Hu Lily's female bodyguards, their bodies drenched in blood, their fates uncertain. The third woman, clad in the attire of a hotel maid, clutched a firearm, unmistakably a hired assassin. Only two figures remained standing. A man dressed in hotel staff uniform and Hu Lily, who adorned a silk robe. The man, brandishing a silenced pistol, aimed it at Hu Lily's head and calmly stated, "I can grant you 3 more minutes to ponder where you concealed the pilfered jade eye fragments." "No, you misunderstand. I have never stolen anything. You may search me," Hu Lily retorted, her pink silk robe revealing her alabaster arms and thighs, her bosom prominent, swaying enticingly as she spoke. The armed man, however, wore a derisive expression. "Boss Hu, spare me the theatrics. Your seduction holds no sway over me. If you refuse to speak, I shall seek the truth myself." With that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Hu Lily sprawling onto the bed. "Ah!" she cried, clutching her abdomen, howling in agony as the impact left her drenched in sweat. The man approached the bedside table, where a small metal box lay, secured with both an electronic lock and a fingerprint scanner. He lifted the box and confronted Hu Lily, aiming the gun at her head. "Will you open it for me, or shall I blow your brains out?" "I will open it. I will." Hu Lily, clearly terrified, offered no resistance as she hurriedly entered a sequence of numbers and pressed her fingertip to the scanner. With a click, the box sprang open. Inside, amidst a trove of cash, lay several exquisite jade stones, but at the center, for jade eye fragments were prominently displayed. Although the fragments were as pure as jade, they stood out amidst the luxurious emeralds, glowing with an allure that captivated all who beheld them. The man pointed at the transparent bag containing the 4 jade eye fragments and sneered, "Boss Hu, what are these? You still dare to claim that the jade eye fragments belonging to Virginia are not your doing?" At this juncture, Hu Lily could no longer feign innocence. She suddenly ceased her cries, enduring the pain as she sat upright on the bed and calmly remarked, "You were sent by Wang Banxian, weren't you?" "This was not my directive. It was a reckless act by one of my subordinates. If you assist me in contacting Wang Banxian, I shall compensate his losses, including Virginia's life, double." "It is too late." A glimmer of mockery crossed the man's face as he slowly leveled the gun at Hu Lily. "In your next life, learn to be wiser, and do not provoke those you cannot afford to challenge." Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Startled, the armed man attempted to discern the cause of his disorientation, only to be met with a searing pain in his groin. The seemingly frail Hu Lily had delivered a swift kick to his legs and, in a feline leap, pounced upon him like a fierce leopard, striving to seize the weapon from his grasp. The man was besieged by a multitude of blurred images, as if countless versions of Hu Lily were advancing upon him. However, he was, after all, a professional assassin. In this precarious situation, driven by instinct, he launched a sudden punch towards the side front. Bang! This blow struck Hu Lily squarely on the chin, rendering her unconscious in an instant, and she collapsed at the feet of the armed man with a thud. Following this punch, the armed man could no longer maintain his composure. His mind was a cacophony of voices urging him. "You should sleep, you should sleep, you should sleep." Thud, he too succumbed to the urge. Such a voice was one he found utterly irresistible. When it beckoned him to sleep, he surrendered to it. In truth, Xiao Xingyun was also on the brink of exhaustion. From such a distance, utilizing his ocular abilities to channel his mental energy, he could only induce hypnosis upon the assassin. Had he been closer, he could have compelled the man to take his own life. His intervention was not born from a desire to rescue Hu Lily, but rather from the sight of 4 shards of jade eyes. The insatiable greed within him was uncontrollable. In a moment of impulsiveness, he acted. Seeing the assassin collapse and Hu Lily unconscious, Xiao Xingyun wasted no time, seizing his suitcase and pushing open the adjacent door. Indeed, the door next door was not locked. Otherwise, the sound of the silenced gun would not have been so pronounced. He rushed inside, his eyes gleaming with fervor, disregarding all else as he propelled himself towards the box, grasping the 4 jade eye shards with urgency. Strangely, even through the transparent plastic bag, he absorbed the shards entirely. As he absorbed the jade eye fragments, peculiar images of battles flashed through his mind. When viewing through the jade eye, an immense energy shield formed, capable of levitating in mid-air, even allowing for brief flight. This was absurd. This third eye was, indeed, omnipotent. Through this eye, all manner of extraordinary abilities could be realized. X-ray vision, seduction, flight, traversing spatial portals, and emitting lethal beams of light. It seemed that with the third eye, nothing was beyond reach except for procreation. Upon absorbing the 4 shards, Xiao Xingyun felt his eyes brimming with overwhelming energy, experiencing a qualitative enhancement. The surplus energy radiated from his eyes, permeating throughout his body, bestowing benefits upon him. Yet, once the absorption was complete, Xiao Xingyun regained his clarity. How could he explain this to Hu Lili? Was he to eliminate all witnesses? As this dreadful thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head, banishing the idea from his consciousness. He was merely an ordinary person. He must not commit heinous acts. Otherwise, like the formidable 3-eyed deity in his visions, who, despite their power, was relentlessly pursued by their own kind due to their malevolence, would find themselves with no escape, ultimately meeting their demise. But how to explain it? How to account for the absence of the 4 jade eye fragments? And what to do with the armed assassin on the floor? As Xiao Xingyun grappled with these dilemmas, he suddenly noticed the unconscious assassin stirring. Clearly, he had regained consciousness, feigning sleep to assess the situation in the room. Startled, Xiao Xingyun dared not waste a moment. In an instant, his gaze radiated a strange light, piercing into the eyes of the feigned unconscious assassin. Shoot yourself. This is a command, devoid of any suggestion or inducement. Just then, the assassin, recently awakened and surveying the room, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze vacant, and pressed the gun to his temple. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger with a sharp crack. He was dead. A gaping hole marred his head. Now, Xiao Xingyun was left with a single vulnerability: the transparent plastic bag at the heart of Hu Lili's box, which was now devoid of the jade shards. However, his fingerprints remained on the bag's surface. Consequently, he picked up a lighter from the bedside table and made his way to the bathroom, where he incinerated the plastic bag, disposing of the remnants in the toilet, which were swept away into the drainage system. The bathroom's ventilation system hummed softly, swiftly dissipating the faint scent of burning plastic. Yet, as Xiao Xingyun glanced at the lighter in his hand, he found himself in a quandary. This was no ordinary lighter. It was an exquisite, custom-made piece designed for women, adorned with gold and set with diamonds, intricately carved with a sultry rose scorpion. On Hu Lili's bedside table lay another feminine lighter alongside slender women's cigarettes, indicating that this lighter undoubtedly belonged to her. Should he take this lighter, now tainted with his fingerprints? Alas, what a dilemma! A model citizen, who had never committed a wrongdoing, wondered why life was so arduous. Thus, Xiao Xingyun extracted a slender cigarette, igniting it with the lighter before returning it to its original place. After taking a puff, he discovered it was a peach-flavored cigarette, quite pleasant indeed. Even for someone like Xiao Xingyun, who seldom smoked, it was rather delightful. This should suffice to explain the fingerprint issue, he mused, retrieving his phone to dial emergency services and the police. As he waited for the authorities to arrive, he noticed Hu Lili sprawled on the floor, her exposed body in need of modesty. He fetched a light blanket to cover her. Beyond that, he remained rooted to the spot, making no further movements. As a kind-hearted ordinary citizen, Xiao Xingyun felt that his promising life had just begun. He had no desire to attract suspicion from the police, nor to face imprisonment. As for the 2 female bodyguards and the female assassin lying in pools of blood, he averted his gaze, for he was squeamish at the sight of blood. Chapter 57. The testimony of truth and deceit in the precinct. Xiao Xingyun, as the primary eyewitness and the first to report the incident, is regarded by the police as a significant subject for questioning. Although termed an interrogation, it is in reality a more relaxed inquiry, conducted by specialists skilled in eliciting information. Throughout the night, no inconsistencies were uncovered in his account. Xiao Xingyun recounted to the authorities that after gathering his belongings, he was preparing to board a flight back to Shanghai when he suddenly heard a muffled gunshot from the adjacent room. Driven by concern for his friend Hu Lili, he felt compelled to investigate. To his horror, upon entering the unlatched door, he discovered 3 women lying in a pool of blood. Hu Lili was slumped beside the bed, her life hanging in the balance. Near her lay a male assailant, a gun in his hand, with a gaping wound in his head, equally uncertain of his fate. Observing this grim scene, as a citizen imbued with a sense of justice, he promptly called for assistance and dialed for emergency medical help. In that moment of overwhelming fear and anxiety, he resorted to smoking, a habit he rarely indulged, and lit 2 feminine peach-flavored cigarettes from the bedside. Additionally, he recalled that the blanket draped over Lily was one he had placed upon her. Beyond this, he professed ignorance regarding any underlying conflicts between the parties involved. This was the essence of Xiao Xingyun's narrative. Regardless of the number of interrogators, his story remained consistent. Questions regarding the circumstances of the assailant's demise, the reason for Lily's survival, or the potential involvement of a third party that may have absconded with 4 jade shards, were deemed irrelevant to him. Xiao Xingyun's account was a mixture of truth and fabrication. Aside from the 4 jade fragments and the use of ocular powers to eliminate the male assailant, everything else was verifiably accurate. Upon regaining consciousness in the hospital, Lily learned of the events from the precinct and, accompanied by her ineffectual driver and a male bodyguard who was absent at the crucial moment, personally sought to retrieve Xiao Xingyun. With the victim's side expressing trust in Xiao Xingyun and affirming the veracity of his statements, the police lifted their suspicions regarding him. In the vehicle, Lily solemnly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao Xingyun," to which he modestly replied, "Please, Lily, no need for such formality. I hardly contributed. By the time I entered your room, the assailant was already deceased, and I have no knowledge of who came to your aid. Indeed, I shall investigate this matter further, but I still appreciate your help. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Add me on WeChat, and I will share my private number with you." "Certainly, thank you." At that moment, Xiao Xingyun, devoid of any hesitation, promptly added Lily on WeChat and saved her private number into his phone, elated as if he had struck a fortuitous connection with a wealthy benefactor. "Thanks to your timely report and the swift arrival of the ambulance, my 2 female bodyguards, clad in portable bulletproof vests, though gravely injured, have been saved. They are immensely grateful to you. Once we return to Shanghai, I shall treat you to drinks with them." "Very well," Xiao Xingyun replied, "but let us refrain from further expressions of gratitude. I have opened a jade store at the Chenghuang Temple in Shanghai, and my partner awaits my return for the grand opening. We can discuss matters further at a later time." "A splendid union, indeed. When you commence your business, I shall arrange for a floral basket to be delivered." "Thank you, boss Hu. I am in a hurry to catch my flight and have already rescheduled once. I cannot afford any further delays." After speaking, Xiao Xingyun exited from Lily's Rolls-Royce. "Well, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you to the airport. Wishing you a safe journey," Lily remarked, watching as Xiao Xingyun hailed another taxi and vanished from sight. She frowned and murmured, "Things are certainly not as simple as he claims. However, the one behind this must be Wang Banzian. But what is Xiao Xingyun concealing?" The male bodyguard, seated in front, eager to redeem himself, inquired, "Boss, should I investigate Xiao Xingyun?" Lily glared at him, exclaiming, "What reason do we have to investigate Xiao Xingyun? What could he possibly have to hide? Why not pursue our enemies instead?" Overwhelmed by her anger, she felt a sharp pain in her chin, a reminder of the assassin's blow that nearly fractured her jaw. After initial treatment at the hospital, the pain persisted, and the swelling had not subsided. She had temporarily discharged herself to retrieve Xiao Xingyun from the police station, intending to return for further treatment after attending to her urgent business. The male bodyguard, chastised by Lily's outburst, meekly responded, "Our team is already diligently tracking Wang Banxian's whereabouts. Anyone who dares to harm the boss will meet their demise. I do not wish to hear any more nonsense. I demand results. Now take me back to the hospital." "Certainly, boss," both the bodyguard and the driver replied in unison. An hour later, Xiao Xingyun boarded the airplane. Once airborne, he finally exhaled in relief. Why did every trip to gamble on jade seem fraught with peril? His sole desire was to discreetly gamble and amass wealth. Was that too much to ask? On his first venture to the gambling city in Guangdong, he was kidnapped by Ma Laosi, leaving him terrified. The second time, in Rueli, he encountered an assassin. Well, although the target was Lily, his neighbor, it still frightened him immensely. Had he not been tempted by those 4 shards of jade, he would never have taken such risks. Alas, it was finally over. He would return to Shanghai for a few days of rest before hastening to open the jade shop. Once the store commenced operations, he would be able to openly declare his profession when asked. He would also take time to cut several pieces from the raw jadeite stones that had been shipped back, selling what needed to be sold and storing the rest. Xiao Xingyun had no intention of hoarding too many exquisite jadeite stones. He merely wished to convert them into cash. Su Qing had inadvertently partnered with Xiao Xingyun, and should he possess the means, he wished to assist her with her family's debt issues. Perhaps due to a sleepless night, Xiao Xingyun grew weary and, lost in his thoughts, eventually dozed off in his seat. Seated by the window, his slumber did not disturb others, and when the flight attendant roused him, he discovered the plane had already landed. Taking a taxi back to his rented residence in Cuiyuan, he was greeted by the melodious strains of piano music from his neighbor, which gradually eased his troubled spirit. In truth, the melodious strains of music can only be heard in the quaint courtyard of the villa. Once one steps inside the home, the sound diminishes to a mere whisper, devoid of any sense of disturbance. For those who cherish music, it is far from a cacophony. Su Qing is not at home. I exchanged messages with her just before she boarded her flight, and she is likely rehearsing a program at school. The raw gemstones dispatched by Xiao Xingyun were received with the assistance of Su Qing and are currently stored in the basement, meticulously organized by batch. Xiao Xingyun need not bother with unpacking. A single sweep with his X-ray vision suffices to ascertain their condition. As for the finished jadeite pieces procured for the shop, they were accepted by the rotund Luo, who mentioned that labels have already been affixed, and the items are displayed in the showcase. After years of peddling at the Chenghuang Temple, Luo has established numerous connections, enabling him to resolve issues that Xiao Xingyun might not have anticipated. Granting him a 30% stake proves advantageous for Xiao Xingyun. After a refreshing shower and donning a clean outfit, Xiao Xingyun noted the sun nearing its descent. Not wishing to prepare a meal at home, he drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the entrance of the music academy, awaiting Su Qing's dismissal, with plans to treat her to a sumptuous dinner. It was Friday, and a plethora of luxury vehicles adorned the entrance. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches. Xiao Xingyun's G-Class blended seamlessly into the scene, drawing no undue attention. Chapter 58. The debt collectors arrived due to the proximity of the main entrance to the Cuiyuan villa. Su Qing passed through this door daily. Before long, Xiao Xingyun caught sight of Su Qing's silhouette. The stunning beauty invariably commanded attention wherever she went. Today, she donned a pair of black, loose-fitting dance pants, which exuded elasticity and a subtle fluffiness, accentuating her figure with a more voluptuous and balanced appearance. On her upper half, she wore a pink cartoon t-shirt, which, despite its bagginess, could not conceal her ample bosom. As she stepped out of the academy, her ensemble drew countless fiery gazes. Xiao Xingyun had not informed her of his arrival, intending to surprise her. Just as he alighted from the car, however, 2 menacing middle-aged men blocked Su Qing's path. "You are Su Qing, aren't you? Your family owes our boss a considerable sum of money. How do you intend to repay it?" Su Qing appeared to have anticipated such a day, remaining remarkably composed as she replied, "I do not owe you anything. Seek out whomever owes you." This was a strategy she had long discussed with her parents. Given her circumstances, she could not even repay the interest. The 2 men threatened her fiercely. "Humph! Are you trying to play tricks? Do you believe we come to your school every day to shout your name? We'll even approach your teachers and principal to pressure you into repayment. I owe you nothing. Do as you please," Su Qing retorted fearlessly, bolstered by the presence of numerous onlookers at the school gate, ensuring her safety. "Debts must be repaid by offspring. Your father owes our boss money, and you must repay it. Come with us back to Hangqing so we can discuss how you will settle this." Sensing the crowd's attention, the 2 men attempted to drag Su Qing away, one on each side. Terrified, she contemplated calling for help. Just then, Xiao Xingyun emerged, shielding her behind him and simultaneously removing the men's hands. As Su Qing hid behind Xiao Xingyun, his tall and robust figure provided her with an inexplicable sense of security against the unknown danger. With righteous indignation, Xiao Xingyun bellowed, "Stop! Do you not consider where you are? Attempting to abduct a student from the Conservatory of Music? Fellow students, quickly call the police to apprehend these villains. The surrounding students, initially unaware of the situation, responded to Xiao Xingyun's call without hesitation, reaching for their phones to alert the authorities. The two sinister men were clearly no ordinary individuals. Their audacity to attempt to abduct a fellow student at the music academy was intolerable. Is there no law? Since someone had stepped forward to uphold justice, the others could not remain passive, lest they be looked down upon by their peer. The two debt collectors grew anxious, loudly insisting, "We are legitimate employees of a debt collection agency, not criminals. Calling the police is futile. Our actions are lawful. Su Qing's parents owe my boss a substantial amount. I am merely collecting what is due." From the crowd emerged a tall, slender figure, Su Qing's classmate, Zhao Kai. Filled with excitement, Zhao Kai thought to himself that Su Qing's family owed money to others. His moment of glory had finally arrived. As long as she helps her family settle their debts, isn't she at my mercy? Upon seeing Su Qing's alluring and delicate figure, he could hardly contain the excitement swelling within him. Su Qing's family owes money to your boss? How much? I will assist her in repaying it, Zhao Kai declared with an air of arrogance. What? You will help her pay? The two debt collectors gazed at Zhao Kai as if he were a fool. The debt amounted to over 180 million. You claim to be the richest in Shanghai, yet you say you'll repay it just like that? Is it truly worth spending over 100 million just to woo a girl? With that much capital, how many exquisite beauties could be found in a club? Moreover, besides the debt owed to your boss, she also owes over 100 million to the bank. Will you assist her with that as well? Zhao Kai, oblivious to the debt collector's expressions, assumed they were astonished by his generosity. Thus, he raised his voice even further, asserting, "Yes, I will help her repay it, but remember, once the debts are cleared, you must leave immediately and never set foot in the music academy again. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Very well. Here is a photocopy of the debt contract. If you cover her repayment, we will leave now and never return to the music academy. One of the debt collectors handed the contract to Zhao Kai. As Zhao Kai glanced at it, he nearly bulged his eyes out in shock, exclaiming, 186 million? Why is it so much? It was always that amount. Did you think it was less? The collector, observing Zhao Kai's expression, realized he could not afford it. I thought it was merely a couple 100,000. Zhao Kai's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly returned the photocopy of the loan contract, saying, I'm sorry, I cannot repay it. Slap. The debt collector struck Zhao Kai across the face, scolding, How dare you act like a big shot when you cannot even repay your debts? Who gave you the audacity to demand we leave? Zhao Kai was stunned by the blow. Not only did his face ache, but he felt utterly humiliated. He had aimed to impress Su Qing with his financial prowess, only to find himself in a pitiful situation, losing face in a grand manner. How dare you hit me? I will call the police. Zhao Kai nearly burst into tears. The collector sneered, saying, Someone has already reported it. If the police arrive, we can easily cover your medical expenses. Such a small amount is nothing to us. Zhao Kai, unwilling to provoke the collectors further, covered his face and approached Su Qing. He glanced at her and then at the strong and handsome Xiao Xingyun, noticing their intimate demeanor, and felt a pang of jealousy akin to tasting a bitter lemon. Xiao Qing, I took a slap for you. Can't you offer me even a word of comfort? Although my funds are insufficient, I am not like some rural bumpkin who dares not utter a word upon arriving here. Zhao Kai lamented. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, glancing at Xiao Xingyun's expression before responding to Zhao Kai. I appreciate your kindness, but please do not involve yourself in my matters. Also, Xiao Xingyun is my boyfriend, and I hope you can show him some respect. Ha, you expect me to respect a rural bumpkin? He is unworthy, Zhao Kai retorted proudly. Leave, speak one more word, and I will strike you. Xiao Xingyun originally had no intention of engaging with such lowly individuals, yet their incessant prattling proved irksome. How dare they? Zhao Kai, appearing fierce yet cowardly within, believed that with the constables approaching, Xiao Xingyun would surely refrain from retaliating against him. With a cold smirk, Xiao Xingyun feigned a threatening gesture, raising his palm. Startled, Zhao Kai let out a shriek and stumbled backward, only to trip over something beneath him, landing squarely on the ground and wincing in pain. tears welling in his eyes. The onlookers erupted in laughter. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from the street corner. The constables had arrived. 2 debt collectors, their expressions menacing, approached Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing, threateningly declaring, "When the constables arrive, you would do well to keep your mouths shut. Otherwise, you won't even know how you met your demise. We are quite experienced in murder. The police will find no evidence." Su Qing shivered in fright, retreating behind Xiao Xingyun. Yet, a peculiar glint sparkled in Xiao Xingyun's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the 2 collectors, saying, "How impressive you are. When the constables arrive, do be sure to inform them of your murders and other criminal deeds." The 2 collectors, momentarily dazed, numbly replied, "Of course." Just then, several constables approached with solemnity, inquiring, "Who reported the incident? What transpired?" Chapter 59. Capturing 2 notorious criminals, Xiao Xingyun immediately raised his hand and declared, "It was my girlfriend who reported the incident. These 2 men have been causing trouble, unjustly demanding debts from her, although she owes them nothing. During their attempts to collect, they even threatened us, boasting that they have killed many people and that if we do not pay, they would end our lives." Upon hearing that the 2 debt collectors had committed murder, the responding officers became alert, swiftly drawing their weapons and aiming them at the men. "Have you truly taken lives?" Officer Li, the leader of the patrol, inquired loudly. "Yes, I have killed 2. One of the men replied. "I have killed 1. The other echoed. The 2 debt collectors, momentarily stunned, answered with an unsettling honesty. What had begun as a routine inquiry for Officer Li had taken a shocking turn with their admissions. He promptly commanded his subordinates, "Arrest them immediately and take them back for thorough interrogation." "Yes." The responding officers rushed forward, swiftly handcuffing the 2 men without resistance. A search revealed that they were armed with daggers. Officer Li, still uneasy, asked one final question before they were loaded into the vehicle. "Where did you commit these murders?" The first was near the nightclub in the University District of Hangzhou, where we killed a female student. We got her intoxicated, and in our reckless indulgence, we ended her life and disposed of her body in a nearby drain. The second time, the 2 men recounted their murderous escapades in chilling detail, leaving the officers present in shock. Their cruelty and audacity were astonishing. They offered confessions without hesitation. Su Qing, trembling in fear, clung to Xiao Xingyun, horrified to discover that the debt collectors were indeed murderers. The thought of being abducted by them was terrifying. Had they succeeded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai, who had been seated on the ground, had already scrambled to his feet and fled, having overheard everything clearly. "Damn it, these fearsome debt collectors are murderers? This is terrifying. I won't let them extort any money from me. If I anger them, what if they escape one day and come after my family?" Being a cultured and affluent individual, he resolved not to stoop to their level. He made his escape. The officers, having caught 2 significant criminals, lost interest in the debt dispute involving Su Qing. They reasoned that there was no harm done to her, no severe consequences incurred, and while the debt was legitimate, it was her parents' obligation, not hers. Thus, they merely took a brief statement before departing with the 2 murderers in tow, eager to solve these 3 homicides and earn commendations for their efforts. Remarkably, the criminals were exceedingly cooperative, answering every question without concealment. Officer Li, after many years of service, had never encountered such self-destructive offenders. He could only wonder what had driven them to this point. Yet it was irrelevant. Xiao Xingyun took Su Qing's hand, and they boarded the luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As she settled into the passenger seat, Su Qing fell into his embrace, trembling with fear. "I was terrified. They were actually murderers and managed to locate my school. It's utterly frightening." Su Qing's body quivered slightly. She had never encountered such a horrifying experience in her life. Xiao Xingyun gently patted her back, offering reassurance. "It's all right. It's all in the past now. The police have apprehended those individuals, and they will face the death penalty. But my school address has been compromised," she lamented. "The creditors will undoubtedly send others to harass me. You are not the debtor. In situations like this, your first course of action should be to contact the police, followed by a call to me. If I am nearby, I will certainly come promptly to assist you." Yes, I suppose that's all we can do for now. To help Su Qing recover from her shock, Xiao Xingyun decided to take her to a lavishly decorated Western restaurant for dinner. The bustling atmosphere, complemented by live piano music, would serve to distract her from the earlier events. After the meal, Su Qing's spirits had noticeably improved. They then ventured to a nearby mall, where he purchased several articles of clothing and cosmetics for her, as a form of compensation for the unsettling day. Xiao Xingyun vaguely understood that it was his unique ocular powers that had led to Su Qing's skewed perception, intertwining her fate with his. Whether it was love or desire, she was undeniably entranced. Upon returning to the villa, after a refreshing shower, she donned a sultry black ensemble, prepared to perform a private singing and dancing exhibition for Xiao Xingyun. She was more proactive than he had been. As the vibrant DJ music filled the air, Xiao Xingyun experienced a performance that even the most celebrated patrons could not have imagined. Su Qing not only possessed a melodious singing voice, but also exhibited professional-level dancing skills, her flexibility remarkable. Though their exchanges were minimal, their synchronization was impeccable. Under the enchanting influence of Xiao Xingyun's three-eyed abilities, Su Qing was nearly entrapped in a mesmerizing illusion, consumed by a fervent, almost pathological infatuation for him. In her desire to please him, she showcased everything she had learned throughout her life. The following morning, upon waking, Xiao Xingyun mused, that three-eyed demon truly met a deserved end. It was wicked beyond measure. If it had not been for the persistent calls from Fatty Luo urging him to come to the store, he might have lingered in bed longer. The merchandise Xiao Xingyun selected was predominantly exquisite small items, which Fatty Luo accepted without objection. He urged Xiao Xingyun to the store merely to review his recent work. With the completion of renovations, Fatty Luo had meticulously arranged the first batch of jade and gemstone products by category. The marked prices typically reflected the market average, approximately 5 times the cost price. When the materials and carving techniques were harmonized to perfection, the result was collectible-grade products. Such unique collectible jade items held great appeal. If a customer was particularly fond of a piece, one could price it at 10 or even 20 times the cost, and there would still be eager buyers. Upon entering the store, Xiao Xingyun was greeted by Fatty Luo and 3 female staff members. "Welcome, Mr. Xiao. We are honored by your presence and guidance here today." The 4 individuals performed a synchronized 90-degree bow, which imbued the moment with a certain sense of ceremony. Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of joy within, finally experiencing a fragment of the delight that comes with being a boss. These 3 employees were all recruited by him. Chen Ning served as the cashier, while Zhang Ting and Wu Xiaoxue were sales assistants, each possessing prior experience in the jade and emerald retail sector. Except for Zhang Ting, who was dismissed from her previous establishment, the other 2 were lured by Xiao Xingyun's enticing commission structure. Initially, he intended to hire 2 security guards but found no suitable candidates. After inquiring with nearby shop owners, he learned that during business hours, security was deemed unnecessary. In the event of a robbery, one could simply press the alarm, and local patrol officers would arrive in approximately 5 minutes. Moreover, even if security guards were hired, could their rubber clubs truly deter a thief? After careful consideration, Xiao Xingyun acknowledged the validity of this reasoning and decided to forego the security expenses. "Everything seems satisfactory. I believe we can commence a trial operation today to gauge the atmosphere. Tomorrow morning, we shall officially open for business, perhaps a few firecrackers and some floral arrangements to mark the occasion," Xiao Xingyun declared. Fat Luo paused. "Aren't we inviting friends and family to join us in celebrating?" "Actually, I was hoping to collect some monetary gifts," he sheepishly admitted. Xiao Xingyun frowned. "Accepting paltry gifts from acquaintances holds little significance. If I were to accept gifts, I would have to invite my college classmates. However, I suspect their presence would only complicate matters further. Thus, it is better not to invite anyone at all." Fat Luo hesitated. "If you prefer not to host a gathering for gifts, then so be it. However, my parents are somewhat uneasy about my current endeavors, believing I might be deceiving them. If you have the time, would you mind visiting my home to speak with them?" "Certainly. In fact, we've known each other for over a year, and I have yet to visit your home. There is no time like the present. Let us do it today," Xiao Xingyun replied. After delegating the store's trial operation to his 3 employees, He purchased some common gifts and accompanied Fat Luo to visit his parents. This also served as an opportunity for a deeper understanding of his partner, ensuring that they were not merely acquainted through phone numbers, WeChat IDs, and identification numbers, but also familiar with one another's living circumstances. After all, should a situation arise, it would be rather awkward if they were unable to locate each other. Chapter 60. The family background of Luo Pengzi. While in the car, Luo Pengzi confided in Xiao Xingyun that his parents had been apprehensive since he purchased a Porsche. Now, upon hearing that he was partnering with someone to open a shop, their concern had only intensified. They insisted on meeting Xiao Xingyun, his business partner, to set their minds at ease. Such is the heart of every parent. Xiao Xingyun could empathize with Luo Pengzi's parents. If he were to flaunt his newly acquired Mercedes G-Class among friends, his own parents, along with his sister and brother-in-law, would undoubtedly fret and call to inquire whether he was involved in any illicit activities. At that moment, Luo Pengzi's phone rang. "Lao Ban, you asked me to look into Ma Laosi, and just a couple of days later he is dead. This isn't you're doing, is it?" A wary male voice came through the line. "What? Ma Laosi is dead? You must be joking," Luo Pengzi exclaimed, astonished. Who would joke about something so grave? Lives are at stake. This is no trifling matter. It wasn't me. Have you considered that, in my current state, with my hormone-ravaged, half-broken body, I could hardly do anything? I'm just trying to keep my head down and enjoy what little happiness I can. Let us hope that's the case. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. We'll talk later. The inside of the car was quite silent, and the other party spoke loudly, allowing Xiao Xingyun, with his impeccable hearing, to catch snippets of the conversation. Did Luo Pengzi really serve in the military? Had he seen combat? After hanging up, Luo Pengzi regarded Xiao Xingyun with a puzzled look. "Comrade Xiao, you must have killed Ma Laosi, right?" Xiao Xingyun erupted into an exaggerated laugh. "Brother Pang, don't jest. That's a matter of life and death. You know my background well. I'm merely the son of a peasant family from the mountains, 3 generations of impoverished farmers, and I graduated from university just over a year ago. I'm our village's beacon of hope. How could I possibly commit murder? True enough. I was just throwing out a wild guess. No need to get worked up. But if it's not you, then who could it be? Are you really that naive?" Ma Laosi ran an underground gambling operation, often resorting to unscrupulous tactics to deceive others. He even kidnapped free gambling experts. He made many enemies, and there are plenty of people who would want him dead. What do we count for in this mess? Let us not have any trouble spill over onto us. Indeed, I nearly fell into that kid's trap myself. Luo Pengzi sighed in relief. As they spoke, they followed Luo Pengzi's directions into an upscale residential community, characterized by strict security and a pleasant environment. Before entering, Luo Pengzi advised Xiao Xingyun, "My parents are wonderful people. Just answer their questions honestly. We have no secrets to hide." "Understood," Xiao Xingyun replied obediently. Luo Pengzi opened the door and called out, "Mom and Dad, I've brought my friend Xiao Xingyun home." As Xiao Xingyun changed into his slippers, he was greeted by 2 elderly individuals in military attire, both appearing to be in their 50s. The man was stern yet handsome, while the woman radiated warmth and beauty, exuding an air of grace. Luo Pengzi's parents were both military personnel, and still active duty? Goodness, Luo Pengzi, with such a prestigious lineage. Why are you operating a stall at the city god temple? Are you out of your mind? Lao Pengzi's mother chuckled and said, "Ah, so you are Xiao Xiao, are you? I often hear De Zhao speak of you. You are merely his apprentice in the realm of jade craftsmanship. Following him, no matter how exquisite your talent, it would be futile, a gem tarnished by dust. Auntie, you jest. Under Fatty's guidance, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge about jade. He has been my enlightening mentor as I embarked upon this profession," Xiao Xingyun replied earnestly. This was no idle claim. Indeed, when he first entered the field, Lao Pengzi had meticulously taught him the ropes. This also explained why, after gaining his extraordinary insight, he endeavored to elevate Lao Pengzi's standing. Lao Pengzi's father regarded Xiao Xingyun with a serious demeanor, appraising the young man for a moment before saying, "Xiao Xiao, please take a seat. De Zhao, prepare a pot of Longjing tea for our guest." "Certainly, I shall do so," Lao Pengzi responded, dragging his 200-pound frame with surprising agility to brew the tea. As Xiao Xingyun engaged in conversation with Lao Pengzi's parents, he noticed several photographs displayed on the television cabinet. Among them were images of Lao Pengzi's parents in their youth. The male was strikingly handsome, and the female, exquisitely graceful. It was hard to fathom how they could have produced a son like Lao Pengzi. Had there been a mix-up at the hospital? Yet there was also a family portrait featuring the three of them with a tall, robust, and sun-kissed young soldier standing between them. Who was that dashing figure, whose features were only slightly less refined than his own? Noticing Xiao Xingyun's gaze, Lao Dazhao's mother took the initiative to introduce, "This is Dazhao before his injury." After being wounded, the medical conditions at the border were quite dire, leading to an infection of his wound. To save him, some experimental hormonal medications were administered, resulting in the subsequent weight gain that forced his early retirement. As if to validate Lao Dazhao's accomplishments, his mother retrieved his commendation medals and earlier photographs from a drawer. Xiao Xingyun was left dumbfounded, his heart stirred with astonishment. So, the tales Lao Dazhao had spun were indeed true? Naturally, his claim of being a king of soldiers was surely an embellishment. Why not say he was a god of war while he was at it? Once Lao Dazhao poured the Longjing tea for everyone, he caught sight of Xiao Xingyun's expression and, with a smug grin, remarked, "Well, brother, I didn't deceive you, did I? So why then do you set up shop at the Chenghuang Temple? With your experiences, transitioning to a local leadership role should be within your grasp. This is merely a personal hobby, best left unspoken," Lao Pengzi replied, adopting an air of lofty aloofness, laden with pretentiousness. His father did not hold back, retorting sharply, "Superstition. It was because, during an enemy assault, he wore a jade amulet that miraculously altered the trajectory of a bullet, narrowly missing his heart. Thus, upon returning from the border, he plunged into the world of jade, preferring to sell trinkets than engage in conventional employment." Regarding superstition, Xiao Xingyun found himself invigorated. His recent experiences were beyond the comprehension of even professional ghost hunters. After a pleasant exchange of understanding, Lao Pengzi's parents revealed that they worked as ordinary staff in the logistics department of the municipal garrison. Xiao Xingyun describes himself as an ordinary farmer's son. After graduating from university, he acquired a modicum of knowledge about stone gambling, earned a modest sum of money, and opened a small jade shop to make ends meet. Observing the sincerity in the other party's expression and the earnestness of their words, they chose to believe what was said. After enjoying lunch at the home of Luo Pengzi, Xiao Xingyun took his leave. Once he drove away in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class and exited the community, he finally exhaled in relief. "Damn ordinary grassroots personnel. If I hadn't inadvertently glimpsed the work badge in your pocket, I might have almost believed you." At that moment, Xiao Xingyun understood what Luo Pengzi had previously mentioned, how, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had posted a picture of his newly purchased Porsche on social media, prompting his parents to interrogate him for an entire night. They feared that someone might use their son, Luo Dazhao, as an avenue for gifts, potentially leading to their own downfall. After Xiao Xingyun departed, Luo Dazhao's parents were greatly reassured. They called him over and remarked, "Your friend is quite admirable, sincere, down-to-earth, and appreciative. He is someone with whom you can maintain a relationship. In the future, should your store encounter insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Chapter 61. The neighbor next door. Upon returning to the Emerald Garden Villa, Xiao Xingyun parked the car and, holding a few fruits, was about to head back to his room when he spotted a familiar face in the adjacent courtyard, waving at him. Taken aback, he did not expect to encounter Qin Tianxi, the young heir of the Qin auction house, next door. The two had previously interacted at the auction venue and exchanged contact details, currently being friends on WeChat. Xiao Xingyun recalled that a beautiful woman with long hair resided next door, a skilled pianist whom he occasionally glimpsed across the courtyard, often exchanging nods of acknowledgement. One drawback of the row houses was the low courtyard walls topped with iron railings, with considerable gaps allowing a clear view of everything in the neighboring yard. If one desired privacy, they could only drive into the underground parking garage and use a separate elevator to ascend to their floor. "What brings you here, young Master Qin?" "I thought my neighbor was a lovely lady," Xiao Xingyun jested with a smile. "I'm a friend of Tangshi, as you might know. Today, I arranged a meeting with several seasoned individuals from the music industry to craft a song tailored for her. Those rascally musicians have no sense of time. Half an hour past our scheduled meeting, and they're still nowhere to be seen. I couldn't sit idle, so I stepped outside for a smoke, Qin Tianxi explained, raising the cigarette in his hand, offering one to Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun waved his hand with a smile, declining, "Thank you, but I don't smoke." Suddenly, Qin Tianxi inquired, "By the way, do you still have any exquisite jadeite in your possession? My shop is currently in need of top-quality materials for an upcoming jewelry exhibition in Hong Kong, and I must create a few standout pieces. I do have a few exceptional pieces left. It all depends on your offer, young Master Qin." Xiao Xingyun was indeed in need of funds. Converting his jadeite into cash might help alleviate the financial burdens faced by Su Qing's family. I might not raise the prices recklessly like Gu Qingqing, but I assure you it will be above market value. If you're interested, let us schedule a time for an appraiser to evaluate the items, and we can discuss further, he proposed. Sounds good. I want to delay your date with the lovely lady, Xiao Xingyun said, turning to head towards the entrance of his home. Don't get ahead of yourself. Tang Shi and I are merely friends, nothing more, Qin Tianxi retorted, casting a guilty glance back at the living room of his villa. Haha, no need to clarify. I believe you, Xiao Xingyun laughed. Qin Tianxi glared in frustration, thinking to himself that he wished it were true, but Tang Shi hardly acknowledged his existence. Despite his wealth, Tang Shi's background was equally impressive. Otherwise, he would have already won her affection with his financial prowess. Upon returning to his own living room, Xiao Xingyun found Su Qing curled up in the corner of the sofa, red-eyed as she spoke to her parents on the phone, her voice hoarse, likely from crying. Noticing Xiao Xingyun's return with fruits, she quickly wiped away her tears and exchanged a few hurried words before hanging up. Why are you crying again? Didn't I promise I would find a way to help your uncle with the debt once this busy period is over? Xiao Xingyun sat beside her, drawing her into his embrace and whispering words of comfort. Yes, I don't wish to cry either, but I simply can't help it, Su Qing replied softly, nestling into Xiao Xingyun's arms. One must refrain from weeping any further, lest one ruin their voice and find it impossible to sing in the future. Listen closely. It has grown hoarse. It is not merely tears that have caused this. Rather, it is the exhaustion from last night that has left my throat somewhat sore. A brief respite will suffice. It is my fault for allowing you to overexert your vocal cords. Xiao Xingyun immediately acknowledged his error, embracing her soft, delicate form, and vowed that henceforth, he would tread the righteous path and abandon any nefarious pursuits. Oh, how vexatious! Su Qing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully thumped his chest with her small fists. Xiao Xingyun, in an effort to cheer her up, opened the fruit he had just brought home and fed her a banana. Once she was satiated, he descended into the basement to prepare several exquisite jade stones for cutting, intending to sell them to Qin Tianxi. The basement of the villa had undergone rigorous moisture-proofing and waterproofing, illuminated brightly with an excellent ventilation system, rendering it a comfortable space for stone processing. Xiao Xingyun selected a few medium-sized premium stones, within which the jade ranged from red to green. However, he could not be entirely certain whether they would meet the highest standards. His X-ray vision enabled him to discern most internal characteristics, yet some finer details remained elusive. For instance, he might see a patch of green within a jade stone, but the exact hue could be challenging to gauge. The distinction between the green of glass-type jade and that of ice-type jade was not easily discernible through his vision. However, once cut, a mere glance would reveal the truth. Additionally, within jade stones of the same water type, there could be dozens of varying grades of green, each variant potentially differing in price by several times, or even dozens of times. For example, the Zhengyang green and oil green, both classified under the green category of ice-type jade, exhibited a staggering price difference, with Zhengyang green commanding hundreds, even thousands of times the cost of oil green. Such is the absurdity of market prices. Xiao Xingyun placed a stone into the cutting machine, closed the dust cover and soundproof shield, and pressed the automatic cutting switch. Nevertheless, the noise remained deafening, compelling him to don noise-canceling headphones while marking lines on the freshly selected stone. His X-ray vision could not be employed continuously. He conserved it whenever possible, as the peculiar energy it provided was only minimally effective during everyday meals. A significant amount of this extraordinary energy could only be derived from absorbing ancient jade or other antiques, with older items containing more embedded energy. After toiling until dusk, Xiao Xingyun rinsed the 5 premium jade pieces he had cut clean with water. Under the bright lights, the jade appeared crystal clear and translucent, requiring no polishing or refinement. A mere glance would reveal their considerable value. Let us hope that Qin is not too unreasonable. If he attempts to drive the price down excessively, even if I am in dire need of funds, I shall refuse to transact, Xiao Xingyun remarked as he exited the basement. He spotted Su Qing in the kitchen, clad in her home attire, busy with preparations. Such a companion, capable of gracing both the banquet hall and the kitchen, as well as sharing a bed, is indeed a fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. My dear, please take a moment to rest. The meal will be ready shortly, Su Qing called back to Xiao Xingyun upon hearing his approach. Outside, she addressed him as Brother Yun, but at home, she simply called him husband. In bed, the titles would multiply. Today's young women, alas, have been led astray by the knowledge found online. Xiao Xingyun seized the opportunity to take a shower in his room before heading to the balcony to retrieve the bed covers and sheets that had been hung out to dry. However, while folding them, he noticed a stain of blood on the sheets from their last night's rest, which had not been properly cleaned. Sighing with a tinge of regret, he thought to himself that he would have to purchase 2 new sets of sheets and set this one aside. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was a call from his mother. Mom, have you eaten? Xiao Xingyun inquired. We had an early dinner since we are currently building a house, she replied. How far along is the construction? How much more do you need? We're just about to commence the 2nd floor, but the prices of building materials have risen recently, and the budget is insufficient. Your father mentioned that we might still need an additional 20 to 30,000. She continued, this house is intended for your marriage. Your father insists it should be grand and not skimped on. Indeed, one cannot be frugal in such matters, lest future repairs become impossible. He chuckled. Do not worry about the finances. Business has been good for me lately, and I will transfer some funds to you shortly. There is no need for haste. Make sure to save enough for yourself. You must eat well and not compromise your health in the name of frugality. They exchanged pleasantries for a while longer before ending the call. After hanging up, Xiao Xingyun promptly transferred 50,000 to his parents. Fearing he might forget amidst his upcoming busyness and not wanting them to fret over financial matters. As parents from a rural village in Sichuan, they held traditional values, favoring sons over daughters, yet they treated Xiao Xingyun with unparalleled kindness. The recent request for money was a promise he had made to them prior to the house's construction. Their greatest wish was to build a splendid home for their son, and with that, they hoped to see him wed to a beautiful bride, thus fulfilling their dreams. However, the complexities of Xiao Xingyun's situation precluded him from revealing the whole truth to them. He could only remit funds intermittently, ensuring they could enjoy a better life sooner rather than later. Darling, dinner is ready, Su Qing called out, standing by the dining table in an apron, her voice sweetly reminiscent of a newlywed eager to serve. Coming, Xiao Xingyun replied, hastily making his way to the table, for he had much to accomplish that evening and needed to eat well. Chapter 62. If you dare to dig a pit, I will dig a well. Xiao Xingyun intended to attend to serious matters before indulging in frivolities that evening. Su Qing spent her day singing, dancing, and live streaming, activities that were evidently less than serious. The legitimate business involved the compilation and analysis of the shop's accounts. As it was the first day of trial operations, cashier Cunning sent the day's transaction details to Xiao Xingyun after closing time. The current payment system is a sophisticated software, rendering account checks remarkably straightforward for the owner. One merely needs to reconcile the quantities sold with the inventory. A quick glance at the total sales, coupled with an estimation of discounts and losses, suffices. After all, a weekly reconciliation and a monthly inventory check ensure that any attempts at misconduct by employees are thwarted, provided the owner possesses even a modicum of intelligence. Surprisingly, on the very first day of trial operations, with no promotional efforts, the shop recorded an astonishing revenue of 248,000, yielding a profit of approximately 200,000 after costs. Xiao Xingyun was left astounded. Indeed, retailing proved to be immensely lucrative. If he were to set up a street stall, earning 200,000 in a year would be a challenging endeavor. Most of the items sold were exquisite trinkets, with the most expensive being a jade bracelet, priced at 128,000 due to its icy blue hue, albeit with less transparency than desired. To sell such a piece on the first day of trial operations, the purchasing power of the women in Shanghai was indeed formidable. Elated, Xiao Xingyun quickly contacted Luo Pengzi to prepare for the grand opening the following day. Without inviting friends and family, he had to bear the costs himself, purchasing floral arrangements, red ribbons, and confetti cannons. Just as he completed this task, he noticed someone in his university classmates group sending out a red envelope. It was instinctive to grab it upon seeing it. After clicking, he discovered he had received a mere 0.52 yuan, an exceedingly paltry sum. Could it be that his luck had been exhausted at the gemstone betting ground? Was that why he could not seize a substantial amount from the red envelope? Upon scrutinizing the amounts others had received, he felt reassured to find that they were even less than his own. To his greater amusement, he realized that his 0.52 yuan made him the luckiest recipient. Seriously? Class leader who, with dozens of us in class, what's the point of sending a 10 yuan luck-based envelope? He scoffed. Hu Guoqiang, you are ridiculous. The amount I got from your envelope doesn't even cover my data fees. Such a trivial sum. And you still have the audacity to advertise? I might just block you. The class group erupted in fervor, all cursing Hu Guoqiang. Only the class leader could incite such outrage over a mere red envelope. Unfazed, Hu Guoqiang brazenly promoted his upcoming live-streaming session. At 9:30 p.m. tonight, I will host my first live sales event. I hope my fellow classmates can join in and liven up the atmosphere. Support? Not a chance. I'm having a baby tonight, so I want to have time. I'm not looking for excuses. I simply want to support you. Realizing the situation was turning unfavorable, Hu Guoqiang quickly added, I just sent out a red envelope. Now, I invite our luckiest recipient, Xiao Xingyun, to send one. Xiao Xingyun smirked. You expect me to send one just because you asked? Do I not have any pride? Stop nagging. If you want people to support you, send out a substantial red envelope, or else we'll form a group to roast you in the live stream. The brother from the upper bunk immediately chimed in, affirming, indeed, what our esteemed Xiao has stated is correct. If the class monitor refrains from distributing red envelopes, I shall wreak havoc in your live stream. The situation escalated as Hu Guoqiang found himself overwhelmed by a barrage of messages. To pacify the crowd, he begrudgingly issued a red envelope of 200 yuan. Xiao Xingyun managed to snatch up 17.8 yuan. Though the amount was modest, he reveled in the satisfaction of benefiting from Hu Guoqiang's misfortune. Contentment spread among the group, prompting someone to inquire, Class monitor, what do you intend to sell during today's live stream? We're all classmates here, and I shall not deceive you. During my recent trip to Rueli for a live broadcast, I encountered a jade merchant who supplies genuine jade at a remarkably low price, real jade for merely a few hundred yuan. Is that truly the case? Are you pulling our leg? One voice protested. You see, the actual value of jade is inherently low. It is unscrupulous merchants who inflate the prices, resulting in exorbitant costs for consumers. Just ask Xiao Xingyun. He sells the most affordable jade pendants for 1 to 2,000 yuan at his street stall. He has even amassed enough wealth to purchase a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, revealing the extent of his unscrupulous earnings. I possess far more integrity than Xiao Xingyun. For the same jade, I shall sell it at merely 980 yuan. I challenge you to ask him if he dares to offer it at that price. Xiao Xingyun fumed, feeling provoked. What are you trying to accomplish? Why must you step on my toes to elevate yourself? Are you not afraid of falling? As Hu Guoqiang incited some less knowledgeable classmates to confront Xiao Xingyun, one asked, Boss Xiao, is the class monitor's claim valid? Can genuine jade be priced at just a few hundred yuan? Have you truly earned a Mercedes-Benz G-Class from selling jade at a street stall? Initially, Xiao Xingyun intended to retaliate against his provocateur, but then he realized Hu Guoqiang had inadvertently dug his own grave. If he could cast Hu Guoqiang into this pit, it would be all the more satisfying. The consequences were of no concern to him. He was unperturbed by the notion of mutual destruction. Thus, Xiao Xingyun replied, the class monitor truly possesses remarkable insight. After merely a few days of live streaming jade sales, he has uncovered the price truths of the jade market. Indeed, Many mixed jade items are available for just 9 yuan each, shipping included. Selling at 980 yuan yields a profit 100 times the purchase price. Class monitor. You must not exploit your classmates. The group was left in astonishment, exclaiming at the sheer profitability of the jade trade. The purchase price of 9 yuan contrasted starkly with the class monitor's intended sale price of 980 yuan, a blatant act of moral bankruptcy. The fact that Xiao Xingyun sold jade for 1 to 2,000 yuan at his stall was equally shocking. No wonder he could afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class within a year of graduation. Hu Guoqiang, realizing he had merely set a trap for Xiao Xingyun but had instead ensnared himself, was left dumbfounded. How could he possibly conduct his sales and persuade his old classmates to make purchases after this revelation? He found himself at a loss. Song Xiaoxiao interjected with laughter. I nearly burst out laughing. To think that jade priced at 9 yuan could be sold like this by Boss Xiao. Her family is quite affluent, and her parents have previously taken her to purchase numerous pieces of jade, so she is well aware of the market prices. With her astute intelligence, she quickly comprehended the rivalry between the two men. During their university days, they were fierce adversaries competing for the affections of Yang Yudi. Now, a year post-graduation, and with Yang Yudi having returned to Beijing, the two continue their battle. As she laughed, her mirth faded. Why was it that no two men fought for her affection? From above, her friend Fu Buki interjected. Class monitor. I'll buy 10 of your $9.09 jades for $100. No need for change. Hu Guoqiang retreated into silence, pretending to be oblivious. Soon, he planned to secretly livestream without involving his classmates. However, after sharing the livestream link, when the time arrived, many classmates still entered the room to watch his sales pitch. Su Qing was still live-streaming from her room upstairs, while the neighboring resident, Tang Shi, was creating quite a ruckus. The noise was unbearable, with bass-heavy DJ music blaring late into the night, leaving one to wonder if there was a party or a rehearsal underway. Xiao Xingyun frowned at the disturbance. It was no wonder this apartment had been difficult to rent out previously. He had assumed it was merely the occasional sound of a piano, only to discover the late-night thumping bass that rattled his windows. Well, it wasn't yet bedtime, so he decided to endure a little longer. To pass the time, he casually clicked on Hu Guoqiang's livestream, witnessing him boasting about a piece of low-quality jade, the words flying from his mouth. Look at this material. It's genuine natural jade. The carving technique rivals that of Su artisans, crafted by a true master. Is $980 too much just based on the craftsmanship? Answer me with your conscience, is it expensive? Xiao Xingyun nearly burst into laughter. This was the most rudimentary machine-carved technique, and he had the audacity to claim it was the work of a master? Thus, he typed a single word in the chat. Expensive. Chapter 63. The grand opening of a new store, mutual compliments. The live stream of Hu Guoqiang was already sparsely attended, and upon hearing Xiao Xingyun's retort, the audience erupted in laughter. Xiao Xingyun added with a sharp edge, you sell something worth 9 yuan for 980. Who are you trying to deceive? You lack virtue, and I shall show no mercy. When it came to his rival, Xiao Xingyun was always unyielding. Whether jade was expensive or not was lost on the viewers, but it was evident that Hu Guoqiang was on the verge of despair. The operations team silenced him and expelled him from the live stream. Hu Guoqiang was nearly driven mad. Had he known better, he would have refrained from provoking Xiao Xingyun today. The audacity of this man, seeking revenge without even changing his name, was utterly infuriating. Hu Guoqiang seethed with resentment but found himself powerless to retaliate. Regardless of Hu Guoqiang's thoughts, after finishing his task, Xiao Xingyun felt a profound sense of satisfaction and clarity. The noise from next door grew increasingly disruptive. Frowning, he couldn't help but call the property management office, requesting they intervene and speak to the female neighbor next door, urging her to be more considerate. Whether she was Qin Tianxi's girlfriend or the object of his affections, if she provoked him, he would not hold back. When the call connected, Xiao Xingyun recounted the disturbances. The property staff responded with evident difficulty, stating, we will reach out to Ms. Tang promptly, but do not hold out much hope. Since she purchased her home here, complaints have been incessant. Even calling the police has proven futile. Of the 3 villas in your row, she occupies the middle one, and the homeowners on either side have been unable to manage her behavior and have moved away. Calling the police is ineffective? Does her family have such a powerful background? Xiao Xingyun pondered, albeit reluctant to admit the truth of the matter. After hanging up, he cursed, wondering why someone so influential would choose a townhouse when they could easily afford a standalone villa. As expected, the property management's intervention bore no fruit. The noise continued unabated until Su Qing concluded her live stream. "Darling, it's so noisy next door. What on earth is she doing? Is she hosting a party?" Su Qing lamented, her broadcast having been adversely affected. "I'm not sure what her issue is. Let me ask a friend," Xiao Xingyun said, pulling out his phone to call Qin Tianxi. Shortly, Qin Tianxi answered, the background surprisingly tranquil, save for the sounds of applause and heavy breathing, indicating he was not next door. "Boss Xiao, why are you calling at this hour? Is there an urgent matter?" "Apologies. I merely wish to inquire if you are still next door. Your friend appears so demure on the surface, yet harbors a wild spirit within. Her music is keeping me awake at night. This afternoon, someone helped her compose an upbeat dance track, and she insisted on adding DJ remixes. Given her temperament, I doubt she practiced in the recording studio. This is beyond my control. You may speak with her directly. I can give you her number." "Oh, I must go now. I'm extremely busy." After concluding the call, Xiao Xingyun found himself more agitated than before. That scoundrel Qin Tianxi, reveling in merriment every night, showed no regard for the plight of a single man. Xiao Xingyun had yet to finish his scolding when he noticed Su Qing sitting at the edge of the bed, gently rubbing her legs with her silk-clad feet. Her sparkling eyes were fixed intently on him as she shyly remarked, "Darling, the noise from next door isn't a concern. After all, we cannot sleep anyway. As the ancients wisely stated, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." Su Qing was igniting the flames of passion. In the interest of safety, Xiao Xingyun could only extinguish the fire. To the rhythm of the music vibrating from the neighboring room, the two swayed together, nearly battling until dawn. By 8 in the morning, Xiao Xingyun, still battling drowsiness, arrived at the Chenghuang Temple. At that moment, Luo Pengzi had just parked his car, and they both exited the parking lot simultaneously. "Good morning, President Xiao," Luo Pengzi greeted with a cheeky grin. "Good morning to you too, President Luo." Xiao Xingyun decided to return the compliment. "Ha ha ha." Luo Pengzi was overjoyed, pulling out a pristine box of business cards and handing one to Xiao Xingyun. "My jade shop opens today. I hope you will support me." Xiao Xingyun, choosing to humor this jovial character, replied with a smile, "What a coincidence. My jade shop is also opening today, though I forgot to print business cards. I shall rectify that later." Luo Pengzi, with a wide grin, felt that this was not enough to satisfy his exuberance, so he made a special trip through the vendor area. Upon encountering familiar faces, he distributed his business cards with a casual tone, saying, "My jade shop opens today. Do come by for tea when you have time, and if you need to adjust any inventory, feel free to find me. Prices are negotiable." Luo's cheerful disposition and light-hearted nature endeared him to many, and as he circulated his cards, he unknowingly attracted numerous potential clients for the jade shop. Xiao Xingyun was amused to watch the portly man bask in the limelight, drawing attention to himself while he merely stated to onlookers that he was a partner of Luo Pengzi, a minor shareholder at that. Yes, just a small shareholder with a 70% stake. Meanwhile, Hu Guoqiang had endured a long night selling goods, having failed to sell even a single piece of jade. He attributed his misfortune to Xiao Xingyun's interference, which left him sleepless and frustrated. Having invested over 200,000 yuan in jade from a merchant in Rueli, he had anticipated a substantial profit that could afford him a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. However, not a single piece had found a buyer. Anxious, he felt compelled to consult jade experts to ascertain the true market value of his stock, enabling him to continue selling in his live stream. Thus, early in the morning, he arrived at the Chenghuang Temple vendor area, clutching several inferior pieces of jade, and approached a kindly-looking middle-aged man for advice. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me the market price for this Buddha statue?" Hu Guoqiang inquired politely, presenting one of the figures. "Oh, where did you purchase it? How much did you pay?" The middle-aged vendor did not rush to provide a price but instead questioned the origin of the jade. There are unspoken rules within the trade. If a customer bought a piece of jade from someone else for 5,000 yuan and then inquired about its value elsewhere, should the vendor quote a lower price, say 3,000 yuan, the customer would undoubtedly seek a refund from the initial seller. Upon inquiry by the seller, it was evident that trouble would arise from the vendor who offered such a low price, jeopardizing the latter's business and inciting fierce competition. Thus, seasoned vendors, when confronted with such situations, maintain their composure, ascertain the facts, and subsequently quote a market price. Hu Guoqiang, well-versed in the jade and gemstone industry's nuances, concocted an elaborate tale on the spot. This was a gift from a friend, who claimed it cost 980 yuan. What do you think it's worth? The revelation that it was indeed a gift from a friend brought a sigh of relief from the middle-aged vendor, who chuckled, "This Buddha statue is of inferior quality. With a coarse base and numerous cotton spots, combined with the machine engraving technique, its market value hovers around 500 yuan. If you wish to purchase a similar piece from me, I can offer it for 450. At that moment, Hu Guoqiang's heart plummeted. Alas, it seemed he had been duped. The procurement price from the jade merchant in Rueli had already exceeded 400 yuan. What profit could he possibly make? Undeterred, he clutched the Buddha statue and sought the opinion of an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, stationed some distance away. The old man, a straightforward individual, after clarifying the origin, smirked. This trinket holds no value. To gift you such an item is merely a ruse. The procurement price is roughly 120 yuan, while the market price at street stalls is around 450. If you buy from me, I could let it go for 200 just to clear my inventory. Hu Guoqiang felt as though struck by lightning, nearly choking on his own despair. Could it be that the procurement price was merely 120 yuan? How on earth could he recoup his losses? How would he manage to sell it? Relentless, Hu Guoqiang continued to solicit prices, inquiring about all the various small jade ornaments he had on him. The responses were consistently disheartening. The market price for the Buddha statue was 200 to 300, the piece pendant similarly priced and the small pichot as well. It was over. This time it was truly over. His heart turned to ashes as he sank onto a stone bench by the roadside, pulling at his hair in regret. No wonder he had been unable to sell a single piece during last night's live stream. Even after expelling Xiao Xingyun, there were still those who berated him for his greed, accusing him of peddling worthless jade as treasures. Suddenly, a series of celebratory firecracker sounds and the jubilant cheers of an opening ceremony interrupted Hu Guoqiang's thoughts. Upon looking up, he was astonished to see Xiao Xingyun standing at the entrance of a newly opened jade and gemstone shop, receiving congratulations and compliments from several attractive female employees. With a smile, Xiao Xingyun was distributing red envelopes to the crowd. A wave of frenzied jealousy surged within Hu Guoqiang. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How could this rustic country bumpkin, emerging from the hills, possibly have the funds to open a shop? This is inconceivable." He rushed over, eager to discover how this provincial simpleton had managed to become a shop owner. Humph, even if he were indeed the proprietor, Hu Guoqiang could still attempt to sell his jade to him. Perhaps his procurement price might even be lower than his own. Chapter 64. The insufferable person Xiao Xingyun had just concluded the opening ceremony. Although the proceedings were simple, the essential sentiments were aptly conveyed. Hu wouldn't he desire a flourishing business, reaping wealth daily? 3 beautiful female employees had already immersed themselves in their work, adorned in tailored, high-end uniforms, black stockings, and polished shoes, exuding elegance and grace. Given the striking appearance of these 3 women, offering them substantial commissions was hardly a loss. The success of the store relied heavily on their proactive engagement, essentially, their zest for work. Luo Pongzi was utterly exhausted, dragging his 200-pound frame, wiping the sweat from his brow, and downing a bottle of mineral water in one go, which brought his weight to a whopping 201 pounds. "Hey, since we didn't invite friends or family today, how about just the 2 of us celebrate with a nice meal?" Luo Pongzi inquired. "Certainly, there's a beef noodle shop across the street that's quite delectable," Xiao Xingyun replied. Luo Pongzi was taken aback. Was a bowl of beef noodles all that constituted a celebration for the grand opening? Xiao Xingyun evidently preferred not to engage further in the discussion of food. Yawning, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He longed to return home for a nap. But wait, if he felt weary, then surely his neighbor, Tang Shi, who had kept him up all night, must also be exhausted. Perhaps he should acquire a powerful subwoofer to let her experience the fervor of a male neighbor. With this thought, Xiao Xingyun immediately felt invigorated. Just as he pondered where to purchase such a speaker, Hu Guoqiang burst in. "Sir." Welcome. The two lovely saleswomen had barely begun their greeting when Hu Guoqiang rushed past them. "This is none of your concern. I'm here to see your boss," he declared, striding directly toward Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun frowned, his disdain for Hu Guoqiang unmistakable. "Hu Guoqiang, what brings you here?" "Xiao Xingyun, is this your jade shop?" Hu Guoqiang queried, his jealousy palpable. "Yes, I co-founded it with a friend." Xiao Xingyun gestured toward Luo Dazhao. "Ha, I knew it. How could you possibly afford to open a jade shop on your own? By the way, I have a batch of jade products I'm willing to let go for 500 yuan each. Are you interested?" As he spoke, Hu Guoqiang pulled out a handful of inferior jade trinkets, the sort that even street vendors would disdain. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi were left dumbfounded, questioning their own hearing. Was this man truly out of his mind? The pile of jade in Hu Guoqiang's hands was so cheap that even market stall owners would scoff at it, and he had the audacity to offer it for 500 yuan each. In the jade wholesale market, one could procure items for merely 30 to 50 yuan each, considered overpriced even at that. Feeling a twinge of insecurity, Hu Guoqiang adopted a bravado facade. "What do you mean by looking at me like that? Just say whether you agree or not." Not wishing to resort to violence on the day of the opening, Xiao Xingyun suppressed his urge to strike him and replied, "Why don't you first examine the quality of the jade in my store before you speak further? Looking is fine, but don't think I'm unaware of the jade market's dynamics. I work in new media and frequently handle advertisements for jade shops." As he spoke, Hu Guoqiang faltered, unable to continue. As he observed, the jadeite in Xiao Xingyun's shop was undeniably exquisite, shimmering under the light and revealing the true allure of the gemstones. The Guanyin and Buddha statues exuded a solemn and dignified presence, their intricately carved lines vivid and lifelike, the jade of a delicate and pure quality. Most importantly, each finished piece was adorned with a captivating splash of color. For instance, the Guanyin pendant featured a vibrant green lotus base, evoking the image of sitting upon genuine lotus leaves, while the body of Guanyin was crafted from a fine, milky white jade, conveying a sense of purity and holiness. Furthermore, the overall heft and double-sided carvings added to their grandeur. In stark contrast, the Guanyin and Buddha figures in his possession were lackluster. The single-sided carvings displayed rigid and simplistic lines that felt fundamentally flawed, as thin as paper, leaving him perplexed about their origin. Despite his initial reluctance to accept this comparison, upon reflection, Hu Guoqiang realized that the items he held were indeed subpar. Each piece in Xiao Xingyun's establishment surpassed his own by tenfold, if not 100-fold. Naturally, the prices were commensurately elevated. For example, the Guanyin pendant he had just admired was priced at 19,800, while a slightly inferior Buddha figure was marked at 16,800. Nearby, various jade pendants depicting motifs such as the jade peace disc, cabbage, pishio, qilin, and others, each bore a minimum price of several thousand. Hu Guoqiang gasped, exclaiming, "The prices in your shop are exorbitantly high. How can you expect to sell at such rates? This is outrageous. You might as well prepare for bankruptcy." This outburst provoked Xiao Xingyun's ire. With a resounding slap, he struck Hu Guoqiang across the face. "How dare you speak to me like that? My shop has just opened, and you, the first customer, dare to address me in such a manner?" Xiao Xingyun scolded, raising his hand again, ready to deliver further blows. Fat Luo, startled, quickly stepped in to restrain Xiao Xingyun, urging, "Calm down, Mr. Xiao. Let's not resort to violence. It's inauspicious to strike someone on our first day of business." He feared that should Hu Guoqiang be assaulted, it could lead to a scene, drawing the attention of law enforcement and inviting ridicule from neighboring businesses. Hu Guoqiang, momentarily stunned, remained in a daze. Upon seeing Fat Luo pull Xiao Xingyun away, he collapsed onto the floor, wailing, "Help! The shop owner is attacking me. I'm calling the police. We won't settle this for less than 300,000 to 500,000. The two sales associates stationed at the entrance, taken aback, were clearly unprepared for Xiao Xingyun's explosive temperament on opening day. While they recognized that the foul-mouthed customer deserved reprimanding, they understood that striking him would certainly jeopardize the shop's business. Just then, two middle-aged gentlemen, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of status, entered the shop. "Welcome, gentlemen. How may I assist you?" "I would be delighted to guide you in appreciating our jade pieces," the sales associates greeted enthusiastically, one on each side. However, their smiles faltered as they noticed Hu Guoqiang sprawled on the floor, shrieking. The female associate's heart raced. They were at a loss for how to explain the scene, fearing that these distinguished customers might depart, taking with them any hope of a sale. At that moment, Hu Guoqiang, who lay sprawled on the ground, heard Xiao Xingyun say, "Old classmate, cease your antics. We have regular customers arriving at the shop. I must attend to them, so you may head back for now. We shall converse at a more opportune time." Just as Hu Guoqiang was poised to create a scene, a sudden haze enveloped him, and he found himself inexplicably compelled by the reasonableness of Xiao Xingyun's words. Thus he rose, rubbed his aching left cheek, and managed to muster a radiant smile, saying, "Very well, I shall refrain from causing a ruckus, old classmate. We shall catch up later." With that, Hu Guoqiang exited, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Fat Luo, taken aback, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. What was unfolding? Was this some peculiar game shared among old classmates? Among the two men who had just entered, one was indeed a familiar face, Lu Cheng, whom Xiao Xingyun had once saved using the Heimlich maneuver. He was a leader in the Water Conservancy Department of Hangzhou. Disregarding Fat Luo's bewilderment, Xiao Xingyun approached with a smile. "Mr. Lu, I see you have brought a friend today. Did you enjoy the safety pendant I gave you last time?" Lu Cheng replied with a grin. "I absolutely loved it. This friend of mine is an expert in jade." And upon seeing it, he remarked on the exquisite quality of the jade and its reasonable price. He specifically asked me to bring him along to select a couple of pieces that resonate with him. Chapter 65. Gratitude and Relationships. After a brief introduction, Xiao Xingyun learned that the middle-aged man brought by Lu Cheng was named Li Hongliang. The two had been friends for many years, sharing a mutual passion for collecting jade. However, from the nuances of their conversation, Xiao Xingyun could subtly discern that Li Hongliang held a leadership position within the system, one that surpassed Lu Cheng's in rank. Nevertheless, their camaraderie was evident, allowing for the exchange of irreverent jokes without reservation. The earlier commotion caused by Hu Guoqiang had not dampened their enthusiasm for appreciating the jade pieces. Being acquaintances, Xiao Xingyun chose not to involve the sales staff, opting instead to personally guide them to the jade section, engaging them in conversation while they selected their pieces. Meanwhile, the corpulent Luo was not idle. Stationed behind the counter, he assisted with the merchandise while simultaneously extolling the quality and affordability of their jade offerings. Li Hongliang, a close friend of Lu Cheng, had been brought in to support the business of this shop, a plan established prior to their arrival. He made his selections without excessive scrutiny, choosing a piece of jadeite that would soon be sealed as a noble title and a safety amulet carved from mountain material. In essence, this was one of the ways Lu Cheng expressed his gratitude to Xiao Xingyun for saving his life, striving to bolster his business as much as possible. Li Hongliang understood this underlying sentiment but could not resist offering his critique. The jade material for the noble title was satisfactory, albeit the craftsmanship lacked finesse. Had it been done in Suzhou style, the price would have been at least doubled. As for the safety amulet, it was less about craftsmanship and more about the quality of the material, with size and style depending entirely on personal affinity. The total marked price for these two jade pieces was a staggering 98,000. Yet despite his evaluations, Li Hongliang did not haggle, exhibiting a remarkable generosity. Upon Lu Cheng's arrival, he too would not leave empty-handed, selecting an icy jadeite pendant shaped like a cabbage, intending it as a gift for his wife. Just as they were finalizing the transaction, Luo's parents arrived. Though dressed in casual attire, the air of military discipline was unmistakable. "Sir, madam, welcome," the sales staff greeted with a professional smile. However, just as the smile began to form, Luo Dazhao's mother interjected. "We are here to find Luo Dazhao. No need to attend to us, young ladies." "Ah, understood," the sales staff replied, though disappointment lingered in their hearts. They knew it was the first day of business. Although the two proprietors had not invited friends and family for a celebration, those who were aware of the opening would undoubtedly come to pay a visit. That one who got hit doesn't count, Dajiao's mother called out. Dajiao, are you busy? Mom? What brings you and Dad here? Luo Dajiao exclaimed, surprised and delighted, hurrying out from behind the counter to greet them. We heard about your opening with Xiao, so naturally we had to come and see, his mother explained with a smile. Meanwhile, his father, Luo Kaiyuan, typically stern, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Xingyun chimed in, Uncle, Aunt, please have a seat while Dajiao prepares tea for you. I am quite occupied here. All right, Xiao, you carry on. Don't mind us? Luo Dajiao's mother responded cheerfully. At that moment, Li Hongliang, who had been processing his payment, turned and caught sight of Luo Dajiao's father, momentarily taken aback. He swiped his card, neglecting to take the receipt, and hurried over. From a distance, he enthusiastically extended his hands. Director Luo, what a pleasure to meet you here. The last time we encountered each other was at the Military Logistics Procurement Conference in Hangzhou. You are... Luo Kaiyuan appeared somewhat perplexed, clearly unable to recall Li Hongliang's identity. Li Hongliang, unfazed, introduced himself earnestly. I am Li Hongliang, Deputy Director of the Hangzhou New District Management Committee. After the procurement conference, we shared a drink together. Oh, it's you, old Li. That day you all got me so intoxicated that I nearly lost my memory. I truly can't recall. My apologies. Luo Kaiyuan warmly shook his hand. Both held significant positions. However, Luo Kaiyuan wielded the purchasing authority, while Li Hongliang oversaw a region housing several enterprises related to military logistics. With underlying interests at stake, the usual composure faltered. Aha! We were simply too merry last time and lost track of moderation. That was my fault. Are you free for lunch today? My friend old Lu from the Water Resources Department and I have come to Shanghai and are uncertain about where to eat. Since we're in your territory, old Lu and I certainly wouldn't dare to intoxicate you. Luo Kaiyuan, reluctant to engage privately with someone tied to potential interests, politely declined. I apologize sincerely. There's an important meeting at the office this afternoon. My spouse and I just stopped by to see our son and will be leaving shortly. Very well. We shall gather another time. Li Hongliang ceased his insistence. However, he and Lu Chang did not depart but continued to select jade and emeralds, claiming they wished to choose a few jade cicadas for their children, hoping they would achieve commendable results in their studies. The cicada symbolizes a remarkable emergence. The jade carvings themed around cicadas predominantly feature pendants, along with some figurines. Li Hongliang proved to be quite intriguing. Earlier, he selected 2 pieces of jade out of respect for Lu Chang. Upon discovering that Luo Dajiao was Luo Kaiyuan's son, he eagerly chose over a dozen pieces of jade and emeralds, totaling more than 200,000. At the checkout, seemingly anxious that Xiao Xingyun might misinterpret the situation, he deliberately explained, I am a native of Hangzhou, and I have known old Lu since childhood. My family once owned a large estate, and after its demolition, the state compensated us generously. I don't have many hobbies, but I enjoy collecting jade and emeralds and report my acquisitions periodically. Lu Chang chimed in, indeed. I share a similar background with old Li. Xiao Xingyun smiled, indicating comprehension. After all, wealth often follows from property redevelopment. Yet, he quietly wondered why they felt the need to clarify. I am merely a small business owner of a jade shop, not a member of the disciplinary committee. However, upon seeing Luo Dajiao's parents finishing their tea and preparing to take their leave, it became clear to him. They were attempting to assuage any concerns Luo Kaiyuan might harbor regarding the source of their finances, hoping to avoid any refusal of private engagement. Once Luo Kaiyuan and his spouse departed, Li Hongliang and Lu Chang followed suit. Before leaving, however, Li Hongliang added Xiao Xingyun and Luo Dajiao on WeChat, suggesting that in the future they could directly contact him for any jade or emerald needs, and he would assist with shipping. Xiao Xingyun perceived that Li Hongliang was likely more interested in adding Luo Dajiao on WeChat, with his own presence merely serving as an inconspicuous addition to the act. Xiao Xingyun secretly admired Li Hongliang's cunning tactics. Truly, as a leader, his adeptness in handling affairs is remarkable. With such a distinguished client, Xiao had initially intended to host a luncheon for the two, but they excused themselves under the pretext of visiting a friend. Lu Chang, a man of gratitude, frequently purchased jade from Xiao, yet due to his status, he deliberately maintained a distance. Xiao surmised that the previous act of saving Lu's life had nearly exhausted his debt of gratitude, for they belonged to disparate worlds, attempting to squeeze into the same circle, leading to mutual discomfort. However, once they learned of Fatty Luo's identity and background, the time frame for expressing gratitude would likely extend indefinitely. After bidding farewell to his guests, Xiao promptly inquired, "Fatty, where can I find a high-end audio store nearby? I wish to purchase a premium sound system. The electronic building across the street has every type of speaker imaginable," Luo answered. "Good. Please keep an eye on the store for me. I have some personal matters to attend to," Xiao remarked, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to dash out of the store, Luo suddenly remembered to ask, "Wait, you haven't explained what happened with that classmate you hit. How could he make such a fuss and then leave so quickly?" Chapter 66. Who is tougher than the backstage? This was not merely a question lingering in the mind of Luo Dezhao, but a query shared by the three attendants. Xiao Xingyun simply replied, "The bond one share with my old classmates is beyond your comprehension. Remember that person from earlier, he revels in being hit. If the blows are too light, he feels unsatisfied and will blame others for their lack of effort." The few people in the store were left dumbfounded. Could it truly be so? This bizarre old classmate actually relished such treatment? They silently resolved that the next time they encountered Hu Guoqiang, they would deliver a few stinging slaps, hitting him harder than Xiao Xingyun ever could. Upon arriving at the electronics building, Xiao Xingyun purchased a complete set of Dynaudio speakers and a CD amplifier, spending over 200,000 yuan. Yet, concerned that the volume might not be sufficient, he requested the owner to include a cheap amplifier. He wanted to operate both. If one noise outlet could not sufficiently disturb Tang Shi, then he would unleash two. The owner sent workers to deliver and install the equipment. A sound system of this caliber was already considered high-end. Though they were puzzled by the young man's desire for a low-cost amplifier, it did not impede their quality of service. Returning to the villa with Su Qing having gone to school, Xiao Xingyun instructed the workers to set up the speakers against the wall closest to Tang Shi, connecting a lossless quality USB drive filled with death metal tracks. He felt it was appropriate noise, hence why he had the owner upload it. The sound test was flawless. As he cranked up the volume, Xiao Xingyun nearly lost his life. There was no need for the inexpensive amplifier. The entire house vibrated with the reverberations of the death metal music. Observing the installation personnel flee in terror, Xiao Xingyun grasped the power of the sound system. He shut the door behind him and hurried outside into the yard, eager to see how long his neighbor could endure the cacophony. 3 minutes passed, then 5. Suddenly, a window on the second floor next door was thrust open, revealing a disheveled and irate face. "It's deafening. Can you not have a sense of civic duty? Your noise is disturbing the neighbor's rest. Do you understand?" Tang Shi, usually as demure as a porcelain doll, was now consumed by fury. She was utterly exhausted. Last night, she had summoned a band she frequently collaborated with, rehearsing until dawn, and had barely fallen asleep before being jolted awake by the jarring death metal music. She was incensed. She could not fathom why such detestable individuals existed in the world. Previously, when they had crossed paths in the yard, she had even nodded to him in greeting, never anticipating he would turn out to be such a person. Had she known, she would have refrained from acknowledging him at all. "Who are you?" Xiao Xingyun shot her a glance, feigning ignorance. Tang Shi's brows furrowed in irritation as she shouted, "I am your neighbor, Tang Shi, living right next to you. You need to turn that noise off immediately, or I will call the property management to have you evicted. Don't think I'm unaware. You're renting this place. Ha! Even if you were a poet, it wouldn't matter. I play music during the day, which is far more considerate than someone playing it at night. As for the property management, they can't control you, but they surely can't control me either," Xiao Xingyun retorted with a cold smirk. "Fine, just wait." Tang Shi, filled with indignation, slammed the window shut with a resounding thud. Shortly thereafter, 4 members of the property management team arrived, standing at the gate of the villa and ringing the doorbell. Xiao Xingyun, who was in the courtyard, noticed their approach and walked over without opening the door. "May I assist you?" he inquired. "Are you Mr. Xiao? Greetings. We have received a complaint from your neighbor, Ms. Tang, stating that the volume of your speakers is excessively loud and disturbing her rest. Could you kindly lower the volume? Last night, Tang Shi summoned a band to create a ruckus in her house all night. Did I not call you to intervene? Our staff did visit, but Ms. Tang refused to answer the door, leaving us powerless. Then I shall not open my door either. Do you have any recourse? Well, Mr. Xiao, your stance complicates our position. We are merely property management, with only the authority to advise. If the homeowner disregards our counsel, the matter may escalate to the police. Very well, let Tang Shi call the police then. I've heard she has formidable connections. If it comes to that, I fear you may find yourself in a precarious situation. Actually, I too possess substantial connections. The property personnel, maintaining their composure, understood the delicate nature of the villa community. Every resident, whether owner or tenant, had their own merits to be residing here. Thus, they could only relay Tang Shi's concerns back to her, returning to the original impasse of neighborly discord. However, the conflict remained unresolved, and the property staff, after communicating with Tang Shi, dared not venture far, instead opting to observe discreetly from a distance. Unwilling to relent, Tang Shi promptly dialed the authorities, and soon 2 officers arrived to investigate. As she stood by the window, witnessing their arrival, a sense of relief washed over her. Ha! This time, let us see how defiant you remain. Just a mere tenant, daring to engage in a battle of wills with me. How utterly misguided. In Shanghai, my connections are vast. What do you possess to contend with me? She lifted her chin slightly, and despite her fatigue, her spirits were momentarily lifted as she anticipated the sight of Xiao Xingyun's reluctant capitulation. The property staff, stationed nearby, craned their necks to gauge the strength of Xiao's connections. The 2 officers approached the entrance of Xiao Xingyun's courtyard, conversing briefly through the gate before nodding and departing. Tang Shi stood in stunned silence, her eyes nearly bulging. These were officers summoned through her own connections, who had never failed her before. What was amiss today? What trickery was this? Could it be that Xiao had presented an even more formidable backing, intimidating the officers into retreat? The property staff shared her astonishment. Xiao had swiftly dismissed the officers with mere words, indicating his connections were even stronger than Tang Shi's. Alas, in such neighborly disputes, it was the property management that bore the brunt of the fallout. They exchanged glances and decided to depart, unwilling to provoke further conflict. As the officers entered their vehicle, one remarked, Tang Shi is becoming increasingly unreasonable. The volume of Mr. Zhao's music is hardly loud at all, yet she resorts to calling the police. What does she think we are? In the future, upon receiving her complaints, we need not respond. Another officer remarked, indeed, her household generates significantly more noise, and she has been reported countless times, yet she remains oblivious to the need for moderation. Now, she seeks to enlist our assistance to retaliate against Xiao Xingyun. This is utterly excessive. Even if there were prior instructions from above, we would rather abstain, as this contravenes our principles. Very well, let it be so. The 2 men reached a consensus with alacrity and departed from the Zuyuan Villa district. Tang Shi, witnessing the officer's departure, promptly opened her window and called out to Xiao Xingyun. All right, I concede your tenacity. Let us continue this contest. I shall retreat to the hotel to rest, replenishing my energy, and later, we shall resume our playful rivalry to see who possesses greater resolve. This seemingly delicate girl, with the appearance of a porcelain doll, spoke with a fierceness that surpassed all. She boldly thrust her chest forward, brimming with determination. After descending, she drove away in a blazing red Ferrari, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. Chapter 67. A gift from heaven. Xiao Xingyun successfully deceived 2 patrolling officers, yet he found no joy in this accomplishment. When employing the allure of his gaze, he encountered formidable resistance from those with strong wills. He had nearly faltered just moments ago. His ocular abilities remained insufficiently potent. He required an abundance of energy and more jade eye fragments to enhance his powers. Contemplating his future plans, Xiao Xingyun entered his residence and slightly lowered the volume of the music, ensuring that passers-by would not be overwhelmed by excessive noise. However, the bass was so intense that every beat resonated through the room, causing the windows to emit a deep, reverberating hum. It was akin to a live performance in Hall D, The residents nearby were undoubtedly in for a rough time, as the entire building trembled with the rhythm. The new speaker needed to be broken in, and without turning it off, Xiao Xingyun left. Upon returning to his car, he sent a message to Su Qing, informing her of the happenings at home and advising her to lower the volume upon her return that evening. At noon, Xiao Xingyun returned to the city god temple, where he shared a bowl of beef noodles with Luo Dazhao to celebrate the opening of his establishment. During their meal, he received an unexpected phone call from Hu Lily, the owner of the treasure pavilion. "Boss Xiao, it seems you've forgotten about me. You opened without even a word to your friend?" She lamented. "Hu, please don't misunderstand. Today is the shop's opening, and I didn't inform anyone, not even my close friends, as I wish to avoid any inconvenience," Xiao Xingyun explained, all the while thinking it prudent to maintain a distance from her, fearing unforeseen complications. "You promised to let me know when you opened, yet you've broken that promise. I called the manager of Shanghai and instructed him to send 2 flower baskets to your shop. It's my gesture of goodwill, and you cannot refuse." Well, thank you," Xiao Xingyun conceded reluctantly. "I'm almost done with my affairs in Rueli. In a few days I'll return to Shanghai, and we should share a drink then. Let us see how my schedule looks. I've been rather busy lately." If the rest time we'll arrange it," Xiao Xingyun subtly declined. However, Hu Lily seemed oblivious to his reluctance and cheerfully affirmed, "All right, it's settled. We'll chat later." After hanging up, Xiao Xingyun stared at his phone, perplexed. He had been trying to avoid Hu Lily. Why had she suddenly sought him out? Was it merely due to that strange and sinister dream, or did she view him as a savior, expressing her gratitude? Luo Dazhao, curious, inquired, "Who was that lovely lady on the line? Is she offering you some perks?" Xiao Xingyun sighed. "Oh, spare me the perks. I can't be bothered to explain. The manager from the treasure pavilion will deliver the flower baskets shortly. Just accept them on my behalf. I have a meeting with the young master of Qin's jewelry this afternoon, so I won't be returning to the shop." Luo Dazhao, quite astute, quickly deduced the truth. "Oh, the manager of the treasure pavilion is sending flower baskets? So the woman who called was who, the owner? You've certainly made an impression. When did you charm her into this? Don't be absurd. We're merely acquaintances, not particularly close." After Xiao Xingyun finished speaking, he glanced at the time. The hour agreed upon with Qin Xiao was approaching. "You continue to eat. I must take my leave," he said. "All right, take care on the way." Luo Pengzi was still pondering the relationship between Xiao Xingyun and Hu Lily. Once Xiao Xingyun had walked away, he smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Wait a moment. You are the big boss. Shouldn't you be the one treating today? Why do I end up paying? Who told you to eat so slowly?" Xiao Xingyun's voice echoed from a distance. Luo Pengzi suddenly found the beef in his bowl less appetizing. He reflected deeply, gradually realizing that Xiao Xingyun was no longer the Navi University student who had once pestered him to teach him about jade after purchasing a piece of Qinghai jade guanyin. The pace of Xiao Xingyun's growth was beyond his comprehension. In just a short span of time, he now found himself trailing behind him, merely to earn a living. Every profession has its geniuses. There was nothing he could do. Fate had favored Xiao Xingyun, and it was his time to prosper. After finishing his last sip of noodle soup, Luo Pengzi proceeded to the counter to settle the bill, then walked back to the Golden Jade Good Fortune Jade shop across the street. Before long, he spotted the old shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion approaching from a distance, accompanied by 2 beautiful female sales assistants, each carrying a large floral arrangement nearly as tall as themselves. The old shopkeeper, wearing a warm smile, saw Luo Pengzi and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "You must be Boss Xiao, indeed a remarkable young man. At such a tender age, you have already opened your own jade shop. You are bound to achieve great things in the future." Luo Dazhao awkwardly chuckled. "Boss Xiao is not here. I am his partner, Luo Dazhao. May I ask how to address you? Just place the floral arrangements at the entrance. We shall go inside for tea." A flicker of realization passed through the old shopkeeper's eyes. "I see now. My own boss has always had high standards. How could he possibly pay such attention to this 200-pound fellow? It seems I have mistaken you for someone else. I am Yen, you may call me Shopkeeper Yen. When Boss Xiao returns, please convey my regards. I shan't linger over tea, as the affairs of the treasure pavilion keep me occupied. Farewell." Saying this, Shopkeeper Yen clasped his hands again and turned to leave. The two beautiful sales assistants who had come with him recognized Zhang Ting, a former colleague from the Golden Jade Good Fortune shop. They exchanged a few hurried words before swiftly following the shopkeeper away. Luo Dazhao escorted them to the entrance, feeling that although shopkeeper Yen appeared courteous on the surface, he was quite arrogant internally and had little desire to engage with him. If it had not been for Hu Lily's personal instructions, shopkeeper Yen would hardly have entered such a small establishment, let alone deliver floral arrangements. To the left of the Golden Jade Good Fortune shop was an antique shop named Juhezhai. The owner, Tang Changping, was a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a beard, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the shrewdness of a businessman. On the day of the jade shop's opening, Tang Changping merely stood at the entrance of his shop, peering in, without uttering a word of congratulations. Upon witnessing shopkeeper Yen personally delivering floral arrangements, his attitude shifted instantly. He approached Luo Dazhao, casually lighting a cigarette and said, "Little brother, your jade shop just opened today, right? How is business?" Lao Pang chuckled, remarking that business was merely mediocre, earning only modest profits, unlike the antique business at their store, where a single transaction could sustain one for 3 years. "Oh, young brother,
You jest.
the antique trade is not as prosperous as you think. To say one could thrive for 3 years on a single deal is an exaggeration. If I could manage 3 months, I would be overjoyed." He then inquired if the young man was acquainted with Manager Yen from the Treasure Pavilion. With a smile, he added, "I do not know Manager Yen, but I am quite familiar with Boss Hu from the Treasure Pavilion. Last time I was in Guangdong province for stone gambling, Boss Hu even treated me to a meal and sought my advice on the craft. May I ask how to address you? You have been to Guangdong for stone gambling? And you know Boss Hu? Impressive. Haha, you may call me Lao Pang. That is how everyone at Chenghuang Temple refers to me. My skills in stone gambling are merely average. It is my brother who is the true expert in the field. However, this matter must remain confidential and not be spoken of lightly." With just a few words from Lao Pang, Tang Changping was left astounded, immediately regarding him as a master rather than a mere novice at Chenghuang Temple. While Lao Pang was charmingly deceiving the neighbors next door, Xiao Xingyun had already arrived at the Qin auction house, where Qin Tianxi awaited at the car's front, accompanied by 2 jade appraisal experts. Chapter 68. Mastery of Words Today. Xiao Xingyun has brought 5 uncut jadeite stones, which are of premium quality, thus eliminating the element of chance and facilitating the pricing process. Boss Xiao, after waiting for the stars and the moon, you have finally graced us with your presence. If you had delayed any longer, our appraiser would have come to seek you out at your residence. Qin Tianxi jested as he shook hands with Xiao Xingyun. As a distinguished heir who has taken the reins of his family's significant enterprises at an early age, he is anything but ineffectual. In the realm of business, Qin Tianxi can forge camaraderie with individuals from all walks of life. Let us not exaggerate. We still have 5 minutes until our agreed-upon time, Xiao Xingyun replied, gesturing toward the trunk of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Please assist in moving these 5 jadeite stones. Of course, even if there were 50, I wouldn't mind the exertion. Qin Tianxi cheerfully responded, following Xiao Xingyun towards the trunk. Upon seeing the 5 jadeite stones, he inhaled sharply. 2 stones of icy green jadeite, though not reaching the imperial green standard, were still remarkably close. Another was an icy red jadeite, accompanied by a tricolored icy variety of red, green, and yellow. The final piece, somewhat larger, was a fine icy white base with green, with certain areas approaching the icy texture. In the industry, this is referred to as white base green. However, this terminology varies in quality. The fineness of the white and the intensity of the green can result in price disparities of several multiples. Yet, with a mere glance, Qin Tianxi recognized that this substantial white base green was a gem among its peers. The white was exquisitely fine, and the green reached the vibrant level, prompting him to marvel at the potential yield of bangles and exquisite pendants from such a grand stone. All of these are exceptional materials, Qin Tianxi exclaimed with genuine admiration. Xiao Xingyun assured him, rest assured, they are all of high quality. I would never deceive you in our first collaboration. As they conversed, the 5 jadeite stones were carefully brought into the auction house's reception area. The Qin family also owns a jade and gemstone store next door, sharing the same office and reception area with the auction house. The 5 jadeite stones were laid out on the sturdy conference table, where 2 jade appraisal experts were diligently assessing them with professional tools. The staff brewed a fine pot of tea, and Xiao Xingyun and Qin Tianxi settled into a corner by the tea table, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation, seemingly indifferent to the appraiser's evaluations. Boss Xiao, I apologize for my rudeness during your call last night. I was preoccupied, Qin Tianxi began. Young Master Qin, you needn't be so formal. It was my impetuousness that disrupted your sacred moments with your companion. Xiao Xingyun responded with a chuckle. Men will be men, as you understand. By the way, how did the matter with Tang Shi disturbing the peace last night resolve itself? It did not. She yelled throughout the night in her villa, and my girlfriend and I were sleepless, accompanying her until dawn. In desperation, I purchased a set of Dynaudio speakers at noon and played death metal on repeat in my home, hoping that Miss Tang would appreciate it. Qin Tianxi listened in astonishment, realizing that such maneuvers were indeed possible. To be neighbors with the two of you is truly a stroke of ill fortune. In truth, you are neighbors, and it is better to resolve grievances than to harbor them. When I find the time, I shall host you both for drinks, in hopes of alleviating this discord. I remain hopeful, although given her temperament, it seems rather unlikely. Last night, I had the property management attempt to contact her using the number you provided, yet they were unable to reach her. Let us not dwell on such matters. They are trivial issues that can be resolved in due course. At that moment, one of the jade appraisers spoke up. Young Master Qin, Boss Xiao, we have completed our appraisal. These 5 pieces of jadeite are all natural, free from dyeing, enhancement, filling, or injection. You can rest assured of their quality. We have prepared the estimated values for each piece and placed them beside the stones for your review. Excellent, esteemed masters. Thank you for your hard work. We shall take a look, Qin Tianxi replied, as he and Xiao Xingyun approached the table to examine the valuations. 2 pieces of ice-type jadeite, both entirely green, were valued at 28 million and 22 million, respectively, aligning with Xiao Xingyun's expectations. The ice-red jadeite, due to its modest size and some mixed colors along the edges, was appraised at 15 million. However, this ice-red piece is slightly larger than the one previously cut by Fatty Luo, featuring a larger cross-section from which several bangles could be fashioned, along with numerous exquisite pendants. The tricolored jadeite, showcasing vibrant and pure hues of red, green, and yellow, was unexpectedly valued at 35 million, surpassing the 2 smaller pieces of entirely green jadeite. Lastly, the largest piece, a white base with green, was estimated at 50 million. Its considerable size rendered the appraisers unable to determine how many bangles could be carved from it, nor how many exceptional pendants and decorative items could be produced from the excess material. Xiao Xingyun calculated the total appraisal for the 5 pieces at 150 million, which aligned with his expectations and the prevailing market conditions. However, in the realm of trade, negotiation is essential. The buyer's price is paramount, and as a seller, I would certainly lose face if I were to accept a lower offer. The appraisers from Qin's auction house, when estimating the value, would likely lean in favor of Qin Tianxi. Thus, the figures provided would inevitably be slightly lower than their true worth in their minds. Thus, it was now Xiao Xingyun's turn to perform. He furrowed his brow and expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Only 150 million? That is significantly below my expectations. I have previously collaborated with Gu Qingcheng on numerous occasions, and it was merely my rapport with young Master Qin that led me to explore this place. Alas, this valuation puts me in a difficult position." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianxi sensed the potential discord and quickly reassured him. "Boss Xiao, do not be anxious. This is merely the appraisal from the 2 masters. If you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to propose your own price, and we shall negotiate at a leisurely pace." Xiao Xingyun smiled and replied, "I believe 180 million would be a more appropriate figure. This price is not arbitrary. Prior to my arrival, I certainly consulted with jade appraisers to obtain their estimates." Qin Tianxi exchanged glances with the 2 appraisers, then let out a wry smile. "Mr. Xiao, the price you propose is simply unfeasible for us. Accepting it would lead to a loss. You cannot sell it to me based on the valuation of Gu's jewelry appraisers. Gu's jewelry is still in its infancy and is in dire need of materials. Their quoted prices are inflated and do not accurately represent the market conditions." "Oh, then what is the highest amount you are willing to offer?" Xiao Xingyun inquired, his demeanor tinged with reluctance. I have a keen interest in the heritage of Qin's jewelry, which is why I am willing to engage in this transaction. If your offer is too low, I would prefer to continue my collaboration with Gu Qingqing. Please hold on. I need to confer with the two appraisers, Qin Tianxi replied, moving to a corner with the appraisers to discuss in hushed tones. Soon, Qin Tianxi returned with a smile, addressing Xiao Xingyun. As this is our first transaction, let us be forthright. I am prepared to offer you a maximum of 168 million. This represents my sincerity, and I hope we can cultivate a friendship and establish a long-term partnership. Xiao Xingyun gritted his teeth, seemingly resolving his internal conflict. Since you, young Master Qin, have stated it thus, I shall grant you this courtesy. A small difference in price matters little to me. I prefer to collaborate with someone as straightforward as you. However, Qin Tianxi felt an unsettling disquiet, wondering if he had fallen into a trap set by Xiao Xingyun. The situation bore a striking resemblance to the tactics of the ever-wealthy Mr. Ma and the oblivious Mr. Lu. To speak frankly, it felt like being caught in a perplexing bind. While Qin Tianxi was lost in thought, Xiao Xingyun had already extended his hand, amicably concluding the transaction. Committed to his principles, Xiao Xingyun refrained from employing any supernatural abilities in this legitimate exchange. The value of jadeite should reflect its true worth, and negotiating prices through eloquence was not deemed deceitful. In that brief moment, Xiao Xingyun had managed to earn an additional 18 million through his rhetoric, a sum he felt justly earned. With the agreement finalized, the atmosphere between them lightened once more. Xiao Xingyun provided his bank account details, and after Qin Tianxi signed, he handed it over to the finance personnel for the transfer. While awaiting the funds, they returned to the tea table, resuming their enjoyment of the exquisite Longjing tea that had gone unfinished. Feeling that he had not performed to his fullest potential, Qin Tianxi endeavored to impart his business philosophy to Xiao Xingyun, elucidating the esteemed position of Qin's jewelry within the industry. We at Qin's are seasoned jewelers, ensuring steady and reliable business. Regardless of when you come to sell jadeite rough, we can absorb a substantial quantity of quality materials, offering prices that align with the market without arbitrary hikes or unjust reductions. Stability is our hallmark. In contrast, Gu's jewelry has only recently ventured into the gem market after specializing in antiques, and their flagship store remains unfinished. Although Gu Qingcheng currently offers high prices, should she encounter difficulties, her business could falter unexpectedly. Even if it does not collapse, once she navigates through her initial shortage of materials, her acquisition prices will inevitably align with market standards. Choosing to collaborate with us at Qin's is undoubtedly a wise decision. Xiao Xingyun listened to Qin Tianxi's fervent monologue, contemplating his escape, had it not been for the funds still pending. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Tianxi sipped his tea, Xiao Xingyun finally interrupted his brainwashing boasts. By the way, do you know the roots of the treasure pavilion, Qin? Recently, there has been talk in the circles that the treasure pavilion has snatched the jade eye fragments from Big Gold Tooth. Is there any truth to this? Qin Tianxi's expression shifted slightly. He glanced around before whispering with an air of mystery, "You've come to the right person with your inquiry, but the depths of this matter are too profound for you to fathom. I advise you not to dig further, lest you attract misfortune. That woman, who Lily from the treasure pavilion, is extraordinarily ruthless. Anyone who collaborates with her inevitably encounters trouble. Never mind, I shan't say more. Those who understand will grasp it. Those who do not, well, there's nothing I can do." Xiao Xingyun was left dumbfounded. Wasn't he that the language of an understanding master? What the hell? I merely wish to inquire about the depth of who Lily's background and whether the jade eye fragments have surfaced in the antique market. Yet you regale me with a plethora of rhetoric. What does it all mean? Whom are you trying to deceive? Chapter 69. What a coincidence. You all adore Guanyin. Upon receiving a notification of his funds, Xiao Xingyun promptly took his leave, unwilling to endure any further idle chatter from Qin Tianxi. He suspected that this individual was purposefully withholding information regarding the treasure house. Perhaps, as he claimed, Hu Lily was indeed a woman of extreme danger, employing ruthlessly cunning tactics, so much so that industry insiders refrained from discussing her in private. Qin Tianxi escorted Xiao Xingyun to the entrance of the auction house, whereupon Xiao waved goodbye and made his way to the parking lot. As he approached his vehicle, he spotted his former roommate, Zhang Hao, riding an electric scooter with a striking young woman, who turned the corner. Xiao recognized her as Lu Wenjing, an employee of the Qin auction house. During the initial upgrade of his ocular abilities, he had noticed a small tumor in her liver and had advised her to seek medical attention. That consultation had led to the discovery of early-stage liver cancer. Recently, he had heard from Zhang Hao that he had been accompanying Lu Wenjing through her treatment, and their relationship had evidently blossomed, as indicated by their intimate demeanor while sharing a vehicle. Upon seeing Xiao Xingyun, Zhang Hao exclaimed with surprise, "Xiao Yunzi, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at Chenghuang Temple today?" Xiao's venture into the business realm had gone unannounced on social media, leaving many unaware of his newly established jade store. "Address me as Yun Gu, not so casually," Xiao corrected him sternly. "Understood." Xiao Yunzi. Zhang Hao acquiesced. Lu Wenjing, standing nearby, couldn't stifle her laughter and chimed in. "Hello, Yun Gu. I learned about your acquaintance with Xiao Hao from his phone's gallery. What a delightful coincidence. I've been meaning to express my gratitude. Had it not been for your reminder, I might have forgotten to get my health checked." Noticing her pallor, Xiao inquired, "There's no need for excessive courtesy. My knowledge of traditional medicine is quite rudimentary, merely a couple of years' worth of experience in my hometown. By the way, have you undergone surgery? Have you had a follow-up examination?" With a smile, Lu Wenjing replied, "Yes, due to the early detection. It was classified as the earliest stage of liver cancer. I underwent a minimally invasive resection, and during my follow-up yesterday, the doctor confirmed the surgery was very successful. As long as I maintain good health, there should be no recurrence. Today, I came with Xiao Hao to Qin's jewelry to purchase a jade guanine pendant for protection." "Why did you choose the jade guanine instead of a jade Buddha?" Xiao inquired with curiosity. "I simply have a fondness for guanine. It is said that Guanine Bodhisattva blesses all beings with peace," Lu Wenjing responded. Xiao suddenly wore a peculiar smile, remarking, "You and Xiao Hao are quite the match. He too has an affinity for guanine, particularly the one seated upon the lotus." "Brother, please don't say such things." Zhang Hao's face flickered with a hint of panic. His earlier reluctance to call Xiao Yungu had now transformed into an eager compliance. Clearly flustered, wishing for Xiao to change the subject, Zhang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, realizing that had he anticipated this turn of events, he would never have shared his prized seeds with Xiao Xingyun or discussed which films were worth watching. Now this fellow has the audacity to reveal this matter in front of his girlfriend. It's simply outrageous. Lu Wenjing appeared utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend their conversation. After all, most guanine pendants are depicted seated. What's so peculiar about that? "Haha, you two go ahead and browse. I shall take my leave," said Xiao Xingyun, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Zhang Hao called out, "Brother Yun, don't be in such a hurry to leave. As an expert in jade, why don't you help our Wenjing select a guanine pendant? We will treat you to dinner tonight at a place of your choosing. Both of you work at an auction house. Can't you appraise the jade yourselves? We are merely entry-level employees. How could we possibly assess jade? We manage rough tasks just fine, but delicate work is beyond our capability. The jade in the store is quite expensive. Why not purchase from a street vendor at Chenghuang Temple? Because we are employees of the Qin auction house. And with our staff IDs, we are entitled to buy one item annually at a 50% discount, provided the original price does not exceed 100,000 yuan. So internal employees enjoy a half-price discount. Very well, I shall accompany you to have a look. If the prices are reasonable, we can purchase here. If they prove too steep, I can take you to Chenghuang Temple. I have acquaintances there, or you could buy from me." Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing explained, "Thank you, Brother Yun. If it weren't for the internal 50% discount, we would have already bought from you." Xiao Xingyun smiled and ceased further persuasion. The marked prices in jewelry stores are typically 3 to 5 times the cost price. Even with a half-price discount, the owner still profits handsomely. However, jade and gemstones are about the sentiment. They represent a fateful connection. If one can find a beloved guanine pendant at Qin's jewelry store, purchasing it would symbolize a bond. Qin's jewelry house is grand, elegantly decorated, featuring sections for gold, platinum, jade, and miscellaneous items. The miscellaneous section is particularly intriguing, as it includes amber, turquoise, opal, agate, obsidian, and more. Do not underestimate these trinkets. Their profit margins can be astonishing, often surpassing those of mainstream gems like jade. For instance, a natural obsidian bracelet, after some carving and shaping, costs merely 20 yuan per strand, yet is priced at 688 yuan in the display case. An astounding 30-fold profit, significantly higher than that of jade and gemstones. The female sales associate, recognizing Lu Wenjing, was amiable and, upon understanding their needs, directly guided them to the jade pendant display. Xiaojing, just point to whichever pendant catches your eye, and I will retrieve it for you to examine at your leisure, the sales associate said. All right, thank you, Nanjia. Lu Wenjing first glanced at the prices of the seed jade guanyin pendants, seeing figures ranging from 30 to 40,000, even 80 to 90,000. She immediately felt a pang of anxiety and whispered to Xiao Xingyun and Zhang Hao, I usually come in to move items and Haven Tea paid attention to the prices. This is far too expensive. Even with the 50% discount, it would still be around 20,000, which exceeds my budget. Xiao Xingyun addressed her, saying, do not concern yourself with seed materials. Instead, focus on mountain materials and Russian jade, as their prices are significantly lower. Pendants devoid of skin are essentially not seed materials. As the saying goes, without skin, even a deity finds it hard to discern. If it were indeed seed material, no novice carver would dare to remove the skin, for doing so would cause the price of the material to plummet by approximately tenfold. Under Xiao Xingyun's guidance, Lu Wenjing sifted through the unskinned materials and indeed discovered several reasonably priced jade guanyin pendants. Most were priced above 10,000 or 20,000, including mountain materials, semi-finished materials, and Russian materials with some low-cost Qinghai jade pendants mixed in, also surprisingly priced above 10,000. This was quite unscrupulous. The very first jade piece Xiao Xingyun had purchased from Luo Pengzi was a Qinghai jade guanyin, a gift for his former girlfriend, Yang Yudi. At that time, Luo Pengzi demanded 600 yuan, but after much haggling, Xiao Xingyun acquired it for 1,000 yuan, believing he had struck a remarkable deal. It was only after entering the industry with Luo Pengzi's assistance that he realized that jade guanyin pendants of similar quality from Qinghai were available at wholesale prices of merely a few hundred yuan. Consequently, in jest, Xiao Xingyun often berated Luo Dezhao as a heartless merchant. At this moment, Lu Wenjing had selected 3 jade guanyin pendants she particularly liked and sought Xiao Xingyun's assistance in determining which possessed the best quality and value. One was a completely white Russian jade guanyin priced at 18,800 yuan. Another was a semi-finished guanyin pendant with a caramel hue, priced at 19,800 yuan. And the last was surprisingly a Qinghai piece, priced at 16,800 yuan. Xiao Xingyun discreetly shook his head. Even at half price, one could procure a seed jade guanyin from him for less. However, it was evident that they did not wish to purchase from him, and he refrained from persuading them further to avoid any misunderstanding that he sought to profit from them. Excluding the inexpensive Qinghai piece, Xiao Xingyun pointed to the remaining 2 jade guanyin pendants, stating, both of these are commendable. If you prefer a solid color, choose this Russian jade. If you favor a hint of caramel, opt for this semi-finished one. At that moment, Zhang Hao pointed to the initially dismissed Qinghai jade pendant and inquired, why not recommend this one as Wenjing prefers it? Xiao Xingyun retorted with irritation because this is Qinghai jade, a cheap item. Are you willing to spend more than 10,000 on something worth 1 or 2,000? Even at half price, it would still cost 8 or 9,000. I won't stop anyone foolish enough to buy it. Just then, he overheard someone behind him speaking harshly. Shut up. If you cannot speak properly, do not speak at all, or you may invite trouble. Archin's jewelry never sells Qinghai jade. Our jade area is filled with authentic Hatian jade. If even one piece is fake, I shall consume it on the spot. Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brow. He and his friend were merely customers engaging in a quiet discussion regarding the merits of the products, a normal private exchange, not an intentional discrediting of their establishment. Who did this person think they were, eavesdropping behind them and daring to insult? Chapter 70. I am serious. Xiao Xingyun turned around to see a greasy middle-aged man in a suit and immediately retorted, Who are you? Do you think you can just consume the Qinghai jade? Are you here to swindle food and drink? Why don't you go to the public restroom instead? The middle-aged man, filled with fury, exclaimed, "You dare to speak back? I am the manager here. Do you dare to slander our store's jade as inferior Qinghai material? Believe me, I can have the security throw you out. Not a chance. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Will you? Do you even realize where you are to cause such a ruckus here?" Security. The saleswoman standing behind the counter noticed the escalating situation and quickly intervened. "Manager Huang, please don't get angry. These customers are employees of Qin's auction house. They are one of us. Making a scene will only lead to complications." Manager Huang, still seething with anger, scolded, "One of us? So that gives you the right to speak recklessly? Who is your direct supervisor? I will speak to your superior." Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing felt a twinge of anxiety. They were quite satisfied with their jobs, which paid well and were stable, often receiving generous tips from affluent bidders. If Manager Huang were to escalate this matter to their supervisor, they might face termination, which would be troublesome indeed. However, today's debacle was not Xiao Xingyun's fault, and they couldn't bring themselves to blame him. Zhang Hao quickly apologized. "Manager Huang, I'm sorry, but we won't be purchasing anything. This is my friend, and he is not an employee of Qin's." Manager Huang's fury remained unabated. "It doesn't matter who he is. If you do not formally apologize today, neither of you will be working at Qin's any longer." "Enough!" Xiao Xingyun suddenly shouted. "I had no intention of escalating this matter, but you have gone too far. Who are you threatening? Do you think you can dismiss anyone here? Believe me, I could have you dismissed first." Manager Huang, infuriated yet amused, laughed derisively. "Ha! That is the funniest joke I've heard all year. You think you can have me dismissed? Do you know who I am? Who would dare dismiss me from this Qin's jewelry branch? Hearing me mention Qinghai jade has made you anxious. It's no wonder you have a guilty conscience. I initially didn't care what kind of material you sold in your store, even if you mixed in a lot of Korean jade or even Afghan jade. But now that it has come to this, I must call Qin Tianxi for an explanation." With that, Xiao Xingyun pulled out his phone, preparing to call Qin Tianxi. Upon hearing the name mentioned, Manager Huang felt a shiver run through him and stared in astonishment at Xiao Xingyun making the call. He pondered, could this young man truly know young Master Qin? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. A young master of such a noble family could not possibly be acquainted with someone of such humble origins. Would he really be shopping in a jewelry store with low-level employees from an auction house, only spending a mere few thousand on cheap jade pendants? Looking at Xiao Xingyun's attire, which totaled no more than 2,000 yuan, there was nothing remarkable about him aside from his tall and handsome stature. In summary, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary young man from society. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Xingyun felt a twinge of rigidity. No one was answering the phone. The atmosphere was tense, as the manager, Huang, scoffed at the situation. "Stop pretending," he taunted. "I don't know where you got our young master's name, but his private number is not something just anyone is privy to." Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing urged, "Brother Yun, let it go. We should leave. If Manager Huang really calls security, things will only escalate. Don't worry about our jobs. We can always find new ones." Feeling slightly helpless, Xiao Xingyun realized he was inexperienced in the art of bravado. Practice was essential for such endeavors. Just then, Manager Huang, emboldened by their predicament, shouted, "Security! There's someone causing a disturbance here. Come quickly and throw them out." As Xiao was about to redial Qin Tianxi, he finally received a call back. "Boss Xiao, is there something you need? I was at the stone processing area behind the jewelry store and didn't hear my phone ring. I'm right next door to your auction house. Bring an appraiser with you as I need to discuss a matter." "What happened? Who in my shop has offended you?" Xiao asked, anxious yet relieved that the situation was under control. Manager Huang, unfazed, sneered, "Keep pretending. Who knows whose call that was? Just acting as if you're in contact with young Master Qin." At that moment, security guards had already surrounded them, awaiting Huang's command to eject Xiao and his companions. "I'll give you 10 seconds. If no one arrives, I'll have to let security remove you, as your presence here disrupts our business," Huang declared, glancing at his Rolex and beginning his countdown. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Security, throw them out. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing discreetly grasped Xiao's arms, wishing to escort him away before security could act. They felt the weight of their friend's distress. Yet their lowly status rendered them hesitant to confront the manager directly. Brother Yoon, let's not stoop to his level. We should leave. It's clear this is a shady establishment, and the jade here is likely counterfeit. Let us explore the city god temple instead, they whispered. Xiao insisted softly, please trust me. The true owner of this shop will arrive shortly. Just then, several security guards brandished their batons, preparing to act against them. Stop! What are you doing? How can you be disrespectful to customers? Qin Tianxi, accompanied by an appraiser, rushed over, breathless from the exertion, just in time to arrive. Manager Huang was left dumbfounded. What was happening? How could young Master Qin genuinely be here? Could it be that this ordinary young man from society actually summoned him? This was inconceivable. He refused to believe it, convinced it must be a ruse. Young Master Qin, what brings you here? These individuals are causing a disturbance, and I was just instructing the security to escort them out. Manager Huang's legs trembled with fear. He felt guilty. Had he known these people were acquainted with Qin Tianxi, he would have certainly avoided this trouble. The Qinghai jade mixed in at the counter truly could not withstand scrutiny. Silence. Qin Tianxi disregarded Manager Huang and approached Xiao Xingyun with a warm smile. Boss Xiao, what has provoked your ire? Xiao Xingyun picked up a Qinghai jade guanyin pendant from the counter and said, Young Master Qin, could you assist me in identifying what type of material this is? Qin Tianxi furrowed his brow. This appears to be Qinghai material, doesn't it? Wait. That can't be right. Our shop prohibits the sale of low-grade jade. Master Wu, please verify this for me. I may be mistaken. The appraiser took the pendant, examined it briefly, and promptly provided his assessment. Indeed, it is Qinghai material, exhibiting a flashy sheen, an excessive degree of transparency, and poor oiliness, categorizing it as medium quality. The sole advantage is its excellent whiteness. Qin Tianxi nodded and turned to Manager Huang, inquiring, explain to me how a Qinghai jade pendant ended up here? Manager Huang, drenched in sweat, stammered, this piece of Qinghai material may have been mistakenly included by the workers during inventory. It's a lapse in my oversight, and I am willing to accept punishment and apologize to the customers. Xiao Xingyun pointed toward the counter and addressed the appraiser. Would you mind taking another look at the items behind the counter? Master Wu glanced over and immediately frowned, moving closer to Qin Tianxi to quietly report, Young Master, the situation is quite serious. In this section alone, there are at least 20 pieces of Qinghai jade products. Qin Tianxi took a deep breath, gesturing toward the visibly pale Manager Huang, yet he restrained his anger. He turned to Xiao Xingyun with a smile. Thank you, Boss Xiao, for uncovering such a significant pest. Otherwise, the century-old reputation of the Qin family would have been tarnished by him. When I have a moment, I will treat you to a drink, specifically to express my apologies. Xiao Xingyun replied, Young Master Qin, you are too kind. Having a drink is a trivial matter. We can do that anytime. However, as for you, Manager Huang, you claimed that if Qinghai material was found, you would take full responsibility. I just want to ask, will you stand by your words? Chapter 71. How long until one can discern true intentions? Upon finishing his inquiry, before Qin Tianxi could respond, Manager Huang let out a wretched cry. The Qinghai jade is inedible. It could be deadly. But here we have mountain jade, Russian jade, seed jade, and more. Please select your preferred delicacy, Xiao Xingyun suggested. I do not. Huang's eyes rolled back as he stubbornly fainted. With a sigh, Xiao Xingyun remarked, Alas, the performance lacks finesse. The act of fainting appears too rigid. Improvement is necessary for future endeavors. Regret consumed Manager Huang. Had he known this individual was so unscrupulous as to not spare even a middle-aged man in a faint, he would never have dared to provoke him. Qin Tianxi struggled to suppress his laughter, fortunate to have undergone specific training in such matters. He adopted a stern expression and instructed the security personnel. Carry Manager Huang to the conference room. After a thorough internal investigation, we shall decide whether to involve the authorities. Understood, boss, the security team replied, hastily lifting Huang away. Seizing the moment, Xiao Xingyun addressed Qin Tianxi. Apologies for the disturbance today. I have caused you trouble. Please attend to Manager Huang. Conduct your inquiries and judgments as necessary. I shall take my friends and leave. As he spoke, he prepared to lead the dazed Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing away. Let us not stand on ceremony as brothers. Opportunities for collaboration will abound in the future. By the way, which jade guanyin would your friend prefer? I shall take the liberty of gifting it free of charge. Xiao Xingyun chuckled. Ah, that would be too generous. Receiving something for free feels inappropriate. A jade pendant of guanyin or Buddha should be purchased to show sincerity. How about we forego the discount and avoid it being entirely free? A token of 1,000 yuan would suffice, he proposed. Xiao boss, you are indeed a person of discernment. Such sentiments are well regarded in our circle. Now the question arises, which piece has captured your friend's fancy? That one, the seed jade guanyin in the far corner of the display. Yes, the one with the creamy white and golden sheen, he specified. The saleswoman behind the counter transformed into a mere automaton, silently retrieving the item. Lu Wenjing and Zhang Hao stood frozen in shock. They had indeed laid eyes on that exquisite seed jade guanyin, but were rendered speechless upon seeing its exorbitant price of 168,000 yuan. Now, Xiao Xingyun was audaciously requesting that piece on their behalf. Such boldness was staggering. Qin Tianxi glanced at the seed jade guanyin but paid no heed to the price, smiling as he declared, very well, we shall take this one. Addressing the saleswoman, he instructed, please issue them a receipt for 1,000 yuan, clearly stating the reason for the discount. Yes, boss, the saleswoman affirmed, taking the seed jade guanyin to the cash register. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing followed her to complete the payment. Qin Xiao, how magnanimous! Xiao Xingyun gave Qin Tianxi a thumbs up. Was this act of generosity satisfying? Though Qin Tianxi had not observed the price, he was well aware of the market value of such creamy seed jade pendants. Xiao Xingyun replied earnestly, in truth, I am not angered. I merely find it intolerable that your establishment harbors vermin. I cannot rest easy knowing I have not assisted in purging them. No need for thanks. After all, we are friends. Qin Tianxi was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, you have monopolized the conversation, leaving me no room to express myself. A few minutes later, he escorted Xiao Xingyun to the entrance, watching them depart with a sigh of relief. He merely wished for Xiao Xingyun to refrain from visiting again. All he desired was tranquility. Xiao Xingyun exited the Qin jewelry store, accompanied by Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing. Curiosity got the better of Zhang Hao, who promptly inquired, Brother Yun, how do you know President Qin? It seems you share quite a good rapport, given that he reprimanded Manager Huang on your behalf. This is a lengthy story. Suffice it to say, we have a business collaboration, Xiao Xingyun succinctly replied. Lu Wenjing, anxious, interjected, we selected over 100,000 worth of jade guanyin. Will President Qin be upset? I can't shake off this feeling of guilt. Xiao Xingyun glanced back at the Qin sign, his gaze laden with complexity. Ha! To young Master Qin, this amount is trivial. He scarcely cares. My interest is not in these paltry sums. It is a mere test of his attitude, which is crucial for our future collaboration. I don't quite grasp it, yet I find you remarkably impressive, Lu Wenjing remarked with admiration. My girlfriend often praises me in similar fashion. Xiao Xingyun deftly interrupted her admiration. Lu Wenjing, adorably oblivious, failed to understand. However, Zhang Hao, anxious that Xiao Xingyun might lead his girlfriend astray, hastily changed the subject. Brother Yun, collaborating with someone like President Qin must have expanded your jade business, right? Not significantly, slightly larger than before, but I'm still scraping by at the Chenghuang Temple. Should your friends or family require jade or emeralds, come directly to me at the temple. Avoid getting overcharged here, Xiao Xingyun stated, halting near the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Understood. We have learned our lesson. Both Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing replied in unison. Xiao Xingyun checked his watch and said, well then, let us conclude our conversation for today. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Remember to rinse the jade guanyin with clean water before wearing it. What are we to do now? We still intend to treat you to dinner tonight, Zhang Hao replied. Xiao Xingyun yawned wearily and explained. I encountered a neighbor who was quite the lunatic, singing all night long. It was louder than a nightclub, and I barely slept. I am on the verge of exhaustion and must return home for a brief rest. I shall forego dinner this time, just keep a tab on it. Zhang Hao was at a loss for words. Could one really keep a tab for a dinner invitation? Lu Wenjing then queried, Brother Yun, why must we rinse the jade guanyin before wearing it? Is there a particular reason? Xiao Xingyun responded. From a metaphysical perspective, it symbolizes the jade shedding its worldly ties and re-establishing its bond with its new owner, thereby offering protection solely to you. From a scientific standpoint, the jade has been handled by numerous individuals at the counter, making it quite dirty. Rinsing it ensures cleanliness. Lu Wenjing chuckled heartily, finding him quite intriguing and knowledgeable. All right, I truly must take my leave now. Farewell, we shall chat again, Xiao Xingyun said, getting into the nearby Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Once he started the engine, he quickly drove away. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing stood beside the electric vehicle, gazing in astonishment at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that had just sped away. Lu Wenjing, perplexed, inquired, Xiao Haozi, did you say that Xiao Xingyun is selling goods at the city god temple? Wasn't he your former roommate? Yes, indeed, Zhang Hao responded, still engulfed in profound shock. Is it possible to drive a Mercedes G-Class while selling goods? I am uncertain, he stammered. Perhaps we should resign and also sell goods at the city god temple? Well, I shall contemplate that further. Upon returning to the Zuiyuan villa, Xiao Xingyun could immediately hear the raucous sounds of death metal emanating from his home. An invigorating experience indeed. He hurried into the room, swiftly packing a few changes of clothes along with daily necessities, before hastily departing. He checked into a king-sized room at the nearest Sheraton hotel and sent the room number to Su Qing. After school, please come to this room. Tonight we shall be undisturbed, allowing us to sleep soundly. Su Qing replied almost instantly, how annoying! I can't shake the feeling that your intentions are not pure. As the ancients said, time reveals a person's heart. You cannot unjustly accuse me. How long must one wait to truly see a person's heart? Xiao Xingyun realized that Xiao Qing had learned to playfully tease him in return. Chapter 72. The treasure basin. The night passed without a word. With the dawn, Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing arose to wash and bathe, dilly-dallying for yet another hour. Xiao Xingyun was dressed and ready, while Su Qing was still engrossed in her makeup. Hurry up. If you keep dawdling, we'll miss the hotel breakfast, Xiao Xingyun urged. Su Qing shot him a charming glance, then laughed. It's clearly you who is dragging your feet, yet you turn the blame on me? Cough. Let's not dwell on trivial details. We can finish your makeup after breakfast. You've had your fill while I'm still hungry. How rude. You mustn't speak of me that way. Su Qing, struggling to keep pace, felt her cheeks flush crimson, baring her teeth at Xiao Xingyun in playful defiance. At that moment, Su Qing's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she sweetly pleaded, Darling, my hands are too full at the moment. Could you please answer the call and put it on speaker? All right. As Xiao Xingyun connected the call, he caught sight of the caller, her father. Is this Dad calling? Yes, it must be him. Dad, has someone come to press for debts again? Su Qing inquired. Su Hongwei's voice was heavy with concern. Every day someone is demanding payment. The principal creditor is Duan Xiuwen. I heard he sent someone to the music academy to find you. Are you all right? I'm fine. 2 debt collectors found me, but I reported them to the police immediately. Those 2 seemed deranged. When they saw the officers, they boasted about having killed before. The police wasted no time in apprehending them. I don't know if they're insane, but Duan Xiuwen is furious over his men being arrested. He has given me 3 days to repay the debt. If not, he threatens to set our house ablaze. Alternatively, we could transfer the land to him, and our debts would be settled. Su Qing's chest heaved with indignation. Duan Xiuwen is far too greedy. Our family spent over $1 billion to acquire that riverside property, and we owe him just over $100 million, yet he seeks to seize the land. Is there no one who can intervene? Su Hongwei replied wearily, his connections are too formidable. We cannot compete with him. Just the day before yesterday, the debt was 18 million, and today it has nearly doubled to 200 million. Apart from him, we also owe the bank over 12 million. Although the bank's interest is low, our only asset is this parcel of land. If the bank does not relent, even if Duan Xiuwen burns our house down, we cannot dispose of this land. Frustrated, Su Qing tossed her makeup tools onto the table and demanded, Dad, what is wrong with this land we acquired? Is it truly worthless, unable to be sold? The issue is the sand. The land beneath is entirely sandy. It is so far from the Qiantang River, in such a remote location, Who could have anticipated that this land is sitting atop a vast sand pit? I have no idea when the tributary changed course, leaving behind this enormous sand deposit, and it has fallen into my lap. I had someone assess it, and the sand is high-quality river sand. I intended to convert the residential land into a sand extraction site, but the Water Conservancy Department flatly refused to approve it. Our family lacks connections in that regard, leaving us stuck. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to console her weary father. Xiao Xingyun had no intention of interrupting their father-daughter conversation, but upon hearing this, he could not resist interjecting. If the application is successful, wouldn't that land become a veritable treasure trove? Indeed, it was precisely for this reason that those creditors were relentlessly pressing for repayment, leaving me no room for negotiation. I have conceded defeat, yet the two largest creditors have begun to quarrel amongst themselves, vying for a share of this lucrative asset, nearly coming to blows. Wait, who are you? Su Hongwei suddenly realized mid-sentence that this was a man's voice. Who was the man beside his daughter? Hello, sir. I am a friend of Su Qing's. I inadvertently overheard your conversation, which prompted my interjection. Xiao Xingyun clarified. What is your relationship with my daughter? Why are you together so early in the morning?
Su Hongwei inquired.
Xiao Xingyun replied. That is not the crux of the matter. The essential issue is that you should send me the location of the land. I can consult a friend to inquire about the necessary procedures and the likelihood of securing the sand extraction rights. Oh, do you have connections in Hangzhou? Su Hongwei's attention shifted immediately, like a drowning man grasping at any straw. I happen to know a friend in the Water Conservancy Department. It should not be a problem to gather some information, though I wouldn't claim to have connections. Very well. I will send the relevant information to Xiao Qing right away. Please review it, and if there is anything unclear, do not hesitate to call me, Su Hongwei said excitedly. Xiao Xingyun ended the call in silence, akin to a gambler consumed by desperation. Typically concerned about his daughter's friendships, Su Hongwei now seemed unconcerned. Su Qing tidied her belongings, forgoing makeup, and grasping Xiao Xingyun's hand earnestly advised, Darling, do not strain yourself for the sake of appearances. My family's debt situation is exceedingly complex. If it proves unmanageable, do not make promises lightly, or else my father may take it to heart, complicating future encounters. Am I not resilient enough for you to understand? Xiao Xingyun teased, playfully pinching her chin. Stop it. I'm discussing serious matters here. Su Qing pouted, her freshly applied red lipstick particularly alluring. Ding ding ding. Soon, Su Qing received a photograph of the documents from Su Hongwei. Xiao Xingyun transferred the relevant information to his phone. As they perused the documents, the couple had already reached the hotel's dining area. Su Qing filled 2 plates at the buffet and sat beside Xiao Xingyun. What do you think? Is there hope? I'm merely checking the completeness of the documents. Whether there is hope depends on inquiries with the relevant department heads. Xiao Xingyun had initially aimed to assist Su Qing's family with their debt issues in hopes of investing, thereby resolving the disrupted cash flow and revitalizing the real estate business, enjoying substantial profit dividends annually. Now, upon learning that this land was sandy and comprised high-quality river sand, his interest was further piqued. A man who had endured poverty for over 20 years harbored an intrinsic passion for wealth. As he spoke, Xiao Xingyun hastily dialed Lu Cheng, neglecting his meal. The phone rang 3 times before Lu Cheng answered. Hello, is it Xiao Xiao? How is business at the store? Lu Cheng's voice was steady and authoritative, markedly different from his tone when he was shopping at the store, infused with a distinct bureaucratic air. Xiao Xingyun had long suspected his true identity and was not surprised by his official tone. He directly inquired, Brother Lu, business at my store is doing reasonably well. The reason for my call today is to consult you about the sand extraction rights. I have a relative near the Chentang River in Hangzhou who has discovered a substantial amount of high-quality river sand on his land. Could you assess the feasibility of applying for sand extraction rights with the current paperwork? The issue of sand extraction rights is quite complex. The regulations are currently very stringent and cannot be determined by just one Water Conservancy department. Here's what we can do. Please send me the relevant documents first, and I will review them before getting back to you. All right, thank you, Brother Lu. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xingyun promptly sent over the requested documents. Once he finished, he voraciously devoured the food before him. He was immensely hungry, Spending the night with Su Qing had drained him significantly. While she could occasionally replenish her protein energy, he had eaten nothing and was on the verge of starvation. After finishing the initial portion, Xiao Xingyun returned to the self-service area to add a few more dishes, finally resuming a normal pace of eating. At a neighboring table, Tang Shi, with dark circles under her eyes, watched Xiao Xingyun devour his meal with exaggerated disdain on her face. What a glutton! Even taking advantage of the hotel buffet. How embarrassing! The noise eventually caught Xiao Xingyun's attention. Turning his head, he noticed Tang Shi making a face at him. Despite the exaggerated expression, he had to admit that this porcelain-skinned woman was remarkably beautiful. What are you staring at? Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brow and asked. Chapter 73. The intricacies of sand mining. Writes Tang Shi is a voluptuous and beautiful woman, with long black hair and a straight fringe, embodying the quintessential allure of an Eastern beauty. Today, her attire is particularly extravagant. She dons a new fashionable qipao with a striking red and black combination, adorned with lace cutouts, elevating her charm to its zenith. Although Su Qing is also an exceptional beauty, often regarded as a campus goddess, she pales in comparison to Tang Shi, whose maturity and poise overshadow Su Qing's youthful innocence. If Su Qing is labeled as a lovely girl, then Tang Shi is undoubtedly the sophisticated woman, mature, composed, and stunning, yet possessing a temperament akin to a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Xiao Xingyun merely inquired, "What are you staring at?" With those few words, he ignited Tang Shi's ire. "What are you looking at? If you have the guts, come at me." Tang Shi slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet, her ample figure nearly causing her qipao to burst at the seams. "Are you out of your mind? Why would I want to hit you?" Xiao Xingyun noticed the numerous onlookers, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be embroiled in a quarrel with a woman in public. Tang Shi straightened her posture and exclaimed, "Humph! Why are you being so fierce? Honestly, for a grown man, your tolerance is quite narrow. I was merely practicing my singing for a moment, and you have the audacity to unleash a whole day and night of death metal. What a lack of gentlemanly decorum." Xiao Xingyun frowned, sensing her sharp tongue, and wishing to avoid further confrontation. He proposed, "If you promise not to practice singing at night, or perhaps to keep the noise down and invest in soundproofing, I shall cease playing death metal. That's my house. I can do whatever I please in it. Why should I heed your words?" With that, communication faltered. Xiao Xingyun, unwilling to escalate the situation in a public venue, chose to continue his meal, preparing to tolerate her outburst. However, Su Qing was not about to allow her boyfriend to endure such indignity. She stood up and asserted, "Was that merely a moment of noise? You spent the entire night howling, and you dare to criticize us? Humph! I can't be bothered to engage with you. You lack manners." Tang Shi perhaps felt that arguing here was somewhat undignified. After her words, she turned and exited the buffet restaurant. "You are the one lacking manners. You have no justification yet dare to blame others?" Su Qing was unafraid, asserting that everyone is a little princess in their own home. Why should anyone suffer indignation or yield to another? Tang Shi, possibly weary, cast a tired glare at Su Qing, yawned, and departed the self-service dining hall. Meanwhile, far away in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region, Lu Cheng had just reviewed the material sent by Xiao Xingyun. He was not unfamiliar with the plot of land in question. The property acquired by Su's real estate company had long since become a topic of intrigue within the circles of officials and businessmen in Hangzhou. Given the immense stakes involved, even if issues arose with the land, no one dared to address the aftermath. In simple terms, the land was problematic, unable to be returned, sold, or transferred. Despite its worth exceeding 10 billion, Su's real estate group was being driven to the brink of bankruptcy due to a mere 3 billion in total debt. There are two principal creditors involved in this matter. The first is the nefarious merchant Duan Shouwen, a man of considerable influence, who controls numerous channels of high-interest loans and the associated gray industry in Hangzhou. The second major creditor is the Commercial Bank of Hangzhou, a bastion for local elites, entangled in a web of intricate interests. As the deputy head of the Provincial Water Resources Department, he possesses the capacity to intervene in this affair. Moreover, the current head of the Chentang River Management Bureau is his former secretary. The pressing question now is whether it is worth his while to personally wade into these murky waters in order to repay the life-saving debt owed to Xiao Xingyun. After much contemplation, Lu Cheng finds himself unable to reach a decision. While he could assist Xiao Xingyun by providing financial support, introducing friends to bolster Zhao's business, or even arranging employment for a few of his acquaintances, the land owned by Su's real estate company has long since transformed into a coveted asset within Hangzhou's commercial sphere. His involvement would undoubtedly offend certain individuals. However, he cannot disregard the obligation of gratitude, especially since this is the first time Xiao Xingyun has sought his assistance. It is indeed a difficult choice. As he hesitates, he recalls the portly associate who opened a shop with Xiao Xingyun, along with the connections that individual possesses, and suddenly a plan forms in his mind. He realizes that by bringing another person into the fray, he might counteract any potential backlash from rival forces. Consequently, Lu Cheng places a call to Li Hongliang. The call is swiftly answered, with Li Hongliang stating, "Old Lu, what's up? I have an important meeting in 3 minutes, so let us get to the point." Lu Cheng replies, "This matter is rather complex, and I can't explain it in 3 to 5 minutes. Cancel your lunch appointment. Let us meet privately to discuss something significant." Canceling lunch is no small feat. "Fine. Tell me the location, and I will do my best to arrive early." "All right, I will reserve a table and send you the details via WeChat." After hanging up, Lu Cheng first secures a reservation at a favorite private dining establishment, then remembers to respond to Xiao Xingyun with a message. "I've reviewed the materials, but the situation is too intricate. I need to consult with professionals before I can provide you with a response. I will ensure you have a definitive answer before nightfall." With these matters settled, Lu Cheng breathes a sigh of relief. As long as Li Hongliang agrees to involve himself, the situation is likely to progress favorably, for he is not only a district leader but also has a cousin in the provincial government, rendering him undaunted by the local shareholders of the commercial bank. Upon receiving Lu Cheng's reply, Xiao Xingyun similarly experiences a sense of relief. As long as there is no outright rejection, an opportunity remains. It now hinges on the conditions proposed by the other party. After returning to their hotel room from the restaurant, the two tidy themselves up, and Xiao Xingyun explains the situation to Su Qing. Although she does not fully comprehend the complexities, the prospect of resolving their family's debt brings her joy. With no classes or rehearsals scheduled for the day, Su Qing wishes to accompany Xiao Xingyun to the jade shop for a brief visit. Xiao Xingyun, too, desires to take her to the shop to familiarize her with the place, so that in the future, she may come directly to him when needed. Meanwhile, he contemplated that if Lu Cheng were to assist in resolving the issue regarding the sand mining rights, he would need to return to Hangzhou with Su Qing the following day to discuss the distribution of interests face-to-face. Today, he happened to visit the shop to arrange some matters. Before long, Xiao Xingyun arrived at the Chenghuang Temple with Su Qing. The atmosphere here was vibrant, as it was the largest and most prosperous economic capital in the country, teeming with affluent individuals. As they passed through the street vendor area, Xiao Xingyun recounted tales of his previous stall, although it had long since been occupied due to his and the fatty's absence. Su Qing, in admiration, remarked, "Setting up a stall here can lead to opening a shop. You are truly remarkable." Suddenly, Xiao Xingyun shushed her, placing a finger to her lips, and whispered, "Such words are best reserved for the bedroom. Refrain from shouting them in public lest other beauties overhear and whisk me away." "Oh, that's not what I meant. You're insufferable." Su Qing playfully glared at him and bit his finger, prompting Xiao Xingyun to yield. Amidst their banter, they reached the entrance of the Jinyu Liangyuan jade shop. The shop was bustling, with 2 female sales assistants overwhelmed and even the cashier assisting with customer service. Fatty Luo was equally busy, engaging in conversation with one customer before attending to another. From their dialogue, it was evident that they were familiar friends with a strong rapport. Upon seeing Xiao Xingyun accompanied by his girlfriend, Luo Dezhao approached with a teasing grin. "Brother Yun, have you brought your little sister-in-law along?" "What little sister-in-law or big sister-in-law? You only have this one sister-in-law," Xiao Xingyun replied with mock annoyance. "What's going on today?" "Business seems exceptionally good. I posted on social media, announcing that I have opened a jade shop, inviting everyone to come and support my business. Look, everyone is being quite gracious and so many have come. There are still many more on their way." Xiao Xingyun was at a loss for words, sensing that this evening, Luo Dezhao's parents would surely have a heart-to-heart with Fatty, reinforcing the importance of family safety education once more. Chapter 74. Absurdity at the Abbot's Chamber in Mount Wutai. Hu Lily sat reverently before an elderly monk with a solemn demeanor, accompanied by 2 male bodyguards, seeking clarity for her inner turmoil. Master, do you believe that there are ghosts, demons, and deities in this world? It is merely a fleeting thought, he replied. Master, if I have inadvertently attracted something unclean, how might I rid myself of it? Let go, and you shall attain liberation. Master, I find myself with inappropriate thoughts about a man. I dream of him incessantly, to the point of obsession. Whenever I close my eyes, he fills my dreams. What should I do? Confront him? Could you speak in plain terms? Madam Hu, it seems you are the one evading straightforwardness. I am merely an abbot, having studied management, psychology, economics, and literature, yet I have scarcely delved into Buddhist studies. Your inquiries would be better directed to Master Zhixin, not to me. I donated 500,000 as incense money, and Master Zhixin merely glanced at me, declaring that either my heart or mind was ill, asserting that I had not attracted any foul spirit, and then he expelled me. What am I to do? If not you, then whom should I seek? Is a refund possible? Amitabha. Master Zhixin speaks truthfully. Madam Hu, if you have no other matters to discuss, please take your leave. The old monk's expression remained grave and dignified as he intoned a Buddhist chant, preparing to see her off. The three-eyed evil Buddha must surely have ties to your Buddhist sect. Are you truly unaware of its significance? Ever since I came into contact with the shattered third eye of the three-eyed evil Buddha, I have been plagued by bizarre dreams, distorting the tragic memories of my youth. Amitabha, it was meant to be sealed within Qianling, and it is your kind that has allowed it to resurface. Every action has its predetermined consequence. You reap what you sow. Therefore, this matter is not one for our Buddhist community. Perhaps you might inquire at the Taoist temple next door? Hu Lily could hardly fathom that these monks would relinquish a core matter to their competitors so readily. Was the three-eyed evil Buddha truly so perilous that even the millennia-old sanctuary of Mount Wutai could not contain it? The Taoist temple next door? The only Taoist temple in Mount Wutai was the Fanjian Temple, also known as the Fox Immortal Temple. Its origins and truths had long been lost in the annals of history, yet its endurance for a millennium amidst the sacred Buddhist site of Mount Wutai spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. Hu Lily had no desire to uncover the origins of the three-eyed evil Buddha. Such inquiries were for historians and archaeologists. Her sole aim was to resolve her current predicament. Thus, clutching the abbot's token, she and her bodyguards made their way to an unnamed hill, where Fanjian Temple stood atop. In the afternoon, Xiao Xingyun finally received a return call from Lu Cheng. Xiao, I have discussed this matter with several experts and leaders for some time. Although challenges abound, with diligence in navigating various departments and expending additional effort, there remains a significant hope for a successful application. However, the prerequisite is that the Su Group must first settle its debts. The financial entanglements are too intricate, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. We, as supervisory entities, cannot afford to grant approvals to such a precarious enterprise. Certainly, the paramount reason for settling debts lies in the desire to prevent others from plucking the ripe fruit we have cultivated, thereby usurping our interests. Do you comprehend? Lu Cheng's final remark emphasized the urgency of safeguarding our benefits. Xiao Xingyun grasped the implication immediately. No one would lend a hand without ulterior motives. Even a benefactor would expect to reap some rewards if they were to assist in achieving a goal. I understand now. Thank you, Brother Lu. Tomorrow, I shall journey to Hangzhou, seeking to resolve the debts owed to the Su family real estate company. Very well, once the debt issue is settled, return to me for a face-to-face discussion. Upon ending the call, Xiao Xingyun promptly took Su Qing to a nearby restaurant for dinner. They then returned to the Zuyuan villa, preparing to pack for their early departure to Hangzhou the following day. The sound system was excessively loud, unbearable even for Xiao Xingyun, who immediately switched it off upon entering the house. With the townhome's noise quelled, tranquility reigned, albeit briefly, as the neighboring Tang family commenced their auditory onslaught, defiantly challenging Xiao Xingyun's patience. Su Qing had just donned her performance attire, ready to begin her live singing, when the cacophonous music from next door shattered her focus. Reluctantly, she donned her headphones, humming a few tunes to maintain the warmth of her live stream. Xiao Xingyun, who cherished the habit of studying at night, typically immersed himself in literature on gemology and antiques. However, the neighbor's music was intolerable. He resorted to wearing noise-canceling headphones to indulge in soothing melodies that could shield him from the disturbance. As the clock struck 11, signaling bedtime, the raucous sounds from next door not only persisted but intensified, finally depleting Xiao Xingyun's remaining patience. He had initially wished to coexist amicably with his neighbors, but their blatant disregard compelled him to resort to his extraordinary abilities. With determination, he strode to the courtyard wall and effortlessly vaulted into the neighboring yard, the towering fence offering no real defense. Aware of the surveillance cameras, he felt unperturbed. He rang the doorbell, but there was no response. He pressed it again, still nothing. Perhaps the music drowned out the sound. Utilizing his enhanced vision, he observed the living room transformed into a performance stage, where Tang Shi stood in full costume before a microphone, flanked by 4 musicians, 2 men and 2 women, swaying to the rhythm. As the song concluded, seizing the moment of temporary silence, Xiao Xingyun rang the doorbell once more. This time, Tang Shi finally appeared to answer the door. "It's you? How dare you trespass into my yard and ring the doorbell?" she exclaimed, her tone unfriendly. Xiao Xingyun, unwilling to squander time on her, flashed a peculiar glint in his eyes and retorted, "Silence. Immediately send your musicians away. From now on, maintain absolute quiet. Do not produce any noise within your home. Who are you to dictate my actions?" She countered defiantly, but the latter part of her response faltered. As if under a spell, she obediently acquiesced to Xiao Xingyun's command. At that moment, the 4 accompanying musicians, alerted by the commotion, approached. As members of the band, they had always embraced a free-spirited and unruly lifestyle. Noticing that Tang Shi's demeanor was unusually different today, the bassist exclaimed, "Who do you think you are to command Shi? On what grounds do you order us to leave? Can you even speak like a human?" The keyboardist, equally eager to demonstrate his bravado, chimed in, "If you don't get lost, do you believe we won't teach you a lesson? We have been practicing songs here with Shi for a year or 2, and never has any fool dared to cause trouble." With a swift motion, Xiao Xingyun struck him across the face. A strange glint flickered in his eyes, as he deliberately filled his mind with malevolent thoughts, roaring like a madman, "Get lost. If you utter another word, I will toss all of you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Yes, yes, we are leaving." The 4 musicians trembled in fear, their bodies quaking as they scurried away. They did not merely walk out. They actually rolled away, tumbling from before Xiao Xingyun and only standing up once they reached the courtyard, hastily fleeing through the villa's gates. It was as if, had they lingered even a moment longer, they would indeed have been thrown into the Huangpu River. Witnessing such an absurd spectacle, Xiao Xingyun himself was momentarily taken aback. This power of mental manipulation was profoundly sinister. Those under its influence seemed to lose their sense of self, acting solely on instinct. Before him stood Tang Shi, resembling a marionette. Her gaze was vacant, and her obedience evoked a sense of pity. Chapter 75. Arrival in Hangzhou. Xiao Xingyun constantly reminded himself to refrain from using his supernatural abilities and to exercise restraint over his mental control, fearing the unpredictable consequences that might ensue. He was uncertain about the duration of the effects produced by mental control or how long it would take for those under his influence to return to normalcy. Furthermore, he pondered whether they would retain memories of the events that transpired during that period. These uncertainties compelled Xiao Xingyun to avoid employing such malevolent powers in his daily life. Tonight's incident, however, was a consequence of being cornered by Tang Shi, compelling him to intervene and silence her disruptive noise in the room, while also ushering the other band members away. In the heat of the moment, he lost control of his emotions while using his abilities, resulting in him striking someone and ordering them to leave. To his astonishment, they did indeed roll away in compliance. Xiao Xingyun observed a troubling pattern. When wielding his powers, his emotions and demeanor became unsettlingly aggressive, as if possessed by a malevolent entity. A surging sense of barbarity and dominance filled him, rendering him dismissive of others, brimming with hostility. Anyone who crossed his path ignited a desire to strike them down and humiliate them underfoot. Such thoughts were perilously dangerous. At that moment, with no one around and the night cloaked in silence, he found himself alone with a rather dazed Tang Shi, which sparked a bold idea within him. Tang Shi, who am I? You are Xiao Xingyun. What did I just ask you to do? You asked me to be quiet and refrain from making noise. Is my request excessive? Not at all. I find it quite reasonable. It is how it should be. Excellent. I am gratified by your understanding. Now please return to your slumber. All right? As she spoke, a flicker of struggle crossed Tang Shi's eyes, and she hesitated. But I slept all day. I'm not tired now. Witnessing her internal conflict and verbal resistance ignited a fierce anger within Xiao Xingyun, akin to an affront to divine authority. A more peculiar light flickered in his eyes as he commanded in a stern tone, "My command is not to be defied. Return to sleep at once." Yes. The hesitation and struggle in Tang Shi's gaze vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of reverence and devotion. "I shall comply with your command and return to sleep immediately." With that, Tang Shi turned and retreated to her room, forgetting to close the door behind her. Exhausted from his overexertion, Xiao Xingyun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The potent energy he had just expended had nearly drained him completely. After ensuring Tang Shi's door was securely shut, he climbed back over the wall to his own yard, his legs buckling momentarily as he nearly stumbled into the grass. Physical weakness often follows excessive fatigue. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Xingyun resolved to exercise caution in the future when using his abilities, urging himself to remain humble and composed, lest the volatile temperament of the three-eyed divine race influence him. Upon returning to his room, he lay down on his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the moment when Su Qing nestled beside him. As dawn broke, Xiao Xingyun finally regained his senses, albeit with an overwhelming sense of hunger. Fortunately, he had made ample preparations, storing a significant amount of braised beef in the refrigerator, which could be readily heated in the microwave for consumption. As Xiao Xingyun replenished his energy, Su Qing emerged, clad in a flimsy nightgown, still groggy from sleep, clearly having been roused by the alarm clock. "What shall we have for breakfast?" Su Qing inquired. "I just had beef and milk. Would you care for the same?" "No, eating meat will make me gain weight." Su Qing yawned, taking a seat before Xiao Xingyun. "Shall I prepare something for you?" "All right, but make sure to include plenty of soup and vegetables. Too much noodles will choke me. Your demands are quite particular. Hurry and freshen up. We are pressed for time today. Don't dawdle like yesterday." Upon hearing this, Su Qing instantly perked up, realizing her lethargy stemmed from missing a step in her morning routine. As they were to return to Hangzhou today, she dared not delay further and promptly proceeded to wash up and eat. Subsequently, the two of them each took a suitcase and boarded the Mercedes G-Class, heading straight for Hangzhou. After more than 2 hours, Xiao Xingyun parked in front of a villa in the Qiantang New District of Hangzhou, which was Su Qing's home. Upon disembarking, they noticed several individuals lurking nearby, vigilantly monitoring the villa. It was evident that these were Su Hongwei's creditors, a motley crew of over a dozen, unable to collect their dues, thus resorting to lingering around his residence. No matter where Su Hongwei went, his creditors followed closely. However, he dared not venture out, which inadvertently simplified the task for those watching. Upon recognizing Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing, the watchers became animated. There's Su Hongwei's daughter, Su Qing, returning in a Mercedes G-Class. It seems she's with her boyfriend, who appears affluent. One wonders if he will assist in repaying the debts? How could that be? The amount is staggering, nearly 200 million owed to Boss Du, over 100 million to commercial banks, along with debts to various small contractors and suppliers, totaling over 300 million. Who would be foolish enough to help him settle such a sum? I believe Boss Du is right. If Su Hongwei fails to repay, they might abduct his daughter and hold her in a club. Even if I can't recover my 1 million, I could at least gain some interest from her. Amidst the venomous remarks, Xiao Xingyun intentionally had Su Qing ring the doorbell and converse with her parents, ensuring she remained oblivious to the distressing comments, to spare her feelings. Soon, Su Qing's parents peeked out from the window upon seeing their daughter, accompanied by a young man at the gate. Promptly pressing the remote to unlock the door, they admonished Su Qing through the window, "Once you enter, lock the door swiftly. Do not let those creditors come barging in." All right, Su Qing responded. However, Xiao Xingyun, quicker on the draw, secured the door from the inside, as several creditors, their eyes bloodshot, attempted to force their way in, hurling the most venomous insults and shouting for Su Hongwei to repay his debts. Su Qing, clearly intimidated by the creditor's actions, clung tightly to Xiao Xingyun's arm, retreating further back. Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brow. While he understood the sentiment of the creditors, their words were excessively harsh, with some even clamoring to smash his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Silence. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my vehicle shall forfeit any hope of reclaiming their debts. He had come specifically to address the financial issues plaguing Su Real Estate Company. If you all could refrain from causing a ruckus for just a couple more days, your payments will be forthcoming. Though Xiao Xingyun did not resort to his supernatural abilities, the power of currency proved to be more effective than his gifts. Upon hearing that he intended to settle the debts of Su Real Estate, the creditors felt a glimmer of hope. Even those who had been the most vociferous grew considerably calmer, no longer shouting threats to vandalize his car. Can we trust your word? Are you not deceiving us? Why would I come here to deceive you? Do I have nothing better to do? If I had no assurance of resolving this issue, would I be here? Xiao Xingyun asserted confidently. Very well, we shall trust you this once. With that, Xiao Xingyun accompanied Su Qing into her home, where he met her parents. Her father appeared somewhat aged and weary, yet her mother remained youthful and beautiful. Despite being in her 40s, she looked no older than 30. Even amidst such tumultuous events, her makeup was impeccably applied, exuding a mature elegance. Chapter 76. The mother-in-law observes her son-in-law as Xiao Xingyun scrutinized Su Qing's parents. They too were evaluating him in return. In essence, regardless of age, there exists a mutual critique among peers of the same gender, while admiration flourishes between the opposite sexes. Su Hongwei found Xiao Xingyun to be rather unremarkable in physique, appearance, temperament, and attire. Essentially, he deemed him quite ordinary and unworthy of his daughter. Conversely, Xiao Xingyun perceived Su Hongwei as aged and superficial, despite not being particularly old. His face was lined with wrinkles and his beer belly resembled that of a woman in her later stages of pregnancy, lacking the grandeur typically associated with affluent individuals. Thus, after exchanging a few glances, both men inwardly frowned. Are you Xiao Xingyun? Xiao Qing's boyfriend? Where is your hometown? Su Hongwei adopted the demeanor of an elder, immediately interrogating as soon as Xiao Xingyun entered the living room. Before Xiao could respond, Su Qing's mother, Bai Jiu, interjected with a smile. Xiao, please sit down and chat. After such a long drive, you must be thirsty, right? Lao Su, hurry and brew some tea. Make a pot of my prized de Hong Pao for Xiao. Thank you, Auntie. Xiao Xingyun felt this was the appropriate way to treat guests, noting that Lao Su was rather oblivious, forgetting that he was not only Xiao Qing's boyfriend but also a potential savior for their family. Bai Jiu scrutinized Xiao Xingyun carefully and felt quite pleased. Tall and robust. What she appreciated most was that this sturdy young man was also strikingly handsome, particularly his deep-set eyes, which held an enchanting allure reminiscent of a starry sky, inviting exploration. This resonated with the old adage, the more a mother-in-law observes her son-in-law, the more she is inclined to appreciate him. Xiao Xingyun, likewise, found his mother-in-law to be quite admirable, intellectual, mature, gentle, and cultured. Her mannerisms and speech exuded the elegance of a refined lady. Su Qing bore a resemblance to Bai Jiu. Perhaps in 20 years, she too would evolve into a gentle beauty, with fair skin and a voluptuous figure. Xiao Xingyun was resolute in his judgment of Su Hongwei as a father-in-law. When Su Hongwei brewed the tea and poured it for Xiao Xingyun, there was a hint of reluctance. Xiao Xingyun could have seized the opportunity to pour it himself, yet he suddenly felt disinclined to do so, understanding that as the Su family's potential savior, Su Hongwei must not remain unaware of this fact. This is excellent tea. Though Xiao Xingyun was not well-versed in tea tasting, he recognized quality when he encountered it. Complimenting the host would not cost him anything. Can Xiao also appreciate tea? By the way, I asked where your hometown is, but you haven't tea answered yet. Su Hongwei pressed on relentlessly. Knowing that Su Qing intended to bring her boyfriend Xiao Xingyun home, he had previously inquired about his background. However, his daughter had remained tight-lipped, leading him to suspect that Xiao Xingyun's family background might not be particularly favorable. Given his apparent humble origins, Su Hongwei questioned whether Xiao Xingyun was merely boasting about his ability to resolve the financial turmoil of Su's real estate group, fearing he might be a fraud. The reason for Su Hongwei's scrutiny of Xiao Xingyun stemmed from his disbelief that this young man could assist him in alleviating over 300 million in debt. Xiao Xingyun replied, "I hail from a rural area in Sichuan province, and I studied in Shanghai. After graduation, I opened a jade store in Shanghai. And how is your income?" Su Hongwei pressed further. "It's sufficient to support a family. We don't go hungry," Xiao Xingyun deflected, employing a strategy akin to Tai Chi as he faced Su Hongwei's aggressive inquiries, ready to reveal more. Su Hongwei's expression shifted, and he replied somewhat discontentedly, "You claim to help me resolve over 300 million in debt simply because you can make a living? Young man, boasting is not a commendable habit." Xiao Xingyun, maintaining his composure, responded, "It was indeed feasible, but I find myself suddenly reluctant to assist. I have no desire to be perceived as a boastful young man." Su Hongwei faltered, akin to a duck caught by the throat, struggling to catch his breath. "Do you truly possess the ability to assist me with my debt?" he questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Xiao Xingyun merely smiled, choosing silence. Despite his limited encounters with formidable individuals, he could discern that Su Hongwei lacked depth. Achieving such a large-scale enterprise was no small feat. To be brought to ruin by deceit was only a matter of time. Perhaps it was Bai Zhiyu's support behind the scenes that allowed Su's real estate company to flourish to its current stature. Noticing her boyfriend's displeasure, Su Qing immediately complained, "Dad, how can you be like this? You haven't even finished a cup of tea before bombarding us with questions. Isn't this just concern for you?" Su Hongwei retorted, "You, my child, have yet to navigate the complexities of society and the treacherous nature of human hearts." Suddenly, Bai Zhiyu interjected, "Old Su, it's time for lunch. Given our current circumstances, we can't dine out and must eat at home. Please check the refrigerator and prepare 4 dishes and a soup. Xiao is from Sichuan, so make sure to add plenty of spice. I enjoy spicy food as well. I haven't even had a proper conversation yet, and you're already handing me cooking duties?" Su Hongwei stammered, reluctant to leave the living room. Bai Zhiyu simply smiled at him, maintaining her gaze. After 10 seconds, Su Hongwei conceded, obediently tying on an apron and heading to the kitchen. The dynamics of this household were unmistakably clear in terms of strength and weakness. Once Su Hongwei was occupied, Bai Zhiyu turned to her daughter. "Xiao Qing, please tidy up a guest room upstairs for Xiao to rest." "Sure, I'll take care of the one next to my room," Su Qing replied cheerfully as she ascended the stairs. At that moment, the living room was left with only Xiao Xingyun and Bai Zhiyu. Bai Zhiyu took a sip of tea and smiled gently. "Xiao, I apologize for the awkwardness. Old Su's character is such that he cannot conceal his thoughts. He is quite forthright and harbors no ill intentions. Auntie, you need not explain. I can empathize with Uncle's feelings. Who wouldn't be upset if, after nurturing a cabbage for 20 years, it were devoured by pigs?" Bai Zhiyu erupted in laughter, causing tea to spray and dampen her blouse. Yet her grace remained intact. "I appreciate that metaphor." After regaining her composure and setting down her cup, she delicately covered the wet mark on her chest with one hand while placing the other on her abdomen, maintaining a dignified posture. "I had thought of something similar earlier, but hesitated to voice it. Now that you have articulated it, I cannot fault Auntie for agreeing." "No blame on Auntie." Xiao Xingyun merely sought to alleviate the earlier tension. As laughter filled the room, the atmosphere shifted, losing its former heaviness and gloom. "As elders, we ought not to interfere excessively in the matters of the younger generation. As long as you are thriving, we can rest easy. By the way, you mentioned yesterday that you have a solution for the debt issues of the Su Real Estate Company. Would you care to elaborate? I have heard that your total debt exceeds 300 million. If I assist you in repaying it, wouldn't that resolve the matter?" Bai Zhiyu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she leaned forward, her voluptuous figure nearly pressing against the coffee table. "You possess over 300 million? Xiao Xingyun mused to himself, "I have far more than that. Provided you have quality, fertile assets for me to invest in, the amount is limitless. What are your conditions?" Bai Zhiyu was not the naive woman one might expect. On the contrary, she was remarkably astute, zeroing in on the crux of the issue. Xiao Xingyun replied, "Using this parcel of land as the core asset, we will establish a new company. I will invest 400 million as a means to offset the debt, acquiring a 40% stake in the new enterprise. Regardless of whether this land transforms into a sand extraction site, a water amusement park, or even a botanical garden, my share will remain unchanged. Bai Jiyu immediately grasped the essence of Xiao Xingyun's proposal, her breath quickening as she inquired, Establishing a new company? Investing 400 million? Are you suggesting it could potentially become a sand extraction site? Do you truly have connections? What is the likelihood of success? Chapter 77. Conflicts of interest. Last night, after receiving a call from Lu Chang, Xiao Xingyun merely informed Su Qing that there was hope in resolving her family's debt issues, advising her to inform her family members that he would personally visit the following day for a face-to-face discussion. Thus, Su Qing's parents were only aware of the general situation, lacking knowledge of the specifics and, more importantly, of Xiao Xingyun's true nature. Moreover, Su Qing, in her innocence, remained oblivious to how she and Xiao Xingyun had developed their connection, leading her to navigate life in a somewhat bewildered manner. In essence, she was unaware of Xiao Xingyun's depths, while he possessed insight into her shallowness. Faced with Bai Jiyu's urgent inquiries, Xiao Xingyun refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question. If, and I emphasize if, I were to arrange for the sand extraction rights to be secured, based on your previous experiences and the rules, what percentage of equity should be allocated to the intermediary, or what would be an appropriate one-time cash sum? Bai Jiyu forced herself to regain composure, her chest rising and falling dramatically before responding. Given that sand extraction falls within a gray industry, approvals can be granted or withheld. Even with complete documentation, the regulatory authorities can refuse. Therefore, if someone is able to facilitate the securing of those rights, I could offer them 10 to 20 equity. 10 at the very least, and 20 at the most? Such a substantial figure? Xiao Xingyun expressed surprise. The entanglements of interest were numerous, and it was subject to market conditions. Should the other party demand cash, considering the sand content of our land, they would require at least 30 to 50 million. Xiao Xingyun nodded slightly, comprehending Bai Jiyu's implication that this was merely an estimated range, heavily contingent upon the intermediary's level of greed. Understood. After lunch, I intend to conduct an on-site inspection of the land to ascertain whether it warrants an investment of 400 million. Indeed, this reflects the prudent mindset expected of an investor. Bai Jiyu was exceedingly pleased, finding Xiao Xingyun increasingly agreeable. She refrained from inquiring about the source of his funds, believing that his assertions were unlikely to be deceptive. At this juncture, Su's real estate company possessed no money to swindle, and there was nothing of value within their household that he could exploit. The family's sole treasured possession had likely already fallen into his grasp. What more was there to fear? With Xiao Xingyun poised to resolve their existential crisis, he could select whatever he desired from the family without her batting an eyelash. Before long, Su Hongwei prepared a meal of 4 dishes and a soup, reluctantly calling everyone to dine. It appeared that Su Hongwei's culinary skills had significantly improved, as the food was surprisingly palatable. Due to plans to drive later in the afternoon, they abstained from alcohol. My dear, what were you and Xiao just discussing in the living room? Su Hongwei, having taken a few bites, could not restrain his curiosity. Just some casual conversation. By the way, after lunch, take Xiao to the land for an on-site inspection. Su Hongwei sensed that his wife was withholding something from him and muttered in dissatisfaction. What does he need to inspect? And what happens after the inspection? Does he have the means to purchase this land? I spent 1.6 billion to acquire it. Bai Jiyu's voice remained gentle, yet her words were far from courteous. Indeed, you are quite impressive. You placed all your assets on this piece of land, and if something goes awry, the entire company could collapse in an instant. How can you still flaunt this? Su Hongwei immediately fell silent, lowering his head and eating his meal diligently. Bai Jiyu served a piece of dongpa pork to Xiao Xingyun, saying, "This is one of our family's specialties, prepared by old Su. Every time Xiao Qing returns, he makes a portion. Do give it a try. Delicious, thank you, auntie." "Please, I can serve myself," Xiao Xingyun replied politely. Su Qing, feeling a twinge of jealousy, wiggled her rice bowl in front of Bai Jiyu, pouting, "Mom, I am your biological child. Why don't you serve me a piece? I want to be affectionate with you now." "I'm with Xiao," she retorted. Mom is biased. You forget your daughter now that you have a son-in-law. Oh, your father and I haven't agreed to this match yet. And you're already helping me choose a son-in-law? How annoying. Su Qing always felt somewhat shy in front of her parents, hesitant to speak too much. In such an atmosphere, Xiao Xingyun found it difficult to interject. Exchanging a glance with the quietly eating Su Hongwei, the two men tacitly continuing their meal in silence. After dinner, Xiao Xingyun instructed the two women in the house to secure the doors and windows. He took Su Hongwei and drove a Mercedes G-Class directly to the parcel of sandy land they had acquired. Nearby, some creditors lingered, with a few tailing Xiao Xingyun and Su Hongwei to ensure they remained within sight. Unfazed by the creditors, Xiao Xingyun was solely focused on the fact that if there was indeed a substantial amount of premium river sand beneath the surface, he would certainly invest to help the Su family settle their debts. Before long, they arrived at the location. Although the land was somewhat remote, it was vast, and several kilometers away, there were already constructed riverside properties. If the land lacked ample sand beneath it, once developed, it would still hold significant appreciation potential, marking it as a prime piece of real estate for the future. However, as Xiao Xingyun meticulously examined the area, he noted the abundant sand content, seemingly inexhaustible, with no clear understanding of how it had accumulated. The profits from excavating all that sand could potentially surpass the returns from constructing buildings. Furthermore, the emptied land could be transformed into attractions like water parks. Should this area prove to be immensely promising in the future, he could take a bolder step, directly filling the pits to build structures, which would be notably easier than constructing over reclaimed land. Previously, Xiao Xingyun thought that investing 400 million would yield a modest profit. Now, it appeared that this was a golden goose, continuously laying golden eggs, dividends, that would ensure effortless gains. Xiao, are you competent enough? You've been staring at this for quite a while. Have you made your assessment? Have you discerned anything? Su Hongwei regarded Xiao Xingyun as somewhat inexperienced. He recalled having previously excavated a large sand pit in the city center, questioning what Xiao Xingyun could glean from the surrounding barren land without stepping into the pit itself. He had also had the quality of the sand appraised, confirming it was suitable for construction, being of premium river sand quality, ranking high among various types of sand. As long as the sand extraction rights are obtained, this place would become a veritable treasure trove, yielding riches daily. Unfortunately, he exerted tremendous effort, yet could not even meet with the minor leaders of the supervisory department, let alone discuss the approval. Hope seemed dim. That fellow Xiao Xingyun claimed he would review the materials, thinking he could introduce him to someone in the supervisory department. But it turned out he was from the far-off Sichuan region. Being a recent graduate, how could he possibly know any officials in Hangqing? Alas, it was all in vain. Just wait. Let me make a call first, Xiao Xingyun replied to Su Hongwei, pulling out his phone to call Lu Cheng. After 3 rings, Lu Cheng answered, timing it impeccably. Is it Xiao? What can I do for you? Brother Lu, I have arrived in Hangqing, and I have found a solution for the Su family real estate's debt issue. We can discuss the sand extraction rights concerning that piece of land in person. Oh, it seems Zhao's capabilities are quite formidable, managing to secure over 3 billion in debt so swiftly. I was fortunate. A benefactor was willing to assist, and this sum is but a trifling matter. Haha, splendid. I will send you an address shortly. Let us converse at a tea house. By the way, what type of tea do you prefer? I shall inform the owner in advance. I enjoy fresh tea. Green tea. Very well. Let us go with Longjing then. After concluding the call, Lu Cheng promptly sent a location via WeChat, directing him to a tea house named Qinglian Pavilion. Su Hongwei, growing impatient, urged, Xiao, who were you speaking with? You still haven't tea answered my question. Come, I will take you to a place. Once we arrive, you will understand, Xiao Xingyun said as he boarded a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Su Hongwei, feeling somewhat manipulated and confused, followed him into the car, harboring a deep-seated anger. He silently vowed that if Xiao Xingyun dared to deceive him with inconsequential figures, he would ensure he faced the consequences. Chapter 78. I am not that kind of person. Before long, Xiao Xingyun escorted Su Hongwei to the Qinglian Pavilion, a name reminiscent of a foot massage parlor or tea house, yet adorned with an opulent decor and vast in scale. Xiao harbored suspicions that this establishment not only served aged tea but also offered a selection of new brews, possibly priced at 998 or 1288 per serving. After parking the car and stepping through the entrance, they encountered a throng of individuals encircling the hall, seemingly embroiled in a heated dispute. Xiao intended to proceed directly to the reserved private room when he suddenly heard Lu Cheng's voice. Lu, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "You are attempting to defraud me. You deliberately collided with me, causing the porcelain to shatter. I have encountered such tactics numerous times. I have already notified the authorities. Let the police investigate. I refuse to believe you lack a criminal record. Even if the police arrive, I remain unperturbed. Everyone has seen the surveillance footage. It was you who crashed into me, leading to the porcelain in the box breaking." A middle-aged man, his face slick and self-assured, chimed in loudly. Lu Cheng, still fuming, retorted, "You intentionally bumped into me. I didn't even have a chance to evade. Moreover, what kind of worthless porcelain is this that you demand I compensate you 280,000 for? This is a Qing Dynasty Guangxu period pastel peach vase, authenticated by a reputable institution and appraised at 280,000 by auction house experts. I cannot offer you a single cent less. Humph, porcelain can be faked. How difficult is it to forge an authentication certificate?" Lu Cheng was acutely aware that he was ensnared in a scheme, yet he found himself unable to extricate himself from the clutches of this extortion. Xiao Xingyun approached and observed the shattered porcelain on the ground, his eyes glinting with understanding as he discerned it to be a counterfeit, devoid of any intrinsic energy or historical significance. This was not Qing Dynasty porcelain. It was likely crafted just last week. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" Xiao Xingyun inquired with genuine concern. "Xiao, you've come. I found myself in a bit of a predicament. Our matters may need to be postponed," Lu Cheng replied, his brow furrowed with discontent. "It's merely a trivial issue. I shall assist you in resolving it," Xiao Xingyun reassured him with calm confidence. "Oh, do you have a solution?" Lu Cheng's eyes brightened, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "I will give it a try." Xiao intended to harness his psychic abilities to compel the scammer to confess. However, such a method would be irrational and likely draw the attention of the onlookers. Just as Xiao hesitated, he noticed a middle-aged woman among the spectators behind the porcelain owner, dragging a suitcase and occasionally interjecting on behalf of the owner, insisting that damages should be compensated. This woman's presence, pulling a suitcase in a tea house, was conspicuous. Thus, Xiao utilized his X-ray vision, nearly stifling a laugh upon discovering that the suitcase contained 2 pieces of porcelain identical to the shattered one on the floor. Surely they were accomplices. After obtaining compensation, they could relocate and repeat their scheme. Yet today, encountering Xiao Xingyun, a gifted seer, would spell misfortune for them. "Brother, does your line of work prove lucrative?" Xiao Xingyun queried the porcelain owner. "Profitable indeed, what do you mean by that?" "I am engaged in the antique trade, and indeed, it is lucrative." The porcelain owner glared at Xiao Xingyun with suspicion. "Do not be anxious. We are actually in the same line of work," Xiao Xingyun replied with a smile. "In the same line of work?" The porcelain owner grew even more wary, his tension palpable. "Damn it, have I encountered a fellow con artist? This group is also in the business of deception. It will be difficult to swindle any money here." Xiao Xingyun's smile took on a more playful tone. "Do not misunderstand. I too am in the antique trade. By the way, have you heard of the Treasure Pavilion?" "I have heard of it." "Are you the proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion?" The porcelain owner's expression turned to one of astonishment. "No, my shop is right next to the Treasure Pavilion. Although it is a small establishment, I am quite aware of the circumstances in our circle." "What are you trying to convey?" The porcelain owner's tone had softened considerably. "I advise you to let this matter go. There is no need to quibble over the authenticity of that porcelain. To be frank, if the constables arrive, neither of you will be able to leave," Xiao Xingyun said, deliberately gesturing towards the middle-aged woman standing behind the porcelain owner. Yet, the porcelain owner stubbornly held his ground. "Are you threatening me? We live in a society governed by law. Should he not compensate for the damage to my porcelain? Even if the constables come, reason must prevail, right? Even if not at full price, he should at least pay half." Xiao Xingyun's smile vanished. "You think you can act with impunity? You have caused trouble for my brother Lu, and I have yet to demand an explanation from you. Money? How dare you? Xiao Xingyun scolded, seizing the porcelain owner's hair and dragging him toward the shards of porcelain, pointing at them as he exclaimed, "With such fake porcelain, you dare to deceive others? Do you think you are the only one capable of appraising porcelain? Let go of me, let go of me. Oh no, they are attacking me. Someone call the police. They shattered my antique porcelain and are trying to assault me too. Is there no law?" The porcelain owner was terrified, unable to move as the imposing Xiao Xingyun held him by the hair. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman with the suitcase grew frantic, shouting, "Oh dear, everyone, come see. They broke something and are attacking. This is outrageous. Someone capture the assailants." However, the patrons at the tea house were all affluent individuals, unwilling to risk intervention. Instead, they stepped back a few paces to observe the unfolding drama. "Xiao, do not resort to violence. It will have unfavorable consequences." Lu Cheng watched Xiao Xingyun take action, feeling a sense of satisfaction, yet remained rational enough to offer a word of caution. "Brother Lu, I am not attacking him. I am merely tugging at his hair to bring him to his senses." "Well, it does appear you are not physically assaulting him. Yet the porcelain owner is howling in pain, worse than if he had received a few slaps." At that moment, several constables finally arrived, allowing Xiao Xingyun to release his grip, appearing as though nothing had happened. Su Hongwei stood among the crowd, observing the scene unfold. He had no intention of assisting Xiao Xingyun. Rather, he deemed the young man impulsive, prone to violence, and not someone worthy of lifelong trust. He contemplated whether he should advise his daughter, Su Qing, to end her relationship with him. Marrying such a hot-headed man would likely lead to unhappiness. What further furrowed his brow was the fact that the man who had invited Xiao Xingyun for tea was likely the gentleman surnamed Lu, approximately 50 years of age, devoid of any semblance of authority, clad in rather ordinary attire, presumably a mere minor clerk from some establishment. Engaging him in trivial matters, sheer waste of time. Who alerted the authorities? What transpired? The constables arrived, conducting their routine inquiries. The owner of the porcelain, appearing to have found his anchor, proclaimed loudly, "Someone has shattered my antique porcelain, valued at 280,000. Not only will he not compensate me, but he also assaulted me." In contrast, Xiao Xingyun asserted directly, "He is a fraud, the shattered piece is a counterfeit, and the woman beside him is his accomplice. Evidence should lie within her suitcase." The porcelain owner was left astounded, unable to fathom that Xiao Xingyun had immediately recognized his accomplice and was aware of the evidence in the suitcase. I did not, he is spouting nonsense," the woman with the suitcase exclaimed, her panic evident as she attempted to flee. The constables, upon witnessing this, swiftly approached and apprehended the middle-aged woman. Upon opening the suitcase, they discovered two exquisitely packaged identical porcelain pieces, indistinguishable even in their certificate numbers. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the constables remained silent, directly detaining the porcelain owner and handcuffing him to the middle-aged woman. The porcelain owner, filled with regret and despair, resorted to a desperate outcry. "That young man assaulted me. You must arrest him as well. Is that so?" inquired the lead officer, scrutinizing Xiao Xingyun intently. Xiao Xingyun firmly denied, "I did not strike him. I am not that sort of person. If you wish, ask the onlookers present. Did I lay a hand on anyone?" Chapter 79. A pleasant cooperation. Xiao Xingyun did not speak falsely. He had indeed refrained from violence and could assert this confidently to the constable. The onlookers wore peculiar expressions, some even unable to stifle their laughter, echoing, "Indeed, comrade constable, this gentleman has not struck anyone." Although the crowd relished the spectacle, their fundamental sense of right and wrong remained intact. They harbored a deep disdain for those deceitful swindlers who feigned victimhood. Witnessing the con artist face retribution brought them a sense of satisfaction, prompting many to step forward in support of Xiao Xingyun. Lu Cheng, having just regained his composure from the shock, was astonished by Xiao Xingyun's prowess in identifying the accomplices of the scam within the crowd and retrieving evidence from the suitcase. Relieved that he would not have to pay any reparations and feeling a sense of vindication, he found the entire situation immensely gratifying. As the leading constable interrogated Xiao Xingyun regarding the alleged assault, Lu Cheng promptly approached the officer, stating, "This gang of fraudsters is exceedingly brazen and must be dealt with severely. I shall call Director Zhang shortly to expedite the handling of this case."
YUR.
"Director Lu," exclaimed the young officer Zhao. "I am Zhao, from our last inspection of the Chentang River's management, where I had the pleasure of shaking your hand and taking a photo with you. Ah, young Zhao, your efforts are appreciated. I apologize for the trouble today." Lu Cheng replied amiably, shaking Zhao's hand once more. Zhao, visibly excited, engaged in a bit more conversation before quickly leading the two captured fraudsters, along with the evidence, away from the Qinglian Pavilion tea house. As for the porcelain owneress complaint against Xiao Xingyun for assault, given the consensus among the witnesses that no such act occurred, further inquiry seemed unnecessary. The tea house manager finally emerged to reassure the patrons and instructed the staff to clear away the remnants of the shattered porcelain. Lu Cheng, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction, patted Xiao Xingyun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You did remarkably well, Xiao. How did you discern that the middle-aged woman was an accomplice? And how did you know there was evidence in the suitcase?" "I was merely fortunate and somewhat oblivious," Xiao Xingyun humbly replied with a smile. "You are quite an extraordinary young man. Come, let us discuss this further in the private room upstairs," Lu Cheng expressed with gratitude, leading the way. It was then that Xiao Xingyun remembered he had another companion with him. Turning around, he spotted Su Hongwei, whose expression was a blend of complexity and embarrassment as he awkwardly fidgeted with his foot. The man he had looked down upon, Xiao Xingyun, had actually assisted in resolving the issue with the con artist. The individual he had underestimated, Lu Cheng, turned out to be a person of significant stature, eliciting smiles of excitement from the constable upon recognition. "Uncle Su, this is my brother Lu. You may simply address him as Brother Lu," Xiao Xingyun introduced. "Brother Lu." Su Hongwei, still feeling awkward, followed suit in addressing Lu Cheng without a second thought. Only after the words left his mouth did he realize the oddity of the situation. "You call me uncle, yet I address him as brother? What a perplexing hierarchy." "Haha." Lu Cheng, in good spirits, laughed heartily. "Let us each adhere to our own titles. Brother Su, come, let us ascend the stairs together." "All right," Su Hongwei replied, following Lu Cheng and Xiao Xingyun upstairs, discreetly wiping the sweat from his forehead. "The path of my son-in-law seems rather audacious, as he can actually forge a brotherly bond with such a character. Today I underestimated him. My daughter has an excellent eye. I have firmly decided on this son-in-law." Soon, the three of us entered a private room, which was quite spacious, encompassing a complete tea room, along with a lounge and a restroom. Xiao Xingyun began to harbor increasing doubts about the operational scope of this tea house. As the three of them settled down, three young and beautiful tea artists dressed in flowing white hanfu entered the room to serve tea. Their attire was delicate, wrapping their figures in an alluring manner. What added to their charm was the translucent veils they donned, imbuing an air of mystery and ethereality. However, the purpose of their visit today was not to engage with the tea artists in a display of tea mastery. Once the tea was brewed, Lu Cheng waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. It was then that Xiao Xingyun formally introduced their identities. As the intermediary, it was essential for him to establish the foundation of their acquaintance. Only then did Lu Cheng and Su Hongwei extend their hands for a formal handshake. "So you are Director Lu? I have long admired your reputation," Su Hongwei remarked sincerely, not merely out of formality, as he had long wished to meet someone whose presence he could seldom access in the office. Lu Cheng smiled modestly, inadvertently reinforcing his stature. "You flatter me, Mr. Su. Since Xiao has introduced us, let's not hold back. We have matters to discuss, and we shall proceed according to the established protocols." "Ah, yes, indeed. Let us adhere to the protocols," Su Hongwei replied, somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend the nuances of Lu Cheng's words. Xiao Xingyun nearly burst into laughter, realizing this was precisely why he was brought along, rather than by Jiyu. He merely needed to serve as a figurehead, a supporting presence, while he himself was the true representative in the negotiations. "Lu Gu, to be candid, my girlfriend Su Qing is the daughter of Mr. Su, which is precisely why I am intervening in the debt issues of Su's real estate company." As he spoke, Xiao Xingyun recounted the plan to establish a new company, with an initial capital infusion of 400 million yuan to resolve the debt, emphasizing that this would secure a 40 stake. To preempt any foolish objections from Su Hongwei, he concluded by stating that he had already discussed this with Bai Jiu, who had given her consent. After laying out these points, Xiao Xingyun directly inquired, Lu Gu, what assistance do you require from us regarding the sand extraction rights? Please feel free to express your needs. Lu Cheng took a sip of tea and replied with a smile. Haha. I have a relative in the Li family with whom I co-own a building materials company, and I am currently in need of a source for sand. Once your sand mine is operational, I would be quite pleased if they could procure some sand. Xiao Xingyun responded, that sounds good. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration, and I have no objections. By the way, we are preparing to launch 10 sand extraction production lines. How much can your relative's materials company handle? According to the market, one line should suffice. Taking on too much could be overwhelming. Moreover, I have great faith in Xiao Xingyun. Only through mutually beneficial cooperation can lasting friendships flourish. As for my friend, Old Li, he greatly enjoys hearing your friend Xiao Luo explain the intricacies of jade. When will you bring him to Hangzhou for a visit? I will save some of my finest liquor for you. Haha, Lu Gu, your generosity is commendable. Then it is settled, one line. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Regarding visiting, you are welcome at any time. I will find a moment to arrange it and will bring along Brother Luo. Xiao Xingyun felt quite satisfied, as there was no need for arduous negotiations. The other party presented the lowest offer outright. Naturally, he discerned that there was also the influence of Li Hongliang at play. This favor merely required connecting them with Brother Luo's father. The terms proposed by the counterpart struck Xiao Xingyun as appropriate and in line with market conditions. With 10 sand extraction production lines, Lu Cheng mentioned that his relative required only one, which entailed a mere 10% stake. The method of profit distribution would involve transporting 1/10 of the total extracted sand. This was considerably lower than what Bai Jiu had anticipated, for she was willing to pay as much as 20% for the extraction rights. More importantly, the requirement was for a stake rather than cash. Should any troubles arise in the future, Lu Cheng would undoubtedly assist in resolving them. This arrangement promised a steady and sustainable business. Perhaps Lu Cheng valued the long-term profits of this sand field, opting for a prolonged partnership rather than a one-off transaction. This aligned perfectly with Xiao Xingyun's intentions. Hangzhou was too distant. He could not constantly oversee matters at the sand field, as his focus lay with the Chenghuang Temple in Shanghai, and he might venture to the Panjiayuan in the capital in the future. Jade, gemstones, and antiques were the realms with which he was familiar, the world where he could truly showcase his talents. Su Hongwei stood by, utterly bewildered, with no opportunity to interject, and he could scarcely comprehend their conversation. Just as he was feeling vexed, his phone suddenly rang, and he heard Su Qing's panicked voice. Dad, come back quickly. The debt collectors have barged in and want to take me and Mom away. It's the gang of Duan Shouwen. Chapter 80. A second chance for linguistic reconstruction after concluding their discussion. The trio intended to share a meal and perhaps indulge in a modest libation to strengthen their bond. It would be even more advantageous if they could summon Li Hongliang to deepen their alliance. However, a phone call from Su Qing disrupted their plans. Su Hongwei, unable to conceal his agitation, answered the call and immediately changed countenance, exclaiming, You must hold on to Duan Shouwen. Do not provoke him. We need to return at once. The urgency of the debt collection suggested that they had received some alarming news. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Xiao Xingyun's eyes, as he hoped that Duan Shouwen would not overstep, lest he be unable to restrain the violent malice brewing within him. Lu Cheng, with a grave expression, inquired, You should return to address the debt issue. If you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to call me. Understood, thank you, Brother Lu. We shall take our leave now. Without further pleasantries, Xiao Xingyun hastily departed with Su Hongwei. Meanwhile, the door to Su Qing's home had been forcefully breached. 6 menacing tattooed figures, bare-armed, formed 2 lines, blocking the entrance to the living room, exuding an aura of intimidation. Duan Shouwen, in his 30s, of average build, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in an Armani suit, bore the appearance of an internet company executive, cultured and refined, rather than that of a lone shark traversing the murky fringes of legality. He sat on the sofa, smiling benignly as Su Qing and Bai Jiu, in a state of panic, frantically sought help via telephone, making no effort to intervene. Finished with your calls? Then let us sit and converse, for idleness is not our ally. Were you not intent on abducting us just moments ago? Su Qing paused in confusion. Duan Shouwen chuckled. Since you have summoned Su Hongwei back, I find no urgency in taking anyone. After all, what difference does it make where we conduct our business? A family united is a splendid sight. Bai Jiyu, having completed her call, joined Su Qing on the opposing sofa. Despite the tension within her, she maintained an outward composure. Mr. Duan, you granted us 3 days, and this is merely the second. Why the haste in your visit? Even if we were to flee, that parcel of land would remain. Bai Jiu remarked with a smile. I have heard that your daughter's boyfriend intends to assist in settling your debts? Duan Shouwen inquired. Bai Jiu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise gracing her features. Indeed, shouldn't this news bring you joy, Mr. Duan? Why do you seem to approach this with a tone of accusation? Do you not wish for us to clear this debt? Duan Shouwen's expression twisted into a semblance of menace. Bai Zong, cease your pretense. I find it hard to believe that you cannot discern my true intentions. I do not seek repayment of this debt. I covet your parcel of land. Bai Jiu did not mask her derision. You wish to acquire over 100 mu of land along the river with a mere 200 million in debt? This is the fruit of a lifetime's toil for Lao Su and me. Your greed is unbecoming. We merely require a moment's respite, and that land could potentially double, even triple in value. Beyond my debt, I can also assist in settling the obligations owed to the commercial banks. Duan Shouwen offered a concession. Bai Jiu cast a glance at the time displayed on her phone, deliberately stalling. With 2 women in the house, she was genuinely fearful of being bullied by these individuals. Thus, despite her disdain for someone like Duan Shouwen, she refrained from using harsh words to provoke him. In addition to the debts owed to you and the commercial bank, our Su real estate also owes approximately 30 million to small material suppliers and contractors. Duan Shouwen's patience was waning. He coldly remarked, what do those minor debts have to do with me? If I can assist you in resolving the debts with the commercial bank, consider yourselves fortunate. Bai Jiu, do not take advantage of my goodwill. If you push me too far, you know the consequences. There are many patrons in my establishment who favor women like you and your daughter. Shameless. Bai Jiu's chest heaved with anger. Throughout her earlier life, she had been smooth sailing, esteemed in her status. When had she ever been treated so lightly? Shameless? If you provoke me, I shall show you what true shamelessness is. When your husband and son-in-law return, do you believe I would not take advantage of you both in front of them? You! Bai Jiu and Su Qing turned pale with fear, clinging tightly to one another. I refuse to believe it. Xiao Xingyun's voice resonated from the entrance of the living room. Duan Shouwen stood up, fixing his gaze on Xiao Xingyun's figure. Ah, you must be Bai Jiu's son-in-law. If you do not believe it, allow me to demonstrate. Xiao Xingyun strode forward, and surprisingly, none of the tattooed men blocking the doorway intervened. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of Xiao Xingyun's mouth. Duan Shouwen felt a momentary jolt of confusion. Something was amiss. Why did his subordinates not stop him? Demonstrate for me? Are you out of your mind? With that, Xiao Xingyun delivered a sharp slap to Duan Shouwen's face, sending his glasses flying. Before Duan Shouwen could react, Xiao Xingyun kicked him in the abdomen, knocking him onto the sofa. Grabbing Duan Shouwen by the hair, he pressed his face onto the coffee table and poured half a pot of hot tea over him. Ah, have you lost your mind? Are you seeking death? How dare you strike me in Hangzhou? You are finished. I will slaughter your entire family. Duan Shouwen screamed. It's scalding. Stop pouring it. I will be disfigured. Danzi, Sameo, are you fools dead? Can't you see I'm being beaten? Hurry and save me. Duan Shouwen's cries echoed. Yet the 6 tattooed men standing at the entrance of the living room seemed to be oblivious, remaining in a daze. Su Hongwei, who had just returned with Xiao Xingyun, hesitated, unsure whether to enter and what to say if he did. Before he could gather his thoughts, he heard the horrifying screams of Duan Shouwen. Rushing in, Su Hongwei was nearly faint with shock. Upon entering, he witnessed Xiao Xingyun attacking Duan Shouwen. How dare Xiao Xingyun strike someone, especially Duan Shouwen? This was disastrous. Their entire family would be doomed. Terrified, Su Hongwei's legs buckled. and he collapsed at the entrance of the living room. What did you just want me to see? Once more, I grant you the opportunity to reorganize your language. After draining the remaining tea from the pot, Xiao Xingyun, gripping the teapot, glared fiercely and demanded, I shall end your life. I shall end your life. Duan Xiaowen, driven to madness, had never before endured such brutal beatings and humiliation. His countenance twisted in rage, he yearned for blood. With a resounding crack, the purple clay teapot struck Duan Xiaowen's skull with precision, shattering upon impact. Blood gushed from his head, trickling down to the corners of his eyes and into his mouth. The metallic taste of his own blood jolted Duan Xiaowen into clarity. He suddenly comprehended that his assailant might well be a man far more ruthless than himself, someone of considerable consequence, an entity he could not afford to provoke. Cease the violence. Xiao, please stop. That was my most cherished purple clay teapot. I spent several thousand on it. Bai Jiu exclaimed, patting her heaving chest as if she had just emerged from a state of extreme terror. She mourned her beloved teapot, even more terrified that Xiao Xingyun might inflict irreparable harm upon Duan Xiaowen. Despite her concerns and fears, she could not help but admire Xiao Xingyun's formidable presence as he defended her and her daughter, striking Duan Xiaowen with righteous fury. Such a man was indeed a worthy protector for her daughter. In stark contrast, she glanced at the man she had chosen, cowering helplessly at the threshold of the living room, a situation too disheartening to articulate. The matchmaker responsible for her fate must surely have been impersonated by the god of wealth. Su Qing, regaining her initial cognitive abilities, rushed to seize Xiao Xingyun's arm, imploring, Brother Yun, you must not continue. Further violence could lead to tragedy. The ferocity in Xiao Xingyun's eyes began to wane, yet his mind remained plagued by a sinister, malevolent voice. Those who challenge my might shall face no mercy. Kill, kill, kill. Eliminate him. Chapter 81. I shall devote my remaining years to revenge. Xiao Xingyun found himself in a state of helplessness. Ever since he learned that Duan Xiaowen intended to take Bai Jiu and Su Qing for himself, his mind erupted in chaos, akin to an explosion. A frenzied voice roared within him, declaring, You dare to covet what belongs to me? Kill, kill, kill. His eyes, endowed with extraordinary abilities, surged beyond their normal limits as he swiftly subdued the tattooed thugs blocking the doorway. He then advanced toward Duan Xiaowen, unleashing his fury. As the confrontation escalated, the voice in his head shifted its demand. Those who offend my divine might shall face no mercy. Kill, kill, kill. Had it not been for Su Qing pulling him back, he might have succumbed to the ominous voice and truly ended Duan Xiaowen's life. Once Xiao Xingyun regained his composure, a wave of dread washed over him. Had he been possessed? Was he truly unable to control his own actions? He had always known that the gift of foresight came with a price, but he had not anticipated such a steep cost. In wielding power over others, he had unwittingly become ensnared by a bizarre force himself. The realization sent chills down his spine, twisting his expression into one of both horror and rage. Duan Xiaowen, bloodied and battered, finally felt a semblance of relief when Xiao Xingyun released him. Yet, when he glanced up and met the sight of Xiao Xingyun's ghastly visage, akin to a demon fixated upon him, he hastily averted his gaze, obediently lowering himself against the coffee table. He dared not move, truly afraid to do so. Su Qing was nearly in tears, horrified by Xiao Xingyun's terrifying demeanor. Nevertheless, she did not relinquish her hold on him, guiding him back to the sofa, where she and her mother flanked him, each grasping an arm to prevent any further outburst. Duan Xiaowen was in a pitiful state, his face smeared with blood. Although the two women felt a sense of vindication, they genuinely feared for Xiao Xingyun's temper, worried he might inadvertently kill Duan Xiaowen. Xiao, please calm down. You mustn't strike him again. I have already called the police, but for some reason, they have yet to arrive, Bai Jiu pleaded, firmly grasping Xiao Xingyun's arm and soothing him gently. Su Qing echoed her sentiment, wrapping her other arm around him, her voice trembling as she urged, Brother Yun, let us take a moment to breathe. Taking a life is simply not worth it. Both women were genuinely frightened by Xiao Xingyun. As women with keen intuition, they could sense his murderous intent. Emerging from the strange hallucination, Xiao Xingyun struggled momentarily, attempting to free his arms. However, the two women, believing he was still inclined to violence, tightened their grips, holding him firmly in place. Having expended an excessive amount of mysterious energy, Xiao Xingyun felt exceedingly weak, his arms ensnared by the softness of their embrace, rendering escape impossible. Very well, in light of your pleas, I shall spare him today. He exhaled a heavy sigh, fixing his gaze on the man still cowering on the coffee table. Your name is Duan Shouwen, is it not? Yes, it is, Duan Shouwen replied, a mixture of fury and fear lacing his low voice. Have you brought the loan contract? I am here to settle the debt on behalf of Su's real estate company, Xiao Xingyun stated calmly. What? You truly wish to pay them back? Right now? Duan Shouwen was both astonished and bewildered, unable to comprehend the true intentions of Xiao Xingyun. Could it be that this individual lacked any formidable connections and acted solely out of a momentary impulse, without consideration for the consequences? Xiao Xingyun, indifferent to the thoughts swirling in Duan's mind, declared, indeed, repaying debts is a matter of fundamental justice. It is the rule and I acknowledge it. This is usury, with exorbitant interest rates. Do you acknowledge that? Duan Shouwen was taken aback by his audacious maneuver, as he himself admitted the nature of the loan. He probed further. Acknowledge it, as per the loan agreement. I shall repay you the total amount, principal and interest, to the last cent, Xiao Xingyun assured him with utmost seriousness, showing no inclination to reveal any background or to negotiate terms. Typically, in instances of high-interest loans, there is room for discussion regarding a reduction in some of the interest owed at the time of repayment. Very well. With his probing concluded, Duan Shouwen resolved to collect the funds now, postponing any vengeance for a later time. He gritted his teeth, straightened his posture, and ceased leaning on the coffee table. Duan carried a leather briefcase, which had been resting in the corner of the sofa. He withdrew 2 copies of contracts from within. One was a standard loan agreement with an annual interest rate of 20. Although this rate was steep, it remained within legal confines. Should complications arise, they could pursue legal action to reclaim the principal and interest. The second document was a supplementary agreement, astonishingly imposing a 20 annual fee, meaning that in total, Su's real estate company would owe Duan Shouwen an interest rate of 40. This represented a common practice of dual contracts in usury to circumvent legal scrutiny. Such exorbitant interest rates indicated that both the borrower and lender were formidable individuals. Xiao Xingyun requested to examine the contracts, and only then did the two women release his arms. At the end of the contracts were the signatures and fingerprints of Su Hongwei and Bai Jiyu, accompanied by the company's seal, signifying that they had jointly taken on this usurious debt. You are truly audacious to borrow at such a high interest rate, Xiao Xingyun could not help but exclaim. Bai Jiyu, feeling a tinge of shame, explained, at the time, old Su was frantic, mortgaging and selling off all assets, leveraging the 10 billion he had earned over a lifetime, coupled with these loans, to acquire the land king from the previous year. He purchased over 100 acres. But before the approvals for the initial phase of the project were secured, it became apparent that the ground was entirely sandy. Once this information leaked, obtaining further financing from banks became impossible, and the financial chain was abruptly severed. You are well aware of the ensuing events. The bank pressed for repayment, usurers harassed for debts, and various partners came knocking for their dues. The only remaining asset, this plot of land, was subject to property preservation requests from all creditors, rendering any further action impossible. Xiao Xingyun nodded, stating, "All right, I understand. Please calculate how much is required for repayment today." During the brief time that Xiao examined the contracts, Duan Shouwen had wiped the blood from his face and retrieved his dislodged glasses. He replied, "If we settle everything today, the total repayment to my company amounts to 208.6 million, as this includes not only the exorbitant interest but also penalties for late repayment." Very well. I will call the bank and ensure the debt is cleared within 20 minutes. The repayment contract and related formalities will be handled by Auntie, ensuring that no future troubles arise, Xiao Xingyun stated. Very well, Xiao, you have worked hard. I shall attend to the contract matter, Bai Jiyu assured him, suppressing her complex emotions. In addition to having Duan Shouwen sign a debt clearance receipt on the original loan contract, a stamp and fingerprint would also be required. Simultaneously, Bai Jiyu would prepare a formal repayment contract to prevent any potential disputes in the future. Fortunately, she had all the necessary office equipment at home, and an existing template for a simple repayment contract that merely needed some adjustments. After Xiao Xingyun contacted the bank's VIP line manager and filled in the relevant information through the mobile banking app, the bank made a confirmation call, and following SMS verification, the transfer was officially completed. Shortly thereafter, Duan Shouwen received a call from the company's finance department, confirming that the debt had been fully credited to the company account. He then pressed a few fingerprints to finalize the repayment process. Rising to his feet, Duan Shouwen tidied his disheveled, bloodied hair, picked up his briefcase, and said with a grim expression, "Excellent, the debt issue has been resolved. However, we shall settle the matter of your assault on me at a later time. It is the first time in my life that I have been beaten so severely. This memory will haunt me for eternity. Are you prepared? I intend to spend the rest of my life seeking vengeance upon you, and it shall be quite spectacular. I can hardly contain my anticipation." With that, Duan Shouwen turned on his heel and strode away. As he reached the doorway to the living room, he did not even glance at Su Hongwei, who lay sprawled on the ground, but bellowed at the 6 tattooed men standing at the entrance. "Are you lot asleep? Let us go back to the company, and I will settle the score with you." "Yes, boss," the 6 tattooed men replied respectfully, seemingly unfazed. At that moment, Su Hongwei seemed to regain his senses, suddenly crawling over to grasp Duan Shouwen's leg, pleading, "Mr. Duan, today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. We will cover all your medical expenses. Please do not be harsh and spare our family." Duan Shouwen kicked Su Hongwei away, his face twisted in fury as he shouted, "Get lost. What were you doing while I was being assaulted? Why didn't you intervene? Now you plead for mercy? It's too late. I will ensure that your entire family meets the most horrific fate." Chapter 82. Intentionally getting drunk, Su Hongwei was utterly stunned. He truly dared not offend Duan Shouwen. Debts could be repaid, but after being so ruthlessly beaten by Xiao Xingyun, how could he ensure there would be no retaliation? "Xiao, this mess is your doing. Come here and apologize quickly," Su Hongwei shouted from the ground towards Xiao Xingyun. Bai Jiu solemnly explained, "This cannot be blamed on Xiao. He acted to protect us when he struck Duan Shouwen. You heard how vilely he spoke, didn't you?" Su Qing added, "If you wish to apologize, do it yourself. Yunji protected us and even repaid the usury for our family. What wrong has he committed?" Xiao Xingyun cast a disdainful glance at Su Hongwei, realizing why his standing at home was so low. He truly lacked any sense of responsibility. What is there to fear? As a man, if one cannot protect his wife and daughter, what is the point of living? Death is but a fleeting moment. To live without purpose is an eternity. Whoever dares to cause trouble in my home, I shall ensure their demise. Xiao Xingyun did not want to burden the two women. As long as they had the will to defend themselves, his 200 million would not have been in vain. He approached Duan Shouwen calmly and inquired, "Do you seek vengeance? Do you wish for our demise?" Upon meeting Xiao Xingyun's profound gaze, Duan Shouwen felt an inexplicable wave of panic and retreated 2 steps, finding refuge among the 6 burly men he had brought along, which bolstered his confidence. When you struck me earlier, you should have foreseen this outcome. Indeed, I shall ensure your suffering is profound. But those 2 beautiful women, I shall allow them to live a while longer. The patrons at my establishment will take good care of them. You are truly despicable. Those who commit numerous injustices will meet their end. Beware, your demise may be imminent," Xiao Xingyun declared, forcefully channeling his abilities, casting a mesmerizing light from his eyes. "If there is to be death, let it be yours first." As Duan Shouwen spoke, he suddenly felt a disorienting haze wash over him, a strange voice imprinting itself deep within his soul. He barely uttered half a sentence before turning to leave, followed by the 6 tattooed men, departing abruptly and bizarrely. Xiao Xingyun, however, felt the toll of overusing his abilities. His eyes ached, and he felt as though his very essence had been drained, barely able to stand. Fortunately, Su Qing, concerned for him, had already positioned herself behind him and steadied him just in time. "Are you all right?" Su Qing asked anxiously. "I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest," Xiao Xingyun replied as he was assisted back onto the sofa. Bai Jiu hurriedly sought out a new purple clay teapot to brew tea for him. Su Qing, with a perceptive tone, remarked, with so many people accompanying Duan Showin. How could you dare to strike him? I suspect he wanted to provoke us, using the opportunity to threaten us. Otherwise, why bring so many bodyguards but not have them intervene? Indeed, your reasoning is sound. That is precisely how it is. Xiao Xingyun replied weakly, reclining on the sofa in a lethargic agreement. Bai Jiu poured him a cup of hot tea, then began to clear the shattered pieces of the teapot nearby, reassuring him, Xiao, there is no need to fear. We live in a society governed by law. Although Duan Showin employs ruthless tactics, he would not dare to go too far. As long as we avoid deserted places, we should be safe. Aunt, I am not scared. You should be comforting Uncle Su. Xiao Xingyun pointed to Su Hongwei, who remained dazed at the door. Old Su will be fine. After a few drinks tonight, his courage will be restored. Bai Jiu understood her man well. Su Hongwei, in a daze, observed his two women bustling around Xiao Xingyun, while he sat on the ground, completely ignored. The comparison between people is truly exasperating. How could he lose his esteemed position to a man who had only been in his home for a short while? His core status vanished in an instant. Why aren't you two comforting me? Su Hongwei, feeling despondent, climbed up and sat on the sofa. Bai Jiu, with her gentle voice, uttered harsh words. You witnessed Duan Showin bullying the two of us and didn't dare enter the room. Why should we comfort you? Xiao drove him away, yet you blame Xiao and demand an apology from him. This has truly disappointed me. I was merely trying to devise the best strategy to stop Duan Showin. Alas, let us not mention this any longer. It's all in the past. It's getting dark. I will go prepare dinner. Su Hongwei, aware of his own weakness in handling matters and feeling looked down upon by his wife and daughter, plunged into the kitchen to cook. Despite his dissatisfaction with Xiao Xingyun, he felt grateful to him for helping his family repay over 200 million in usury and for establishing a connection with Lu Cheng from the Water Resources Bureau. While Su Hongwei was in the kitchen, Xiao Xingyun recounted the events of the afternoon. Upon hearing that Xiao Xingyun had successfully negotiated a deal with Lu Cheng, who only required a 10 stake, Bai Jiu felt completely at ease. Xiao, you've worked hard. It is entirely thanks to you that our family can overcome this crisis. Bai Jiu gently patted Xiao Xingyun's hand. The burden that had weighed on her heart for over half a year finally lifted. Aunt, you're too kind. I also appreciate you giving me this investment opportunity, Xiao Xingyun replied. We are all family here, so let us not stand on ceremony. Tonight, Aunt will drink a few more glasses with you to celebrate properly. That sounds great, but my tolerance for alcohol is limited. I'll just have a little to show my appreciation. At that moment, Su Qing joined in the excitement. I want to drink too. Su Qing had made up her mind to sneak into Xiao Xingyun's room later that night, fueled by a few drinks, to express her gratitude. Her father's actions were too disappointing, and her mother was not comforting. This matter she would have to handle herself. Soon, dinner was ready, more sumptuous than lunch. Su Hongwei opened a bottle of Wuliangye, while Bai Jiu uncorked a bottle of Benfu red wine. The two men drank white liquor, and the two women enjoyed red wine. After a few shots of white liquor, Su Hongwei, feeling the effects of the alcohol, began to fraternize with Xiao Xingyun, putting his arm around his shoulder and saying, Brother, it's not that I'm being harsh with you today, but you were too impulsive. In business, one must rely on amiability to prosper. You struck Duan Showin. You will suffer greatly for it in the future, and it will implicate us as well. Once we settle the bank debt tomorrow, I will enlist the assistance of a distinguished individual to mediate on your behalf, suggesting you cover a portion of the medical expenses to resolve this conflict. Xiao Xingyun felt that Su Hongwei was rather unreliable. I regard you as a father-in-law, yet you wish to be my brother? Although Xiao Xingyun possessed a similarly limited tolerance for alcohol, he understood the necessity of indulging a little more tonight to fortify an alibi for a certain case. In this deliberate pursuit of inebriation, he found himself more susceptible to the effects of alcohol. With a slight haze clouding his thoughts, he earnestly stated, Brother, you must heed my counsel. A man in business must possess a certain tenacity that dissuades others from taking advantage of him. I was once a compassionate individual, but after enduring much mistreatment, I learned to safeguard myself. Su Hongwei, unyielding, retorted, You are mistaken. In this matter, you must follow my lead, for I possess experience. I have amassed a fortune exceeding 10 billion through amicable dealings. Can you claim the same? Xiao Xingyun replied. Your so-called experience has left you in tatters, stripped of all dignity. How dare you lecture me on expertise? You ought to learn from me. Observe how I have reduced Duan Shouwen to a mere shadow of himself. Apart from hurling empty threats at me, what can he truly accomplish? As the tension escalated towards a quarrel, the two women nearby intervened. Come now, let us not argue. Let us raise a toast to celebrate the repayment of the usury, Bai Jiyu and Su Qing urged, lifting their glasses in unison. Perhaps overwhelmed by repressed emotions or perhaps exhilarated by the resolution of their financial burdens, the four of them opened another bottle of white wine and a bottle of red wine. By the time the last bottle of white wine was nearly finished, Su Hongwei had collapsed beneath the table, flailing his arms and shouting, amicable dealings yield wealth. We must always maintain cordiality. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun had toppled at the staircase, bellowing with bravado. Whoever dares to harm my woman shall meet their demise. Duan Shouwen and Duan Shouwu both deserve death. In his drunken state, Xiao Xingyun's self-control had diminished further, exacerbated by the influence of the San Yen clan. The two women, sipping red wine, felt the effects more gradually. At this moment, Su Qing and Bai Jiu remained sober but somewhat disoriented. Observing the two men swaying and slurring, they set down their glasses, preparing to assist Xiao Xingyun upstairs. Bai Jiu attempted several times to lift him without success, feeling a pang of frustration. Xiao Qing, your boyfriend is truly heavy. I doubt we can manage him alone. Perhaps we should place him in my room tonight, and you can sleep with me. Indeed, he is quite hefty. But why not put him in my father's room? Su Qing, feeling increasingly inebriated, plopped down beside Xiao Xingyun, resting her head upon him. Your father's room is utterly foul. The sheets reek of oil from his hair, and if they go unwashed for 2 days, they're uninhabitable. Besides, your father is also intoxicated. We would still need to help him back to his room later. True enough. Very well, tonight let my boyfriend rest in your room, Su Qing conceded, and together with Bai Jiyu, they struggled to hoist Xiao Xingyun, making their way toward the master bedroom on the first floor.